Saturday Night Theatre. We present the last production in the Flora Robson Festival.
The villagers of Denzil St. David in Norfolk will not forget that night in February 1947. With the waters higher than for 100 years and the increasing danger of the great dike collapsing, many were leaving their homes for the safety of Norwich, 15 miles away. Many others were beginning to trickle up to the high ground where stood the convent of Our Lady of Rheims, a French nursing order.
Bonaventure. The play by Charlotte Hastings, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, stars Flora Robson as Sister Mary Bonaventure.
The wind and rain, beating upon the grey walls of the convent of Our Lady of Rheims, could be heard inside the great hall, where the fading daylight shone through the stained glass windows of the great room, calm and somberly beautiful in the dim light.
They're getting out boats and sandbags in the village, Phillips. They say the great dike may come down.
Brett, for heaven's sake, stop talking. You're on duty in 19 3/4 minutes precisely. And do something about your hair. If Sister Mary Bonaventure sees you with it falling out of your cap like that...
She won't be stuffy. She's got a sense of humor. You know, until I came to the convent, I thought all nuns were very calm and detached. I didn't expect them to laugh and be approachable like other people. I suppose it's because this is a nursing order. They're not out of touch with the world.
There's not sufficient discipline here. Sometimes I'm really surprised at Sister Mary's attitude to the patients. A qualified woman with her authority. After all, she is matron. Now, when I was at the Memorial Hospital in...
All right. You told us. Bless us. At this rate, you'll be mummified before you're 30.
The prospect need not affect you. I'm leaving at the end of this month.
But how silly. This is a grand place to train. Mary's a wonderful teacher, and the food's superb.
I don't like the lax atmosphere. And I object to that horrible Willie prowling about.
Willie's all right, if you don't show your aversion. Poor thing, couldn't help being born.
Ah, here's Sister Josephine with your supper. You'll have to be quick.
I'm starving, sister.
Here you are, then. But what you want, young lady, are some hairpins. Which particular film star are you copying?
It was so windy. I've been to look at the water. Sister, what will happen if the great dike doesn't hold?
Well, all the villagers will be homeless and crowding up here on the high ground. And where we shall put them and how we shall feed them, goodness only knows.
Food's no problem to you. You're a genius. Look, Phillips. Mushroom omelette and a heavenly savoury sauce. Honestly, if I stay here long enough, I shall get fat.
Now, wait a moment.
Wait? But why, sister?
Well, no blessing, child.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dear Lord, thank you for my most excellent supper and for making Sister Josephine such a divine cook.
Now. Let's have a little reverence. Benedictus.
Benedictus, benedicat,
per Jesum Christum,
Dominum nostrum, Amen.
Now, savour every mouthful in the good Lord's name. My word, this wind and rain. I pity the poor souls on the road tonight. I think we should keep the place extra warm just in case. I must speak to Sister Agnes. Oh, my goodness, what a night. Sister Agnes, is Willie around? Good. Would you ask him to bring some logs into the hall? I'm going to keep a good fire in. Aye, as well be prepared.
You're expecting trouble then, sister?
You concentrate on your supper. Nurse Phillips.
Sister, what is it?
Just look at that newspaper. Have I not begged you girls to keep all the old newspapers and not to crumple them like that?
You must have thousands stored.
Aye, and 1,001 uses for them. Never discard a newspaper, never throw away a piece of string. History might have been altered many times if a piece of string or an old newspaper had been lying handy.
Sister Agnes, say you wanted these logs, sister?
Ah, good boy, Willie. Will you mend the fire, please? We're rather shivery.
Ah, surely. Floods be out. 'Tis always cold when floods be out.
Definitely. Are they out?
Not yet, but you'll be hearing later, right enough.
What's happening, Willie? What are the people doing?
Bobbing about with lanterns, they are, like as many ants. And the boats, they're going too. Some they're making for Norwich, but they won't get there, they won't. Waters be terrible strong once they're out. Smash a little boat in a minute, they will. Smash her into nothing.
Now, Willie.
Have we seen Sister Mary, please? She promised I some sweeters, she did, out of the big brass box in her room. I've been polishing it.
Are you sure you haven't taken a few sweets already?
Why would I do that, Nurse Phillips?
Why not?
Because 'tis in the wise book that sister reads, keep thy hands from picking and stealing. Have my hands been picking and stealing, sister?
I'm quite certain they haven't, Willie.
But Nurse Phillips, she said they've been picking and stealing.
Oh, be quiet and keep them away from my apron. They're filthy.
They may be filthy, but they got no sin on them. Leastways, I can't see none. Can you see sin on my hands, sister? Tell her you can't see no sin on my hands.
Now listen to me,
She's
Willie.
down on me, she is. Why?
Nothing of the kind.
I never hurt her. I never hurt the littlest crawling thing. If I saw anyone hurting anything, Nurse Phillips, I'd crush 'em. So I would. I'd crush 'em and
Get away from me. Get away.
Willie? Did you forget the words again, Willie?
I lost them, sister.
They're in your head. Think now. Think carefully. To everything.
To everything. There is to everything a season.
And a time.
And a time to every purpose. Under the heavens. A time to plant. A time to... I lost it, sister. I lost it.
What comes after planting?
A time... Yeah, a time to pluck up that which is to be planted.
Bravo, that was the hard part.
A time to
You
kill,
know the rest.
and a time to heal.
Yes, Willie, go on.
A time to break down, and a time to build up. Sorry, Sister Mary.
Good boy, Willie.
Sister, my hands clean as sin. There's fire dirt there, and that's metal polish, and I mean, are they...
Yes, Willie, proper clean.
Proper clean. And now, could I have the sweetest on the big brass box with the eagle on the top?
Very well, you know where they are.
Yes, sister.
I have asked you all to use gentleness and tact with that poor mind.
I'm afraid tact is not Nurse Phillips' speciality.
I told him his hands were filthy, which of course they were.
I see you finished your supper, Nurse Brent. Will you go on duty now, please? Read the notes I've left about Mrs. Thomas. Read them carefully. We shall need your help.
Yes, sister.
One moment, nurse. Your hair is very soft and pretty, but while you are on duty, I think you should roll it back more neatly.
Yes, sister. Thank you, sister.
Nurse Phillips, I want you to remember you can always calm Willie with words. Any words with colour in them, or even a verse.
If you'll forgive my speaking bluntly, sister, I don't think he should be allowed so much freedom. He's so quickly roused, and with that mentality and his muscular strength, he could quite easily be very dangerous.
That's for us to judge. He's probably better employed up here than at liberty in the village.
But it's a question of...
In this case, of tolerance.
Tolerance undermines discipline.
If you'll forgive my speaking bluntly in turn, nurse, I don't think you appreciate the borderline between discipline and severity. I'm sorry you're leaving us. You're an excellent nurse, and I'm sure you'll make your way in the profession. Only, if you could just realize humanity isn't ruled in straight lines, I think perhaps you would be happier.
Thank you, sister. Will you excuse me?
Run along, then. Nurse Phillips?
Yes, sister.
I don't mean to preach, you know.
No, sister.
There, Sister Josephine goes, the potential matron of a state institution. She'll run it most efficiently.
With discipline. Discipline. It's a pity she's not staying. You wear them all down in time.
Not at all. They merely come round to our way of thinking. Look, I brought down that tapestry we found in the old cupboard. Such a pity. I'm afraid it's past repairing.
Sister Agnes will tackle it. Now sit you down by the fire. You've had no sleep for nearly 2 nights. Even you can't go on forever. You promised me to sit there for a quarter of an hour, and then I'll take a bowl of hot onion soup to your room. That'll put heart into you.
Your onion soup would put heart into a graven image.
Good evening, Sister Mary.
Good evening, Doctor. Tell me, Doctor, as a medical man, would you consider half an hour's rest a mortal sin?
I certainly should not.
Then try convincing Sister Mary. That'll keep you busy.
And that means you haven't been to bed since I left, Sister Mary.
I've had all the rest I need.
You've such a Spartan idea of your own needs. You can't go on giving yourself like this. I insist you rest.
But, Doctor...
No, that's an order, matron.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you. But aren't you making rather a late visit?
I'm staying here ready. That dike can't possibly hold.
Apparently we coped with the same thing 60 years ago. We can do it again now.
What you mean, sister, is that you'll cope and we shall follow. Well, I'm going to have a look at Mrs. Thomas.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, good evening, Reverend Mother.
I'm surprised to hear you here so late, Doctor.
I felt I must be on the spot in case the dike comes down, Reverend Mother.
Oh, Reverend Mother.
No, don't get up, sister. I know you're off duty. I just wanted to check with you that we're ready for all emergencies.
Yes, Reverend Mother. We've managed to clear those 2 large wards. We can put the men in one and the women and children in the other when they arrive.
Good.
They'll have to camp out for a little until we can get properly organized and they can keep control themselves.
Sister Agnes is ready at the switchboard for messages. By the way, Willie's mother has come up. Their cottage is already gone, I'm afraid.
Oh.
She'll be very helpful. I expect you can find beds for them both.
Yes, of course.
You look tired. Very tired. I've been watching you for some weeks. When this weather clears, would you care to go into retreat for a little while?
No, I would not. I'm sorry. If you wish to send me away.
How long have you been here? 6 years?
Nearly 7.
We've never had our hospital run so efficiently. No, I don't want to lose you. You're tired, and for the moment the world seems stronger than the spirit. It will pass. I'm sure it will pass.
Thank you, Reverend Mother.
If you want to rest later, it can be arranged. If you're happier working as I think you are, the work is certainly to hand.
Reverend Mother.
Yes, Sister Josephine?
Reverend Mother, there's a man wanting to speak to you. They're travelling from London by car. He and 2 women and a driver. They're cut off by the floodwater.
Will you bring them in, Sister?
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Be ready with your onion soup.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
You see, Sister Mary, no need to look out for work. Would you be so good as to give Sister Josephine a little assistance?
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Sister,
Yes, Reverend Mother.
we need you badly.
Don't be too kind to me. I find few things harder to fight than vanity.
Would you be pleased to come this way?
Good evening, madam.
Good evening. Come in. You must be nearly drowned.
I'm sorry to arrive like this, madam, but we're traveling to Norwich from London, and I'm afraid the car is waterlogged.
We shall have many people coming here to the high ground tonight. Come to the fire. But I thought you had others with you.
Yes. 2 ladies.
Ask them to come in.
Come in, Miss Pierce.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening. Come in, both of you.
Thank you.
Your friend, she looks positively exhausted. Are you ill, my dear?
No, I'm not ill. Thank you. If I might sit by our fire.
But certainly. Let me take your wet coat.
Leave it, please. We're very grateful to you, madam. I hope we're not disorganizing things.
Not at all. One of our sisters is getting you something hot. Are you sure your friend
Madam, could I have a word with you in private, if you please?
I assure you we are quite private here.
I think I ought to speak to you quite alone, madam, if you don't mind.
Very well. Will you come with me?
Thank you.
I'm going to take off my shoes and stockings. They're wet through. I should take yours off, too. You'll get a chill, Miss Kahn.
That would be very inconvenient, wouldn't it? Think how the calendar would be thrown out.
Oh, please, it won't help.
In fact, the whole thing is very humorous, Pierce. A convent of all places. The holy woman is going to get an unpleasant shock in a few minutes.
Your coat is soaked. Let me take it off.
Take your hands off me, Pierce. I've told you that before.
Don't be difficult, Miss Kahn.
It's my privilege to be what I can while I can. And get away from me, please. There's plenty of space here.
get away, please.
Very well. I'll sit over by the table.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You must be very chilled. I can recommend this very excellent soup.
Oh.
Some of us think our cook has missed her vocation.
It looks and smells wonderful.
It tastes better. Will your friend come to the table, or would she like it there by the fire?
I'll take it to her.
No. Sit down and drink yours while it's nice and hot. Here you are, my dear. Why, that wet coat, you poor child. Do let me take your coat.
Thank you.
That's right. And your shoes, they're wet through. Won't you take them off?
All right.
Let me take them off for you.
No, get up. Get up at once.
But why?
Well, get off your knees in front of me.
Now, steady. Take a grip on yourself.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Beg your pardon, sister. She's a little upset.
She must be ill.
She's not ill. Just take no notice.
There must be something terribly wrong. She's
neither ill nor insane. Believe me, sister, the best way you can help is to be normal.
If you assure me.
It is the only thing.
Very well. My dear, won't you at least come back to the fire?
Very well.
And have some hot soup to warm you. Here you are.
Thank you.
That's better. Thank you for humoring me. Now, I'll see if I can find you both some slippers.
You're very good, sister, but don't bother. As soon as we can, we must be on our way to Norwich.
I'm afraid you won't get to Norwich tonight. It wouldn't be safe to try.
Oh?
The great dike may give way at any time, unless the men achieve a miracle of engineering.
Then we might be here for some time.
Some days, perhaps.
You were right about the soup. My compliments to your cook, for what they're worth.
Oh, she'll be delighted. Nothing pleases her more than to have her work appreciated.
Life must be very calm and pleasant here.
Yes.
Out of the world and away from temptation.
I believe that is the popular conception.
How does it really work?
In work.
No doubt you're filled with a sense of spiritual well-being, but are you happy?
Are you?
Oh, God.
Oh, won't you tell me what is wrong?
Sister Mary! Sister Mary!
Something's happened.
Sister!
Excuse me.
Sister, the big dike's gone. They just sent word. They're leaving the village. I got to ring the great bell. Reverend Mother says to ring the warning bell.
Willie, calm yourself.
I got to ring him loud and clear to warn the people. The floods be out! The floods be out! The floods be out!
Can I do anything?
No, we're prepared. Yes? Sister Agnes? Yes. Ring through to Norwich and let them know. What? Well, we all know what to do. Thank you.
Miss Pierce, we can't get away tonight. We shall have to telephone.
There's no outside communication.
Oh?
Reverend Mother, Sister Agnes has just told me the wires are down.
We all know what we have to do, sister.
Sister Mary, can you come? The dike's gone. They're bringing in the casualties. Sarah.
Now, Miss Khan.
Sarah Khan.
Yes, that's my name. Does it mean anything to you? Think, sister. Sarat Khan.
You'll have to know, sister. I'm afraid it will distress you.
If she's to know, I'd like to tell her myself.
Now, come with us. There's a good girl.
Be quiet. Sister Mary, my name is Sarat Khan. 3 weeks ago, I was tried and convicted for the murder of my brother. We've just come back from London from hearing the appeal. It has been dismissed.
Come in.
Shall I put this armchair opposite the other one, madam?
No, here, please, officer, by the desk.
Yes, madam.
Officer,
Yes, madam.
please call me sister. I have specially asked for this office and the bedroom adjoining to be put at your disposal. Because I want to be in touch with Miss Khan, I may be able to bring her a little comfort.
The Reverend Mother gave me to understand that.
Is there anything I ought to know?
You do realize, don't you, that Miss Carn mustn't be left. Either Miss Pierce or myself must be with her day and night.
Yes, officer. You will have no objection to my being here when I'm off duty.
Certainly not. Does anyone else come in here during the day?
Dr. Jeffries.
Oh. We'll take Miss Carn into the bedroom when he comes. You see, it's rather unfortunate. He was chief witness for the prosecution.
I see.
Anyway, I'm hoping it won't be more than a few days, particularly if the telephones are repaired. Now, if you'll excuse me, sister.
Officer.
Oh, come
Yes,
and box your ears, Willie. I will.
Oh, dear. What's Willie done now, Martha?
Oh, that boy of mine's got above himself since he come to work here, sister. I still think 'tis a pity they wouldn't take him in the army.
Well, I'm sure he'll make himself very useful at this difficult time.
Their bedroom's near about straight, sister. Willie's put up another bed for Miss Pierce.
Oh, just a moment, Martha, please. Will you come back in a moment?
Oh, I'm sorry, sister. I'll be in the bedroom, keeping an eye on that boy of mine.
What is your opinion of the verdict, officer?
The jury were only out for 15 minutes.
I'm not asking you as an official.
I'd rather you didn't ask me at all. You see, there are some you feel are the type for it, and others, well, it's not so easy to believe.
When all is said and done, only Almighty God ever knows the truth.
He and one other, sister.
One other?
The prisoner.
Ah.
Excuse me, sister.
It's all right, Martha.
Oh, thank you, sister.
Martha, you were Miss Carn's housekeeper, weren't you?
Ah, surely. Right from the time she come to the village to do them big wall paintings for the church. We were at the Grape House, the big cottage over to Denville St. David.
Mr. Fenning's old place. Yes, I know.
Took a good lease of it, she did, along with the old barn next door. Willie fixed that up for her like it were a proper painting place.
And did you get on with her? You never found her difficult?
Nay, she's an artist, of course. Up like the rocket and down like the stick. But leave her be, and she mind her own business, and yours too. Sweet as any bird. We were fine till Mr. Jason come along.
Mr. Jason? That was her brother?
Yes. Well, we'd been settled about a month, and he walked in on us at breakfast one morning, all smiles and as cool as you please. Ah, vicious bad he war, and no mistake. I'd have said his death were a proper blessing if it hadn't been for poor Miss Carn.
So you think she was responsible?
Oh, I never said that, sister. And what's more, I never said it in court neither. But by the time that lawyer gentleman had done asking me questions, you'd have thought I'd seen her do it with me own eyes, and standing up there to tell him so. Sister, that were a terrible moment.
Giving evidence?
Nay, when the judge put on that little black cap and spoke them words. Do you know the words, sister?
Yes, Martha, I do.
Oh, I never looked up, sister. I never looked up till I knew they'd taken her away.
You were called for the Crown, Martha. You had to answer their questions.
The lawyer gentleman said only to tell them what they asked and no more. Well, there was some things they never asked, so I never told them.
Maybe there was something you should have told them.
Oh, I don't suppose it were important. Just some funny words I overheard her say one night when he'd been rowing her worse than usual.
Yes?
She said, I should have thought that royal affair in Florida would have been a lesson to you.
Oh.
That's what she said. Sounded like he'd been playing round in higher circles than usual.
Sister, I fixed them casters.
Now then, big ears, don't stand idle. Get and fill that stove for sister.
We can take another turn later.
If you like, Pierce.
That's Miss Sarah.
Now, Willie.
Miss Sarah, I'm not glad I proper missed you when you're coming back to the Grape House.
Come on now, Willie.
Willie, you haven't had any sweets this morning. Get the brass box.
Yes, sister. I could just do one right now. One of them big green ones that tastes like cinnamon. There's the dust I've been picking out.
Willie!
Would you like one too, Miss Sarah? Sister wouldn't mind.
No, thank you.
Take a little lump, Willie, and go with Martha.
Yes, sister. Goodbye, Miss Sarah. I see you when I make up the stove. Look. I get 2-3 sweets when they stuck, see?
Willie! Oh, I'm that sorry, Miss Sarah. He just doesn't understand. Come on now, Willie, will you? Come on.
I got 3 that time.
Come on, Willie.
Are these your rooms? This one and the one through there?
Yes, Miss Khan.
And you've given them up to us? It's very comforting. With the warmth and the flowers.
I'm glad you like it.
Spacious, too. One can move around. Whom do I know here besides Martha and Willie?
Dr. Jeffries.
Oh. Does he use this room?
Occasionally. But if you'd rather...
Oh, don't worry. I can go into the bedroom. Not having visitors for a couple of months has made me rather unsociable, hasn't it, Pierce?
You could have had visitors. And flowers.
No, thank you. The wrong atmosphere for both.
Ah, sister, have you got those slides? Oh, sorry, I didn't expect you.
To see me here? Well, now you have. Don't be uncomfortable about it.
I would have come to see you at Norwich.
Only I told you I didn't want anyone. Oh, don't worry, there's no ill feeling. You did your best for me at the time.
Is there anything else I can do?
Whoever your church committee gets to finish off my murals, for God's sake, don't let them daub those angels on the left with gold leaf. It'll ruin everything.
Right.
Now, Pierce, I'd rather be in the bedroom.
Yes, Miss Carn.
So, you knew her before?
I'm on the church committee. When they decided to restore those murals on the south wall, I recommended Sarah Khan because I'd seen and admired her work.
It's good, then?
Oh, first rate. She'd a picture in the Academy the year before last.
What was the subject?
Well, rather unfortunate in the light of later events. Death of Lucretia Borgia.
So it was poison?
Yes, it was.
I don't know the details.
Then I shouldn't bother to find out, sister.
But I...
Have you by any chance those slides we made for tests?
Yes, Doctor. In the cupboard.
Ah, thanks.
Martha seems very concerned about Miss Khan, Doctor.
Just why are you so persistent?
Because I want to know, and you're the one person who can tell me.
What good can it do if you do know?
If I'm ignorant of the facts, I may be tactless with every word I say.
True enough. Very well. Where shall I begin?
At the beginning.
Well, have you ever heard of David Kingham?
Kingham? Wait a minute. The right-hand politician. Isn't he quite a coming man?
Not now. He was so prominent in this case and fought for her so desperately that it's bound to have prejudiced his position.
But why was he dragged into it?
He and Sarah were to have been married.
Oh.
He was away on a government mission for 6 months, and she wanted to finish the murals in our church before he returned. The trouble began when her brother Jason turned up out of the blue and settled at the Grape House. If ever there was a rotten, corrupt swine, it was Jason Khan. He was a confirmed alcoholic.
Poor man.
Poor. Sarah kept him for years. Well, some weeks after he arrived, he collapsed suddenly, and no wonder.
A stroke?
Yes, I'd warned him, but he was seldom sober enough to listen. He recovered his mental powers slowly, but he was partially paralyzed. Just punishment enough. Except that Sarah took the strain.
Could he have been put in an institution?
An inebriates home? Oh, yes. But these things take time. And one day, Sarah called me into the dining room and asked me frankly just how long he would live. Martha was in the room at the time. She remembers the conversation.
The tragic thing is that these people drag on for years.
Or, as I told her, die quietly in their sleep. She said she was desperate. Her work was suffering, and that she'd written to Kingham, postponing her marriage.
But why do that?
Well, she rightly felt she couldn't saddle him with the responsibility of Jason. Of course, Kingham would have helped her. but she's very proud.
So I've been told.
Well, I promised I would try and arrange to get him into an institution, but I warned her such a life might affect Jason's sanity. I remember so well what she said.
Yes?
She said, while he's well, he's on my hands, and while he's ill, he's on my conscience.
A terrible responsibility for the poor girl.
I was able to ease her nights for her. We kept him under drugs. It was the only way to bring relief to either of them.
No night nurse?
No, not necessary. The day nurse left at 6. At 8, Sarah gave him the drug. 1 tablet each night. No need for details. It was a narcotic, of course, one of the barbiturates put up in tablet form. 3 weeks' supply was ordered at a time. That is 21 tablets packed singly in a small glass vial.
Where did they come from?
Every 3 weeks I collected these 21 tablets from Abel Harmer, the village chemist. We checked the number into the file, sealed it, and I delivered it to Sarah personally. I warned her not to give more than 1 tablet in 24 hours.
I begin to understand.
At the end of November, I went to Norwich for 3 weeks' vacation. I delivered the usual file the day I left.
21 tablets?
Yes. 4 days later, Dr. Giles, my locum, telephoned me to say Jason had been found dead that morning. Will it shock you if I admit my first reaction was one of overwhelming relief?
I think I might have felt the same.
Until Giles told me that from the evidence of vomiting and so on, he suspected an overdose of the drug. So he checked the tablets in the file. Now listen carefully. No, wait a minute. Have you got something? Yes, this box of sweets will do. Here it is, sister. 10, 12, 18, 21. 21 tablets. Now, 1 a night for 4 nights. How many left?
4 from 21, 17.
There were 17 tablets left in the file.
But I don't see.
Neither Giles nor I could understand it either. So I took it on myself to get those 17 tablets analyzed.
And they found?
15 were correct. The remaining 2 were harmless aspirin. The police found a half-empty bottle of aspirin in Sarah's room.
And Jason had 3 sleeping tablets that night instead of 1.
Exactly. Now do you see why I don't want to be reminded of it all?
But couldn't Jason have taken them himself? Suicide and arranged things?
He was paralyzed.
Oh, yes, of course.
And as I told you, Martha had been in and out of the room that time that Sarah spoke to me. At the inquest, they got that damning conversation out of her practically word for word.
But this doesn't make sense. Miss Carn's a highly intelligent woman. She would have known you'd suspect an overdose and analyze the file.
Sister, if you had no medical knowledge and gave someone an overdose of a narcotic, how would you expect them to die?
Why, I don't know. I suppose quietly in their sleep?
Mm-hmm. And I told her he might die that way.
Yes, you did. I'd forgotten that.
The prosecution didn't, I assure you. In fact, the defense wanted her to admit to a mercy killing, but she flatly refused. Mm-hmm. Well, now you must forgive me if I push off.
Oh, very well, Doctor.
I shall be around somewhere if you want me.
Dr. Jeffries has gone now.
Bess has an idea. She'd like to explore your bookcase. It's a bit dull for her. We played cards at first, but it's rather pause.
Do have whatever you want. Those on the top shelf are mostly textbooks, but there's some fiction lower down.
Thank you, sister.
Miss Carn, will you tell me something and forgive me for asking?
Surely.
Why wouldn't you let counsel plead a mercy killing?
I'll answer you as I answered him. Because, although I had often wished Jason dead, I had never felt called upon to do anything about it. Sufficient?
Completely. Thank you.
Good. Isn't this the tapestry you had in the hall?
Yes, it's very old. We discovered it hidden away some weeks ago. Sister Agnes was going to try and repair it, but I'm afraid it's beyond her.
If she's a good needlewoman, I don't see why.
The design is lost.
Well, how do you mean? May I take it to the window?
Yes.
Oh, I see. The pattern doesn't occur. Oh, what a pity. Oh, it's magnificently done. Look at the exquisite stitches.
Reverend Mother wanted it restored for the chapel, But we couldn't do it unless Sister Agnes had something to work from. What we need is an artist.
You mean? Oh, no, Sister. There isn't time.
Would it take so long?
No, Sister.
You see, a piece of plain canvas to back the missing strip with the design outlined, even roughly.
I'd need materials, colors.
Oh, I'm sure we could supply most of them.
Oh, no, Sister, I can't. Besides, it would have to be on a proper frame.
We might even have that. Sister Agnes teaches needlework. And think what we'd have to remember you by.
Remember me? That'd be wonderful. Every time anyone looked at it, and on the chapel wall of all places, what would they say? See that embroidery? Do you know who designed it? Sarat Khan, the murderer.
The artist. Because it might be there for generations. And only the beauty would be remembered.
Have you something I can measure with?
Will this steel tape do?
Thank you. Now, we'll have to allow here and there for overlap. Say, 2 feet. No, 18 inches would do. And here again, 2 feet 3. Have you a pencil and paper, Sister?
Here you are.
I've brought some coffee for Miss Carn and Miss Pierce.
Thank you, Sister Josephine.
It's good of you, Sister.
Thank you.
May we have it in the bedroom?
Certainly.
We'll spread the tapestry on the beds. It'll be easier. If you want to help me, Pierce, I'll be grateful.
Yes, Miss Carn.
If we get that far, I might even let you mix the colors, Pierce.
Drink this coffee up while it's hot now.
Thank you so much, Sister.
I wondered why that tapestry was brought up here from the hall.
Sit down, Sister Josephine. I need your help.
Oh, well, that's a reversal of normal procedure, I must say.
I've been talking to Miss Carn.
Poor desolate soul.
Nothing of the kind.
Oh?
She's a brilliant, sensitive woman, and from the moment I saw her, something passed between us. It was as if her tragedy, her agony of mind, entered into me.
Oh, no, that was only because...
Because I know she is no more guilty of this crime than I am myself.
You can't possibly do anything. Don't, Sister.
I must. It's as if I were driven from within.
But you're at such a disadvantage.
I begin with one great advantage. A complete conviction of her innocence.
Oh, what could you do against the whole process of the law?
I want every possible detail of the trial. Somewhere there's a link, a little flaw. That's why I need you.
Me?
Those piles of newspaper you're always hoarding.
Oh.
Find me every scrap dated January, particularly the local paper.
But I may have used them. It's 3 weeks ago.
Go and look, Sister Josephine.
Very well. It's a blessing I'm methodical. It won't take a second, provided they're there. The cupboard's just outside, but don't break your heart if they're not there.
Oh, Sister Agnes, could we lay hands on some of the old school materials? No, poster paints for preference. Oh, good. Yes, urgently. Miss Carn is going to do the design for your tapestry. Yes, I've a list. I knew you'd help. Oh, that would be wonderful. And have we a tapestry frame? Well, Willie can mend it. He's an excellent carpenter. Thank you, Sister.
There's organization for you. 2 bundles. Oh. Here, now, you take the London ones and I'll take the locals.
This is wonderful, Sister Josephine.
Now, December. January. Here we are. 1st. 7th. No, nothing here.
January the 14th. This is it.
Let's have a look.
The case against Sarat Khan.
Trial of noted artist opens at Assizes.
Where's the local paper for January the 21st? We must have that. The summing up's bound to be practically verbatim.
It's not here, I'm afraid.
It must be. It has to be. Why should that particular issue be lost or destroyed? Think, Sister Josephine, think.
January. Now, what happened here in January? I did all the cupboards. The linen cupboards for the new year. We did your cupboard. That one there.
Quickly.
Now, what have we got lying in the shelves? Now, it's a local paper right enough. Though I don't remember using it here. You see, December, October previous, and December. Oh, it's not here.
Oh, then we must think again.
Sister Mary, this parcel. Look at the paper round it. January the 21st. Sister Josephine, what should I do without you? Bless your busy heart. Unwrap it quickly.
Going to be a party in the big hall tonight, Miss Sarah. Reverend Mother said so for us and the refugees. Will it give me a dance like that time in the church hall when you're doing them big pictures?
I'm sorry, Willie, but I won't be coming. Give me that paintbrush, will you?
Oh,
Thank you.
not coming? Well, Ted Newlands is fixing the wireless gramophone for real music.
That's enough, boy. You go along and help Newland.
Right smart with his hands, that Ted is, Miss Sarah. He was saying he might even get the telephone wires mended soon, maybe tomorrow.
Telephone?
Downstairs, Willie, and jump to it.
All right, then, since you be so sharp.
Willie,
Yes, sister.
will you take a message to Sister Josephine for me? Listen carefully now. Say I would like one of her special caramel custards, the ones with the cream on top, for Mrs. Grimes. Can you remember?
Caramel custards with cream on top. Ah, surely. I know. Proper tasty.
Thank you, Willie. You're very helpful.
Proper tasty, there you are.
I'm sorry, Miss Carn. I'll tell him he's not to come up here again.
And he's the one person who's at ease with me. Might sharpen that pencil, would you please?
Hmm?
What's this about the telephone?
Just talk, I shouldn't wonder.
If, by the grace of God and the genius of Ted Newlands, it is fixed, I suppose you'll get through to the governor.
Miss Carn, you do realize this situation must end soon. We've already been here 24 hours.
Yes, I realize. By the way, not too fine a point for this canvas, please.
This do?
Admirably. Thank you very much.
Your work on the tapestry certainly does grow.
I find things do when one is pressed for time.
Not so pressed you can't take a little exercise. You've been working solidly all day. We might go up to the top of the tower again and have a look at the floods before it gets dark.
I wonder you're not afraid I'll jump off.
I'll have to risk that, won't I?
Very well, then, if I must.
Oh, sister, can you let me have a length of gauze? It's only for my bag.
Certainly, Doctor. I've got some in the cupboard.
They're short of it in surgery.
Fortunately, we've got a good stock of this gauze. You can have as much as you like.
What? Oh, thank you, sister. I was just admiring the work on that tapestry.
Miss Carn has a great feeling for colour.
Yes. Let's hope this doesn't remain like the murals, unfinished.
I've a feeling they may both be finished.
Oh? Sister, surely you're not still trying to convince yourself.
Perhaps something is trying to convince me. How much gauze do you want to hear?
Oh, a little more, if you can spare it. Yes, just like that, thank you.
You think I'm still taking too personal an interest?
I do think it's a pity to cause yourself so much mental distress.
What causes me real distress of mind is the way everyone is accepting the situation.
Sister, has it occurred to you that instead of developing these fantastic ideas, you might be of some practical use?
If only I could. There you are. I'll just roll this piece up.
I'll do that while you put the other away.
Very well.
I suppose Sarah hasn't mentioned David Kingham to you?
No.
Since the verdict, she's refused to see him, or even write.
Why?
She maintains she's ruined things for him, socially, politically, and in every way.
Oh, I can understand how she feels, especially if she loves him.
It's ridiculous. Stubborn to the point of madness. Sister, Sarah will listen to you. Will you try and persuade her to see him before... Her attitude is causing them both unnecessary suffering.
It's a very delicate and personal matter. I can't promise. You must leave it to me.
Gladly. But do your best. For God's sake.
You feel very deeply about this case, don't you?
If only I hadn't taken that damn vacation in Norwich. If only I'd been on the spot instead of Giles.
Excuse me. Sister Bonaventure? Yes, he's here. One moment. Doctor, it's for you.
Oh. Hello? Yes, Vicky. What? Oh, all right, I'll come. They want me to look at the Grimes baby.
I'll come.
No. I'll ring down if I need you.
Doctor, if you hadn't been in Norwich when Jason died, would there have been a post-mortem?
No. No, I would have signed a death certificate in any circumstances.
Oh, dearie me, I'm
Sorry,
Sister
Sister Josephine. Good to see you.
Well, he's energetic tonight.
Yes, he's been called up to the Grimeses' baby.
And I see you're still going through the records of the trial.
They're all together in this clip. The evidence is so damning it frightens me. How did Jason take those 2 extra tablets?
Could they not have been put in his food?
No, that was established from the first. Sarah has never denied giving him the usual dose at 8 o'clock. Remember, he couldn't have reached the file himself. And Sarah was alone with him all that night.
Aye.
Listen to this. This is the counsel for the defense. Members of the jury, you are asked by the prosecution to accept the fact that this woman deliberately and with malice aforethought administered an overdose of tablets. Yet the accused neglects the simple precaution of acquainting herself with the symptoms of such an overdose. You are asked to believe this extraordinary oversight on the part of an extraordinary intelligent woman. I submit to you that the idea is preposterous.
Well, there's a man of sense.
Now this cutting. This is the prosecution. My learned friend has pointed out what he calls an extraordinary oversight on the part of an intelligent woman. The prosecution is concerned with plain facts, and the plain facts are these. Sarat Khan had every reason to desire her brother's death. She had the means to hand, and from the time the undoubtedly fatal dose was administered at 8 o'clock, no one visited the house until the arrival of Martha Pentridge next morning. Another man of sense.
And you think you're going to beat them both?
The impossible takes a wee while longer.
Sister, what's it going to do to you if you fail?
I daren't fail. Never in my whole religious life have I needed a sign from heaven more desperately than I do now. I daren't fail. And I can't waste precious time. Night Sister is waiting for her reports. I must put the cuttings away in this drawer. I ought not to have left them on my desk.
My word, there's a gale up in that tower. I didn't realize we were at such a height.
Not been up there for years. What's the view like these days?
A waste of waters. Nothing else for miles. It looks very desolate, and yet very beautiful.
Worst floods in living memory, I should think.
Aye, so they say. Well, I can't stand here, Blethers. Neither can I. I must go and find Night Sister.
I'll go down to tea now, Miss Pierce.
Right, Mr. Melling.
Then you might like to go off till 10:30. Why not look in at the party?
I might.
Do you good. Newlands will be there, too.
Oh, isn't their organization incredible? Masses of people packed in, supplies stacked everywhere, the hospital full, and yet they arrange a party and allow the nurses to join in.
It's the woman behind it all I find so incredible.
Oh, shout when you come back.
Right.
Yeah, I like the music. I was always fond of a good tune.
Yes, I'd like a walk.
Oh, yes, Miss Khan.
In here, Brent. Phillips, you shouldn't. We oughtn't to be here.
We've got to give Willie the slip.
But this is Sister Mary's room.
That doesn't make it sacred. It's certainly comfortable. I thought they had to forswear physical ease.
Ah, so there you be, Nurse Phillips.
Open that door at once and stop following me everywhere.
Willie?
Nurse Phillips, why do you hate me so much?
I don't hate you.
But you do. Every time I smash speed, every time you pass me, I know you do. And Sister Mary, she say 'tis wrong to hate people.
Sister Mary, I might have known. Open that door at once.
No. No.
Get away from me. Get away. Brent! Brent, don't leave me. Come back.
I only want to be friends. Honest. I wouldn't hurt you. I wouldn't hurt anyone.
Oh, take your filthy hands off me.
That's in the book Sister reads. Something about if thy neighbour hate thee.
But I don't hate you. You can't get the simplest thing right.
There ain't no need to be frightened. I'm strong right enough, but I'm gentle. I'm real gentle.
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear?
Don't struggle now. I'm going to give you a lovely kiss.
You half-witted beast!
Willie!
Better go downstairs, Willie.
But sister, I don't mean no harm.
I know, Willie. I'll see to it. Go along downstairs.
But it was like you said. I wanted to be friends, sister.
Yes, all right. Run along now.
I only wanted to be friends.
I'm very sorry, Nurse Phillips. You're not hurt, are you?
My God, he's got no right to be here. He'll injure someone, and when he does, it'll be your fault.
Miss Carn, come back.
You'll trade on your habit. Standing there so calm and saintly, you're nothing but a
fiend. How dare you? How dare you?
Oh!
Now, Miss Carn, if you please.
Come along now. Come along to the bedroom.
How dare you? How dare you?
Let me help you up, Nurse.
Don't touch me.
Now, please go up to your room and wait there till I come.
I'll do nothing of the sort.
You are under my authority, Nurse. You will do exactly as I say.
Very well. But first I'm going to see Reverend Mother. It's time she knew about you and your fine ideas.
Sister Mary.
Yes, Miss Carn. Come in.
I want to say I'm sorry. So very sorry.
You mustn't blame Nurse Phillips. She was badly frightened. I'm used to Willie, and I forget that other people are not.
But to speak to you like that...
Don't distress yourself. Perhaps you would like to try and rest until after supper and then go on with your work.
Yes, Sister Mary.
Poor unhappy child. No, I cannot let her go like that.
Sister Mary, I just heard a very hurried and almost incredible account of events here. I should like to ask if this is correct.
I have never found Nurse Phillips untruthful, Reverend Mother.
She has been sent to her room. Until she leaves, it might be advisable to give her only light duties. And perhaps Willie should not be allowed so much freedom. For a little while, at any rate.
I feel that is a pity.
So do I, sister. But this is a dreadful thing altogether and is going to reflect on all of us. I now have to speak against my personal inclinations. I want you to understand and bear with me.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Sister, you asked me to let you be in contact with Miss Carn. Against my better judgment, I allowed it. But you were asked by myself and the warders not to raise unreasonable hopes.
I assure you I've not mentioned anything to her.
You have raised your own hopes and allowed yourself to be carried away by personal emotions. Isn't that true?
I suppose it is.
Hasn't it occurred to you that matters reach a stage when they are in other and greater hands than ours?
Reverend Mother, can you possibly reconcile the fact that any god of any creed,
Please.
I repeat, of any creed, could permit such a cruel and terrible matter as this?
Everything possible has been done in scrupulous fairness.
I cannot agree.
So you place yourself above the highest legal wisdom.
Which is secular in approach and reasoning.
I see. You feel you are in some manner blessed in your reasoning?
I wouldn't presume so far as that. I only know that never in my whole life have I been filled with such strong, such complete conviction.
Then you must destroy it.
How?
I can only suggest by faith and prayer. Remember, the whole foundation of our training is to accept.
Blindly?
We enter this life to do the work of God. We learn to subdue our bodies by labor and submit our wills to higher direction.
I cannot think we should also subdue our intelligence.
Even intelligence cannot always recognize divine intention.
I will not believe this is divine intention. If it should be, then I have no use for such a doctor.
Sister Mary, you cannot make that kind of bargain. Let me see those newspaper reports of the trial.
So she's told you that?
I know about them. Where are they?
In this drawer.
Why are you so proud and obstinate? You're privileged to handle many lives, but you're not permitted to pass judgment.
Here are the cuttings. So you think Miss Khan was responsible?
I think there is nothing we can do to save Miss Khan, but I know I must try to save you from yourself. Take the cuttings and drop them into the stove.
Oh, no. It's her life. Reverend Mother, her life may be in them.
It is the best way, sister.
Please, I beg of you, don't ask me.
As your spiritual superior, I order you.
I can't. Oh, I can't. I can't.
We have heard a great deal about discipline, sister. But ours is a discipline of the spirit. Very well, then. I must burn them myself.
Oh.
Try to forgive me, Sister Mary.
Sister Bonaventure? Yes, he's here. Yes, certainly. Newlands wants you downstairs, officer.
Thank you, sister. I won't be long, Miss Pierce.
I'll be here, Mr. Melling.
How are you getting on, Sarah? What a lot you've done on that tapestry since yesterday. Sister Agnes is getting most enthusiastic about starting the embroidery.
I should like to see it completed, sister. I've not finished my part yet.
You will. How quick and sure your strokes are. It must be wonderful to be creative.
Sometimes it's hell. Things just won't work out. And sometimes everything goes perfectly, and you feel you're God.
The newspaper report said you sketched every day throughout the trial.
I must have drawn everything in sight. The judge, counsel, even the ushers. Trouble was, they all kept getting the same face.
Whose?
Jason's.
Was he so much in your mind?
I couldn't help thinking how he'd have enjoyed the situation. He could draw, too, you know. In a facile, showy way. He couldn't have bothered to learn properly. Poor devil. Made such a mess of his life. Things might have been so different.
He made your life intensely unhappy, yet you have this depth of pity for him.
People can't help the way they're made, can they? Poor Jason. I had some grim interludes.
Such as the royal case in Florida.
Who on earth told you that? No one knew.
Martha overheard you talking. The words stuck in her mind.
Martha?
Would it distress you to tell me?
No. About 8 years ago, I was working on a commission in Florida. Jason followed me, as usual. He got mixed up with a girl called V. Royal.
Ah.
When he let her down, as he always let everyone down, she gassed herself.
Was there trouble afterwards?
Jason didn't even appear at the inquest. She wrote him a pathetic, raving letter. But she also sent one to the coroner, saying she made no charges against anyone, but that the person concerned would be haunted by his conscience for the rest of his life. She didn't know Jason. I wouldn't have known much about it myself, but she sent me a letter, too.
Why you?
She seemed to think we were of one blood and therefore one character. Actually, I only met her twice. For a man of his temperament, Jason knew how to be discreet. Oh, let's talk about something else, shall we? What are you making?
A christening robe for the Grimeses' baby. Poor Mrs. Grimes is so bewildered at having a boy that she hasn't the slightest idea what to call him. Any suggestions?
Personally, I prefer plain names. John or Charles would be nice. What's your choice?
I, rather like David.
You've been asked to approach me, haven't you?
Yes.
And how do you feel about it?
I'm divided between my desire to help you and my equally strong opinion that it's your own personal business.
Oh, I wish I'd had you to talk to in the beginning.
Talk to me now, Sarah. Why won't you see David Kingham or write to him?
Haven't I done enough? His career is spoilt. Probably the rest of his life affected. Just because he knew me.
I'm sure he doesn't see it in that way. If you met just once.
No, I couldn't bear it.
If you must torment yourself, need you do it to him also?
Well, he'll forget. Men do.
Yes, they do. But women go on remembering.
I hope he won't forget everything. I suppose everyone imagines her own love affair to be the most wonderful thing that ever happened. I know mine was. We were so mentally complete. Our minds struck sparks. I've lived it over and over again since. Particularly the little idiotic things. You know.
I know.
Miss Pierce, I'd like a word with you over here, please.
Ah, now, officer, we can't have you making overtures to Miss Pierce while you're on duty.
Is there much more to do, Miss Kahn?
Not very much. Why do you ask?
Now, Miss Kahn,
Why do you ask?
I thought you'd like to finish if you could. You've been very cooperative so far.
For God's sake, come to the point.
Newlands has made some sort of connection with the telephone wires. We contacted a nearby house and finally Norwich. I've spoken to the governor. They're sending out a police launch. I should say maybe another 3 hours.
Thank you, officer. Could you and Miss Pierce give me a few minutes with Sister? Quite alone.
We'll go out of hearing. I'm afraid we can't go out of sight. Come along into the other room, Miss Pierce.
All right.
Oh, it had to come, of course. We knew that.
Sarah, would you let me be with you?
You can do that without leaving here.
Yes, if you wish it.
I've been lucky to get this peaceful interval. I've had vastly different surroundings. I've completed a piece of work which I think is good. I've known you. Believe me, that means a great deal.
Thank you.
I'll ask Pierce to let you know. Then if you want to pray or anything... Oh, God!
Oh, my child. My dear child. Hold on to me, that's right.
There's something the chaplain reads, isn't there? I would only see him once. But he did tell me. And the words were like a roll of drums. I am the resurrection and the life.
I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall...
Go on.
Yet shall he live. And he that liveth and believeth in me shall never die. It is like a roll of drums.
I've never been religious.
You mean you've never troubled about the accepted form?
And I don't want them now. If this has to happen, why can't they just be businesslike and get it over?
It is thought we need intercession.
Sister. Dear Sister Mary, what is it?
I would give anything to help you at this moment. But how can I when I'm full of doubts as yourself?
You could make a pretense. You could offer prayers and platitudes. Instead, you give me this complete honesty.
Oh, Sarah.
Do you know what I've been afraid of all along? Of losing the only thing left to me. My personal self-respect. My pride. Is that wrong?
No.
To go to pieces at the last moment. Disintegrate. The others are scared of that, too. Melling, Pierce, even the governor. Well, they don't mention it, but each knows it's in the other's mind.
Sarah, you have so much courage. Don't be afraid anymore.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Since I've known and talked to you, I don't think I shall be afraid. Only stay with me till we leave. Please.
I will.
Oh, I must get on.
Your hands are shaking. You can't possibly work. Officer,
Yes, sister?
Miss Khan would like to finish her painting. With your permission, I'm going to ask Dr. Jeffries to give her a sedative.
Would you like me to go and find him?
If you would be so kind.
Right, sister.
I expect he's in his room.
How do you feel now, Miss Khan?
What you and I need, Pierce, is a large brandy and soda. We'll go into the bedroom, shall we?
Very well.
I had to come. Is it right what they say? Do you mean, is she going back, Sister Josephine?
When?
Well, they think in perhaps 3 hours.
I'm sorry to fetch you down like this, Doctor.
That's all right, Millie. I'm really surprised she hasn't broken down before.
Has she broken down?
No, she has more courage than we have. And in her own way, more faith.
Oh, what we ought to do is put her right out for 24 hours. But she insists on finishing that confounded painting. There, my Matafina barbitone. Got it in your cupboard, sister?
Yes, Doctor.
Bring it in to me, will you, please?
Yes, Doctor.
Fancy carrying an empty bottle around with him.
Here, put this full one in his bag.
Right.
I'll take the other in to him.
Dear goodness, the clutter the man carries about with him. It's a good thing I don't carry the tools of my trade. A fine sight I'd look, with a couple of saucepans and my iron-bottomed frying pan. Oh, there's gauze mixed up with bottles and instruments.
You just can't resist tidying people up, can you? This gauze has got paint on it.
It must have come off the desk when I took it out of the bag.
I'd better cut off the end.
Oh, mercy. Look what's fallen out of it.
That's a cutting from the newspaper. Quickly. Put everything back into the bag. Wait. Give me a newspaper. Any newspaper. Hurry. That's it. Now, we'll put this back in the gauze in place of the other cutting. That's it. And now close the bag, sister.
What was it doing in his bag?
I don't know. Wait a minute. He asked me for that gauze yesterday. The cuttings were on my desk when he folded it.
Aye. He caught that one up and put it in the bag by accident.
I suppose so. And yet, I had all the cuttings in a spring clip. I remember I was at the cupboard. I turned round and he was standing here with the file in his hand, fiddling with the clip. He could have taken it off.
Not by chance. He'd need to do more than fiddle.
Then he must have meant to take it.
Well, perhaps it's not one of yours.
Yes. Look, there's the mark of the clip. Sister Josephine, just what does this mean?
It means he didn't want you to study that one too closely. Which one is it?
It's the report of his cross-examination. All my cuttings were burnt, or so I thought. There was nothing I could do but resign myself. And now, by some utterly unlooked-for incident, this is returned to me.
Now, do you think you should harry yourself all over again? It might be coincidence.
Perhaps I've been working in the wrong direction. Perhaps this is an indication of the right one.
But why should he bother to take one when the whole lot went into the stove together?
He didn't know that would happen. It was Nurse Phillips who told the Reverend Mother about the cuttings.
Who said she did?
Why, no one. But she must have done.
But when did she ever see them? They weren't in the desk last night. You put them in the drawer before Phillips came in.
Yes. Who else knew besides you and me?
The doctor.
But surely he's done everything to help Sarat.
Yes.
And you've forgotten, haven't you, when it all happened, he was in Norwich.
Aye, there's no getting over that.
I want to think. Let me read this through thoroughly. No, I'll put it under the blotter till he goes. There. You know, sister, I may be wrong, but I feel as though...
I've given her a grain and a half, sister. You'll let her have a warm drink in about an hour?
Yes, Doctor. But what reason would he have for telling the Reverend Mother about the cuttings? Could it have been Willie?
Willie? Oh, no, the poor lad. He couldn't read a newspaper well enough to know what it meant. All he worries about in here is whether the sweetness are sticky enough to give him 2 or 3 in one.
Sister Josephine.
What is it, sister?
Quickly. I must read the cutting again. Sister Josephine. I must have been very stupid.
Why, how nice and tidy the hall looks. We are nearly straight again, thanks to you, officer, and Mr. Newland.
It's the least we can do for you, madam, especially in the circumstances. By the way, the governor will be communicating with you, but when I spoke to him, he mentioned the question of any payment or donation.
No, officer. It is our work to help you. Your people will be here any moment?
Yes. The doctor's coming with us, just as a precaution.
I think you were wise to suggest it.
It was Sister Mary's idea.
Oh.
And she also suggested we might wait here in the hall for the last half hour. Easier to get out. The last moments may be awkward.
The water's still pretty high. Think we shall get into that launch without a ducking, officer?
I've told them to try round where the main gate would be. Then we can more or less step down from the cloisters.
I hope you're right. Good evening, Reverend Mother.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh, please, Reverend Mother.
If it's not important, Martha, I should prefer you to wait.
Well, you see, 'tis that awkward. About Miss Carn.
Yes?
'Tis Willie. He knows she's going, and he's got some flowers for her. And nothing will suit him but to give them himself.
Come here, Willie.
Yes, Mum?
Your mother tells me those flowers are for Miss Carn.
For Miss Sarah, Mum. Yeah, but they won't let me give them. Oh, here she is with Sister Mary. Miss Sarah, may I, Reverend Mother?
All right, Willie.
Miss Sarah, I thought you'd like these snowdrops. I've been growing them in kitchen window box, but Sister Josephine said I could pick on.
Oh, Willie.
No, they got no smell, Miss Sarah. Only just fresh and clean like.
Miss Carn's very pleased. But we've got things to do. Say goodbye now, there's a good lad.
Oh, goodbye, Miss Sarah. That'll be strange at the Grape House without you sitting painting them big pictures.
Willie?
Yeah, Miss Sarah?
Won't you shake hands with me?
Oh, they're not very clean, Miss.
Thank you. Goodbye, Willie.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
That's right. That's right.
God be with you, my child. Now, come along, Willie.
Perhaps we should...
Not a very good conversational effort, gentlemen. But thank you for trying. You know, now that design is finished, I feel strange with no brush and pencil.
Cigarette?
Not now, thanks.
Well, I must go on with my sewing. Miss Pierce, in the sideboard drawer you'll find a pack of cards. The night nurses keep them there for slack intervals.
Yes, sister. Oh, here they are.
That's right. Give them to Miss Carn. The night nurses think I don't know, and I don't say anything because they'd only have to find another hiding place.
It wouldn't surprise me to hear you'd taken a hand with them.
Would it surprise you to know I used to play a very good hand at bridge?
Not in the least. Knave, queen, king.
Didn't someone once say, all the human passions on bits of pasteboard?
One doesn't imagine human passions quite so flat and abstract.
No, considering the havoc they make of our lives. You know, we come in contact with much that is strange and disturbing. I myself was once shown most vividly just how far jealousy and frustration could go.
Tell us about it.
Don't you think we might talk about something, well, less...
The weather? The floods? The politics? No, I'd like to listen to Sister.
It's the oldest story in the world. The love of a man for a woman.
A good woman, I hope.
At the worst, a weak one. Through the influence of another man, she died. And the first man, who must have loved her dearly, allowed his grief and bitterness to drive him beyond normal control.
He killed himself.
He killed the other man.
And then the law killed him, legally. Well, 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 how just and merciful.
It's certainly an old story. We've heard it often enough, haven't we, Miss Pierce?
Yes, Mr. Merry.
It has an unusual ending. You see, the law didn't know.
You mean he got away with it? He must have been very clever.
He'd planned so carefully, detail by detail. I think he'd forgotten everything but his obsession for revenge.
Miss Carn, what about three-handed whist?
Don't sidetrack, officer. I want to hear the end.
Probably a criminal lunatic asylum.
If his guilt could be proved.
Why couldn't it? The law can prove anything. I learned that at the assizes.
Now, please, Miss Carn.
Sister, What makes you think this man so safe?
Obviously. He has the finest possible defense.
And what would that be?
A perfect alibi.
No. A perfect alibi means perfect innocence.
I see you are a purist, officer. Dr. Jeffries should have said unshakable, not perfect.
How?
The murderer was some miles away when the crime was committed.
Oh, impossible.
A mine may be exploded from a distance.
Murder by remote control. Was this man by any chance a scientist?
A specialist in his own profession.
Sister.
Officer, how about going up to the tower, having a look out? I could do with a breath of air.
Good idea, sir. Miss Kahn, would you care...
Oh!
The scissors. Oh, you cut your hand.
Oh, it's only a scratch. Have you some plaster in your case, Doctor?
Yes, of course.
It's a nasty, deep cut.
Here, let me see. Oh, no, nothing very much. I'll just cover it with surgical tape.
What a lot of things in your bag, Doctor.
Please keep still, sister.
Isn't this the plaster? Oh, chemist's sealing tape. Abel Harmer. That's the chemist in the village, isn't it? The one who made up the prescription for Miss Kahn's brother?
Yes. Keep your hand still, sister.
I think you told me you collected the tablets once every 3 weeks, checked them with Harmer, and took them to Miss Kahn.
You're not being very kind or tactful to mention it, are you? Pass me the scissors, please.
If you mean on my account, I'm past caring. Why do you ask, sister?
Because I know how careful one must be with drugs. A 5-grain barbiturate tablet may bear a fatal resemblance to a 5-grain tablet of aspirin. Thank you, Doctor. That's comfortable. I use the word fatal advisedly.
Officer, I do think we should ask Sister to stop this discussion, or as a medical man, I can't answer for Miss Kahn's reactions.
My reaction at the moment is avid curiosity.
I wish you'd been a little more curious about that last file of tablets. It is just possible that one, the 4th, may have been a fraction larger than the others.
Oh, why should that 4th tablet have been larger?
Because I think it contained the equivalent of 3 ordinary ones.
Sister, you're talking absolute nonsense.
In other words, the necessary overdose could have been put into 1 tablet. You see? 2 or 3 in 1, like Willie's Sweets. The tablets were packed singly in a glass vial. According to its position, the overdose would be given on a certain day during 21 days. 21 days during which the person who had prepared that overdose could be any distance away.
Officer, for heaven's sake.
Sarat, who first brought you down to Denzil St. David?
The murals for the church. Dr. Jeffries.
Who prescribed those tablets and delivered them to you?
Dr. Jeffries.
Who actually suggested those tablets should be analyzed?
Doctor...
I won't stand by and listen to this.
Sister, one moment. Are you making definite accusations against Dr. Jeffries?
I'm asking you to place certain information in the proper quarter for consideration.
But, officer...
Please, sir. Sister, will you be specific?
I would like to suggest Dr. Jeffries brought Miss Kahn to this village, knowing her brother would follow. Jason's high blood pressure and lack of self-control would make it easy for anyone with medical knowledge to induce a stroke. I myself am not altogether ignorant of certain drugs.
I warn you to be careful.
I further suggest Dr. Jeffries collected that file of tablets, emptied it, and refilled it so that the last 2 tablets were aspirins and the 4th the prepared one. He then resealed the file with Harmer's tape, delivered it, and went to Norwich, knowing exactly when the prepared tablet would be given.
By me?
By you.
Oh, God!
This is purely supposition, sister. But you better make out a statement in writing, and I'll take it with me.
I will. Meanwhile, Miss Kahn is entitled to see her solicitor at once.
But this whole thing, it's fantastic.
I'm inclined to agree, sir. But in a capital charge, the merest indication of doubt must be properly investigated. You do see that?
Yes, of course. I'll talk to the governor. He'll quite understand Sister Mary has allowed the emotional circumstances to carry her away.
I think it only fair to warn you that I'm not entirely relying on supposition or emotional circumstances.
I did ask you to be specific.
Officer, are you seriously going to listen to this wild story?
Having gone so far, sir, we'd best get it clear, don't you think?
But in fairness to Miss Kahn,
In fairness to yourself. Yes, sister?
You may know I made a collection of cuttings about the trial. They were burnt. Afterwards, by chance, I found one. I knew it for one of mine because of the clip marks. It must have been taken from my file deliberately. Here it is, officer.
the report of Dr. Jeffrey's evidence. Where did you find it?
In Dr. Jeffrey's bag. If you look, you'll find a cutting I substituted, wrapped up in some gauze. It's cut in the middle of 2 columns and makes no sense at all.
Well, let's see, shall we? Do you mind, sir?
If you want to, but she just said she put it there.
Here's the gauze. You're quite right, sister. Here is a cutting. But that doesn't prove much, does it?
Not by itself. You might take out that little roll of sealing tape with Harmer's name on it.
Here we are.
That doesn't prove anything either.
Why do you suppose the cutting was taken from your file, sister?
So that I shouldn't study the biographical details too closely and note 2 significant facts.
Well?
First, that about 8 years ago, Dr. Jeffries visited America.
What's so strange about America?
There's a state there called Florida. Officer, will you ask Miss Kahn what that conveys to her?
Well, Miss Kahn.
My brother. About 8 years ago, my brother was responsible for the death of a girl there.
What was her name?
She called herself B. Royal.
You knew her, I think, Doctor.
I've never heard of her. I've not the least idea what you're talking about.
The second fact in the cutting told me you were once very prominent in your profession, that you are the author of a standard textbook on congenital diseases.
I don't see what bearing my literary achievements have to
I
do.
felt that a man of your former distinction might be mentioned in some book of reference.
Sister.
Miss Pierce.
Yes?
Would you fetch that book from the sideboard, please, and give it to Mr. Melling? That's the one.
Thank you, Miss Pierce.
You will find an entry under Dr. Jeffrey's name, officer. The place is marked. Please read anything relevant.
Jeffries. Leslie Jordan Jeffries, M.D., F.R.C., P.F.R.C.S., Cambridge and London. Born 1900...
But this is ridiculous. It's a preposterous idea. Damn it, there isn't a sound argument in the whole thing. Dragging me in on the strength of some guesswork about tablets which can't be proved medically, a cutting which doesn't mean a thing, and the fact that 8 years ago in America some hysterical redhead killed herself.
How did you know she had red hair?
Why, well, you just said so.
I didn't mention it. I didn't know.
Give me that book. 1934. Married Beatrice Royal. Dr. Jeffries, was Beatrice Royal your wife?
Yes. Yes, until your damned brother came into her life.
I must warn you, sir. Don't say any more.
Bea had been restless for some years. I was absorbed in my work. I didn't realize she took a holiday alone in America.
Look here, sir.
I didn't know she used her maiden name there. She wrote me a bitter letter about Hugh both. When I received it, she'd been dead some time. I went out there and checked. I watched you two. I've watched and planned for 8 years. I was always too ambitious. I should have been content to let Jason suffer, knowing I could let him linger or snuff him out just as I wished.
Don't, please.
You were responsible for your own part, Sarah. That day you appealed to me. Those damaging remarks you made with Martha passing in and out. I remember wondering just how soon it would be all round the village. And then I saw the whole thing vividly, because while you talked, you were turning an ordinary bottle of aspirin over and over in your hand.
But why me? Wasn't it sufficient that Jason should suffer?
Oh, men don't suffer like women do. I wanted another woman to suffer the torments she must have suffered before she died. Died alone.
Don't.
Doctor?
But now, thanks to Sister Mary, just shows what can be done with a little luck and a lot of faith. Or is it the other way round?
I did warn you not to say so much, Doctor.
I'm not sorry. The main thing is that Jason's dead. And if your theology is correct, sister, in everlasting torment. Eternity is a long time, and I hope he burns through every endless second.
The mercy of God is also eternal, and his compassion equally endless.
Perhaps, because after all, Sarah, you won't hang. And neither shall I!
Here, come back. Oh. Locked, the other side. I'll have to break it down.
You can't, it's solid. Use the garden door. Miss Pierce, get Newland.
Yes.
He may be going up to the tower. Can you see anything, officer?
He's on the long gallery. Yes, he's making for the tower.
Oh.
He's going to throw himself off.
No! No. No. Sarat. Come to me.
Sister. Sister.
Magnificat anima mea Domini. Et exaltabit spiritus meus in Deus.
In Bonaventure by Charlotte Hastings, Flora Robson starred as Sister Mary Bonaventure, with Monica Gray as Sarat Khan and Michael Spice as Dr. Jeffries. The Mother Superior was Dorothy Holmes Gore, Sister Josephine Frida Dowie, Willie Anthony Hall, Martha Gladys Spencer, Melling Dennis McCarthy, Miss Pierce Diana Olson, Nurse Phillips Maureen Beck, Nurse Brent Jan Edwards. The radio adaptation was by Peggy Wells and the production by Graham Gould. This was the last play in the Flora Robson Festival, in which Dame Flora has been starring in some of her favorite roles. Flora Robson is now appearing in The Importance of Being Earnest at the Haymarket Theatre, London.
The time now is 17.5 minutes to 5. At 4:45, it'll be time for home this afternoon. Meanwhile, some music played by Julian Bream.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle. Now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Now, speaking in New York, Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening, Uncle Harry, was one of Broadway's best plays 10 years ago. The title might suggest that it's a nice, pleasant family comedy about a jolly old uncle whom everybody loves, but the facts are different. Our Uncle Harry hates being called uncle and is far from jolly. In fact, he's I mustn't get ahead of the story. You'll find out. Back in the season of 41 and 42, we had two extraordinary and skillful thrillers. Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street, which was played recently on this radio series, and Thomas Job's Uncle Harry. Thomas Job was born in Wales, went to school with another playwriting Welshman, John Van Druten, and came to this country in 1925 to teach English in a Minnesota college. This college made him head of the drama department, and he began writing plays so that his students would have something to produce and act. Later, he taught playwriting at Carnegie Tech. His first Broadway success was Barchester Towers, and then came Uncle Harry. For our performance now, we have in the title role Joseph Schildkraut, who starred in the original Broadway production. Starring with him this evening is Agnes Moorehead, who recently has been touring the country with Charles Laughton, Charles Boyer, and Cedric Hardwick in Shaw's Don Juan in Hell. Since Mr. Schildkraut and Miss Moorehead are in Hollywood, we'll take you out there for the performance, and I'll sit here in New York and listen. The opening scene is the back corner of the tavern bar in a small Canadian town. The time is somewhere around the early 1900s.
Here you are, sir. Mild and bitter.
Thank you. There you are.
Thank you, Mr.
Jenkins. Known to the firm as Up Jenkins. It's just a little joke we have.
Up and coming, eh?
Doesn't take you long to catch on, sir. Yes, you've got to be up and coming these days. Otherwise, where are you?
In the soup.
Right. It's the same in everything. Politics, business, even murder. You've got to act quick and thoughtful, or you're in trouble. Now, take this Tompkins fellow in the newspaper here. Murdering his wife that way.
Oh, yeah, I see you went wrong there.
Oh, no. It was disposing of the body. That's where he went wrong. He hesitated about the head. Result? Here. Prisoner pays the supreme penalty.
Yes, hang by the neck.
Not up and coming, huh?
Hanged, eh?
I beg pardon?
Hanged, I said. This Tompkins fellow here must be satisfied. Murderers must be hanged to be satisfied, sir. You see, murderers, like artists, must be hung to be appreciated.
Well, I don't agree with you, sir. A murderer owes it to himself to lie low.
Yes, and that's the paradox of it. It's really very, very sad, you see, because murder is a beautiful art.
What?
That is, if you look at it properly. Tell me, sir, did you ever read about the Quincy case?
Quincy. A few years ago, wasn't it?
That's right.
Settled just like that, if I remember.
So they say, but they're wrong, very wrong.
You don't say.
Would you care to hear the real story?
Do you know it?
Oh, yes. Better than anyone. As a matter of fact, Harry Quincy lived right here in this town, you know.
Oh?
Yes, with his two sisters, Letty and Hester, unmarried, all of them. The parents died and left them a legacy. Not much, you understand, but enough to keep them in comfort, if they lived together. Now, note that, sir. Please note that. If they lived together.
Makes for a bit of a situation, eh?
Precisely. Oh, Albert.
Yes, sir.
Another mild and bitters for this gentleman, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
I say, the bartender seems a bit frightened of you.
Naturally.
Why naturally?
Because I'm the murderer.
What?
Oh, don't be alarmed, sir. I'm quite harmless.
Why are they letting you run around loose?
Because of the cunning ways of God. I am trying to circumvent them, sir, through you and through thoughtful men like you. Oh, I tell lots and lots of people.
What are you trying to get out of it?
I want the world to know me for what I am. And then perhaps Letty will let me be.
Letty?
Don't be impatient, sir. Please don't be impatient. I'll explain it all. Just follow my story closely, and you will see how success, like a curse, has a curious way of coming home to roost. Well, it all began one afternoon at our house. My sisters were serving tea.
And more tea, Lucy, dear.
No, thank you, Hester.
Show my sister your ring, Lucy. Did you see it, Letty? 3 rubies.
I saw it. They're small, but there are 3 of them.
It's such a lovely setting, too. Don't you think so, sister?
Makes the stones look so much bigger.
How old is your fiancé, Lucy?
38. He's a widower.
Any children?
Not yet.
Oh, you are a caution, Lucy. Imagine what a surprise this will be to Brother Harry.
You don't know how much it bothered Harry when he had to break off his engagement to you, Lucy.
Well, I'm glad to take a load off his conscience.
I said to Harry at the time, if that girl doesn't sue you for breach of promise, Harry, she's a saint, that's all.
If I'd sued anyone, Letty, it would not have been Harry.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Lucy, that it was Hester and I who influenced Harry to break off, but I assure you it was all between you and Harry.
Well, anyway, I suppose you're glad you waited now that you found Mr.
Waddy. George Waddy.
Oh, yes. Waddy. Well, after all, home's the best place for Harry.
Yes, that's what you said at the time.
Did I? Well, doesn't that show you now?
Yes. It showed me at the time, too.
Oughtn't we to serve, Hester?
Without Harry?
Well, the tea's almost cold, and besides, I'm sure Lucy has to run.
Oh, that must be Harry now.
I'll let him in.
It's my turn to greet him.
Oh, Hester.
Well, here I am at last. Whew, this rain.
You forgot to wear your galoshes.
Oh, so I did.
Oh, well, never mind now. We've a visitor, a surprise.
Really? Who is it?
Come in and see.
All right. You've got me all excited now. Hello, Lucy.
Hello, Harry.
Well, after all these years...
3, 4 in March.
I've missed you, Lucy.
Oh, catch me believing
No,
that.
honestly, I did.
There's another surprise. Tell him, Lucy.
By all means. Well, I hardly know how to
She's
start
engaged.
Engaged?
To Mr. George Wadi, engineer.
Show him your ring, dear. Oh, it isn't much of a ring.
3 rubies. Did you notice, Harry?
Yes, I noticed. It's very lovely. Did you come to tell me that, Lucy?
I just wanted you to know.
Thank you. Very nice of you. Excuse me, please. I'm going upstairs to my room for a minute.
Tea's almost ready, Harry, and just a... Well, he turned pale. Did you see, Letty?
You just imagined it. He went up to change his wet shoes.
Oh, perhaps I shouldn't stay to tea. I'm to meet George at 5:30.
Nonsense, Lucy. I've baked one of Malaya cakes, and Letty has a pie in the oven. We'll celebrate.
Well, perhaps a bite.
Fine. Nona! Yes, Miss Esther? Well, Miss Lucy, this is a surprise.
Hello, Nona.
Never expected to see you in this house again, Miss Lucy. Nice to have you back. Bring in the cake, Nona, and take Miss Letty's pie out of the oven.
It isn't finished yet. Another 3 minutes.
If you're going to rely on that silly
I didn't
recipe-
rely on anything. You just wanted to be soggy.
I was merely trying to help. In or out?
Leave it in for another 3 minutes.
Yes, Miss Letty.
Well, here's Harry coming down again. Harry, why did you put on that old tweed suit?
Oh, I thought I'd like a change.
That suit's much too young for you. It doesn't fit.
Well, I put on a pound or two since then.
Besides, it smells of mothballs.
Letty.
Miss Letty, you better come look at this pie before it burns.
You see.
It will not burn. Come along and I'll show you. I imagine Harry and Lucy have some things to say to each other anyway. You would think I never think this hard.
Did you come to gloat, Lucy?
Only to clear the air, Harry.
Thank you for wanting to do that.
I'd like to be friends.
Oh, all is forgiven, eh?
Yes.
You don't have anything to forgive me for?
Don't I?
No, you know I wanted to marry you.
Oh, but not enough to give up Hester and Letty.
And all these years I thought that...
So have I. Thank God it's over.
Yes. Time is a great healer, eh?
So is another man.
So you did come to gloat after all.
Jealous?
Well, what do you think?
Do you blame me?
Lucy.
Harry, what are you trying to do?
Trying to make you remember.
Harry,
Lucy.
please.
Lucy.
Harry.
Lucy.
Oh, Harry.
Not so easy to forget, is it, Lucy?
No.
Lucy, darling.
See, the sugar's coming out through the brown. See, take it out.
No, I won't. You must wait till the first drop.
How can you be so stupid? It's going to burn.
Is my pie or yours?
The Dark Sisters, they go on and on like that all the time.
Harry.
Yes?
If it weren't for Hester and Letty,
Yes?
perhaps... Oh, nothing.
What do you mean, perhaps? Would you come back to me if it weren't for those two?
Would there be any you to come back to? It would be the same all over again.
Oh, no, Lucy, not this time.
No. You've been spoiled too much living with 2 older sisters. I don't believe you could live as a man ought to. You're too used to being smothered.
But if I could, Lucy, if I...
Don't torture yourself, Harry. Letty and Hester are eternal.
Oh, they're my sisters, not my keepers.
Aren't they? Why do you suppose they've nicknamed you Uncle Harry? They don't even admit to themselves that you're their brother. You're the only man in their lives, and they're as jealous of each other as 2 thieves.
Lucy, you still haven't answered my question. If it weren't for Hester and Letty, would you marry me? I mean, George or no George? I mean, would you, Lucy?
That, Uncle Harry, is a leading question.
That's all I wanted to know, Lucy.
Well, the pie's finished now. We can all sit down and eat.
Lucy, you look all hot and bothered. Has Harry been teasing you? He's an awful tease.
Yes, isn't he?
Have a piece of Malaya cake, Harry.
You'd better not, dear. You know your digestion.
It won't hurt him a bit. Here.
Just a little piece, Harry.
Thank
Lucy,
you.
dear, you haven't told us all the gossip about Mr. Wadi. She was just beginning to tell us when you came in, Harry.
I see.
Well, he came here on construction work. The new bridge at Torrance. I told you he was an engineer, didn't I? Well, it just moved like lightning.
What? The bridge?
The engagement. He took me home a few times in his automobile. Next thing I knew, I was telling him that if he was going to behave like that, he'd better ask Father. That's all there was to it.
These lightning wooers aren't very imaginative, are they, Lucy?
George just doesn't sit around being nice. He gets things done.
That's one on you, Harry.
Tell me, are you fond of him?
Yes, I am.
As fond as you were of me?
Well, you were a first love, Harry.
And what is George?
Oh, George is more settled. He wants a home and a family.
Oh, a family.
Well, no lady is complete without a few babies, you know.
Yes, I suppose George is very eager for babies.
Why shouldn't he be?
Yes.
There now. No, what in the world are you doing bringing that dog in here? Well, he wanted to come in and say hello to the visitor.
Oh, it's poor old Weary Willie. Harry, I didn't know your dog was still alive.
There, old fellow. There, how are the poor ears today?
Hey, don't touch him. He's infested.
Oh, poor old fellow.
Yes.
You're getting so old, your head waggles all the time.
No, get him out of here.
He's doing no harm.
Oh, isn't he dying on his feet and us in the middle of our tea?
Well, it's not his fault if he's old and feeble, Lady.
Oh, he smells. Take him back in the kitchen, Nona.
Yes, Mrs.
Oh.
Thank
Oh.
heavens. Well, let's cut my pie now, shall we?
Yes. Oh, this smells good, Letty.
It may be a bit soggy. Letty wasn't sure about the time.
It will not be soggy. Lucy?
Thank you.
Harry?
Thank you.
I won't let you eat it, Harry. It's canned gooseberries.
How dare you take his plate?
You never consider his health.
Don't be childish. You're just jealous. He hardly touched your cake.
He enjoyed my
father.
Ladies, please. All right, I'll compromise. I'll take a mouthful of Letty's pie and a little mouthful of Hester's cake, all right?
Now, who can that be?
Oh, dear, that must be George. I asked him to stop by if I hadn't gone by 5:30.
I'll answer it.
Mr. Waddy, coming here.
Yes?
Oh, it's rain. Let's see. You'd be Uncle Harry.
My name is Harry Quincy.
Then you are Uncle Harry. She's told me about you. I'm George. George Waddy.
Oh, please come into the living room, Mr. Waddy.
Thank you.
Oh, Lucy, Mr. Waddy's here.
Oh, darling, how nice of you to come.
I hope I'm not intruding, but we did have a 5:30 date. Let's have a kiss for George, huh?
There. Oh, he's so possessive.
Yes. Mr. Waddy, may I present my sisters? This is Hester, and this is Letty.
How do you do?
How do you do? I've heard so much about you all from Lucy, especially about Uncle Harry here.
Yes, I was afraid of that.
Well, on the contrary, I owe you a great deal.
Well, I'm very glad to meet the better man.
Won't you have some tea, Mr. Waddy?
I'd like to, but afraid I can't. Little girl here and myself have a busy schedule.
George is taking me shopping for a trousseau. Just something simple, of course.
I'll bet it will be.
When is the big event, Mr. Waddy?
It'll be soon. Make no mistake about that, Lucy.
George believes in getting things done.
Yes, I do. And we'd better get your things and be off.
Oh, before you go, Lucy, here's a little package of something that I'd like you to have.
Well, how very nice of you. What is it?
I tell you, but George would be furious.
Me? Furious? Why?
Not really furious, just in a nice sort of way.
Oh, Letty, what is in that package?
Oh, no, Harry. Let her open it privately.
Well, now, we just can't stand here all day deciding. Open it when you get home, Lucy. Goodbye, Miss Letty.
Bye.
Miss Hesser.
Bye.
Goodbye, Uncle Harry.
Goodbye, Mr. Waddy. Goodbye. Lucy, I hope you'll remember what we spoke about a little while ago.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
That's fine. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Harry.
Goodbye.
A nice little fellow, that Uncle Harry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waddy.
Temper, Harry.
Well, what right has that big
You have
blundering...
to be sorry for him. Lucy's idea of a husband is a man who spends half his time getting increases in salary and the other half kissing her and so forth.
Yeah.
I'm going into the kitchen to help Nona with the dishes. You coming, Letty?
In a minute.
You can talk to Harry later.
Hester,
Yeah, you go along, Hester. I want to say something to Letty.
Very well. But hurry. With only 4 hands between us, you know. Let's see what you have to talk about anyway.
Oh.
Sometimes I think it's such a pity about Hester.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't understand you the way I do.
That's right.
I suppose it's because she's older. We can't blame her.
No, for heaven's sake, let's blame nobody.
She doesn't know what it is to be together. Like us.
Yes, darling, isn't it wonderful?
Well, we're pretty well off, Hester or no Hester. Father knew what he was doing when he left us, just enough to stick together.
Letty?
Father was a great one for the family.
Letty.
What is it, darling?
Tell me, dear, what was in that package?
Package?
Yes, the one you gave to Lucy.
Oh, nothing important. I just gave her back her old letters.
My letters.
Well, Harry, dear, you won't want them anymore, will you? Will you, dear?
No. No, why should I?
It'll show her we're done with her for good, won't it?
Unquestionably.
You're cross with me, aren't you? Oh, please don't be cross with me. I couldn't bear it. It was nasty of me, I know. Horrid, but I knew you'd understand, and I just had to do it.
Yeah.
It's all right, isn't it, Harry?
Yes. Yes, it's all right.
Good.
Letty, are you coming?
In a minute.
Well, hurry up, won't you? I have to coax Willie to eat something. No one eat else.
Oh, that stupid old dog. She treats it like an invalid.
Well, it's too old and sick to be treated any other way.
Be better off out of its misery.
Oh, nonsense, Letty. It only... Well... Letty? You know, perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're right at that.
Of course I'm right. The animal does nothing but suffer and smell up the house.
Of course, Esther would boil.
Well, let her boil.
You know, we could do it so that she didn't even know. A little secret between just you and me, Letty.
That would be fun.
Well, hardly fun.
Well, it's better than letting it suffer. But how does one go about it?
Well, I don't know. Poison, I guess. Yes, poison will be the quickest, and Hester will never know.
Chloroform?
Oh, no, not chloroform. He'll struggle too much with that. No, I think hydrocyanic acid will do it.
What's that?
Oh, something very quick. Same thing as prussic acid.
Oh, would it hurt?
Oh, no. Over like that.
Ooh.
Letty, suppose you get some downtown tonight,
Tonight?
Well, it's no use prolonging it, dear. Once you decide to do a terrible thing like this, the best way is to get it over with before all sorts and doubts begin to trouble you, you know.
Oh, very well. Can you buy it just like that?
Oh, no. I tell you, you have to sign for it.
Oh.
You go to Ben, he's a friend of mine, and tell him what you need it for, and you have to sign my name. After all, he sings over at the Bluebell Tavern with Albert and me.
Yes, Ben would give it to me. I'll go right away. Then I won't have to help wash the dishes.
Sneak out, eh?
Serve her right. I'll just get my coat now.
Letty, are you coming?
I'm going to the druggist. Harry is out of cough mixture.
We just bought some.
But he needs some more. You know he can't sleep without it.
You're just trying to get out of doing the
Well,
dishes.
I'll help later. Leave some.
Very well, I will.
I'm going now, Harry.
Yes?
Harry, how much shall I get?
I tell you, just tell Ben what you want it for, and Letty, ask for a good, strong dose.
Oh, very well. I shan't be long.
Running away like a spoiled child.
Yeah, you know Letty's emotional.
You know what the trouble is. She doesn't understand people like you and me, Harry.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose you're quite right, Esther. You're quite... Well, guess I'll be going now.
Going?
Yes, to the Bluebell Tavern. It's Wednesday.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't go to that place. Besides, it's pouring out.
Yes, I know. I'm not keen about going myself. I tell you the truth, but the boys need somebody to sing with them. I can't let them down.
Harry.
Yes?
When are you going to stop being a little martyr to everyone?
Soon. Very soon now, Hester.
No one gives a decent person a thank you for everything you do.
That's right, Hester. You know, sometimes I think you've got to be a real devil to make people esteem you.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Nothing. Just taking a good look at you. You're such a big, live woman.
Don't be a fool, Harry. And what in heaven's name is there to laugh at?
When the rain rains and the goose winks, little knows the gosling what the goose thinks. Good night, Hester.
I say no more on England's shore, so let the music play. I'm off the morning train. train, across the raging main, and off to Milan with a boxing glove, 10,000 miles away.
So far away. Now, Albert, you see, there you go Americanizing again.
I can't help it, Uncle Harry. It comes over me like that.
Well, if you want to sing in this trio, you've got to sing Canadian and God Save the King.
That's right.
Hey, let's all have another ale.
All around, gentlemen.
Make mine a Scotch, Albert, will you? A double.
Oh, listen to him, will you, Ben? He feels happy tonight, Uncle Harry does.
What's the occasion, Uncle Harry?
Not happy, but I certainly would like to be happy, Ben.
Well, who wouldn't? Now, look, I'm a big jolly man, and I own this here tavern. But I ain't as jolly as some think.
Blessed are the meek, they say.
Is that so? Oh, you look at Uncle Harry here. He's meek, but where's it got him? Now, if you was so meek to your sister...
No, Ben, let him talk. Let him talk.
Well, you take like tonight. The way Uncle Harry slunk in here, I could tell right off them two had an argument. Right, Uncle Harry?
Well, a slight disagreement.
There you are.
Uncle Harry is a great moral lesson to us, Albert. We all ought to be gentle and kind like him. We aren't, and we don't want to be, but we ought to be.
Thank you, gentlemen, but you really exaggerate. It's just that Letty and Hester are too fond of me. I suppose Letty shouldn't have said what she did.
Oh, what did she say?
Well, she said this afternoon that one of them was enough to look after me. Now, you see, that hurts Hester.
She really said that?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Yeah. I hope she isn't planning to play Lucretia Borgia.
What does that mean?
What?
Letty was in my drugstore only this evening buying some poison.
She what?
Well, didn't you know? She signed your name.
Signed my name? What in the world did she get?
Prussic acid.
Prussic acid? Oh, I suppose she wanted to clean some clothes or something, eh?
That's a good one. One whiff of that stuff and poof.
Oh, as deadly as all that, huh?
The best you can say for it is that it's quick. It may pinch him a bit at first, but old Weary Willie won't suffer long.
Willie, wait a minute. You mean my dog?
Well, I thought you knew about it.
What?
She said something ran out of his ears all the time.
But that's all wrong, Ben. That's all wrong.
What?
I'm... Nothing.
You're sure she knows what she's doing?
I suppose so. She might have told me, though.
Well, that's the sad part about dogs. They die.
Say, Ben, what does this stuff do to humans?
Plenty. Prussic acid unites with the hemoglobin in the blood to the exclusion of the oxygen.
That's bad, eh?
Causes suffocation.
Oh.
I saw a case of prussic acid poisoning once, and it wasn't nice.
Oh, a human case?
It had been human.
Oh.
Oh, well, now, here, that's enough of this. I didn't come here to talk business. Let's have another ale and sing out.
I'm awfully sorry, gentlemen. I don't think I'll sing any more tonight.
Oh, but Uncle Harry, it's only 9 o'clock.
Yes, and we need somebody to sing with us.
I'm sorry, Albert. I don't feel very well tonight. Must be the whiskey, maybe. You and Albert carry on alone, Ben.
Well, Uncle Harry, if you aren't feeling well...
Yes, good night, gentlemen.
Oh, good night, Uncle Harry.
Ben, what sort of stuff did you say Letty got?
Prussic acid.
Prussic, and it kills dogs.
It kills anything.
Thank you. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, now.
You know, Albert, I wouldn't be surprised if Letty Quincy was going to kill that dog behind the poor chap's back. He didn't seem to know much about it.
Well, he never knows much about anything those two are up to.
You should have seen Sister Letty buying the stuff. Sly as if she had murder up her sleeve. Wouldn't even talk to my partner. Nothing would do, but she had to see me personally.
Well, I wonder why he left early.
Oh, too much whiskey, maybe.
Oh, now, whiskey has its faults, Ben, but one thing it don't do is to make a man go home early. Eh?
Hello, Letty.
Where have you been?
Down at the Bluebell. Didn't Hester tell you?
Oh, she hasn't said a word to me all evening.
Oh?
I've been sitting here reading and worrying about you. I could strangle her.
What's the matter now?
Oh, she found a broken teacup, the second best set. She thinks I did it just to spite her.
Did you?
Of course not. Let me help you off with your coat.
Thank you, darling.
Well, where's Madame now?
Upstairs in her room.
In bed?
She's sitting there in the dark in one of her moods again. She feels like a martyr because I didn't help her with the dishes. I wouldn't be surprised if she broke that teacup herself.
Say, Letty. Did you get that stuff?
Yes, I did, with much trouble.
Oh?
Ben wouldn't give it to me at first. Finally, I told him what you wanted it for, and he said he supposed you knew what you were about.
Isn't that just like Ben? Cautious. Where is it, Letty?
Here. Ben said there was enough to settle a whole kennel in that bottle.
Such a little thing to cause so much pain. I tell you, Letty, you better put it out of the way until we get a chance to use it.
I thought tonight.
Well, I don't know. Better hide it for the time being. I shouldn't like Hester to see it, and Nona might use it for a cough. I tell you, put it in that jar over there with the matches. I'm the only one who uses it. And, Letty, perhaps you'd better write something on the wrapper.
Well, it already says poison.
Well, people don't read print. You know that. Here, take this pencil and write danger on it. Don't touch.
Oh, very well. Danger. Don't touch.
Yeah. Can't be too careful in these matters. Oh, what have you been reading?
Wordsworth. I find him terribly childish.
Terribly childish, my dear. Only children and wise old men understand Wordsworth. May I see that book for a moment? Thank you. No motion has she now, no force. She neither hears nor sees. Rolled round in earth's diurnal course with rocks and stones and tree. There is simple majesty for you, Letty.
Isn't he just saying that a girl is dead?
Yes, but still part of the living world.
I can't see that does her much good. What are you going to read to me tonight?
We'll see, darling. We'll see. We must calm Madame Hester down first.
She's really cross because you preferred my pie to her cake.
And there's a matter of broken teacup, too.
Oh, there's Nona.
Oh, hello, Nona.
Good evening, Mr. Harry.
Well, how's your fiancé tonight?
Hubert was depressed. He's always depressed when it rains. There we stood in the arcade in the pouring rain. And I said, Hubert, what's the use? Kissing or no kissing? That's why I'm home early.
I've told you may bring Hubert in the kitchen when it rains.
He doesn't like it. Says you come in too often. It upsets him.
Oh, you should be a little more charitable, Nona. Now, Letty here likes a little excitement, too.
Nona, did you see me break a cup?
What cup?
There. You see, I'm going up and tell her.
No, don't quarrel with her, Letty.
I'm not going to quarrel, just to tell her.
Well, what's the trouble now?
Oh, I don't know, Nona. Some small disturbance.
Not again.
Don't criticize, Nora. None of us is perfect.
I don't know how you stand it, Mr. Harry.
Well, I managed. Oh, Nona, would you be kind enough to reach me a match from that jar over there? Thank you, Nona.
Here you are. Well, what's this? A package with writing. Danger, don't touch.
Danger? It must be a joke or something.
Shall I open it?
No. I'll look into it.
Oh, that'll be best, Mr. Harry. Even dynamite'd be safe with you.
Yeah, that's Miss Letty's writing. Well, we'll have to ask her what it is, eh?
The sooner the better. I don't mind the danger part. It's the don't touch that bothers me.
Put it back. Here comes Miss Letty.
Hester decided to come down. Nona.
Yes, Miss Letty?
Did I just see you looking inside that match jar?
What if I did?
I did like you prying.
I've been in this house 30 years, and I've been in the matchbox before.
Leave it alone.
I don't see why you snap at
It's none
her.
of your business.
No. Ladies, now, please. Let's all have a cup of hot cocoa to settle our nerves, eh? How about you, Letty?
Very well.
And you, Hester?
I suppose if the head of the house here is having some ice cream.
I am not the head of the house, and you know it.
Well, you certainly are.
All I ask is...
All right, that's enough. Letty, that's enough. Really, you two, you're going to become the laughing stock of the whole town if you continue this way, believe me. No, now, will you be kind enough and fix the cocoa, please?
Yes, Mr. Harry.
Thank you, dear. So, now let's all be friends, and tomorrow I shall try to match that broken cup, Hester.
Why bother? We have 2 dozen. We never have even a dozen people in the house.
That is not the point. The set is supposed to have 24. Besides, it was my mother's child.
I like that. It isn't enough you try to have exclusive claim to Harry, and our mother is yours.
If you'd come and told me that you broke it instead of sneaking out...
I did not break it.
How would you feel if I were to break this little china dog you
prize? You put that down.
Please. Suppose I just smashed it.
Harry gave me that for Christmas. Now put it down.
Take your hand off my arm.
You put it down. You little idiot. Oh, you... Hester, don't you ever dare to strike me against my...
ready.
All right. Thank you, Nona. Just put it down over there and then leave us, please, will you?
Yes, Mr. Harry. I must say this house don't lack for excitement of a sort.
Now, please come now, both of you.
I'm going upstairs.
Hester, now you wait a minute.
Not another word. I'm going back to my room.
Oh, there.
Oh, I hate her. I hate her.
But she's a child, Letty. You mustn't treat her otherwise.
She's a vicious, bad-tempered old woman.
Well,
She struck me.
I managed to get along
Oh,
with
she
her.
doesn't hate you. You're the world to her, and that's why she takes it out on me. Oh, I understand.
Letty, darling, love is just as painful as hate sometimes. Look, after all, it was love that kept me here when I could have married Lucy.
But I did that, too.
Yes, you were even more opposed to Lucy than Hester was, weren't you?
And you really wanted to marry her as much as all that.
You know that.
Oh, poor Harry.
Yeah. Poor Uncle Harry. I get the sympathy, all right. There's no denying that. Now, look, if you really feel sorry for me, you'll make peace with Hester and let me have a little quiet around
There'll
here.
never be any peace with her.
Well, I wouldn't
I
always...
won't apologize if that's what you mean.
All I ask is that you act a little kindlier. It'll make you a much bigger person than she is.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Now, look, darling, she hasn't had her cocoa yet now. If you will take it up to
I'll
her...
do no such thing.
All right, here, give it to me. I will.
No, you shan't go up to her. I'll take it.
Oh, good. You are a more generous person, Letty.
Do you really think so?
Of course, darling.
I'll pour it.
No, never mind. Yeah, I'll pour it. I tell you get some sugar from the kitchen. She likes it sweet.
Oh, she likes it sweet. Very well.
Oh. And now, a little drop of comfort for dear Hester. So, and back in the match jar. So. Oh.
Here's the sugar.
Good. Would you give her a few spoonfuls, please?
1, 2.
Put another one. She likes it sweet.
Very well.
Yeah, that's fine. And now, like a good girl, you take it up to her.
I will, but I won't count out.
You won't have to, Letty. Look, you should do this with forgiveness in your heart.
Oh, I'm a Christian, I hope. But I'm a Christian within decent limits.
Now, make sure she drinks it.
She'll drink it if I have to pour it down her throat after all the trouble I'm going through.
Letty.
Yes.
Letty, if it was just you and me and there was no Hester...
We'd be much happier.
And suppose I wanted to get married, what would you say?
What would become of me?
Yeah. Yes, that's what I thought you'd say.
What else could I say?
Nothing. Go on, dear. Take the cocoa up to her now. Nona?
Yes, Mr. Harry?
Come in. Would you care to join me in a cup of cocoa?
Why, yes. Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Good. Sit down.
Thank you. Have they gone to bed?
Mm-hmm. Miss Hester has. Miss Letty just took a cup up to her.
After all that quarrel?
After all that... In fact, she seemed quite anxious to do it.
Well, that's hard to believe.
No, really.
You must have used your blarney.
Not at all.
Well, wonders never cease.
By the way, Nona, I think you'd better put that little package back.
Package?
Yes, the little one from the match jar.
But I didn't take it, Mr. Harry.
What?
Miss Letty saw me putting it back.
Oh, really? That's strange. I just went over there for a match to light my pipe, and it's gone.
She probably hid it somewhere else.
Well, I'll have to ask her when she comes down. All right, Nona. Here's to us. What a glorious fuss we can make by just living, eh? That you, Letty?
Yes.
Well, did she drink it?
No.
What?
She said she'd wait until she's finished the story she's reading.
Well, it'll get cold.
But she likes it cold. Shall we have ours now?
Yes, darling, we've earned it.
I shall sit next to you.
Yes.
Oh, this is so cozy and peaceful. Would you read to me, Harry?
Certainly. I tell you, since with us, let's find something appropriate for her.
I'll never humiliate myself again by giving in to her like that.
You won't have to. Imagine her lying up there now, triumphant. Imagine her reaching for her cup of cocoa victoriously because you brought it to her.
Harry.
Harry, you're acting very strangely.
Am I? No. Now, let's see. What shall I read? Aha. Here's something very appropriate. The Funeral Dirge from Shakespeare's Cymbeline. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the dreaded thunderstorm. Fear not slander, censure rash. Thou hast finished...
That's Hester.
No need to hurry.
She's ill. She may need...
She needs nothing anymore.
How can you stand there like that?
Hester is dead.
What?
You see this?
The poison. Oh, Harry. Harry, you didn't use it. You didn't.
You, Coco, you gave her...
Oh, Harry. Harry, you murdered her.
She was never any use.
You'll be hanged.
I don't think I'll be hanged.
Harry! Harry, what are you saying? Harry, where are you going?
Upstairs, just to look at her.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Coming?
Mr. Harry, Miss Betty. Oh, she's dead. I saw her on the floor. No, are you sure she's dead? Oh, I won't ever forget her face, not ever. It was no illness that took her off, and you can't tell me it was. And it was that poison. That poison Miss Letty was trying to hide from us. No, you're insane. I'll tell them. Don't think I won't tell them. No, I didn't kill her. I swear to you, I didn't kill her. It's Harry. Harry, tell her, for God's sake, tell her what happened. I didn't...
I'm afraid she's right, Letty. You see, Letty, the way it is.
In a moment, we will return with Act Two of Uncle Harry on Best Plays. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. We return to the Best Plays production of Uncle Harry, starring Joseph Schildkraut and Agnes Moorehead. And here again is John Chapman.
As we return to this absorbing drama, we move now into a courtroom where a murder trial is in progress. The trial seems to be another work of art on the part of Uncle Harry. The defendant is Letty Quincy. The judge has taken his chair, and the play continues.
Order! Order! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence presented by the Crown and the defense. A question before you is whether or not Miss Letty Quincy is guilty of the willful murder of her sister, Miss Hester Quincy. You will now retire to deliberate on a verdict. Hello, Ben. Jury returned yet?
Not yet. Just came over for a quick glass of ale. Not much doubt about the verdict, though. Bet you the price of your ale, they'll say she's guilty.
Oh, you catch me throwing away me profits. I'll bet you they'll take more than an hour, though. You've got to give them time to have a cup of tea and make it look like they was arguing.
You're on. They won't be another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Bad business, hanging a woman. You know, if she hadn't tried to put the blame on Uncle Harry, I'd be sorry for her. Hey, how did it feel up there on the witness stand, Ben?
How did I do?
Oh, you spoke up right smart when you told how guilty she looked when she bought the stuff from her.
Well, I wanted to help poor Uncle Harry as much as I could.
Well, he didn't need no help. Every time he tried to help his sister, he put his foot in it worse. Like when he said she tried to be nice to Esther, and the maid telling right after us how they was arguing with slapping and everything. Now, I tell you...
Here he comes. Well, how are you, old man?
You, managing all right, Uncle Harry?
Thank you. I'm well, gentlemen. Very well.
Have they brought in the verdict?
Yes. I'm afraid they have.
Oh. What was it?
Guilty. Guilty of murder.
Here's the tea, Mr. Harry. Where shall I set it?
Over there on the table, Nona. Thank you.
Will that be all?
Yes, my dear, thank you.
Mr. Harry?
Yes?
When is
The hanging. Soon, I'm afraid, Nona. It's 2 weeks since the trial.
Seems like months.
Yes. Oh, that must be Lucy. Would you kindly let her in, Nona?
Yes, Mr. Harry.
And then I'd like to be left alone with her, please.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Nona.
Mr. Harry, inside. Thank you.
Hello, Harry.
Lucy, you came after all.
Yes. I got your message. How dreadful for you, Harry.
I can stand it.
I think you were splendid, Harry. Just splendid.
Thank you.
That moment in the witness box when you said that if there were any justice, you should be in the dock and not Letty. Well, it was the most touching thing I've ever seen.
Thank you, my dear. May I pour you some tea?
Thank you. I hope you don't blame me for testifying against Letty. I couldn't do anything else, you know.
No, indeed, you couldn't.
But I wanted you to know, Harry, that I'm with you in your trouble as much as anyone can be.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. You don't know how very happy that makes me.
It gives one such an inadequate feeling, a disaster like this.
Yeah.
There's so little one can say.
Mm-hmm.
But there is one thing.
Yes?
You can lead your own life now.
Exactly, Lucy. Exactly, my dear. You never said a truer word.
Not that I'd breathe a word against those poor women. But you're free now.
Yes.
And you're still young.
Yes, Lucy. What a strange business life is, Lucy, isn't it? You go on for years and years and nothing happens. And all of a sudden, bang. Your old life is gone and there's a new one coming up for you. You know, Lucy, once a long time ago, I got up at dawn. And before breakfast, I was on a train 100 miles away. And I thought of my old self lying in bed at home doing nothing. And I could always be doing this and catching a train for somewhere new, somewhere exciting. And now it can be like that for both of us. I need you so, Lucy.
You know you can depend on me, Harry.
Thank you. Thank you, darling. Oh, Lucy, before you go, what are we going to do about George?
George?
Yes.
Well, what difference can it possibly make to George?
Well, I don't know. It just seemed that they was pretty fond of you, you know.
Well, of course he's fond of me.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, we'll just have to make him understand, don't we?
Understand what?
Well, that you belong to me, darling.
Harry,
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's a little too early to talk about it. I know, Lucy, but I just can't bear the thought of him seeing you now, Lucy, and kissing you whenever he wants to.
You poor man.
No, oh, no, Lucy, I'm not a poor man. Not anymore.
You're upset, Harry. This tragedy...
But it isn't a tragedy, Lucy. I'm free now. Now, you said so yourself. Lucy, darling, remember that afternoon when you came to tea with us, and I asked you then, would you marry me if it weren't for Hester and Letty? Now, do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Lucy, you said that Uncle Harry is a leading question. Well, there's only one answer to a leading question. Yes. Yes. Lucy, I depended on that.
Oh, you were terribly mistaken, Harry.
Me mistaken?
Why, yes. I always intended to marry George. I still do.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Lucy.
Oh, it's quite final,
Lucy,
Harry.
after what I've done for you?
What have you done for me?
What have I? What? So George is between us now.
Well, it would be the same, George or no George.
But there's nothing to stop us.
Oh, yes, there is.
What, Lucy, what in heaven's name?
Murder.
Murder?
Haven't you ever heard that it isn't the person who gets hanged that suffers most? It's his family.
Well, I see. You mean the grief?
No. The disgrace.
Disgrace?
They have to live with the murder.
It isn't my fault if Letty goes and murders...
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. Why, how can you even think of marriage now?
What?
Well, if any woman were mad enough or selfish enough to do it, think of her children. Stared at, talked about. Oh, it wouldn't be fair to them.
That's a cruel way to look at it.
No. Not cruel. Just the ordinary way.
Oh?
And I'm afraid I'm a very ordinary person, Uncle Harry. I think I'd better leave now. There's nothing else to say.
Lucy, can't I see you again?
No.
Lucy, please stay with me. Don't leave me alone.
It's no use, Harry. Goodbye.
Lucy, please. Lucy. Useless. So it was all useless, Uncle Harry.
Come in.
How do you do? Are you the warden?
Yes.
My name is Harry Quincy. My sister is to be executed tomorrow.
Oh, I assume you wish to see your sister. She's being brought here now.
That can wait, Mr. Warden. I wish particularly to see you, sir.
Anything I can do to comfort her, of course.
It will not be necessary to comfort her. Would you oblige me, sir, by reading this statement here that I prepared?
Statement?
Yes.
Well, it's a bit irregular.
Please, sir, please.
Very well.
Thank you.
Following is a transcript of a conversation which took place between my sister Letty and myself in the moments following the murder of Hester Quincy. Letty, that's Hester. Myself, you needn't hurry. Letty, she's ill. She may need... Myself, she needs nothing anymore. Letty, what do you mean? Myself, she's dead. Extraordinary.
If you kindly read further, sir, you will see that it was I who murdered Hester Quincy. I entangled my sister Letty in a net of evidence which my own reputation made it impossible for her to untangle.
Astonishing. Why are you doing this?
Well, there's no point in Letty dying anymore. There's no point in me living. How long will it be before you can release her?
Well, this is quite magnificent of you, Mr. Quincy.
No, not at all.
The only thing is it doesn't hold water.
What?
But I consider it a very noble gesture.
Mr. Warden, I killed her. I've told you.
Mr. Quincy, surely you don't expect the government to hang you on your mere assertion. We need proof.
Yes, I know. I thought of it. There. You have it in your hands.
Oh, really, sir?
Look, Mr. Warden, you have just read the conversation Letty and I had after Hester died. You know that it did not come out in the trial. You must also know that I have had no chance to see her alone. Now, if Letty remembers that conversation, as she must, surely it's enough for a retrial, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it's worth investigating, Mr. Quincy.
Thank you, sir.
I hear you're very well liked.
Yeah, thank you. I always thought of the other fellow first and lost myself as a result. Nobody knows me, really. Why should they? I hardly know myself.
Your sister's refused to see you in the past.
Why shouldn't she after what I've done to her, sir? And Letty never forgives a wrong.
Very well, Mr. Quincy. Miss Corley, will you bring Letty Quincy in here?
Hello, Letty. Hello, Letty.
Sit down, Miss Quincy.
Thank you. Could I sit in the armchair by the fire, please? That one looks very comfortable.
Of course.
I'd almost forgotten what it was like to sit in an armchair. I was going to ask if I could have an armchair in my room tonight. It's true, isn't it, that you can ask for anything in reason on your last night?
There's going to be no last night for you, Letty.
Mr. Warden, I would prefer not to speak to this man. He's wicked beyond belief.
Miss Quincy, you maintained during the trial that your brother was responsible for the crime?
Yes, I did. No one believed me.
They'll believe you now, Letty.
Can't he let me be?
One moment, Miss Quincy. Do you still say your brother is guilty?
Yes.
Then you will be interested to know that he has confessed.
What?
I've told them that I did it, Letty. You're cleared.
Oh.
Not quite cleared. There are some points.
I wrote down our conversation after Hester was found. All you have to do, Letty, is to recall it, and you're free.
Not free, but it would create a reasonable doubt.
Let me understand. You say you killed Hester?
But I told you
I just wanted to know. So you think you can free me now?
That is up to you, Miss Quincy.
Mr. Warden, could I speak to my brother alone?
Yes, but you may not discuss the transcript.
You have my word.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Very well.
Well, Harry, what are you up to now?
Just trying to save your life.
It must be a bit dull for you at home these days. I read in the papers that Lucy married George Warday.
Yes, she did.
A fair-weather friend. I always said so. Well.
Look, Letty, you're wasting time.
Didn't get much for your trouble, eh?
I don't care much now.
Oh, so that's why you're here. Can't live without her. Selfish, Harry. Selfish as ever.
What?
Do you suppose I don't see through you?
It's just like your childish trick of giving away your toys when you'd broken them. And then you'd act so big and generous about it that everyone said what a fine little fellow you were. Now you've broken your life and you want to give that away. But it won't do, Harry. Not this time.
You don't want to die, do you,
In
Letty?
the last 3 weeks, I've died over and over again. Tomorrow won't matter.
But imagine. If you live, you'll be Lord of the Manor.
I thought of that. I thought of you as Lord of the Manor. You who are such a great one for company. But there isn't much company, is there, Harry? You walk down the street and people whisper and cross to the other side. You go home and there's the memory of me at the door to meet you. You sit in an empty room with only horror for company. Oh, no, I wouldn't be in your shoes for anything, Uncle Harry.
You can't do this, Letty. You must tell the truth. You must.
No.
Letty, you've spoiled everything for me all my life. Don't spoil this, please. Please don't spoil this.
Well, Mr. Quincy?
She won't tell the truth, sir. I did it, and she says no.
Of course he didn't do it.
Who, then?
You say I did it? Let it stand that way.
Very well.
You see, he's always been headstrong, Harry has. Once he even wanted to go to Paris to paint pictures, as if he couldn't paint all he wanted at home. Then he wanted to marry some perfectly ordinary girl. It was hard to make him see sense about it. And now he wants to die.
If that's all, Miss Quincy.
That's all. Oh, I do hate to leave this fire. I was always like a cat about fire. You won't forget about the armchair, will you?
You shall have it. I think you're a brave woman to refuse your brother's sacrifice.
Thank you. You wouldn't care to say goodbye, Harry.
Mr. Warden, you've got to delay it. She'll talk. I promise you will. I promise you. You see, if she dies, I'll be all alone with what I've done.
You see, Harry, the way it is.
She said it. Mr. Warden, did you hear those last words? Those are the same words I said to her. You see, Letty, the way... Here, that proves it. Here, I'll find them for you in this transcript, right here. Right here. This is the proof. I'm sure I put these words down. Maybe I didn't think it important enough, but I did say them. I swear, Mr. Warden, I swear.
Please.
I did it. Letty! Letty! Come back. Can't I even have a say in my own life just for once, Letty? Letty, don't you see what you've done to me?
You'd better pull yourself together, Mr. Quincy. Here, drink this. That's better.
Thank you.
You'll be all right.
Yes, Mr. Warden, I'll be all right, huh? But I'll tell the whole world myself from now on. Everyone, and someday somebody will believe me. Someday I will be free of her yet. They say murder will out, eh? But not my murder. Not Harry Quincy's murder. I'm not good enough. Not even good enough for that.
I was not guilty. It was a wicked conspiracy. Or to use a more up-to-date idiom, I was framed.
We present Cecil Parker as Admiral Lord Cochrane in A Matter of Speculation by Henry Cecil, based by the author on his book of the same name. A Matter of Speculation.
My name is Thomas Cochrane. I was born in 1775 and so my spirit is only 10 years from its double century. My body died in 1860, when it was 85. You would find its remains in Westminster Abbey if you opened the tomb. I wouldn't have been buried there now, would I, if I'd been guilty, but I tell you I was not guilty. Please forgive the emphasis. But when I think of the cruel degradation which I suffered even as a spirit, I get angry. Now, you may ask why I should still worry, since I died loaded with honors and was buried in the place reserved for kings and mighty men. The answer is this. My case was never reheard. Year after year I demanded a rehearing, always in vain. Now you shall rehear it. You shall be convinced of my innocence. On the 8th of June, 1814, I was charged, together with a foreigner called Beringer, my uncle Cochrane Johnston, a man named Richard Butt, and various other men, with conspiring to spread false rumors of the death of Napoleon and the defeat of the French in order to cause a temporary increase in the price of government securities. It was alleged that we'd bought such securities a few days before and that we'd sold them at a profit on the day of the rumors. Now you shall judge whether I was the sort of man to commit such a crime. Anyway, I only made £2,470. But first, what sort of man was I? I'll get my friend and fellow spirit, Sir Francis Burdett, to tell you something about me.
Thomas Lord Cochrane was the eldest son and heir of the 9th Earl of Dundonald. He entered the Navy when he was 17 and greatly distinguished himself at sea. In 1809, at the early age of 34, he was awarded the KCB for his brilliance and gallantry in action against the French. I make bold to say that he was as brave an officer as ever served in an English ship.
Thank you, Francis. Yes, it would have been difficult for me to say all that.
I hadn't finished.
What? Oh, pray continue.
In war, his dashing courage was, if possible, surpassed by the fertility and ingenuity of device by which he deceived the enemy. He was a past master of ruse and stratagem, and he never knew when he was beaten. He has been well described as Cochrane the Dauntless.
Thank you. I claim no credit for this. One is as one is born.
He was a politician, too, and in 1806 he entered Parliament as member for Honiton.
Well, I do claim some credit for that. In those days, bribery was rife, and there was no secret ballot. I'd put up in 1805 and been soundly defeated. Well, it wasn't surprising. My opponent had offered £5 per vote, but my principles wouldn't allow me to pay 1 penny. I soon found out what the position was. It can be summed up in the language of one of the voters I canvassed.
You need not ask me, my lord, who I votes for. I always votes for Mr. Most.
I made my plans accordingly. At the end of the 1805 election, when, as I said, I was soundly defeated and received only a few votes, I sent the town crier around Honiton.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes! A statement by me Lord Cochrane, the defeated candidate. All those honest men who voted for him may repair to his agent, who will pay them not £5, but 10 guineas.
Well, no one could call this bribery. I was paying for my defeat. Nothing wrong in that. But at the election in 1806, I stood again as candidate. Well, thought the good citizens of Honiton, if Lord Cochrane can pay 10 guineas to be defeated, what will he not pay to be elected? And so, I was triumphant. After the result had been declared, my agent was besieged with voters demanding their reward.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes! A statement by me Lord Cochrane! Hooray! Lord Cochrane thanks the honest citizens of Honiton for returning him as their member. Hooray! He hopes that he will represent them faithfully in the new Parliament. Hooray! As for the request for payment made by some voters, he thinks there must have been some mistake. Such payments might be thought to be bribery, And Lord Cochrane would never descend to such dishonest practices to secure his election. He will, however, give to all those who voted for him his grateful thanks, and not one farthing more.
I was quite pleased with that. But on the whole, I didn't find I was very popular at Honiton. So not long afterwards, I managed to secure election as one of the members for Westminster. My dear friend Sir Francis was the other.
And he was as bold in the House of Commons as he was at sea. I have seen him speak for an hour and a half with no supporters except me. And as it was usually for the underdog he spoke, you can imagine how he was hated by the establishment of those days.
Well, it wasn't surprising that I had enemies. That is the reward of men who keep their consciences clear and stand up for the right.
Valor and toil was his family motto, and to those words he added boldness and resource. Boldness in all things. Even, I was going to say, in defeat, but he would never recognize defeat. He was most dangerous when defeat seemed inevitable.
Well, I've always believed that if possible, attack is the best method of defense.
And how often was he proved right, fighting his way out of impossible situations, careless of his own life or limbs?
Thank you, Francis. It was only in the end that I was appreciated, when I was dead.
How true.
I rescued Chile and Peru from the Spaniards and Brazil from the Portuguese. And what did I get for it? A few statues in Chile and a few words of thanks. Well, you can't cash statues and you can't line your pocketbook with thanks. It cost me £20,000 or more to give those countries their freedom, and all they paid me was a paltry £6,000. But I must say, I did enjoy the war.
He won it by unsurpassed bravery and unsurpassed audacity. How many times did you sail under false colors?
Whenever it was necessary. It was great fun. I always enjoyed pulling people's legs. But we must get back to my trial.
Oh, tell them first about your capture of Maranham. He took this heavily fortified province single-handed with one ship only. It was pure bluff.
Well, some people will believe anything. I sailed into the harbor under Portuguese colors, and a messenger was sent out to us. I explained to him who we really were, and said that I was in command of a large squadron and had come ahead as I was the fastest ship. I sent him back with a letter addressed to the commander of the province. In it I told him that I had huge forces in my command, but should much prefer to free Marne peacefully. I offered him quite reasonable terms for capitulation.
And they capitulated. When they asked where the rest of the fleet was, it was too late. And this was only an example of what I might call, without, I hope, offense to my noble friend, what I might call his bounce and bravery.
Yes, well, now that you know the sort of man I was, let me tell you about this outrageous trial when my enemies combined to crush me. I hope I'm not exaggerating it when I say it was one of the most disgraceful episodes in English history. Would you call that an exaggeration, Francis?
It's putting it very mildly, Thomas. They treated you like a common criminal.
To circulate...
Eh?
To circulate false news with intent to raise the price of any commodity is, by the law of England, a crime.
That, if you want to know, was the voice of Mr. Gurney, counsel for the prosecution. But all I can say is that no one has ever been charged with such a crime before. In my opinion, it was just a case of one set of stock jobbers trying to raise the price of stocks at the expense of another set of stock jobbers. I mean, the losers naturally being indignant at the successful hoax. But Lord Ellenborough, the Lord Chief Justice, before whom the case was tried, didn't agree with that. Now, this is not surprising, considering that he was, at the time of my trial, a member of the Cabinet, which I'd been regularly attacking in Parliament. What he said...
Forgive my interrupting, Thomas, but Lord Ellenborough was not a member of the Cabinet at the time of your trial.
Wasn't he? Well, he was a member of some Cabinet, I know.
Oh, he was indeed, but it was a different government. I hope you don't mind my correcting you.
Oh, my dear Francis, of course not. I'm most grateful. I don't want to make any false points. In any event, Lord Ellenborough was just as biased against me as if he had been a member of the Cabinet.
This is an indictment for an offense of great malignity and mischief.
That's how he began his summing up. But I mustn't anticipate that little gem of malice. You want to know what the evidence was against me, and you shall hear it. I have a complete record of the trial. As it takes up over 500 pages, I won't read all of it to you. But you may take it, I shan't leave out anything in my favor. I mean, anything against me. It's lucky that I have this record, because, as a matter of fact, I wasn't present at the time. Well, you may think that's strange. So indeed it is. It was another of the prosecution's wicked devices to secure my conviction. Had I been tried at the Old Bailey, I should have had to appear in the dock. So the prosecution asked for the case to be heard in the King's Bench, where I was not obliged to appear. I was so conscious of my innocence that I didn't bother to turn up. I've no doubt that that was what the prosecution banked on. They could tell all the lies they wanted without my being able to defend myself.
Of course, you were entitled to be there, Thomas.
Don't quibble, Francis. I was entitled to be there, of course. But the prosecution guessed that I wouldn't be there if I didn't have to be. Why should an innocent man bother about it? I tell you, there wasn't a scrap of evidence against me. It was not only the government that trumped up the charges, but the Stock Exchange Committee. I'd beaten them at their own game, and they weren't going to have that. Oh, dear, no. Now, let's see what happened at my trial. One of the men charged with me was this foreign fellow de Beringer. He was a shocking chap, really. But he was a damn fine shot and a bit of an inventor. I was an inventor myself, as a matter of fact. Huh? Oh, well, that's another story. To return to de Beringer, I do not altogether disagree with what Mr. Gurney, the prosecutor, said about that ruffian.
De Beringer bore a principal part in the conspiracy and was a fit person to be selected for the purpose. Though a foreigner, he had resided long in this country. He could pass very well for an officer. He had been for 14 months a prisoner for debt and would be a convenient man to convey away after the crime, as he would prefer residence in any other country, since his creditors resided in this. As far as this case is concerned, he first appeared upon the scene at Dover a little after midnight on Sunday the 20th of February in the year of grace 1814.
Open up, landlord! Open up! Oh, this is a fine time, son. It's late.
Not too late for my business.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see your uniform. Won't you come inside?
Thank you.
What is your business, sir, if I may make so bold?
The best business this country has heard for 20 years. I have just landed on the beach bringing dispatches from France.
Dispatches, sir? About the war?
What else?
Might I know, sir, you have good news?
The best you've ever heard. Napoleon is dead, and the French defeated. But I should not have said that. My lips are sealed. Bring me pen, ink, and paper. I must write to the Admiral at Deal and inform him. And get me a post-chaise for one that will move.
At once, sir. Wait up! Wake up, woman! The war is won!
The war is won.
You heard the war is won.
They say the war is won.
The war is won.
Tell me, do you see in court the man who spread this news?
Yes, he's sitting down there.
The accused. De Beringer, you mean?
Yes, very so, my lord.
And that is the man you saw getting out of a hackney coach?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
Oh, a grey military coat, a scarlet uniform with a star on his heart, and a silver medal suspended from his neck.
Take a look at these bedraggled clothes. They were found in the Thames near to de Beringer's lodging. If they were clean and new, what would you say?
They're very like.
Have you any doubt as to the color of the uniform?
It was red.
Well, of course it was red. I've never said there wasn't a plot. Of course, de Beringer was in it, my uncle Cochrane Johnston was in it, Richard Butt was in it, and all the other small fry. But it wasn't them the government wanted. They wanted me. So they called dozens of witnesses to prove de Beringer was the man.
Members of the jury, when de Beringer arrived in London from Dover, he changed into a hackney coach and drove straight to number 13, Green Street, Mayfair. This was the house of Lord Cochrane, a house which his lordship had only taken 3 days before. De Beringer must have been on fairly intimate terms with Lord Cochrane to know his new address,
I've told you. I knew the man.
And Lord Cochrane very kindly provided de Beringer with a civilian hat and coat. You may imagine, members of the jury, that the man who had been spreading the rumors would not wish to be identified when the rumors proved to be false. So he wanted a quick change of clothing. At number 13 Green Street, he got it.
I can only say that he was in the green uniform of the sharpshooters when he came to me. He said that if he went back to his debtors' lodgings in it might excite suspicion. I just obliged the fellow, that's all. Where's the conspiracy there?
Lord Cochrane must indeed be a very unlucky man, if he is innocent of any conspiracy. 12 days before the fraud, he owned no government stock at all. By the day of the fraud, however, he had contracted to buy altogether no less than £139,000 worth. Settling day was on the 23rd of February. The false rumours were circulated on the 21st of February. And early on that date, Lord Cochrane sold out all he had at a profit of £2,470. It is indeed a very unfortunate coincidence that he'd happened to buy all that stock just before the fraud, that he should sell it that very day, and that the man who spread the false rumour should happen to call on him earlier on the same day and be supplied by Lord Cochrane with a civilian hat and coat.
I sold out early. If I'd held on, I could have made a much greater profit.
Then why didn't you hold on? No, Lord Cochrane, you knew the rumours were false and that the price might drop at any moment, so you sold early. And, be it noted, you employed the same stockbroker that was used by your uncle and Mr. Butt, and that stockbroker had an office rented for him by your uncle just outside the stock exchange only 2 days before the fraud. Altogether, the three of you bought and sold £1.5 million worth of government stock between the 8th and the 21st of February.
Why shouldn't I indulge in a little gambling? And who told you that de Beringer came to my house? I did. Why should I do that if I were guilty?
You must have thought it could be proved, anyway, by your servants and others.
Well, if I hadn't told you that de Beringer called on me, you'd have said that I was holding it back. When I do tell you, you say I do it with an ulterior motive.
Poor Lord Cochrane. Always maligned and misunderstood. And what bad luck he had. De Beringer ran away, and there was a hue and cry after him. He was traveling on a false name and obviously seeking to go abroad. But he was caught. Now, he needed money to make his escape, and when he was arrested, he had money on him. Members of the jury, fortune indeed must have a loathing for Lord Cochrane if he is innocent. I can prove that some of the notes found on the arrested man had been in Lord Cochrane's possession a few days before. How many more coincidences do you want before you say, these are no coincidences? Lord Cochrane was in the swindle with the others.
I was not. Don't think that you can browbeat me like you and Lord Ellenborough browbeat the jury. I have more respect for that scoundrel Lamarchin, who tried to blackmail me, than I have for you.
The prosecution did not seek to rely on Lamarchin's evidence.
Then why call him?
On consideration, I don't think we should have done so.
In other words, any stick was good enough to beat me with, however dirty.
He came to the stock exchange with evidence.
And what evidence?
At the time, we couldn't tell why he gave it.
Then let me tell you why he gave it. First of all, he wrote to me on the 6th of April, 1814. A smooth, smooth letter.
My lord, although I have not the honour of your acquaintance, I beg leave to solicit an interview with your lordship for the purpose of explaining a conversation I had with Mr. de Beringer a few days prior to the hoax of the 21st of February, and which must be interesting to you. If your lordship will condescend to appoint an hour, I will not fail to attend punctually at your house or elsewhere.
He delivered that letter to my house, and because I didn't answer immediately, he wrote again. Not quite so smoothly.
I had the honour yesterday to address your lordship for the purpose of giving information you're not aware of, and knowing my letter was duly delivered to your lordship personally, I beg to say that I now feel justified from your silent contempt and defiance thereof to make my information public.
He underlined those last words.
Disgraceful. You should have kicked him out of the house.
I agree.
Then why didn't you? Instead, you wrote a letter. Would you have any objection to reading it?
I am ashamed of nothing I have done and nothing I have written.
Then pray read it.
All right. I wrote, circumstanced as I am and attacked by scoundrels of all descriptions.
Forgive me interrupting,
But who were all these scoundrels who were attacking you?
Well, the whole lot of you.
I find this rather hard to follow, but pray continue.
Circumstanced as I am and attacked by scoundrels of all descriptions, I should have hoped that a gentleman of your understanding might have discovered some better reason than that of silent contempt to account for the delay in answering a note.
An odd sort of letter to write to a man you didn't know who was obviously threatening you? Unless, of course, you had a guilty conscience.
I've never had a guilty conscience.
Of course, if you've never had a conscience at all, that would be true.
That is mere abuse.
I apologize. Shall we hear Mr. Lemarchand's reply?
I ask your lordship's pardon for my letter of yesterday, which was written under the supposition of being treated with silent contempt. I have the honor now to enclose a statement of what I know relative to the 21st of February, and I also now declare solemnly that no power or consideration shall ever induce me to come forward as evidence against you. If my conduct meets your approbation, can I ask you for a reciprocal favor in the shape of a temporary loan? I'm just appointed to a situation of about $1,200 a year, but for the moment I'm in the greatest distress with a large family. Necessity has driven me to ask your lordship's favor. Whether granted or not, be assured of my keeping my oath of secrecy.
The statement which Lemarchant enclosed referred to interviews which Lemarchant had had with de Beringer, in which he claimed that de Beringer had told him that he was now in a good financial position as a result of services which he'd rendered to Lord Cochrane and his uncle, which had enabled them to make large sums on the stock exchange.
I didn't answer that letter.
I don't blame you. And Lemarchant soon forgot his pledge of secrecy. Strange that a man of his kind should have been offered a government appointment abroad. But he never got it after what Lord Ellenborough said.
He is a person whom the government might do very well in letting ride at anchor here, without going abroad.
We could well have dispensed with him. But apart from his evidence and that of two other witnesses, you don't and couldn't dispute the rest of the evidence.
What about those two witnesses?
Of those two witnesses, one said de Beringer was in red when he changed into the hackney coach, and the other that he was in red when he called on you.
Foul perjurers.
We will hear them in a moment or two and see. But before we listen to their evidence, let me remind you that your counsel virtually admitted that de Beringer appeared at your house in red. He said that you were mistaken when you said the uniform was green.
My counsel let me down. He should have made no such admission.
And you called one of your servants who saw de Beringer at your house on the 21st of February. He could have said the uniform was green if it had been, but your counsel didn't ask him, and for good reason. In the original brief to counsel, it was stated that de Beringer was wearing red when he called on you.
I tell you, my lawyers let me down.
Everyone's out of step except you, apparently. Even your own lawyers. Not to mention poor little William Crane, the foul perjurer. You claim that de Beringer must have changed from the red uniform into the sharpshooter's green on his journey from Dover to your house in London. You said that he carried a case in which he could have put the uniform he was not wearing.
Yes, indeed. And after the trial, I produced affidavits of several people to say that he arrived at my house in green.
You did, and you claimed then, as you claim now, that Crane, the hackney coach driver, was a witness procured by the other side to commit perjury. A pity, then, that you didn't prosecute him for perjury.
It's not my business to prosecute people.
Indeed not, but you did prosecute one witness, didn't you?
Well, what of it?
You prosecuted a man called Davidson, who, though called by the prosecution, gave evidence in your favor. De Beringer's defense was that he was not the man from Dover, and he called evidence to prove that he was elsewhere at the time. You know now, and you knew then, that the alibi was false. Do you recollect what Lord Ellenborough said?
If the evidence produced by the prosecution is not sufficient to establish that de Beringer was the man, I am at a loss to say by what description or quantity of testimony such a matter can be satisfactorily proved at a trial.
Well, I should have thought that was for the jury to say.
Well, they said it.
Only after having been told by the judge to do so.
Nevertheless, de Beringer was the man for all his attempts at an alibi. You have to admit that.
Well, he was the man, yes, but I didn't conspire with him.
To return to Davidson, the man you prosecuted. He gave evidence for the prosecution, mark you, to suggest that de Beringer was in London when in fact he was in Dover. Now, if de Beringer wasn't the man from Dover, you were bound to be acquitted. Yet you prosecuted Davidson for helping you. Why? You don't answer. Let me do it for you. You hoped you could get a witness for the prosecution convicted of perjury, so that you could say that you'd been convicted on perjured evidence. Unfortunately for your little plan, Davidson was acquitted.
Well, I don't see what that has to do with it. I wasn't guilty.
But if you prosecuted Davison, why not the wicked Crane? It was the keystone of your case that Crane committed perjury. You didn't prosecute him, yet you did prosecute Davidson. Now let's hear the perjured evidence of this witness suborned to commit perjury by a corrupt prosecution.
You are William Thomas Crane.
Yes.
Do you drive a hackney coach?
Yes.
On the 21st of February, do you remember taking up a fare at the Marsh Gate?
Yes.
Where did the fare come from?
Out of a Dartford post station 4.
Where were you directed to drive to?
To Grosvenor Square. When I reached Grosvenor Square, the gentleman told me to drive to 13 Green Street. He got out there.
Did you hear for whom he asked?
Colonel or captain or somebody. I didn't hear the name, but they said he was going to breakfast in Great Cumberland Street.
That is where Lord Cochrane's uncle lived, members of the jury, and where Lord Cochrane had, in fact, gone. Well, what did the gentleman say then?
The gentleman asked if he could write a note to him.
Did he go in?
Yes.
Were you discharged then?
Yes. The gentleman gave me 4 shillings before he went in, and I said I had to give me another shilling.
Is that what you actually said? You hoped he'd give you another shilling?
Well, we have our own way of saying these things. The gentleman took out a portmanteau that he had and a sword and went in. Then he came out into the passage and gave me another shilling.
Apparently your way of saying these things was effective. Well, what sort of a portmanteau was it?
A small leather one. Big enough to wrap a coat in.
Well, what sort of leather?
Black leather was as well as I can recollect.
Have you seen that person since you drove him to Green Street that morning?
Oh, I saw him at Mr. Wood's house.
Mr. Wood is a messenger from the aliens office who arrested de Beringer, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Adolphus.
Do you see the man you drove to Green Street in court?
Oh, I think that's the gentleman there.
Were you of the same opinion when you saw him at Mr. Wood's?
Yes, but he altered himself very much by his dress.
Thank you.
That was the whole of this wicked perjurer's evidence in chief. This was the man whom the government and the stock exchange had suborned to commit perjury. Lord Cochrane, can you point to one false word in the whole of that evidence?
Read the cross-examination.
I will. But if I may say so, when wicked conspirators get together to persuade a man to tell a story to bolster up their case, he usually tells those lies when he first goes into the witness box.
Well, this time he waited. He bided his time.
William Crane, the 17-year-old hackney coach driver, bided his time? Huh, almost Machiavellian.
I tell you, he waited.
He even helped your case by volunteering that de Beringer carried a bag in which he could have put his red coat. He needn't have said that, and I wonder why he did. You haven't paid him too, I suppose.
That's a lie.
It wasn't a lie, it was a question. I just wondered, if you'd paid him to say that de Beringer carried a case, and then he'd slipped in a bit about his wearing a red uniform, that would have accounted for your anger and for your not being able to prosecute him. However, I agree that's surmise. Now, let's listen to Crane's cross-examination by Mr. Richardson, de Beringer's counsel.
You went to Mr. Wood's house for the purpose of identifying this man.
I did.
De Beringer was pointed out there as being the person in custody.
No, I met the gentleman coming up the stairs.
And you thought you saw a resemblance?
Yes, I thought he was something like the same gentleman that I carried.
You do not pretend to be able to recollect every person you carry in your hackney coach every day.
No, but when this gentleman got out at Green Street, I saw that he had a red coat underneath his greatcoat.
At the Marsh Gate, where he changed coaches, you did not open the door of your vehicle to him?
No.
The waterman did that?
Yes.
But when he got out in Green Street, you opened the carriage door to him?
I did.
And he paid you and passed into the house?
Yes, he did.
What was the colour of his coat?
Brown grey coat with a cape with lace to it.
Did you not describe the coat before as a kind of brown coat?
No, brown grey.
That was the substance of Crane's evidence. Does this 17-year-old boy sound like a wicked perjurer? Why did he not positively identify de Beringer if he was paid to get you convicted? Why did he not put de Beringer's red uniform in the forefront of his evidence?
I'm not well acquainted with the ways of perjurers, so can't answer that question.
Yes, the only other witness whose evidence you challenged was Bartholomew the waterman. Let's hear what he had to say.
Are you a waterman attending a stand of coaches at the Marsh Gate?
I am.
Do you remember the witness Crane having a hackney coach at the stand on the 21st of February?
I do.
Did you see a gentleman get into it?
I did.
Well, go on.
He stepped out of the Dartford coach into the hackney carriage.
Did you open the door and let the step down for him?
Yes.
How was the gentleman dressed?
He had a kind of brown cap on and a dark military sort of coat.
What had he under the greatcoat?
A scarlet coat.
Did you see anything on the scarlet coat?
I only took notice of the lace upon it.
Do you think you would know the gentleman again?
I do not know.
Look around you and see if you can see anyone.
I do not see that I can recollect him. Only seen him that half minute.
Look at that gentleman who is stooping down to write, and see whether you think it was like him.
Yes, I do, upon my word. But I only saw him for about half a minute.
This Lord Cochrane is the other perjurer, bribed by the prosecution to get you convicted. Why did he not refer to the star and medal on the scarlet coat? Why did he not identify de Berenger sooner and more certainly?
I repeat, the ways of perjurers are not known to me. I don't move in those circles.
The prosecution called 53 witnesses, excluding the merchant, and you dispute 5 words in the evidence of one witness and 3 words in the evidence of another. For the rest, the whole of the evidence was admittedly true. Do you still say you were not guilty?
Most assuredly. And subsequent history proved me so.
It did nothing of the kind. At any rate, the jury convicted you.
Well, they couldn't help it. Anyway, the jury was packed.
Your uncle was present when the jurymen were chosen and objected to none.
My uncle was a fool.
He was also guilty and fled after your conviction.
His conviction was justified, mine was not.
There was more evidence against you than against him.
There was no evidence against me worthy of the name.
Even your old friend Sir Francis Burdett said he would have convicted you if de Berenger had appeared before you in scarlet.
But he didn't. He was in green. And Lord Ellenborough deliberately disregarded the question.
You have already had the animal hunted home, and now you have his skin found and produced as it was taken out of the river, cut to pieces.
What's wrong with that? And what's wrong with what I said? I take up de Berenger at Dover as I would a bale of goods. I have delivered him from hand to hand from Dover to London. I have delivered him into the house of Lord Cochrane, and I have Lord Cochrane's receipt acknowledging delivery.
Very picturesque. But not in the scarlet uniform.
Which your eminent counsel, who subsequently became a Chief Justice, did not dispute.
Well, don't talk to me of Chief Justices. Lord Ellenborough was enough for me. I remember the way he passed sentence.
He didn't pass sentence on you. It was one of the other judges, Mr. Justice LeBlanc, who sentenced you.
It is painful for the court to observe that among those who stand for judgment, there should be anyone who, by reason of his rank, situation, and every attribute held honorable among mankind, ought not to have been connected with persons of the description of those with whom he has been connected. This is a conspiracy of the greatest magnitude and of the most prejudicial effect to the community. The sentence, therefore, is that you, Sir Thomas Cochrane, commonly called Lord Cochrane, do pay a fine of £1,000, and that you be imprisoned for 12 calendar months, and that you be set in and upon the pillory opposite the Royal Exchange for 1 hour between 12 noon and 2 in the afternoon.
Silence! Silence!
I remember that sentence only too well. I think perhaps it was the only occasion in my life when, for the moment, hope seemed to fail me. I read later what the diarist Crabb Robinson wrote. It may well have been true.
The sentence of the pillory was passed against Lord Cochrane, de Berenger, and Butt. The severity of this sentence has turned public opinion in favor of his lordship, and they who first commiserated with him afterwards began to think him innocent. When the sentence was passed, he stood without color in his face, his eyes staring and without expression, and left court like a man stupefied. I have since heard that he recovered his spirits in prison. This disgraceful punishment will, without doubt, be remitted to him.
I little thought at that moment that I should be buried in Westminster Abbey. But Francis Burdett and some of my friends stood by me. I've never forgotten it, Francis.
What are friends for, Thomas? Only to acclaim victories. They're more important to cheer in defeat. But Lord Cochrane could not be down for long. Within half an hour he had recovered his spirits and was fighting back. He wrote to the Speaker of the House of Commons protesting his innocence, Did he not, Mr. Gurney?
He did indeed, Sir Francis. He never stopped protesting his innocence. He did so before sentence and after sentence. He acted on the principle that if you say a thing often enough, people may believe it. His speech before sentence didn't please de Berenger. As they were being removed from the court, de Berenger was heard to say to Lord Cochrane,
Scoundrel! Coward! And liar! You know you are as guilty as any of us!
I treated that remark with the contempt it deserved. And there were many who believed in my innocence.
That is true, but why? Crabbe Robinson records.
I found his friends strongly impressed with Lord Cochrane's innocence, and his cause is taken up by kind-hearted sentimentalists who cannot believe that a brave officer of noble family could so vehemently protest his innocence if he were guilty. But be he guilty or innocent, it is certain that the current of favor now running towards him is the suggestion of sentiment, not reason.
I venture to disagree. Even in the House of Commons, which expelled me, 44 members voted in my favor. I made a speech in my defense.
You did indeed, so uncontrolled that Hansard was full of dots and asterisks.
Well, if you had been wrongly convicted and sentenced to the pillory and imprisonment, you too might have used strong language. Well, I admit that I did. It was none too strong.
You said you were tried by a packed jury.
I was.
And you agree that your counsel admitted in his speech that de Berenger came to you in a red coat?
Exactly. Because of the mistake in the brief.
Your friend, Sir Francis Burdett, agrees that if de Berenger came to you in the red coat, and you sent him away with a civilian hat and coat, you must have been guilty.
What of it?
Well, then, even an unpacked jury must have convicted you. Why should this jury be packed?
Well, to be on the safe side. The rascals in the government and on the stock exchange wanted my blood. I'd attacked them so often. They were determined to get me.
What a stroke of luck for your enemies that a fraud was perpetrated on the 21st of February, and that at the trial you appeared plainly guilty. They had to do nothing except wait for the ripe apple to drop. It was you who did their work for them. It was you who bought the stock a few days before the fraud. It was you who sold it on that day. It was you who handed to de Berenger a civilian hat and coat. It was partly your money which was found on de Berenger. It was you who failed to attend court. And it was your solicitors and counsel who, you say, made a mess of it.
It is easy to sneer at a man when he's down.
But you're not down now, and I certainly admire the way you rose again.
Not before I'd spent a year rotting in jail.
Not rotting.
Well, I tell you I was not guilty. That's why I escaped and ran to the House of Commons.
I've always wondered why you did that. You had only 3 more months to serve, and you were bound to be caught.
It was the consciousness of innocence which made it so difficult for me to remain caged up. And I felt that if I could address the House more calmly, they'd come round to my point of view and have my conviction set aside.
It was certainly a daring thing to do. I gather you hurt yourself in the course of your escape.
Yes, confoundedly. The escape itself wasn't too difficult. And it wasn't the first time I'd escaped from a prison. There were some farcical proceedings in Malta, where I was locked up for going into the judges' rooms and removing a list of fees from a lavatory.
From a lavatory?
Well, didn't you know? Yes. When naval officers became entitled to prize money, the legal officials were entitled to make certain charges. They always charged exorbitant fees, far beyond those that were authorized. I wanted to get hold of the list of authorized fees and found it in the lavatory. I must say I was surprised they hadn't gone one further and put it down the closet. Well, they locked me up, and eventually I had to escape as my men were getting impatient. I used much the same method in the Marshalsea. I had a bit of rope smuggled into the prison. With this, I let myself down from an unbarred window. I then had the outer spiked wall to scale. I threw a running noose over it, hauled myself up, and sat on one of the spikes. Now, that wasn't very comfortable. If once again you doubt my word, you should try it sometime.
No, I'll take your word on that.
Thank you. I then secured the rope to one of the spikes, but unfortunately, as I was letting myself down, it broke, and I fell. I hurt myself quite badly. However, I managed to get away, and 10 days later presented myself in the House of Commons.
But they wouldn't hear you.
It was disgraceful. The House allowed one of its own members to be arrested in the chamber.
But you've been expelled.
Ah, yes, but after my expulsion, there was a fresh election, and I was re-elected. They couldn't very well expel me again. I must say my constituency stood by me.
I remember now. Didn't the other candidates stand down, and weren't you elected unopposed?
That is so. But, I'd have been elected anyway. At any rate, my constituents believed in my innocence. Well, the House wouldn't listen to me, and I was carted away like an escaped bullet to serve my final 3 months, and most unpleasant it was. I wrote on the £1,000 note with which I paid my fine. My health having suffered by long and close confinement, and my oppressors being resolved to deprive me of property all life, I submit to robbery to protect myself from murder in the hope that I shall live to bring the delinquents to justice.
I'm still at a loss to know who the delinquents were.
I repeat, Mr. Gurney, that it was a whole damn lot of you.
You just say these things. I was framed, you say. After you've said it often enough, people begin to believe you.
Nearly all the books agree with me.
True enough. But most authors don't know the facts. But let's come back to the books.
The books?
Yes, the books. The first you wrote yourself. Did you tell the truth?
Of course. I've never told anything else. It's you who tell all the lies.
Come, Lord Cochrane.
And I'm afraid don't say come to me, sir.
I'm not surprised you're touchy. Your book was full of lies. Listen to this. This is your language. You read it.
Huh. One most material point connected with the trial cannot be overlooked. Lord Ellenborough was not only Chief Justice, but at the same time a cabinet minister. He came hot foot from a cabinet meeting to decide on my fate. The fate of a person the government hated and was determined to suppress.
Well, that wasn't true, was it? Your trial was in 1814. Lord Ellenborough was a member of the cabinet of a different government in 1806.
Well, I got the dates wrong, that's all.
And then you wrote that you were denied a new trial because before sentence your uncle and another man ran away.
That was most certainly true, and I can prove it. Look at pages 532 to 534 of the shorthand notes.
I thought you'd say that.
Well, doesn't it show that they refused even to listen to my application for a new trial because of the technicality that all the accused were not before the court?
It does.
Well, then, where's the lie there?
You are a remarkable man, Lord Cochrane.
Yes, I prefer your insults to your praise, sir. At least you mean to be rude.
But I do think you're remarkable. You'd bluff your way through anything. It's perfectly true that your first application for a new trial was refused on technical grounds, but later you were permitted to apply for a new trial, and you were heard in full.
I might have saved my breath.
At least it was untrue to say that you were not allowed to apply for a new trial. Yet writer after writer has repeated this misstatement.
I am not responsible for what other people write.
But in this case you are. They repeated your misstatement.
They should have looked it up.
Then why didn't you look it up?
What I wrote was literally true.
Yes, but you also suppressed the truth, which is a more effective way of lying.
Well, if I'd forgotten something, how can you call it lying?
How you can have forgotten making a 3,000-word speech, I do not know.
There are many things you do not know. But there's one thing that I do know, and have never forgotten, that I was not guilty.
I think you almost believe it by now.
And so do many others.
I grant you that, and I'll tell you why. Because they don't know half the story and haven't had the chance to hear the different stories you tell to suit your case. When the motion to expel you from the house was upheld, you said that if you were guilty, you fully deserved the punishment.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. But don't you remember saying on another occasion that it was just a trumpery hoax and wasn't a crime at all?
No one has ever called it a crime before.
Then why should it be deserving of severe punishment?
Oh, you lawyers would twist anything.
Well, untwist this one for me, if you will. Do you remember a Mr. McCrae who was one of your co-defendants?
A rascal. He meant nothing to me.
But with a sense of humor, don't you think?
This is no laughing matter.
Agreed, but in that case, why did you let your uncle forward McCrae's letter to the stock exchange?
What letter?
Have you forgotten that, too? Before your arrest, your uncle sent on a letter to the Stock Exchange Committee which he said Mr. McCrae had authorized him to send. It read as follows.
Sir, I authorized the bearer of this note to state to you that I am prepared to lay before the public the names of the persons who planned and carried into effect the late hoax, provided you accede to the terms which my friend will lay before you.
Well, what's that to do with me?
Your uncle sent that note with a letter of his own. In it, he said,
Mr. McCrae is willing to disclose the names of the principals concerned in the late hoax on being paid the sum of £10,000 on the conviction of the offenders.
A modest little sum, £10,000. Your uncle continued.
I am happy to say that there seems now a reasonable prospect of discovering the authors of this hoax, and I cannot evince my anxious wish to promote such discovery more than by assuring you that I am ready to contribute liberally towards the above sum.
That was very noble of your uncle. But the poor man got no reply. So he wrote again and sent the letter by hand.
I have to request that you will be good enough to inform me what are the intentions of the Stock Exchange on the subject of the letter I addressed to you relative to the proposal of Mr. Macrae. Lord Cochrane, Mr. Butt, and myself are willing to subscribe £1,000 each in aid of the £10,000 required by Mr. Macrae. The bearer waits your answer, which, to prevent any mistake, I hope you will find the time to commit to writing.
Your poor uncle. By that time, I can well imagine he must have been almost frantic.
Surely he should be back by now. What a time the man takes. At last. Give me the answer, man.
There was none, sir.
No letter?
None, sir.
Nothing at all?
Nothing, sir.
Oh, God.
That was on the 18th of April, Lord Cochrane. But your uncle didn't have to wait in suspense much longer. He was charged with conspiracy 2 days later.
What has this to do with me?
That's what I want to know. Why did you agree to pay £1,000 to this rascal if you were innocent?
To find the names of the guilty, of course.
In the same way, I suppose, that you offered to see the blackmailer, Le Marchant.
Le Marchant had nothing to do with Macrae.
I should have thought that both these incidents showed that you, like your uncle, were trying to avoid being prosecuted.
My uncle was guilty. I was not. But who would not want to avoid a prosecution? I knew nothing of Macrae at the time.
Well, you certainly did later. Macrae was almost as irrepressible as your lordship. Just before the motion to expel you, a petition was presented by Macrae through his MP. I should think that this must have been the only occasion when the House received a petition from an escaped criminal on the run. This time he didn't ask for £10,000, but stated that he wanted to come to your rescue. Did you have anything to do with that?
Certainly not. I had no connection with the man either then or at any other time.
Well, then I think it was very good of him. He asked to be allowed to be examined at the bar of the House. Unfortunately, he didn't give an address where he could be found, so the House refused to listen to his petition.
What's that got to do with me?
Only that I find it odd that the man to whom you offered to pay £1,000 should want to come to your aid without knowing anything about it.
Well, if it is odd, it does nothing to suggest my guilt.
Perhaps not, but there are so many odd things about your lordship's case.
Such as?
I hoped you'd ask that. You swore that when de Beringer called at your house on the day of the fraud, you were in a small factory in the city.
That was true?
No doubt. And that there you received a note. That, again, I believe to be true.
Very good of you.
Not at all. A note summoning you back to your house in handwriting which you couldn't read.
True.
No, my lord. Untrue. The note was, in fact, sent by de Beringer, as you have long since admitted.
But I couldn't recognize the handwriting.
No doubt you preferred to say you couldn't. I suggest you recognized the writing well enough.
I did not.
Only 4 days previously, you'd written a letter to de Beringer saying, your papers are very clear, as are all writings which come from your pen. How came it, then, that on the 21st of February you could not recognize his handwriting?
He probably wrote it differently.
As are all writings which come from your pen.
Yes, you said that before.
I thought I'd remind you of it. De Beringer says that in the note he complained at your not being at home and said he wouldn't leave the house until you returned.
You'd accept the word of a self-confessed swindler before mine?
I must confess that I see no distinction between you, except that he had the grace to admit his guilt. But let me remind you of another oddity. You swore that you returned to the house at once because you thought the writer of the note had brought news of your brother, who was abroad.
Well, he was abroad.
Of course he was. The virtue of your lordship's lies is that they're always based on some degree of truth. You swore that you thought your brother might have had an accident, and so you hastened home to see the man.
I thought he'd come about my brother.
Did you indeed? Did you think that some accident might have befallen him? Let's see. When your application for a new trial was fully heard, you put in evidence to show that your brother had indeed been taken ill. Not an accident, but had been taken ill. You told the court that before the day of the fraud, you had received a letter from your brother telling you of this illness. You did not bring this letter to court. Instead, you produced the affidavit of the surgeon who treated your brother. Do you remember what Lord Ellenborough had to say?
This affidavit does not show that Lord Cochrane was in possession of his brother's letter previous to the morning of the 21st of February.
My brother's affidavit states that he wrote to me early in the month, and I received his letter on the Friday previous to the fraud.
That was capable of being verified. But the original letter is not annexed to the affidavit.
I had no wish to bring my brother's letter before a court of justice.
Pretty thin, don't you think, on reflection, my lord?
Not in the least.
Why didn't you ask leave to go and get your brother's letter when the point arose?
They wouldn't have given me leave. They were determined to ruin me.
But why didn't you swear that your brother was ill if you'd already heard about his illness? The truth, of course, is that the letter was from de Beringer, and you knew that very well.
It is not the truth.
Why didn't you like this idea of bringing your brother's letter before the court? You didn't bring it because you knew that the letter would have proved that you hadn't had it before the 21st of February.
It would have proved nothing of the sort.
Well, where is the letter? Why didn't you produce it with the one you wrote subsequently to Lord Ellenborough? It would have been a perfect piece of evidence. You could have reminded him that they'd refused to believe you about your learning of your brother's illness, and here was the letter which proved them wrong and you right. Why didn't you do that?
The letter to Lord Ellenborough was long enough as it was. I couldn't put everything into it.
It's odd that whenever one gets a chance of testing your story, the evidence is missing. I cannot for the life of me think why you've never produced that letter.
Well, there are no doubt a lot of things that you can't think of, but that doesn't mean that I was guilty. I was not. I was framed.
Well, you've certainly satisfied a lot of people that you were.
3 Lord Chancellors among them. Not the easiest people to mislead, I should imagine.
They shouldn't be. But one of them, Lord Campbell, swallowed your story about not being allowed to apply for a new trial without checking up on it.
Is that my fault?
Certainly. By putting a misleading heading to one of the chapters in your autobiography, you persuaded at least 3 authors to say that you subsequently prosecuted one of the witnesses against you and secured a conviction. You know well enough that the only man you prosecuted was Davidson, and he was acquitted.
The judge was unfair.
Chief Justice Abbott, another one out of step. Was the jury packed in that case, too?
I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, your policy of making false allegations and sticking to them has certainly paid off. But they didn't at first. When you came out of prison, you moved a motion in the House against Lord Ellenborough. Are you suggesting that the House was packed?
Not at all. There were only 91 people there.
And all except Francis Burdett voted against you.
Many of them lived to regret it. Do you remember what I said then? It gives me great pleasure to repeat it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I said, posterity will form a different judgment concerning my charges against Lord Ellenborough than that which has been adopted by this House. So long as I have a seat in this House, however, I will continue to bring them forward time after time until I am allowed the opportunity of establishing the truth of my allegations. What about that?
I grant you pretty well kept your word. Nearly all the books pronounce you innocent. Even from beyond the grave, you made your promise good.
No, you mustn't flatter me.
I don't intend to. You have some outstanding qualities. Fantastic courage, equal determination, brilliant seamanship, and loyalty to your own wife.
Oh, you make me blush.
But apart from those qualities, Lord Cochrane, you are a rascal.
What?
You lie your head off to secure your ends, but every now and then you slip up.
I've never denied making mistakes.
Forgery is hardly a mistake.
What do you say I forged?
The date of a letter.
I deny it?
Of course you do. But explain this if you can. You know that after he came out of prison, de Beringer published a book in which he admitted his guilt and said that you were equally guilty.
So you were. Do you not remember telling me to drive from Dover to Deal and knock up Old Foley, the port admiral? Knock up Old Foley and tell him the glorious news were your actual words. You liked the idea of making a fool of the admiral, but I demurred and compromised by writing to him instead. All right, I was. Old Foley told the court that he didn't believe a word of my letter, and if I'd gone to him, he'd have asked me questions which would have resulted in my immediate arrest and the failure of our plan.
At any rate, Lord Cochrane might have got off then. It was your calling on him with the object of obtaining civilian clothes that brought him into the picture.
True enough. And I called on him in red, not green. If I'd been in my sharpshooter's uniform, what need would I have had for civilian clothes?
I tell you, you came in green.
Well, let's forget the colors for the moment. After the Beringer had published his confession, you published a copy of a letter which you said he wrote to a solicitor on the 17th of February, 4 days before the fraud was committed.
Well, what of it? He did write that letter.
No doubt he did, but not on the 17th of February.
Well, I only had a copy of the letter, but the date on it was the 17th of February.
So you say. The whole point of your publishing the letter was that it was supposed to be written before the crime.
So it was.
If, in fact, it was written after the crime, it didn't help your case at all.
Well, what of it? It was sent on the 17th of February.
Let's see. In the middle of the letter, the Beringer said...
Should the trial go against me, my fate is not bounded by disgrace and punishment only, for the doors of a prison will close upon me for life.
Hmm? What's that?
He said, should the trial go against me. What trial had he in mind on the 17th of February, 4 days before the crime was committed?
I don't remember that bit.
That's often the way, if you happen to forge a date. There, staring you in the face, is a passage which proves that the letter could not have been written until after de Beringer's arrest, and certainly not on the 17th of February before the crime.
Well, would I have been such a fool as to alter the date with that passage in front of me?
It's surprising what mistakes forgers make.
I am no forger.
But you put forward de Beringer's letter as being written on the 17th of February, and you founded your whole argument on that date.
Well, I made a mistake.
Indeed you did. A very unfortunate one, if you were innocent. Here are all the facts against you, quite enough of them. And now we find another, that you rely on a letter with a false date to try to prove your innocence.
My mistake about a date in no way proves my guilt.
Well, it's a very odd coincidence. But perhaps you were tricked into relying on the letter.
It's perfectly possible. My enemies would stoop to anything.
Let me ask you another thing. There's no doubt, is there, that you were a very keen sailor and a great patriot. You enjoyed fighting for your country.
Well, if that's a crime, I plead guilty.
I'm glad we've agreed on something. Just before the fraud, you've been ordered by the Admiralty to proceed to American waters in your ship, the Tonnant.
We can agree about that, too.
Good. We were then at war with America, were we not? Would I be right in thinking that when England was fighting, Lord Cochrane would like to be in the thick of the fight?
True, but it hardly becomes me to say so.
I will say it for you, then. Well, here was this war going on in American waters, and here were you, the gallant captain of Tonnant, ordered to proceed at once to the battle area. But instead of sailing as fast as you could, you asked the Admiralty for 14 days' leave in order to attend to a patent for a lamp. You asked to delay your sailing so that you could attend to a patent for a lamp.
Well, what about it?
How could a seaman of your keenness put off a day of battle for a mere lamp? Of course, if you'd wanted to take part in the stock exchange swindle, which might have made you a lot of money, your appetite for gain might have temporarily dulled your appetite for war. But a lamp, it's not possible.
The Admiralty gave me leave.
Yes, I suppose they'd like to grant a captain's request if they can, but that's one thing. I cannot believe that the glorious Lord Cochrane, thirsting for battle, will be held up for a fortnight by a lamp.
You may believe what you like. I stayed behind to perfect a patent to a lamp. And it was in the factory where it was being made that I received the note from de Beringer.
The handwriting of which you couldn't read.
You keep on repeating yourself.
If I do, I'm only following your most successful lead. I thought I might give you a little of your own medicine. But let's get back to your history. Your fortunes were at a very low ebb after the House had unanimously rejected your motion against Lord Ellenborough. But though you were down, you were not out.
Indeed, no.
You were determined to rehabilitate yourself and to make people believe that you were wrongly convicted.
That is certainly true.
So, you decided to prosecute Davidson. That was to be the start of your campaign. I was convicted on perjured evidence, you would have said. Unfortunately, that plan failed at the start, and on Davidson's acquittal, you must have been shaken. But nothing could stop a man of your determination. If you couldn't get over the wall, you'd get round it, and so you did. Off you went to Chile, Peru, and Brazil, and there you made yourself world famous. And this was the first step in the re-establishment of your character. In the House of Commons in July 1824, 10 years after your conviction, Sir James Mackintosh said,
I know that I am here touching on a topic of great delicacy, but I must say that commerce has been gallantly protected by that extraordinary man who once filled a post in the British Navy at the brightest period of its annals. I cannot avoid fervently wishing that His Majesty's advisers will induce His Majesty graciously to return Lord Cochrane to the country which he so warmly loves, and to that noble service to the glory of which I am convinced he willingly would sacrifice every earthly consideration.
Oh, very charmingly put. But I still had a long way to go. Though I still had friends, I likewise had enemies. In 1828, after commanding the Greek Navy, I returned to England and began to campaign for my reinstatement.
You petitioned the Duke of Clarence, the Lord High Admiral, who later became William IV. He was the right sort of man for you. He loved giving things away. He infuriated the Admiralty by promotions and increases of pay till they forced him to go.
Exactly. The Admiralty were partly responsible for my conviction. They conspired with the others.
I suppose you mean that they gave you that 14 days leave in order to involve you in the stock exchange fraud.
Well, that could very well be.
Perhaps it was they who tricked you into buying £139,000 worth of stock, which you couldn't have paid for had there been a sudden fall.
Oh, no. I hadn't thought of that before. It's very possible.
And no doubt they employed de Beringer to take part in the fraud and involve you in it.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Curious that when he came out of prison, he made no complaint of this.
Well, there's no accounting for the ways of foreigners.
Anyway, you petitioned the Duke of Clarence to seek a pardon for you from the king. The basis of your case on that occasion was that you were so conscious of your innocence that you were careless in preparing your defense.
So I was. So were my lawyers.
But in your petition, you took the blame mostly on yourself, and you complained quite falsely that you were refused a new trial because your uncle and McCrae were not present.
So I was.
Once again, your lie had a basis of truth. But in spite of the kindness of the Duke of Clarence and the mildness of your petition, it failed.
My enemies saw to that. But then God took a hand. George IV died and the Duke of Clarence became king.
That was indeed a godsend. You lodged a further petition. In that one, you attacked your lawyers but left the judges and jury and the stock exchange and the government out of it. When that petition was rejected, you played your trump card.
I did nothing of the sort. My wife suggested it herself. It was her idea that she should approach the king.
Well, we shall never know the truth about that. She was certainly a loyal and devoted wife. I take it you were happily married?
Yeah, 3 times.
I beg your pardon?
I said 3 times.
But I read of no divorce.
There was no divorce.
You weren't really married to them then? I must say I didn't think you were that sort of man. I've always thought that one of the things in your favor was that you were a loyal and faithful husband.
So I was.
No, you're quibbling again. I'm not talking of your mistresses.
Nor am I.
Well, then, who did you first marry?
A lovely girl called Kitty Barnes, an orphan.
And next?
Lady Cochrane.
Well, of course, she became Lady Cochrane.
That was her name when I married her.
What an extraordinary coincidence. And the third?
Well, she became Lady Dundonald.
Well, of course she did when you inherited the earldom. What was her name when you married her?
Lady Cochrane.
Oh, not another Lady Cochrane.
No.
Oh, explain, please.
Quite simply. I married Kitty Barnes 3 times. In 1812, 1818, and 1825.
Were you separated in between?
Gracious, no. She'd have followed me to the ends of the earth, and I her.
So I believed. Then why marry her 3 times?
My family objected to the marriage. One of my uncles particularly wanted me to marry someone else, but I would have none of it. I took Kitty off to Scotland and married her in the Scottish form by declaration. She was only 16 then. In 1818, we had a religious marriage in England at the suggestion of my friends and relatives. And in 1825, one of my uncles, from whom I had expectations, insisted on our getting married again in the Scottish church. I'd have married her 4 times, if necessary, any number of times. She was a wonderful woman, my Kitty. After my death, there was a family dispute which called my first marriage into question. Kitty had to give evidence before the House of Lords. Yeah. I wish I'd been there to hear her.
He was a glorious man. He was incapable of deception such as is imputed to him by the world. He was a god of a man, a hero of 100 fights. I have followed the fortunes of that great man. I have stood upon the battle deck. I have seen men fall. I have fired a gun for the honor of my husband and would do it again.
And that was by no means the greatest of her adventures. She risked her life more than once.
You were a fighting couple and you married for love.
Indeed, we did. After the paper was signed in Scotland and the servants gone, he began to dance the sailor's hornpipe and said, "Now you are mine, Mouse, forever." He used to call me Mouse. And I said, "I have had no parson or church. Is that the way you marry in Scotland?" "Oh, yes," he said, "you are mine, sure enough. You cannot get away." And I never wanted to. He was the most glorious man that God ever made.
Kitty believed in me through and through and insisted on going to see William IV. He granted her an audience. She was only just 35 and as lovely as ever. Lovelier, perhaps.
The king will see your ladyship now.
You are most kind, sir.
The Countess of Dundonald, sir.
Thank you, Gordon. Pray sit here, Lady Dundonald, where I can see you better. I said thank you, Gordon.
It is most kind of your Majesty to grant me this interview.
Kindness makes the world go round, madam. I'm all for kindness. They thought I overdid it when I was Lord High Admiral, promotions, you know, and that sort of thing. When the Admiralty got too cross with me, I just put to sea. Oh, we one happy family there. The men all loved me. And next to the love of a woman, the respect and love of men is one of the highest of pleasures. I can't say that I was particularly kind to the Admiralty, but then they were certainly not kind to me. My poor old brother George couldn't understand it. You made me Lord High Admiral, I said, then Lord High Admiral I'm going to be. I was right, wasn't I, Lady Dundonald?
Indeed, sir. My husband has always deeply admired your Majesty and told me how the sailors loved you.
Has he indeed? Oh, that's very comforting. It's very difficult being a king. You never know what ordinary people are saying and thinking. That's why I like wandering about the streets and hearing it from themselves.
I hope, sir, that may be the reason why you have been gracious enough to see me.
Indeed, madam. But I must admit that I had seen your beauty at a distance, and I was determined to see it on its own.
You flatter me, sir.
No, Lady Dundonald, I never flatter. It is no kindness to flatter. If I say to a plain woman that she's lovely, she likes it for the moment, but when she gets home, she looks in the glass and thinks I must have been laughing at her. Well, if I can say something which will give her pleasure for certain, I will say it. But if her face were plain, I would ignore it. Fortunately, I have no difficulties at the moment. I can praise all of you. All that's visible, anyway.
May I tell you, sir, why I sought this audience?
Oh, if it will not end it too soon, you may.
It is about my husband.
Oh, of course. Your husband's a great seaman. We lack such on the quarterdeck. We need more of the Admiralty. Yes, it was a pity your husband had that little misfortune, but I shouldn't worry too much about it. Does he want promotion? He shall certainly have it.
It is reinstatement that he craves, sir. Reinstatement and pardon.
Pardon, eh? Oh, that's the first one I've been asked for since I succeeded. Well, you've come to the right man. It is enthroned in the heart of kings, I think it goes, and drops like dew. Or is it rain? I can never remember. Dew doesn't drop, does it? Which do you say it is, Lady Dundonald?
Rain, sir, I think.
Well, rain or dew, it don't matter much. It's the mercy that counts.
May I tell you of my husband's case, sir? He has been so much abused by his enemies.
I don't like having enemies. I've even made friends with the Admiralty. No malice, you see. I hate rows. I'm a peace lover.
That is why everyone loves you, sir.
Everyone? Oh, it would be nice to think so. Are you among the number?
My husband and I are two of your most devoted subjects, sir.
I asked about you, madam, not your husband. Do you love me?
As much as it becomes one of your subjects, sir.
Oh, to blazes with this word subject. I hate it. It suggests slaves and such things. I hope I haven't treated you as a slave, though I must admit that in some ways I should like to do so. But I've got to behave myself. My brother George wasn't always as good as he might have been, but that's all the more reason why I have to behave. Confounded nuisance. But there it is. The king can do no wrong, they say. Can't he? But he mustn't. Pray don't take it as an insult to your beauty.
You have been most kind, sir, and honorable.
Pity.
Might I mention my husband again, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, you wanted him promoted or something.
You've read of his terrible case, sir, how his enemies brought him to ruin.
Yes, that's the trouble of having enemies. Tell him to have friends instead.
I had hoped, sir.
Capital. Hope is better than reality. If all your hopes are fulfilled, you've nothing to live for.
I only live for one thing, sir. My husband.
Oh, lucky man. Though it could be a bit tedious for him. No, forgive me. That was a jest. I was thinking of wives who drape themselves round their husbands like furs. It's all right for a bit, but then it starts to close in on you. But you're not like that, I know. Oh, with you I could... Come in.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, but the Prime Minister is waiting for an audience.
How aggravating. I was enjoying our talk, Lady Dundonald.
It was good of you to see me, sir. And my husband's pardon, sir?
Oh, of course, yes. That's what you came about, was it not? What a shame. No one comes to see me for myself. They always want something. Never mind, it's rather nice to be able to give things away. Gordon?
Sir?
Remind me to arrange for a pardon for the Earl of Dundonald.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Sir, you are too good.
Nobody regrets that more than I do, madam. Goodbye.
Well, Lord Cochrane, you got your pardon. But if I may say so, it was not because of your innocence, but in spite of your guilt.
Nevertheless, I got back to the Navy, and in 1848, I became Commander-in-Chief of the North American Station. Unfortunately, there wasn't a war on.
You were always at your best in a fight. I see that in 1854, you became one of the elder brethren of Trinity House, a very great honor.
Yes, I was pleased about that. I was almost 80 then, and a year later I offered to serve in the Crimea War.
And you would have gone to.
If they'd let me. They thought me too old.
You certainly fought your way back. No one can fail to admire you for that. Though you did so by making one false statement after another, and as no one bothered to correct you, people began to believe you.
They knew it was the truth.
They never thought about it.
My culminating triumph was being buried in Westminster Abbey.
Not your culminating one. You go on having triumphs. Not only did you impress your innocence on the people of your time, but nearly everyone who has written about you since your death proclaims your innocence.
Well, they recognize the truth.
Not at all. Some of them repeat your misstatements, and some add others for good measure. The two books which proved your guilt were just ignored.
And very properly. I would have done the same thing.
No doubt. The arguments against you are unanswerable, so no one tries to answer them. They just blandly repeat the myth of your innocence.
It is no myth.
No myth? I think you're forgetting one thing, my lord.
That's unlike me. What is it?
You are no longer on Earth. The standard of truth required where you are now is much higher than there.
Good gracious. I suppose you're right. I've been quite carried away. But it's your fault. You provoked me.
Well, Lord Cochrane, what is the truth?
The truth. The truth is... The truth... No, damn it. I tell you, I was not guilty. I was framed.
In A Matter of Speculation by Henry Cecil, adapted by the author from his book, the part of Admiral Lord Cochrane was played by Cecil Parker, and Mr. Gurney by William Fox. Sir Francis Burdett, Noel Howlett, de Berenger, Gerard Green, Lord Ellenborough, John Boxer, Mr. Adolphus, Alan Haynes, Le Marchant, Stephen Thorne, Crab Robinson, Basil Jones, William Crane, Fraser Carr, Mr. Richardson, Nigel Graham, Andrew Cochrane Johnston, Eric Anderson, Sir James Mackintosh, Hector Ross, Countess of Dundonald, Mary Wimbush, William IV, Norman Shelley. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Archie Campbell.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time,
Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Maurice Tablet dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Maurice? His devoted wife, Stella, his mother, who adored him, his brother, Colin. Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow.
Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tablet.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Mother, is that the way respectable general practitioners talked to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tablet. Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Well, who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers.
Morris.
Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major?
Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Wayland get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said goodnight to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
I'll be back in 10 minutes. She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and her patience is really wonderful.
She's a jolly good nurse, and you're very lucky to have her.
Oh, I'm sure we were. It's a pity she's so tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. He likes to say goodnight to Stella last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. That's why he's staying up now.
Poor boy. I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester?
No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire.
What a shocking thing to happen.
Yes, indeed.
And when you think that he was flying all through the war and never had a mishap. It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation. Oh, it's doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life. You know?
Here we are again. Fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, nurse? But what's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin? Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it
Oh,
all.
hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see.
Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
Yeah, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you.
No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me.
My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in ours? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you're as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh,
Good night,
goodbye.
Mary.
Goodbye.
John.
Goodbye.
It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. And for ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Wayland has the sense to use plenty of mustard.
Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to.
I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling, don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again?
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Oh, then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. you wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Stella, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling.
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
No, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda is what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later.
Oh.
In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Here, let me give you a hand, Nurse.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him.
Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold. Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Well, one must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester?
Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off.
Is Morris all right?
Oh, fairly.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
Well, I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was
almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in. And Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabrit died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
And Morris seemed comparatively well last night and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
Oh, she was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, he's dead.
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound. Just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, you'd better go for Dr. Harvester. I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Oh, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabrit?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than his wife.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabret actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabret was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabret was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought the Tabrets have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Laconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tabret coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Laconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
But what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? You must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorelin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Whalen to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing, only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It will do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No.
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Lithium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, Colin, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major LeConte will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Wayland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
Doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes.
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed about the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Wayland.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Well, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, Nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major LeConte asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major LeConte.
You?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tablet. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with a miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tablet!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. But since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling. I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say good night to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Laconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablet, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed my poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablet, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, yes, dear, it does.
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris. And I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tappert, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorelin. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately, and I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
Well, it's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Oh, Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tappert, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window.
A bloated, smooth-bellied pup, sightless and filmy-eyed, bobbed ceremonially in the wake of a moorhen. A moorhen that, for all its air of constant lively alarm, had not seen the naked, heavy man on the ramp, nor the stranger watching, but struck on with its nervous, erratic course through the reeds.
I say.
A mist still clung to the lake from which it sprang, but with infinite reluctance it fell back among the snares of sedges. Only the willows stood out against the morning in demi-silhouette, club-headed and Babylonian, half in, half out of the water.
I say, I don't know who you are, madam, but this is private property. I say, would would you kindly leave the way you came?
From the indistinct humps of swans in dry dock, sinewy arms waved once to the swimmer. But Dr. Warburton was not an imaginative man and did not wave back. They drew his eye. Perhaps they pointed to the solitary observer. He guessed the watcher to be a woman from something of her shape and called cheerfully. But the woman made no acknowledgement of a common humanity, nor stirred at all. Irritated, he consumed the mirrored surface, striking away from the boathouse in the mist. Exhilarated, confident, sensually absorbed, he turned on his back and struck on gloriously, drawing after him his goat's body, admiring the dark tufts of curly hair, straightened and streamlined in his progress. He swam very well. Well, switch it on, or whatever you do.
Oh, it won't start.
Nonsense, of course it'll start.
The paint's coming off the little sailor. Can I keep him?
No, dear.
Oh, you have to have the aerial out first on the little radio. Then you move the switches, you see.
Yes, dear, I know. You remember where it lives in the boathouse?
Oh, yes.
There's a good fellow. He recognized it for what it was instantly. It sought him out through the mist.
I say! Do you see me? I say! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Dr. Warburton ducked, but emerged directly, whimpering and bloody. Panic blinded him. Before he could see, it was on him again, nodding like the beak of judgment. He swung about, and for a moment, as his brain fused, the water claimed him. He forgot how to swim. Swimming became a mystery.
Murder as Art by Graham England, with Noel Hood as Dame Hetty and John Rye as Leo. Summer. The lawn of the Dower House.
The small, naked clinician and the large Dr. Warburton stood off, watching and nodding gravely as a star burst in Dr. Warburton's chest with a force that quite separated pain from its threshold and allowed for dispassion. Dr. Warburton had a vision of his body as a thing apart, like some perspex model of itself, with every nerve end a coloured filament glowing brilliantly with pain of such vigour it did not hurt at all. He felt again the wonder and excitement of his student days, and eagerly raised an arm as if to speak a thought. Instead, he waved once, or seemed to wave, as the swans on the bank had seemed to wave to him before that arm, too, slid under the water after the rest of him. His wife, though an imaginative woman, did not wave back, nor did the swans hiss her, as they had always, for some dim reason of their own, hissed him, as she conducted the little boat back to her and the floating dog by the shore.
Oh, I like it. It's very good. How inadequate that sounds. It really is very good.
It's not finished. There has to be an inquest. I need one more for my very last collection of stories, but I do like that one. A model boat, you see, would be just the weapon an unhappy woman would use, particularly if her husband had built it himself, if it was his only real passion.
What will the coroner say?
What they always say, that he struck his head when diving, or that his struggle brought on a heart attack. The natural seepage from the lake drew his body to where it was found. Don't say that. I've noticed in my very long life that society has a bias in favour of the least alarming explanation.
What will you call it?
I don't know, the water demon. I have terrible trouble with titles.
Did you get the idea from the little model boat I saw in the hall?
No, not really. We bought that yesterday at an auction. Jennifer wanted it. I once killed an admiral with Weil's disease. Do you know what that does? It paralyzes the kidney if there's a malfunction to start with. Retired, of course. Used to play Gilbert and Sullivan records all day long.
Oh, by the way, Dame Hetty, do you mind me using this thing?
Not at all. What is it?
It's a tape recorder. I find it most helpful.
I've never used tape recorders. I bought a Swan fountain pen in 1947. Broad nib, never use anything else. It's the same nib, you know.
Is it really? Could I see it?
Whatever for, it's just a fountain pen.
Oh, that's most interesting. Muriel Spark never lets anyone use her writing pens. If they do, she throws them away.
Who's Muriel Spark?
A novelist.
I don't know any lady novelists.
Well, I don't think you can call Miss Spark a lady novelist.
Her private life is her own affair.
Oh, quite.
Nevertheless, I think it worth recording, if that is what you're doing, that scandalous behaviour and creativity do not mix, whatever the paying public may think.
Quite.
Wasn't it working?
Wasn't switched on.
What does she do, this Spark woman?
Well, nothing that I know of. Perfectly respectable lady.
How dull.
Your own life, Dame Hetty, hasn't been entirely untouched by newspaper comment, has it? I see one of your reviewers accuses you of anticipating the novel of faction, of being unable to start a book without somebody else's body. I was glancing through the cuttings in your library. I hope you don't mind.
Would you pass me the glass, Mr.
Meadows? Leo Meadows. Do you mean the telescope?
I know what I mean, Mr. Meadows. Just give it to me, would you?
How do you give an admiral Weil's disease?
Oh, you need to keep rats, of course. It's concentrated in their urine. And you need a victim with a damaged kidney to start with. After that, it's plain sailing. Would you mind looking to the left of that little white farm building? My eyesight isn't what it was.
What am I looking for?
The postman.
Gosh. It's powerful, isn't it?
Naval issue like myself. My father was an admiral.
No, there's no sign of him. Oh, wait a bit. There's a bicycle. No, it's in a ditch. Abandoned or something? What a lot of litter.
Letters?
I suppose it could be letters. Somebody's been turning out. Isn't that awful?
Thank you. It was set in the 1930s. He was a recluse and lived in a rather pretty cottage.
Who was?
My admiral. He was very taken with thorn needles. Always had to have thorn needles for his gramophone. And he was always licking his thumb and pricking it to test the sharpness. Disgusting habit. Would you mind looking in that sheep dip, just beyond the ditch you mentioned?
Oh.
Do you see anything?
No.
His niece visited him regularly. She was the only one who did. He cordially detested her, and she felt much the same way about him, but bore all that patient merit of the unworthy could take, and she always brought the new needles. It was just a question of time, you see, and soaking the needles, and patience.
In the rats,
Yeah. It was a very pretty cottage.
What year was that?
1934.
Oh, that must be Home is the Sailor.
How clever of you. Home is the sailor home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill. Have you read it?
I haven't, actually.
No. I never yet met an author's agent who could read. They always have to employ someone to do it for them.
Oh, I'm not an agent, Dame Hetty.
But you did say my agent sent you.
Oh, yes, he did.
What did you say your name was?
Meadows. Leo Meadows.
Jewish?
No.
My chauffeur is very anti-Semitic.
Oh.
You have to be a poet, Mr. Meadows.
Well, I am, actually. How did you guess? No, of course, it's not a living. Doesn't pay. I couldn't say I was a poet in that sense.
No, it wouldn't be.
What?
A living. You're no longer young, are you? How many wives have you had?
2.
Yours or other people's?
Oh. One was mine, so to speak, and now she's somebody else's, and the present one was somebody else's.
I don't think I could have invented a name as good as yours.
Really?
If poetry were a living, Mr. Meadows, you would find 2 wives, whoever they belonged to, would be quite sufficient for newspaper comment.
Oh, you mustn't be offended, Dame Hetty. If I'm to do your life, then in the nature of things I shall be asking questions that must seem impertinent by their very pertinence.
You startle me, Mr. Meadows. You're going to do my life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was all settled.
Probably is, if that's what they want. I haven't done a full-length book in 5 years, you know. Just my little short stories, the vignettes of my old age, as someone has unkindly called them. So that's why you're here. Exciting, isn't it? They've been getting very restless.
They?
The family. And Thomas wants to be married. There's a hawthorn hedge just above the sheep dip. Would you...
I feel a little like Admiral Nelson. Oh, my God.
Now, you will stay the weekend, won't you?
I'm awfully sorry. I don't think I can.
Is that him? With the telescope? Thomas?
Yes.
Jennifer, come away from the windows, baby.
Yes, well, what do you think?
Looks good to me.
I shall take them some lemonade shortly.
No, don't do that, Hector. If she looks like dropping off, Thomas can entertain him. I'll give Hetty one of her pills.
And a wee drop of scotch.
Be quiet, child. Don't you want a new tennis court?
Oh, yes, Aunt Sylvie.
Still, the scotch mightn't hurt. I could do with one myself.
Nervous?
I always am before she starts a new book. I suppose you aren't.
Well, I amuse her. You, on the other hand, do not amuse her. Still, perhaps she's fond of you.
Well, I did marry her, after all.
Oh, no, I shouldn't think so.
What?
It's much more likely that she married you.
Well, same thing.
Oh, no, it's not. You must have been very fetching in your day, Hector. Rather dashing, I shouldn't wonder. The galloping major, what?
I had my moments.
Rather a lot of them, by all accounts.
Aunt Hetty says everyone should have a hobby.
Go and play under the elm trees, Jennifer.
Not likely. Before the bough breaks. 1957. Ooh.
Did you see the film?
Only on television.
She paid off my mortgage with the film.
Ah, so that's how she got you.
No, that was after we married.
Well, didn't you mind being married to a woman 20 years older than yourself?
Well, of course I bloody well minded. She was as ugly as sin even then.
Quick contest, was it? One more for the tally? Just keeping your hand in, as it were.
Oh, chuck it, Thomas.
That's the trouble with womanizing. Any old boot, so long as it's high-heeled. Can't understand it myself. Must be some sort of disease. I bet Hetty cured you. Why on earth didn't you cut and run?
I came for the weekend. The summer of 56. And it rained. And afterwards she told me about her first book.
Aunt Sylvie? That funny man's been sick in the rhododendrons.
Simon!
Not now, Audrey. In the morning.
Audrey?
What? Where?
Shh! Downstairs.
I knew she'd find out.
Shh! Downstairs, a burglar.
Melissa, don't be silly.
What do you mean, don't be silly? Don't you believe in burglars?
Oh, God.
Oh, well, we can't both stay under the bed. It's all right for you, tucked in against the wall out of sight, but I think I stick out a bit.
Perhaps it's Leo.
How can it be Leo? You sent him for the weekend, didn't you?
Yes. Still, I better check.
Why me?
What's your house?
What if it's not?
Well, come back and tell me.
Melissa? Melissa? What are you doing under the bed?
It's my yoga night.
Why was she looking for the postman?
She's always looking for the postman. What else is there for her to do?
She is a marvellous writer.
Coffee. What's wrong with the postman?
Oh, God. She does, in a sense, kill people, of course. It's her trade.
Yes, but...
What's wrong with the postman?
Oh, everything's wrong with the postman. He's dead for a start.
Someone sent the vicar a parcel bomb. Our poor friend was a little late delivering.
I was there.
They found most of him in somebody's sheep dip.
Now she's turning it into a short story. That's what I object to. It's like making lampshades out of people you know.
Well, what else do you want her to do? She's a writer.
Unlike some.
Oh, sweetheart.
I don't call poetry writing, darling.
I mean, it's hardly material for a saga, is it? For her sort of novel, she needs an archetype.
Like a poet.
Melissa? What's she going to call it?
What, the story?
Yeah.
Well, she's stuck between Blessing in Disguise and Post Early for Christmas. In the story, you see, it won't be meant for the vicar at all. That's the red herring. The postman's young wife is in love with a new vicar, and they plan to get rid of Mr. Plod, so, it's her, you see. He builds the thing, and, well, she sends it.
I like it. I can sell that.
It was tremendous of you, Simon. No one ever commissioned me before. I do appreciate it, but, well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather write a few poems and starve quietly.
It is not all the same to me.
I've got faith in you, Leo, and we'll make a killing, you know.
Oh, please don't say that.
Sorry. I'd go down with you like a shot, you know that, but, well, we're not on the best of terms at the moment. Anyway, Thomas is on your side.
I could get a job. Well, don't you see? Death in life doesn't concern her. It's only death in the novel that rouses her passion. It trivializes death somehow. I mean, art isn't just therapy. Ooh. Shan't be a tick.
That's why she's so good. She argues backwards from the event, turns fact into art. Her corpses are real people, aren't they? They don't just lie there like a clue in a crossword. It's made like Queen of the Vicarage murder set. She's done it all on her own, Leo. Leo! Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Not now.
Oh.
But is it fair?
I don't know. Is it art?
She is a marvellous writer.
Should the novelist accept responsibility for the actions of his characters? I don't know. That's something you could ponder in your book.
I'd have to take it up with her.
A free hand, Leo.
Really?
Tell you what, I'll run down in the car late Friday. Put up at the pub, give you a sort of backup till you get established.
Oh, goody. A weekend in the country.
You are not coming.
Oh, yes, I am.
What?
Shall I bring Melissa?
Oh, you are a comfort, Simon. It was good of you to come over so late. I don't know how you got here so quickly.
Oh, well, what are friends for?
But a writer's sources, Dame Hetty, are of infinite fascination for their more literate readers.
You can't be more literate. You either are or you aren't. I heard about a literate film script once. It must have been an object of endless fascination.
Quite. 5 of your novels were filmed, isn't that right?
I don't write novels.
Thrillers?
I write books, Mr. Meadows. Not novels or thrillers, but books.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no, you don't. Works of crime, Mr. Meadows. Violent crime.
And it's 5 years since you wrote one.
What?
A book.
I told you that once. You must pay attention, you know, if you want to be a writer. Small wonder you need a tape recorder.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Well, we're not getting on very well, are we?
Nonsense. We're getting along famously. I like you. You're the answer to an aged author's prayer. Ask me anything you want to. Would you like to marry me? I'd make you very rich. Well, rich anyway.
Oh, good Lord. You're already married, Dame Hetty.
Major Lowe is not indispensable, are you, Hector?
Well, I think so, naturally, but then I'm partial. I bought you lemonade, dear. Would you like some, Mr. Meadows?
Oh, thank you, I should. It's very hot, isn't it?
Leo is a poet, Hector.
Oh, how interesting.
Well, not very.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had a slim volume of his works about him, or perhaps they're on the tape recorder.
Dame Hetty, you are wicked.
Yes, she is. She really is.
And I'm also right, aren't I?
Yes, you are. I suppose you want me to read some now.
Oh, certainly not. Just autograph it to me and leave it in the library. It will probably have a macabre fascination in the years to come.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never give books away. I had to pay to have it published as it was.
And I'd be a fool to buy it, wouldn't I? Very well. But, don't read more than one.
Well, this is called Hanging Mirrors. Little favourite of mine. I think I've got it somewhere. It's very short.
Have you got my pills with you, Hector?
Yes, dear. Do you feel you need one?
No, but have it ready.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Hanging Mirrors. Oh, I should explain. The title refers to moving into an old family house. A cousin, in fact. Moving in, that is. The house was on the border, the Welsh Marches. Well, that's important. Oh, and I should explain...
Oh, I shouldn't really.
What?
Explain, Leo. Just read the damn thing.
Oh. Hanging Mirrors. Dead? Are they dead? What, all of them dead? Florence and Charlie and great-uncle Fred? Flossie and Fleur and Hyacinth, too? Gone? Are they gone? What, all of them? You. Well, I said well. Are you fit? Are you well? Two? Just the two? Only two of us here? All. Not them all. Not all of them dead. Careful. Oh, careful. Damn it, do have a care. See, don't you see? Our images, there. Gone. Are they gone? Where is mine? Can it be? Are you dead? Can I be? Is it possible there? Where there are none of me?
You left the tape recorder on. It's all right, Hector. I'll put it back in the box. Ah, I shall have a little sleep now. I'm 79, you know. There, nobody knows that outside the family. You see how well we're getting on. Now, you will stay this weekend, won't you?
Well, I booked in the village.
Never mind, get your bag. Hector will see to all that, won't you, Hector?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, you're very kind.
Not at all. We don't have what you call dinner these days, do we, Hector?
Well, Hetty, who called the cook a bastard?
Who called the bastard a cook? Anyway, make a big breakfast, I should, while the going's good.
Well, I'm not a big eater, actually.
No, don't look it. We must feed you up somehow. There's always something to eat. Don't sit under the elm trees, Leo. The elm hateth man and waiteth.
Ah. Before the bough breaks?
Yes, 1950-something.
7.
Was it? A lovely book, whatever year it was. Well, be off with you. Thomas will amuse you if Hector can't. He wants to be married, after all.
Well, I'll see you later on, then.
Certainly you shall, but perhaps not today.
No, I've got to work, dear. Shall I leave the pills?
I wish you wouldn't ask me that. And no, I do not need the pills. Child.
I am not a child, Hetty. I am 33.
What a splendid thing to be. I wish I was. Though I don't know. I wasn't happy when I was 33. I was much happier in my 40s. Though I was never sure what people meant by that. Don't do that, Sylvie. It's rather nerve-wracking.
Will you do a new book?
I might.
Can I be in it? Oh, do let me be in it.
Sylvie, whatever's come over you.
I didn't mean that.
What?
About being in the book.
Of course you didn't. Have you seen the new vicar? He isn't married, I understand.
Oh, good. I'll go and leap on him.
Vic.
Well, he's not likely to leap on me, is he?
I've been meaning to ask you, dear. If I do another book, and I don't say I shall, would you like a nose job? A sort of little present. Not that I mind your nose, understand. Goodness knows, mine used to bother me, you know, before I was 40. But I'm behind it most of the time, whereas I can see your problem, but to see one's own, one has to shut one eye, and that gets you into all sorts of bother.
Oh, chance would be a fine thing.
I don't think it ever worried me, being plain. After I was 40, anyway. Strange that you should take after me. We're not related by blood, after all.
What was my father like?
He drank, rather.
But what did he look like?
You, dear.
No wonder he drank. Was he drunk when he had his accident?
Very drunk. You wouldn't have liked him, Sylvie. Awful bounder. Frightful drone.
See the little fairy glen where the elves are dancing.
Hello, little girl.
Hello, little tennis court. Had a busy day?
Yes. Yes. Instructive, certainly. I'm lost, I think. Comes of taking shortcuts. You're Jennifer, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
This is a dangerous place to play, Jennifer.
Yes, it is. Awfully dangerous. Do you want to see it?
What?
Rich and Strange, 1966. Well, that's why you're here, isn't it?
Oh, my favourite book. This was the weir, and that must be the mill.
Hatton's Mill. Come on. Of course, it isn't called Hatton's Mill, only in the book. It hasn't got a name. Oh. Look.
Gosh. Are you an orphan, Jennifer?
Yes, I am. I'm an orphan.
Don't stand so near the edge, child. It's horribly fascinating.
Of course, it's only Hatton's Mill in the book.
That would be artistic license, you see, wouldn't it? But she describes it perfectly. The broken steps, the isolation, the feeling of rottenness and unfathomable depths, and the vast, indifferent mill.
Throw a stone in. A big one.
Oh, all right. There.
Gosh.
Her only book without a body. Did you know that?
Oh, yes.
Strange the sense of anticlimax at the end of all her stories. When the murderer is caught. The sense of unreality. You read her books?
Oh, yes. I know them all. I could read when I was 3.
Oh, do come away. It feels so cold and dank and slippery. Don't you long for the sun, my pale, fey child?
Not particularly. Are you a toucher?
What?
A toucher. Uncle Hector's a toucher. It's terribly expensive being a toucher.
What? Well, where are you? Wait a minute. What do you mean? Oh, damn. Why did you say, hello, little tennis court?
You're my tennis court.
Yes, but
If Aunt Hetty writes another book, I shall have a tennis court.
Yes, but
Then they'll have to play with me.
They will?
Yes.
Why won't they play with you now?
I don't know. Shall I make you a daisy chain?
No, thank you.
See the little fairy glen where the elves are dancing in a dark magic ring. 1, 2, 3. Goodbye!
Jennifer! I don't know the way back. Could you direct me to the village, please?
Shh, please. One moment, please. So, thank you. I just wish to record it for the collection. It's a sad sight, the death of giants. How many noble trees, Mr. Meadows, across this great island. slaughtered like pigs with swine fever by that vile worm.
Worm?
Come on.
How did you know my name?
You are staying with Dame Hattie, yeah?
Yes.
I work for Dame Hattie.
Oh. Are all these elms diseased?
Oh, yes. See, break off some of the bark. Here and here. And is revealed a network of pain. 1,000,000 tunnels of agony. A bunker of disease and decay. What a subject for a great epic poem, Mr. Meadows. An underground city of death.
I'm a poet, Herr,
Gerber. Gustav Gerber, formerly of the Hamburg State Police. At your service.
Oh.
Traffic Division. You want to park your car? I can help you. May you live to write it, Mr. Meadows.
You record these sounds?
Oh, yes. They will also burn the trees, and I will record that too.
But why?
Well, it is my hobby. And also, I have the honor to aid the amateur productions of the village players.
Oh.
We are doing the cherry orchard. The new pastor will direct, and Dame Hattie is our patroness. That they owe to me.
Well, that's hardly going to sound like a cherry tree coming down, is it?
Oh, when I have finished with it, Mr. Meadows, it will sound like the motorcycle accident if I want.
Really?
But of course, you can re-record and augment and distort the sound, cut it out, anything. You are asking for the village, yeah?
Yes, I'm to meet my wife.
Would you like first a cup of coffee with me at my cottage?
Oh, well, thank you.
Come on.
Traffic Division?
Yeah. The tragedy of my life, Mr. Meadows. Every year I am saying to the Jewish bastard in charge of the... I am not prejudiced, Mr. Meadows. They just got no place in the police, not in Hamburg. Polizeikommissar. I am saying, Jaime, please, I want to go criminal.
What?
Scenes of crime. I want to work on scenes of crime. Violent crime, murder, robberies, and criminal assault. You think I am joining the police for helping old ladies across the Schulterblatt? This is Hamburg, city of sin. We are not in Dusseldorf, you know. We see, says Jaime. Next year, maybe. That is how I met Dame Hattie.
Dame Hetty?
What a wonderful writer. I admire all things English, Mr. Meadows. The British Home Stores, the Changing of the Guard, the Manchester United, the British Criminal. Real Aryan gentleman, Mr. Meadows. Bobby Charlton, Ronnie Biggles.
Yes?
So, I am writing to Dame Hattie. You're a policeman, I am saying. Excuse me, they are not wonderful.
Aren't they?
Her policeman, they are stupid. And her detective stinks like gefilte fish.
Does he?
Amazing. She is writing me a most courteous, charming letter. I want to kill this man in Hamburg, she writes.
What?
For the book.
Oh.
So, we are planning this murder, she and I. Except that.
Yes?
Except that. This elderly Englishman dies outside a nightclub in Hamburg. A traffic accident like we have in the book. Just like we have in the book. Exactly like we have in the book. Nature imitating art, I am saying to myself. Only the book wasn't out already.
Yes. Have some more coffee.
Help yourself. So, again I am writing to Dame Hattie. After all, I am a traffic policeman. And I am putting frankly my feelings in the matters.
And?
I am getting no reply. Well, Herr Secretary, somebody writes and thanks me. Dame Hattie is engaged, looking for another subject and so. And I am saying to myself, Gustav Gerber, we are in the most unusual situation. Because if Dame Hattie is writing another book, it's a paradox, Mr. Meadows. Instead of having a body and looking for a murderer, we a murderer have and must look for the body. Ah.
there you are. Thought we'd lost you.
My God!
Oh, you all right? Sorry, did I startle you?
I mean, if you could, would you warn me next time, Major? Please? I might have been killed.
Oh, sorry. Lost your way, have you?
Yes.
Oh, easily done. You're not far off. You could see the Dow House from here if the light wasn't fading. Oh, you've been out a long time.
I have walked for miles and miles.
Oh, well, I'll take you back. No point in hanging on here. Not your cup of tea, is it?
Actually, I think I need my wife. I am going to the village.
Well, why not phone her from the Dow House?
Those birds were sitting, Major Lowe.
Not anymore, they're not, are they? Nasty fat brutes. Vermin, Mr. Meadows. Come along.
I want to speak to my wife, please. Mrs. Meadows.
Mrs. Meadows?
Yes, Meadows. You know, meadows, fields, leas, grass, that sort of thing. Meadows. Moo. Moo. Moo.
Hold on. Got right one here. We got Mrs. Meadows. She's staying, is she?
No. I just rang. I thought I would. She's skin diving off the Azores.
Pardon? Oh, wait a minute. Putting you through. We got some skin divers staying then.
Hello?
Simon?
Yes?
Oh, have they given me the wrong room? I want Melissa.
No?
Oh. What are you doing in Melissa's room?
Oh, looking for drugs, pornographic literature, the odd dirty postcard. Anything to pass the time, really.
Well, look, for God's sake, Simon, stop messing about, would you? Is she there? Put her on.
She's gone to the country club with Thomas. You were supposed to be here.
Oh, drat.
You sound upset, Leo.
Well, of course I'm upset. I've every right to sound upset. I was very nearly killed this evening.
Oh, is that all? Accident?
Well, I don't know.
What happened? Did you read some of your poems to the village idiot?
Ha, bloody ha. Oh. Country club. Country club. Country club.
In the litter book, Leo.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see you there.
Just passing through.
You have a lot of telephones, Dame Hetty.
Yes, we do. Thomas bought a job lot. I can't stand telephones.
Well, I haven't said anything funny yet.
What?
Oh, darling.
Is that you again, Simon?
What?
Oh, Leo! Oh, don't do that.
Darling?
What do you want, darling?
You, honey bun, desperately.
Oh, poor baby.
Why didn't you wait for me?
Well, I waited and waited, sweetie. Honest injun.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, darling. I understand.
Oh, by the way, Simon was in your room.
Was he, cheeky devil?
Yeah, he sounded awfully fed up. Why didn't you take him with you?
Oh, two's company, Leo. Three's disgusting.
Is Thomas with you?
Yes, he's at the bar, getting some drinks. Oh, don't do that.
Whatever's going on, Melissa?
Just some tomfool.
Oh, is Thomas looking after you for me?
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh, nice chap. What time will he be back, baby?
Oh, I don't know. 1 o'clock. Half past. Get off that.
Oh, honey bun.
What's the matter, darling?
Well, I shan't see you.
Oh, sweetie. Can't you get someone to drive you over?
Well, they go to bed so early.
Oh, what a pity you don't drive.
Yes, but Melissa, I've got to talk to you. I'm beginning to get the oddest feeling.
Oh, do tell.
Oh, I'll ring you in the morning, darling. Sleep tight. Mind the bugs don't bite.
What?
Do I disturb you?
No, not at all. My wife.
Oh.
Lovely girl.
Is she?
Marriage is a wonderful institution. I recommend it wholeheartedly.
Do you?
Oh, yes. Strong chaps like yourself perhaps may not need it, but of course... but my goodness, it is a comfort to we weaker brethren.
I am not a chap, Mr. Meadows.
No. No, of course you're not. Sort of little joke. Shorthand. No offence meant.
None taken.
I
You mustn't...
Well, they say that...
Do I look like a chap?
What?
Do you get the feeling you were in the army with me or something?
Good Lord. No.
Why is it adults are so devious when as children we're so direct?
Oh.
I cycled over to the vicarage this morning. It was such a glorious morning. Unfortunately, I clashed with a school bus. That's always a mistake. And they couldn't get by. It was all rather harrowing. There were 40 juvenile yobbos behind me, whistling and crying, "Get them off," and gore in rural accents.
Where there?
From the back. I am quite seductive, Mr. Meadows.
Oh, of course you are. My word.
Well, that wasn't so bad, though it is remarkable what they seem to be teaching them these days. There's something quite frighteningly lustful about a recently broken voice in a high state of smut. Anyway, they got by in the end, though it seemed to take forever about it, and they gradually fell silent, row after row of quite pitilessly appraising faces. And as they drew away, there was this mad rush to the back of the bus, so I smiled, placatingly, I thought, and there was this long, collective... Ugh.
There's no answer to that.
Sylvie?
Aunt Hetty?
I can't sleep. Will you play cards with me, dear?
I was just going to show Mr. Meadows to his room.
Yes, I'm sure you were. Well, I've no doubt he can find his own way.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can, thank you. Oh, dear, dear. Excuse me. Long day. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Aren't you working?
I can't get on. Nothing falls into place. The setting's all wrong. I have my main character, my victim. It's the setting that's bothering me.
Oh, you'll think of something.
Yes.
Oh, it does seem a pity.
Nonsense. The weak must die, that the strong may live. The herd should be culled from time to time.
About the nose job?
Yes, dear.
Thank you very much. I should like it.
I am pleased. That'll help.
Will it?
Oh, yes. Good night, dear. I don't think I want to play cards after all.
Good night.
Don't we wait for Dame Hetty?
No, she never comes down for breakfast. There are kidneys on the sideboard.
But whose? That's what I want to know.
Don't be ghastly, Jennifer.
How's the project going, Leo? How do we shape as local colour?
Well, not at all well, actually. The project, that is. I was thinking of going today. There are things I ought to be doing.
Get in now and you'll become the world's leading authority on Dame Hetty Lowe. A manuscript all ready for when she snuffs it. Television interviews, book programmes. You know the way their little minds work. She's very big in America.
Well, why aren't you doing it?
Not my line.
What is your line?
He has the Midas touch, Leo. In reverse.
Sylvie, you traitor.
We cornered the world's surplus in second-hand telephones once. Had you noticed?
Well, yes, I had. There do seem to be 3 phones to every room.
Not to mention the stables.
Not if you can possibly avoid it.
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you won't, young lady. You nearly lost him yesterday as he was.
I'll show you.
Well, I'm not all that bothered, actually.
Oh, it's quite a sight, believe me. I had thought of opening it to the public and charging admission.
Oh, I shouldn't tell Hetty. She's trying to forget all about it.
This is the Long Gallery, Leo. He died in a hunting accident.
How tragic.
Yes.
Tragedy seems to stalk your family.
Well, not mine so much as his. His wife disappeared during the war, you know. One sister committed suicide. The other had a heart attack during a thunderstorm. Some families are like this, I understand. Look at Thomas Mann. You shouldn't smoke so much, Leo. It's not good for you.
Your next book, Dame Hetty.
Yes.
I'd like to talk about it. Do you mind?
Of course not.
Well, I wouldn't want you to talk it out.
Talk it out?
Well, I mean, some people feel superstitious about it, so that they lose material if they talk, before getting it down on paper.
Good heaven.
You have no such inhibitions.
I have very few inhibitions of any kind.
You do have a very practical attitude towards your art.
Yes, but I believe in inspiration too. Inspiration is all. Inspiration and execution. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heavens of invention. I do believe you've inspired me. Where will we poor crime writers be without our dear Shakespeare to bring home the bacon?
And where do you seek inspiration, Dame Hetty?
Here, in the Long Gallery, where I write.
But the heart of the matter
is rooted in reality. Some gesture, some place, some phrase, someone, but real, not imagined. Perhaps because I started so late, I was 40, you know. I had no idea I could write. I had no idea what I could do. We writers, Leo, balance between art and absurdity, as others balance between life and death. One is so easily pushed from one to the other. I was leading an absurd life, you know. I wasn't born a dame. People knew me once as Lady Hester's companion.
Were you there during the thunderstorm?
You're thinking of the wrong sister, Leah.
I'm thinking of your next book.
My last book.
Your last book?
My swan song.
Is that what it would be called? Swan song?
Yes, that's right. Some say swans sing before they die, to where no bad thing should certain persons
die before they sing.
You look a little pale, Leo. Shall we go into the garden? We can get there from here. Come along. People have extraordinary ideas of my wealth. I am not a millionairess. It's true I've made a great deal of money from time to time, but it tends to evaporate. Not having had a family of my own, I've indulged the one I acquired. They're very expensive. They take advantage of my generosity. But it keeps us very close. Strange that someone as self-sufficient as myself should enjoy having dependents. And then the taxman seems to apportion me the entire national debt. Or has this Labour government repudiated that? I forget. I was poor once, you know. Almost as poor as I was plain. And I was very plain. Sylvie takes after me. Had you noticed that we're not related by blood? Extraordinary, really. But she has vitality, has she not? Dying to be a tower of strength to someone, I shouldn't wonder. Girls with those fleshy noses tend to be very sensual, Leah. The sort that get excited about it and sound off like trains in tunnels. Hooters, I call them. I rather think George Eliot was a very passionate one. I ought to live abroad, really. But then, why should I?
Some of your best cases are set abroad.
Well, I had to go abroad from time to time. And several people who interested me went abroad, though I hated it, of course. Full of foreigners, you know. Oh, yes. When I have an idea for a book, I never give up. That's what marks the artist, makes him different. You don't start a book and then not finish it, by God. Grit, you know, a little blood, a little unladylike sweat, and you get it done. One must make sacrifices. And each one done adds to one's strength for the next in some subtle way. Nothing, I do believe, could stop me finishing a book now. One just makes the sacrifice and feels quite strong and glorious. How much does it cost to have a book of poems published?
Dee-doo-dee-doo-dee, lovers at first sight. Dee-doo-dee-doo-dee,
Sylvie?
Yes, Leo.
I I met a man in the park yesterday.
You have better luck than I do.
What?
Gustav.
Yes, that's right. He said he worked for Dame Hetty.
Well, sort of. He helped her with a book once.
Yeah, so he said.
Yes, he says a lot of things.
He said some remarkable things.
We do attract more than our fair share of loons.
Yes, we do.
But Gustav does take the biscuit.
Yes, he does.
Why don't the local children play with Jennifer?
I don't know. Won't they? We are a bit isolated, I suppose. Long way from their little teas, I expect. Precocious child. Tires very quickly of the grunting little morons we get round here.
You do have this acute servant problem, don't you?
It would be a treat to have a servant problem of any sort. There are a couple of dailies that come in during the week. I think it's a couple. They all look alike to me. There's the woman who does lunches. Oh, and there was a Spanish couple once. Whatever happened to them? And Hetty had a secretary once.
Yes, she did.
Charming girl. Gustav helps with the garden and odd jobs. He's a very good driver. Loves the rolls. He's a very interesting man, if you keep him off his obsession.
Obsession?
He has this remarkable theory about Hetty. He wrote her a fan letter ages ago. She wanted a continental setting for a book she was doing at the time, so she wrote back. Frightful mistake. Always is. I tell her not to. Naturally, he was tickled pink and terribly helpful. He's a policeman, you know. Or he was.
Yes, so he said.
Well, it so happens some poor old fruit we knew slightly got knocked over in remarkably similar circumstances to the book. Poor old Gustav got terribly excited. Wrote to Scotland Yard and Interpol.
Well, what happened?
Oh, they retired him early. We had a very nice letter from his chief.
He gets a very good pension. He's quite happy. Hetty's awfully fond of him. The oddest people write.
The theory?
Oh, you can't write a sonnet without being in love.
Therefore, to write best-selling murder mysteries, you have to be a murderer. Q-E-D.
It does sound faintly silly, doesn't it?
You don't have to be in love to write a good sonnet, do you?
It helps.
And the rest?
There is something essentially poetic about the force of her prose, as if she was half in love with easeful death.
Particularly other people's. Shut the door, Hector. Well. What an extraordinary book you will write about me, Leo, when I'm gone, provided always, of course, I oblige you by going first. What to sell? I'll give you that.
Do sit down, Hetty. You're looking very frail.
I wonder I don't look apoplectic. I rather think, Leo, that there's very little difference between what you are doing and what you appear to imagine I have been doing, except perhaps of instinct, literary breeding, the difference between shooting foxes and hunting them.
Hetty, please sit down.
Yes, it wouldn't do for me to fall, would it? I might fracture an old hip and die. Wouldn't do at all, would it? Now, don't fuss me, Hector. There. Are all you young people taking precautions?
Hetty!
Hasn't anyone offered you their version of the official biography, Leo? With exclusive access to the most alarming tidbits? For a percentage, of course.
No, they haven't. And I must say how much I resent your remarks about my literary breeding.
Oh, must you? Bravo for you. They are slow off the mark, aren't they? I expect Thomas has thought of it.
I was thinking of getting round to it. One has to be practical, after all.
Will you have a pill, Hetty, please?
Hector, I am not about to die and leave you to the rigours of life on a mere 7,000 a year. Please don't fuss. Leo, do sit down and stop presenting things. You're making the place look untidy. If it makes you feel any better, I appoint you official biographer. On the spot is all yours, provided you stay the weekend and don't alarm me by running off or annoy me by staying too long.
Well, I don't know what to say, Dame Hetty.
You'll have to think of a better opening than that. What will you call it?
Oh, well, I thought murder as art.
You're thinking of De Quincey's essay. Yes, I quite like that. Murder considered as one of the fine arts. That'll do splendidly. We agree about something at any rate. Well, we ought to celebrate, surely. Everybody, have a drink.
What's the matter with her?
I don't know.
You're in very good form, Dame Hetty.
Yes, I am. No, the excitement does tend to wear me out these days. I have settled the shape of swan song.
Dry sherry, Leo.
Oh, please.
I'll have a scotch.
It's going to be set absolutely squarely in the best tradition of English crime writing.
What? You mean a large country house? That sort of thing?
Yes. In this case, an historic one, redolent of the long past, the many dead. To it will be gathered.
Will be drawn, as if by force majeure.
The last remnants of our glorious heritage, a trip down memory lane.
The weekend in the country.
We must get another cook, Hector.
Croquet on the lawn.
Was I silly to promise Jennifer a new tennis court?
The idle, charming flirtations of cultivated, intelligent, essentially useless people in an endless, blissful English summer.
With nothing more disturbing than Dutch elm disease on the estate.
It does sound a bit old hat, Hetty.
Oh, nonsense. I like it.
Great artists work in established forms. Great art is not necessarily an innovation of form, but tried and true are nonetheless for being that.
Yeah, you begin to grow on me. I can't have my characters getting out of hand. Well, have you all got a drink? I could use this scene, you know.
Perhaps one of us should drop down dead, clutching his throat.
Thomas?
Stop playing the fool, Thomas. Get up. Well, are your glasses charged?
What about me?
Jennifer, do come in and stand beside me. I haven't forgotten you. No, leave the French windows open, dear. Now, what would you like to drink?
A gin and tonic.
No. Well, why not? A very tiny one, Sylvie, with a large piece of lemon.
Thank you.
Well, Leo, what do you think now?
I'm very flattered. I don't know what to say, Thomas. I'm very grateful to you.
Not at all, not at all. She's very big in America, you know.
Thank you.
Wait, baby.
So, to my official biographer, in whom I am well pleased.
Oh, thank you, all.
Leo.
Do you think you're God, Dame Hetty?
Gustav.
Leo, dear, do be careful.
Put him down. He's mine.
What?
Put him down. I don't want him turning back into a frog, do I?
Sylvie, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Are you surprised, Leo?
Yes, I am.
Hector told me your wife was in the village with my agent of all people, so I sent the car for them, you silly boy. Why didn't you say?
Well,
Where's Simon?
He has fled.
Simon?
Well, gone, certainly.
Oh, dear, such a delightful man. I did so want you all here. Gustav, you didn't? You weren't discouraging, were you?
I never said a word.
Dance, 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 little ladies, use this fleeting da-da-da-da-da.
You sound almost like the real thing.
I am the real thing, Ducky. Stick with me, kid.
Oh, Thomas, this is absurd.
Yes, isn't it? But it does give me an excuse to hold you close.
Does she always wear that incredible long black dress?
The dame. Only on special occasions.
Oh. Where's your girlfriend?
In Paris, buying her trousseau.
Countess set?
Huh?
Leo thinks you're a frightful snob.
Yes, I am. Keeps one up to the mark. One should never settle for second best.
Oh. And what about me?
And your speciality, Melissa, dear, you're absolutely top flight.
What a delightful couple they make.
Yes, don't they? She's a wonderful dancer. It is a pity I don't dance.
Charming girl.
I'm so glad you like her.
I do. She's perfect.
Hector, do stop doing that. Jennifer's watching.
Oh, sorry. You're very stiff, Sylvia, and may I say it, glowering somewhat.
Sorry.
Oh, what do you think? I can't remember the last time I saw her in such good form. It really was an inspiration of Thomas's. I thought we'd seen the last Hetty Lowe mystery. I truly did.
Yes, Thomas can get married. Jennifer will have her tennis court.
I shall have a weekend in Boulogne.
Harwich for the continent.
Paris for the incontinent.
And I shall have a nose job.
God's in her heaven, all's right with the world.
Makes you glad to be British, what?
But it does seem a pity.
Oh, don't be silly.
Dinner, it is served.
Oh, well, I see, how does he do it?
So quick.
Gustav, you're a genius. Is there no end to your talents?
I'm sorry, I don't own a dinner jacket, Dame Hetty.
Oh, that's all right, but have a word with your man, I should. Did I say something funny?
Oh, Melissa, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm packing.
Oh, but you can't go now. What's wrong with tomorrow, anyway?
Simon's coming for me tonight.
Simon? I thought... Why didn't he stay? Was it something I said? Oh, Melissa, what have I done?
Nothing, darling. Ever since I met you. Nothing.
Oh, but...
I'm leaving you, sweetie.
Yes, but Melissa...
Simon's going to marry me. He doesn't know it yet, but he is.
I'm coming with you.
No.
I'll stay. I will do the book. I'll get a contract. You'll be proud of me. Oh, don't go. Don't go. It could be different.
That would be nice. Bye, Leo.
I built a willow cabin at your gate. I remember you thought that ash might have done better. I brought and waited for you with a rose. You thanked me, but would have preferred a letter. I changed my suit. I matched my stride to yours. I held my peace. I clenched my sweaty paws. I watched you sabotage each moment juste, and wished myself a murdering on the moors.
This is all your doing, Sylvie.
It most certainly is not.
Why didn't you stop her, Hector? What happened to the fatal charm? Why didn't you wake me?
I didn't know she was going till she went.
Thomas, you knew these creatures were staying in the village. Why didn't you say?
I thought it would complicate things.
Oh, did you? Have a good mind to disinherit the lot of you. I could, you know. I could leave it all to Jennifer and the Battersea Dogs home.
Oh, Hetty.
I like doggies.
So do I. Shh, baby.
But does it matter, Hetty?
Natter. Of course it natters. Have you no sense of form, no sense of style? Has your long association with me taught you nothing? Will nothing refine the inherent vulgarity of your mind?
Oh, I say.
Do you read my books?
Of course I do. Well, nearly all of them. One or two I couldn't finish. They're a bit long, Hetty.
Well, the scholars will sit at your feet, won't they? Waiting for a critical pearl or two. Looking for some gem, some tiny insight into the artistic process. Gap-toothed, eyes ablaze, notebooks poised. And what did you think of our books, they'll say? And you'll tell them, won't you? My goodness. Bit long, you'll say. And for these I have laboured. Very well. I shall have to rewrite my synopsis. I shall do so tonight. I trust I can rely on the full cooperation of you all.
Of course you can, dear.
My word, absolutely.
Sylvie?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
It's little enough to ask, you know. I'm not getting any younger. You'll have to fend for yourselves very shortly. This is my last book. My lovely Tempest. My swan song. A lifetime's experience thrown into one last tussle with the muse, one last mad embrace, a lifetime spent in the refinement of an art. Do you think it was worth it, Thomas?
Oh, yes, of course it was.
I'll try not to make it too long.
What's the matter with you? Usual pre-book storm, that's all.
Is Aunt Hetty going to die?
Well, yes, Jennifer, she is, but not for a little while yet, we hope. God forbid.
I will get my tennis court, won't I?
Oh, I expect so.
If She leaves it all to me. You can come and live at the dog's home if you want.
There you are, Hector. One kennel shuts, another opens.
I wasn't looking to spend my old age with you exactly.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, little tennis court.
Why does she keep saying that?
Oh, come in, Leo. Your wife get off all right?
Yes, thanks.
Charming girl.
Yes, bucked us up no end. Treat to have her round the old place. Oh, sorry to see her go so suddenly.
Desperately sad.
Yes.
Gustav was wondering what you'd like for dinner.
Was he?
Sort of little treat.
The honoured guest.
That sort of thing.
Rather fancies his cooking.
Oh, so do I.
Has he taken over as cook?
He's going to do dinner from now on.
Gets him into the house more often.
Well, he was always in and out of the library with stuff for the theatricals.
I expect he feels he can keep an eye on us. Now he's got the kitchen.
I saw the lamb. Navarin of lamb.
Oh, yes.
With Jerusalem artichokes, cooked with cream. And a plain fresh salad.
Sounds delicious.
It will be. Why do you stay, Mr. Meadows? Go, now! In vain is the net spread in the sight of the bird.
Yes.
Mr. Meadows, such fatalism is unhealthy. Fear eats the soul. I admire the stiff upper lip, Mr. Meadows, but moderation in all of those things. Run, Mr. Meadows, run.
Like a rabbit, in half a circle. But from what? And where to? Do you think one's life can change in a weekend, Gustav? One's destiny become manifest?
Mine did.
One's loved ones fall away. Gone? Are they gone? What, all of them? Gone. Oh, I feel so tired, Gustav. Exhausted. As if at the end of a long, hard struggle. Wrestling with an angel.
It is the angel of death.
Is it? Her embrace is so cool.
But so deadly.
Her skin doesn't part from you, with vile, sticky noises.
Mr. Meadows, you are in love with the idea of death.
Or out of love with life. Her smile is fascinating.
Do you like junket? Junket.
Oh, yes.
How will you spend the day?
Oh, I have a poem to finish. A little gift from the muse. It came to me last night.
What will you call it? Swan song?
Et tu, Gustav.
Mr. Meadows.
The last of the junket, Lear.
No, thank you.
Delicious, wasn't it?
You thought so, evidently.
Oh, it was, you know. The man's a marvel.
I knew I'd find a use for it.
She never throws anything away.
Coffee, Lear.
Oh, have a brandy first.
No, after.
Have both now.
I think I'll go to my room, if you'll excuse me. There's something I want to finish.
Yes, I must work tonight. Do you drink when you work, Leo?
Sometimes.
Take the bottle.
Thank you. I'm sure you don't need it.
No, I don't.
How's the book going?
Oh, very well. We must talk about it sometime.
Yes.
Good night.
Leo!
Yes?
Has he forgotten something? Have you forgotten something?
No.
Do you like poetry, Sylvie?
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
I like poets.
Well, I have this book of my poems. I had to pay to have it published, as I think I said. I usually do. It's not very big, is it? But you can't always go by weight. Some of them are quite good, I think. The early ones had promise. Well, people said so, you know. And I believed in them. The poems, that is. And the people come to that. Anyway, I'd like you to have it. I haven't written in it. There isn't anything to write.
Thank you.
I thought you didn't give books away, Leah.
Ah, well. Perhaps it's the exception that proves the fool.
What a splendid line for your exit. Good night.
Oh, now then, Sylvia, old girl.
We're not going to have any tears, are we?
No, we can't afford to be sentimental, can we?
If I should die this night, then... If I should die this night, then in the world's eye flaunt me. If... Midnight. I fear the worst. My door locked and bolted. Why do I stay? Is flight futile? Has she mesmerized me? Oh, Melissa, I am not. Nothing. I exist. I write, therefore I am. I write, therefore I am. I write, therefore I am. One small distinction was all I asked, all I ever wanted. Admit the muse cannot be wrong if so she choose. 29 volumes in all, and one to go. I shall be the book of the month, anyway, in all the anthologies. Dead? Are they dead? What, all of them? Dead? Who is it?
It's me, Sylvie.
What do you want? I'm in bed.
Well, I'm not. Open the door. Do you always go to bed fully dressed?
Well,
You're working too hard.
But I do exist. Oh, I'm not nothing. We are non-fiction, aren't we?
Pardon?
Oh, listen. Set your face against women. Let it burn, shot full of love's knot, tail slime and dog dream. Love's not time's fool. Do fish love less than frogs porn? To night's queen, endless burn, sleeping duty, ice creamy dream, angelic saluki, bordelic bream. Let it burn, let it cool. Love not time's fool. Set your face against women. Let it burn. There, you see? I do exist.
Very nice. I saw your light was on. I brought you a cocoa.
I shan't drink it. I won't. I won't. You can't make me.
All right, don't drink it. See if I can. Hetty wants to borrow your tape recorder. Is that all right? She's working in the long gallery.
Little Miss Muffet, the concrete prima donna. Uncle Tom's carbine. Nanny makes 3. Do you think I don't know?
You sure you're all right?
She can't. I won't. It doesn't work. Put it down.
It was working just now. Or were you talking to yourself?
Yes. Yes, I was. I do. Often, all the time. I'm doing it now.
Well, I'll leave you to get on with it. She only wants to look at it, I think.
Bring it back.
Oh, yes. I'll bring it back.
The visitor. Find the lady. The swelling scene. Emily and the defectives. A 4th at bridge. The lady is for burning.
I do not like to be telephoned while I'm working.
Hetty.
Who is that?
You know very well who it is. It's Thomas. Hetty, my door is locked.
So is mine. I want everyone to stay in their rooms tonight. I do not wish to be disturbed.
Oh,
Good night. Yes? Where are you, Hector?
Blasted country club, of course, where you sent me.
Good, stay there.
Oh, Hetty, can't I come home? It's frightfully dreary.
Who else is there?
Oh, the usual crowd. The chief constable with his arse in the fire. A boring old fart he is.
Well, talk to him, Hector. Buy him a drink. Make sure he remembers you.
Oh, he only talks about television.
Well, pour it over him then. But don't come back before 2:30. There will be a body in the carriageway under the west wing. I shouldn't drive over it. You'll probably pick it up in your lights. Phone the police and tell them not to make a lot of noise. I shall be asleep.
Hetty, that's another 2 hours.
These are difficult times, Hector. We must all make sacrifices.
What about Gustav?
He's not on the phone, is he? He'll have to miss it, that's all. Can't please everybody. Good night.
Where the elves are dancing in the dark, the magic ring. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hello, dear. All set?
Yes, thank you.
Not too tired?
No, thank you.
There's a good girl. You are up late, aren't you? You can stay in bed tomorrow if you wish and miss breakfast. Is the can on the landing? And the little source of the blue liquid?
Yes, by the door.
And the great big candle?
Yes.
And how long does it take to get hot?
10 minutes.
Let me wind your watch. Oh, which is the on button?
That one.
4 marks. I can't catch you, can I? Off you go, then. Don't drop it. It's not mine. I'll put the matches in your pocket.
Can I take the plans of the tennis court to bed with me?
What extraordinary ideas you have, certainly. I should never sleep. You can play with them tomorrow in the library. Stay off with you. Yes, Leah.
Look, I don't know how to put this, Dame Hetty, but this woman has locked herself in my room.
Leo, do put the phone down.
I'm sorry, you don't know where to put what?
Her!
You don't know where to put her?
I couldn't put her anywhere. She's stronger than I am.
I'll lie still and think of England or a poem or something. Please leave this line free, Leo. I'm expecting a call.
But she says you sent her.
Well, what do you want? Written confirmation. Get off the line, you idiot.
Yes?
Thomas.
Oh, Hetty. I was going to ring. Well, you know I wouldn't disturb you, but Jennifer's outside in the passage, giggling away, splashing something about.
Can't you smell it?
No. What's she doing?
She's soaking paraffin along the landing.
Paraffin? Yes. Yes, I can smell it. You wouldn't, Hetty, would you? I mean, I know the house is insured and we are a bit pushed, but I like the old place and I thought another book would see us clear.
Oh, there'll be another book as well.
You would, wouldn't you? There's smoke coming under the door.
Of course there is.
Hetty, if I ever get out of here...
But you won't, will you? The door's solid oak, isn't it?
But the telephone. I shall call the fire brigade.
But you can't since I'm the caller. I control the line.
Ah! The doorknob! Oh, it's red hot!
Good job you can't open the door. Actually, they say you shouldn't keep all windows and doors shut.
The window.
Don't, Thomas. Whatever you do. You know why it's sealed. The balustrade's not safe.
I hate your books. Did you know? I always have. I never finished one of them. Long and tedious. Not a laugh in them.
Now that is strange. Lord Derby thought Wuthering Heights was terribly funny.
You're past it. Ingenuity is all. And now you're finished.
Oh, you'd like this one. It's very ingenious.
Why me, you old hag? Why me?
Thomas, you are as elegant and ignorant as a swan.
The money?
It's not the expense, Thomas. It's those bloody telephones everywhere. In the loos, in the bathroom, the dogs peeing over them in the stables. I hate telephones. Dollhouse Nursery?
Jennifer,
Yes, Aunt Hetty.
have you got my list?
Yes, Aunt Hetty.
Read it to me.
Blow up the big candle. Write down the time. Switch off tape recorder.
Splendid. Off you go, then.
In and out of magic grip. 1, 2, 3.
Jennifer, that was out.
No, it wasn't.
Hector!
Oh, 40 love.
What time did you get up, Leo?
Oh, 6 o'clock.
Did you get 4 hours in?
I most certainly did. And then some. 5,000 words. On you. For Playboy.
What? No poetry. Some young man in Birmingham rang me up once, asked me if I'd like to do a centre spread for Playboy. I refused, of course. Did I do the right thing? What's a centre spread?
Oh, I think you were very wise, really.
Do they pay well?
Oh, yes, very well.
Ah, Gustav, the lemonade. Thank you.
Mr. Meadows?
Oh, yes, please. Are you having some?
Not at the moment. Excuse me.
Oh, righto.
Have you heard from your wife lately?
No. No, I haven't, actually.
Will I get rid of her, or shall you?
Oh, I'll get rid of her. About the nose job, Hetty.
Yes?
The sooner, the better.
Oh, yes.
I finished reading your manuscript of Swan Song last night.
Oh, did you? What did you think?
Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous.
I always wanted to write a work of crime which finally baffled my detective. I do agree with the more perceptive of my critics who see in my work a final failure of nerve, an inability to settle for the inexplicable and motiveless.
I have 1 or 2 reservations about the plot.
Really? Do you feel it's implausible?
Frankly, I do, yes. I mean, how do you smell paraffin if there's none about?
Well, you know, suggestion is a very strange thing. If I told you you had a spider on the back of your neck, no, don't move. And on no account to touch it, since it was deadly. Do you think you might begin to feel him picking his way through the hair?
But there isn't, is there?
No.
The water
would dry very quickly on a warm summer's night with a good current of air. Still, perhaps I muffed it. What a pity.
Oh, you'll get by. Make no mistake about it. On the sheer horsepower of the writing alone.
Oh, thank you. That is nice. It is a treat to hear it from time to time. By the way, use the long gallery if you want to. By all means.
Well, thank you.
It's very quiet. I shan't be going there anymore. You'll make a writer of you yet, Leo.
Darling! Leo! Oh, get the ball, sweetie.
Oh. Righto.
Oh, lemonade. Yes.
Yes, you look hot, Sylvie.
Mr. Meadows! Mr. Meadows!
Gustav, you made me jump. What are you doing in the rhododendrons?
Mr. Meadows, I promise, my word as a gentleman, I don't do nothing. I don't tell nobody.
Yes?
How does she do it?
Oh. Talent, Gustav. Talent. There's no substitute for it.
But how did she kill him?
Oh, well. It was an open verdict, you know. A perfect mystery, the coroner said. My own theory is that he killed himself.
Huh?
Well, that he desperately didn't want to be married, yet somehow couldn't resolve it. These things happen, Gustav.
Has she really retired?
Oh, yes, she won't write any more. What are you planning for tonight?
It's a little something I invented myself. You have to wait and see.
Oh, you're an artist, Gustav.
Oh, Mr. Meadows.
Is there a tennis ball round here?
That was Murder as Art by Graham England, with Noel Hood as Dame Hetty and John Rye as Leo. Gustav, Philip Voss, Hector, Alan Lawrence, Jennifer, Jean Rogers, Sylvie, Frances Jeter, Melissa, Nicolette Mackenzie, Simon, Peter Howell, Thomas, Andrew Sear. The play was produced and directed by Richard Wortley.
From Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You know, scientists are continually working to bring us greater efficiency and more speed in aircraft. And so in tonight's play, No Highway in the Sky, we tell you the story of a rather absent-minded scientist who, because of one transoceanic flight, found himself the most talked-about man on 2 continents. As the stars of this intensely absorbing drama from 20th Century Fox Studios, and recreating their original roles, we have one of the most capable actors on the screen, James Stewart, and one of the most glamorous women in the world, Marlene Dietrich. Yes, glamour is an international word, just as Lux Toilet Soap is an international complexion care, because lovely women everywhere who want fresh, lasting, new beauty depend on daily Lux facials. Now, No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlene Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie Corder. One of England's proudest possessions is the aircraft establishment at Farnborough, where some of the world's finest commercial planes have been developed. It's closing time, and one of the officials has just left the plant. With him is a scientist, Mr. Theodore Honey.
It's very kind of you to drive me home like this, but I assure you that
Yes, you've told me several times, Mr. Honey. You could just as easily have taken the bus.
I always go home on the bus.
Mr. Honey, I'm rather curious about that experiment of yours in the vibration shed. Perhaps Sir John told you I've been away for several months, and now that I'm back, may I ask just what you're up to in there?
Well, yes, I'm vibrating.
So I understand. The entire tail assembly of the new Rutland reindeer is suspended in midair, and you're vibrating it. Why, Mr. Honey?
Well, I'm waiting for the tail to fall off.
Oh, I see. But these planes are already in service.
Yes, they are, yes.
Sir John tells me you're an American, Mr. Honey. Rhodes Scholar, eh?
Yes, I've been here for several years. I can't remember exactly how long I've been here.
He's quite proud of you, Mr. Honey. Tells me you're invaluable. But what are you trying to do to our reindeer aircraft?
Well, that's rather difficult to explain in words of one syllable.
I have managed as many as 2 syllables on occasion, Mr. Honey.
Oh? Well, very simply, the purpose of my work has been to arrive at an end result for the original theoretical hypothesis of Kerslinger of Bâle and Schildgard of Uppsala, in which they postulate vibration as a source of energy. Now, I reasoned that since this energy does not appear in any of the ordinary forms, such as heat or electrical potential, it must be absorbed by the metal itself, and that sufficient absorption would result in nuclear fission of the aluminum atom in an isotopic form with crystalline affinities.
And what all that means is that the tail will fall off the airplane?
Exactly, yeah. Oh, here's where I live. Oh, you wouldn't care to come in?
Thank you, I'd like to.
You would? Oh, Well, I'm afraid all I can offer you is some sherry.
Well, that'd be very nice.
It's probably not very good. I've had it quite a while.
Well, perhaps it's time to see if it's suffering from fatigue.
Oh, that couldn't happen to sherry. Oh, no, you see, sherry is that's strange. I'm sure this is the right key.
Well,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
this is the second time this week, Mr. Honey.
Oh, yes, this row of houses, they all look alike.
Yes, they do, don't they?
Yes, it's the one next door. You know, it's very easy to make such an error, you know.
Especially if you've just moved into the neighborhood.
Oh, we've lived here 11 years. Oh, this is my house right here. I'm sure this is my...
Good evening, Father. I'm glad you're not late. I have everything planned for... Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
You don't recall where we put the sherry, do you, dear?
The top cupboard, behind the dishes. You said it would be out of Mrs. Higgins' way.
Oh, the top cupboard. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I remember perfectly. I have to put it up here behind the... Oh.
Yes, Father?
It appears to be empty. I guess Mrs. Higgins found it after all. Well, I'll get some more.
Please, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, no, it's no trouble at all. The shop's just around the corner. Elspeth, will you entertain Mr... I don't believe you told me your name. Scott. This is my daughter. I'll be right back.
Well, Elspeth, now all these books are your father's, I suppose.
Oh, yes. They're all over the house. It's very difficult being a scientist. One has to think so much.
Oh, I know.
When my father's working, I keep very quiet.
And what about your mother? Does she help you keep quiet?
My mother's dead, Mr. Scott. An air raid during the war.
I'm very sorry, Elspeth. You must miss her very much.
Yes, I do. My father does more, I think.
And what do you do when your father's not busy?
Well, quite often we play games. He makes them up. For example, we play pyramidology.
Pyramidology?
It's based on the science of the Great Pyramid, and it's very scientific. The Great Pyramid is the only known architectural example of squaring the circle. That is, the area of the base is directly equal to that of a circle with the height of the structure.
While you were gone, Mr. Honey, Elspeth was telling me about the games you two play. Very interesting.
Of course, I don't have much time to spend with Elspeth, but she's quite good at being by herself. Her mind is really developing quite remarkably.
Mr. Honey, I'd like to hear more about that tail falling off. When do you expect you'll know when the failure might occur?
Oh, well, I've known that for some time.
You know?
Oh, yes. The answer is 1,440 hours of flight.
But thousands of aircraft have flown millions of miles without the tail assemblies falling off any of them because of vibration.
Yes, that's quite true.
How long has your test been running, that tail assembly in the vibration shed?
832 hours, 14 minutes, and 7 seconds as of shutdown tonight. They don't allow me to run it more than 8 hours a day. The people in the neighborhood complain about the noise.
But didn't you give them your figure, 1,440 hours?
Oh, no. I never include the tail in my preliminary report, Mr. Scott. Science is in no hurry. Whether I reach it a day or so later or earlier, it's of no importance.
It could be vitally important to the 50-odd people who take off in these reindeers every day.
No, now, Mr. Scott, you don't understand. I'm a scientist, and science is very exacting. It requires the utmost concentration. I can't be concerned with people. If a doctor is trying to find a cure for some disease, what would happen if he let himself be upset every time somebody got sick and died? He'd never get any work done at all. Now, people must be somebody else's concern, Mr. Scott. I can't let them be mine.
Yet these very people are the ones
No. I have nothing more to say at the present time. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'd better be getting home now. My hat, I thought I left my hat.
But, Mr. Honey, you live here.
I'm afraid I became upset, Mr. Scott. And when I'm upset, it's very easy to forget where I am. Goodbye, Mr. Scott.
Goodbye, Mr. Honey, and thank you for your time. And after I left Honey's home last night, Sir John, I came back here to the plant. I read the report on that reindeer that crashed in Labrador 2 months ago.
Oh, yes. Pilot error, I believe. Went straight into a hill, didn't he?
I looked up how many hours of flight that particular reindeer had prior to the crash. The estimate given is 1,407.
You trying to prove Honey's theory for him?
No, not quite. We seem to have several photographs of the wreckage, but oddly enough, there's no photograph of the tail assembly.
They never found the tail assembly. Nothing unusual in that, I assure you.
I still think another inquiry should be made.
Very well, Mr. Scott. We'll take the taxpayers' money and send someone to Labrador to comb through that godforsaken country for a section of the tail spar. Is that what you want?
Yes, sir.
You don't know much about boffins, do you, Scott?
Boffins, sir?
Yes, scientists, researchers, the lab men. In the first place, a boffin has to be a bit balmy to be a boffin.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, Mr. Honey is typical. He tells us that reindeers will fall apart after 1,400 hours. If I made statements like that, they'd lock me up. Well, how long before that infernal vibration of his is due to prove something?
Well, it'll be weeks yet, sir.
And get it on a 24-hour basis today. And assign someone to handle the complaints when they start coming in.
Very good, sir.
How many hours have been flown by the other reindeers we've delivered?
Oh, I doubt if any of the others has done more than 500, sir.
Well, praise heaven for that. I shouldn't want the job of asking the airlines to ground their nice new ships with no more to go on than what Mr. Honey says.
About the man who will go to Labrador.
Mr. Honey, of course. He started all this. Maybe a stiff climb up a hill will do him good. Still, he knows best what to look for, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all, Mr. Scott. Tell Mr. Honey he's flying to Labrador immediately.
Well, you can loosen that safety belt now, Mr. Honey. Here, let me help you.
Oh, thank you, stewardess.
Oh, we'll serve dinner in about half an hour, but if you care for coffee or a sandwich...
Well, I brought some sandwiches. My daughter made them. Her name's Elspeth.
Well, they're probably much better than ours. You're sure you didn't bring your own coffee?
No, just sandwiches. Miss, that woman over there, isn't that the film actress? Isn't that Monica Teasdale over there?
Why, yes, she's crossed with us often. Would you like me to take over your autograph book?
Oh, no. Oh, I don't even have one. No, I wouldn't want to trouble her.
I'll be back with your coffee in just a moment.
Very good, miss. Thank you.
I've just been talking with the pilot, Captain Samuelson. I want to apologize, Mr. Honey.
Apologize?
I had no idea you were an expert on aviation, and here I've been talking to you as if you'd never flown before.
Oh, well, I haven't. What I know about airplanes is more when they're in pieces.
Well, Captain Samuelson said he'd like to show you the plane. They don't do that for everyone. These new reindeers are beautifully equipped.
Reindeer? Is this a reindeer we're in?
That's right. A nice new shiny one.
Yes, I think I'd like to see it very much.
Well, now that you've met the crew, Mr. Honey, let me tell you about our engines.
Well, I don't suppose many things go wrong with them these days, do they, Captain?
Almost never. We don't even use reconditions anymore. We get brand new ones every 600 hours. These happen to be our third set. Now, about the
Did you say the third set of engines?
Yes, that's right, sir.
I thought the reindeers were new on this Canadian run.
Oh, they are, but this particular aircraft was one of the first off the line. We were loaned out for a while on the South American run.
Well, for how long?
Oh, Dobson, how many hours has this plane flown?
According to the logs, sir, 1,422 up to takeoff today.
1,422?
Yes, sir.
Captain, I must speak to you alone. Now. At once.
You seem disturbed, Mr. Hunt.
I am disturbed considerably. Now, where can we go?
Well, there's the baggage locker off, but why can't we...
Captain, please. Please hurry.
I don't understand this at all, Mr. Honey. It's not that I doubt your calculations, but...
I tell you that if this airplane has flown more than 1,400 hours, the tail assembly may fail at any moment. That's the reason I was on my way to Labrador right now to investigate.
Investigate?
That crash 2 months ago, that reindeer crashed at 1,407 hours, within a few hours of my calculations. Less time than this plane has flown.
And you know for certain that the tail assembly failed?
The tail assembly wasn't found with the wreckage.
Oh, I see.
Every minute we spend talking about it,
The matter is that all of this is just your opinion. Well, if you have any suggestions,
Yes. You can cut the inboard engines to break up the vibration frequency and then turn back. Turn back. And if you don't turn back, this airplane's going to crash into the sea. And we're all going to be killed.
I see. Well, I'll radio a full report of all you've told me. If London tells me to turn back, I will.
Meanwhile, I'll cut the inboard motors as you suggest. It'll make us late at Gander, but I'll take that responsibility.
Gander is... that's in Newfoundland.
Yes, sir, I'm quite aware of that.
But you told me you would radio London.
I will. But there won't be anyone at the airport at this time of night to make a decision like that. My instructions will be to maintain the course.
Very well, Captain. Let's wish ourselves luck. I didn't mean to disturb you, Miss Teasdale. My name's Honey, Theodore Honey, and I'd like to talk to you.
Of course. I'd be very pleased.
I've always Mrs. Honey and I've always felt I owed you a great deal.
Oh?
Your pictures, they meant a lot to my wife, and that's why I want to talk to you.
You're very kind, Mr. Honey.
I'm afraid we're in very serious danger. The tail of this airplane may drop off at any moment.
Is that so?
Yes. Now, I've been looking around the plane, and when it happens, go to the men's room and sit on the floor. Now, the partition there is very rigid because the stove in the galley is bolted to the floor on the other side, you see?
Bolted to the floor? I see.
Yes. Now, if you survive the initial impact, try to get on a life raft, and they may pick you up when they search for us in the morning.
That's certainly very interesting. I'm to go to the men's room.
Yes, that's right.
And sit on the floor.
Yes.
And if I survive...
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Honey.
Yes.
I'm afraid Miss Teasdale's very tired. We really should let her rest, don't you think so?
No, but I
Yes, I am rather tired, but thank you very much, Mr. Honey.
Oh, you rang for the stewardess, did you?
Well, yes, I did.
I'm very sorry. I was only trying to help.
I'm sure you were. Some other time, perhaps.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Honey.
Yes, it's quite sure. Clear I shouldn't have.
I'm sure you don't want to alarm people. You won't do it again, will you?
No, I won't do it again. You know about this, don't you?
Yes, Captain Samuelson just told me. He'd rather that you didn't speak to any of the other passengers.
May I speak to you?
Of course.
I'd like to tell you what I was trying to tell Miss Teasdale.
Well, do if it will make you feel any better.
Well, now, if it happens at this altitude, there'll be a little less than 3 minutes before we hit the water.
Yes.
Now, there's one place where a person could have a chance to survive the impact. It's in the men's room. Now, at the first sign of trouble, you go in there and sit on the floor with your back against the partition. Now, the partition's very rigid because the stove in the galley is bolted to the floor. Do you see?
You're very observant, Mr. Honey.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm very observant. I tried to tell Miss Teasdale because I felt I owed her something, and now I want you to know. And I won't talk to anyone else.
No one's worried about me like that for quite a while, Mr. Honey. But I think we're going to be all right.
Won't it just be calm? And please remember what I told you.
Meanwhile, try to get some rest. That's it, Mr. Honey. Here, now, let me fix your pillow.
Before we return with Act Two of No Highway in the Sky, here's our Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
Reporting on Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's glorious new Technicolor production, Singin' in the Rain, starring Gene Kelly, Donald O'Connor, and Debbie Reynolds.
The dance numbers are superb, particularly the Singin' in the Rain number, where Gene Kelly dances and splashes his way along a rainy street.
Because he's fallen in love with adorable Debbie Reynolds, an irrepressible flapper who becomes one of the first talking picture stars.
As a rhythm team, Gene Kelly and Donald O'Connor are tremendous. They hoof through 2 comedy routines.
And in contrast, the ballet episode is a vision of loveliness.
Producer Arthur Freed has chosen 10 songs, including Broadway Melody, You Are My Lucky Star, and Would You. They're all in Singin' in the Rain.
John, didn't Debbie Reynolds look exquisite in her close-up?
Yes.
Her breathtaking complexion certainly shows the new beauty that results from skin tonic action in Lux Soap Care.
Girls, skin tonic action will work for you, too. You see, skin tonic action means Lux Care actually stimulates vital moisture within your skin. Vital moisture that makes your complexion smoother, fresher, with a dewier look, a younger look.
Skin tonic action works real magic on dry skin.
Yes, dry, flaky skin especially needs moisture from within. And that's just what skin tonic action of Lux Soap Care gives you. It works from within to make your complexion definitely smoother, definitely fresher.
That's not just a promise. It's a scientific fact.
Right, Libby. New tests prove dramatically that Skin Tonic Action gives softer, younger beauty to any normal skin. So be guided by scientific evidence. Be guided by the Lux Lovely complexions of glamorous screen stars. Try Lux Care now. Just one cake of Lux can make a thrilling improvement in your skin. Lux Toilet Soap and the beautifying benefits of Skin Tonic Action are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlena Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie. It's a few moments later. Mr. Honey is resting. Across the aisle of the dimly lighted plane, Marjorie Corder, the stewardess, is talking to Monica Teasdale.
Well, I don't think it'll happen again, Miss Teasdale. He seems to be dozing now.
What's the matter with that little man?
I'm afraid he's got some rather odd ideas.
He certainly has. He told me to sit on the floor in the men's room. If that isn't an odd idea, I'd like to meet one.
I think he was trying to tell you the best place to be if there were an accident.
Is that what I really ought to do?
I think he's right about it being the safest place.
But if he's right about that, he may also be right about the tail falling off. Who is he?
Some kind of a scientist, I think. Oh, but I assure you there's nothing to be alarmed about. Captain
Now
Sanders...
listen, dear. The scientist says the plane is going to crash. The captain says it isn't. Your vote doesn't count because you have to string along with the captain, so that leaves it a tie. And as far as I'm concerned... What's that? The motors, they don't sound the same.
We've merely cut our inboard engines to save fuel.
Why should it be necessary to save fuel?
Well, all I meant was...
Just a minute. If I'm going to meet my maker, I'd like to know about it. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have a little talk with Mr. Honey.
Miss Teasdale, please, I've just got him quiet.
Right now, I don't want him quiet. May I sit down, Mr. Honey?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr.
Well, when you came over before, I was only half awake and I only half heard. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thank you.
Now, about our crashing into the sea...
Well, it's hard to say for sure, but I don't believe we've turned back. They must have told the pilot to maintain a course to Newfoundland.
Then we are going to crash?
I would say there's an excellent chance.
I see. I don't see at all, of course. But the pilot should understand you. Why doesn't he turn back? Would it help if I talked to him?
No, I don't think so. Besides, I think we're quite near the point of no return anyway.
Point of no return?
Yes, that's where it's as short to go on as it is to turn back.
Oh. I thought you meant something else. Funny. I would have thought I'd feel quite differently being right up against it like this. All these other passengers.
Well, fortunately, I believe most of them are asleep, so...
Makes you wonder which one you'd pick out to save if you were God, and which one wouldn't matter much, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I never thought much about things like that.
No, you never had time, did you? You were so busy with your multiplication table. But you had a chance to play God for a little while. Why did you pick me out when you decided to save someone?
But you ought to live. I mean, the work you do, you ought to keep on doing.
Oh, the work. No, I don't think I buy that. A few cans of celluloid and a junk heap someday. But you're a scientist. You are worth something to the world. I think I've picked you to be saved.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Teasdale. But I think it'll be all right about me.
Haven't you any family?
Oh, my little girl, she's staying with neighbors until I get back.
The little girl is worth a lot to come back to.
Oh, yes. We're really very fond of one another. She's 12 now. She's much more soundly developed than most children her age. She really has a remarkable grasp of crystallography.
Oh, that's very good, of course.
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, it's quite fundamental. You see, crystallography...
Has she got a compact?
What?
One of these things, a compact.
Oh, I don't know. Why?
Never mind. That isn't it, is it?
No, that's not it.
Some more minutes and each one is kind of like a present, isn't it? You know what I was thinking about just then? All the people who will come to my funeral. That'll be quite an occasion.
Do you have a family, Mr.?
No, not even a husband at the moment. But there's my agent. Oh, my agent, he'll be very sad. He has 5 more years to go at 10%. And then there's Lauren Colvin. She'll cry the most. She'll give a beautiful performance, and then she'll try to get the part in the picture I was going to make. I suppose that's why I don't feel the way I should. I would have stopped working quite a while ago if I could have figured out what to do with myself. I was married 3 times, but it never came to anything. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it was all my fault. Maybe Providence is trying to tell me something. Maybe it took a first-class high dive into the middle of the Atlantic to make me quit. And maybe I'd rather it ended with a big splash.
Oh, no. Miss Teasdale, you've made people happy you don't even know about. Why, like my wife, Mary. Do you know that she took me to see one of your pictures that last night before the bomb came? She talked a lot about it after we got home.
Oh?
You made that last night very happy for her. Now, that's worth doing, Miss Teasdale. You know, when we used to go to pictures, we used to walk right out of them whenever Mary didn't like them, but we never walked out on one of your pictures.
Mr. Honey, this is not exactly the best compliment I've ever had, but maybe it's the nicest.
Well, that's why I had to tell you what I did. I have to do everything I can for you, don't you see?
You mean it, too, don't you? Scientists are always so busy figuring out new things. Why don't you figure out a mascara that won't run?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that's a little out of my field.
It's all right. I'll be as good as new in a minute. Thank you for holding my hand.
Come in, Miss Corder. The passengers, everything all right back there?
Everything quiet, Captain. They're asleep, most of them. We're behind schedule, aren't we?
Yes, hour and 20 minutes. Well, let them sleep. Coast is all closed in. Fog. We may have to sit up here till it breaks.
Want some coffee?
The only thing I want is to get this ship...
Take a look to starboard, sir.
Starboard? Well. Do I see lights down there, Mr. Dobson?
Yes, sir. Looks rather pretty, don't you think?
Radio Gander, tell them we've just sighted the coast. Unfeathered 2 and 3 engines.
Yes, sir.
Now, how long?
About half an hour. I'll take that coffee now, thanks.
Right.
Miss Teasdale.
Oh, yes?
Sorry to awaken you. We're landing in about 20 minutes.
We're that close? We're still in one piece?
Yes, it's a lovely clear night.
Oh, it is. The stars out. Oh, I must have fallen asleep on your shoulder, Mr. Honey.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's quite all right.
I'm sorry you had to be so worried, Mr. Honey.
How long will we be in Gander?
About an hour, I imagine. Excuse me, please.
Quite a night, Mr. Honey. I guess you must have multiplied somewhere where you should have divided.
Well, Mr. Honey, this is Gander.
Well, the stewardess asked me to stay here on the plane. She
Mr.
said...
Honey, this is Mr. Lund. He's in charge of all flights in and out of Gander.
Yes, how do you do?
Mr. Lund, I want this aircraft inspected as no other's ever been inspected. Every ruddy inch of it.
Yes, sir. We'll get out of the meeting.
If, as I expect, this inspection is satisfactory, I'm refusing to carry Mr. Honey any further.
Well, now, just a minute here, sir.
I consider his presence aboard an unnecessary hazard. I'll arrange that all other flights leaving this airfield are adequately informed about him before they carry him.
Yes, sir.
And meanwhile, if there's an office or something in your building that's not being used, I'm going to radio London, Mr. Honey. Pending their answer, you're staying here at Gander Airfield.
Well, you all right, Mr. Honey? It's a nice warm office, isn't it? Here, I hope you like bacon and eggs.
Well, thank you. It's very nice of you, Miss Corder. What about the plane?
They're just about finished the inspection.
They won't find anything wrong. I told him that. I wish people didn't think they knew everything.
You mean you still believe it's going to crash?
Yes, I believe that. I suppose if they take off, Miss Teasdale will go too.
I expect she will.
I think she believed me for a little while last night, and then I don't think she did.
Your eggs are getting cold, Mr. Honey.
That plane in Labrador, I suppose there was a stewardess on that one, too.
Yes, I knew her very well.
Couldn't you believe me, Miss Corder? You've been so very kind to me, and you ought to live and get married and bring up a family. You'd be very good at that.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Honey. You've said that just about as nicely as anyone could. But I think everything will be all right. Captain Samuelson knows a great deal about aircraft. Well, I'd better be going. And you will eat, won't you? I won't lock the door if you promise not to speak to any of the other passengers.
I won't.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Honey. And please stop worrying.
Well, that's about it, Captain. The safety locks are out in the landing gear, but apart from that, your aircraft is clear. You can pick up new locks in Montreal.
There's no risk involved.
No, of course not. Keep a man standing by the lever on taking off and landing, just so nobody catches a coat on it or something. Be rather awkward, you know, if the wheels retracted while you were still on the ground.
Well, just sign us out and we'll be... What are you doing here, Mr. Honey?
Captain, I just happened to...
Mr. Honey, I'm flying this aircraft to Montreal. I want you to get off and stay off.
Captain, you mustn't take this airplane off the ground. You can't do it. Believe me, mathematics is a very exact science. It'll be just like that crash in Labrador and the stewardess and all these people.
Stop and get him off the
plane.
plane.
No, you can't do this. I won't allow it.
Get away from that
This
lever.
plane has got to be... Oh, it just folded up. I pulled the lever and it just folded right up and sat down.
Well, Mr. Honey, back in the office, I see. Only now there's an armed guard outside, isn't there? Mr. Honey, why did you do it?
I just had to do it, that's all. I had to do it. They wouldn't listen to me. Well, there'll be quite a delay for everybody now, won't there?
Yes, Mr. Honey, quite a delay.
Mr. Honey, if you believe in something, you believe in doing something about it.
Oh,
don't you?
yes. Hello, Miss Teasdale.
Don't these things cost an awful lot of money?
Oh, a tremendous amount of money. I don't know what they're going to do about it. I've never had any experience with anything like this before.
I should think nobody has. I think this is a kind of a world record. You didn't do it for yourself either, did you? No. We were leaving you behind, weren't we? Look, you better stay here, Mr. Honey. Some of the passengers are a little annoyed with you.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll stay here. I'm under some sort of an arrest, I think.
Well, I'll try to find out what happens next.
Well, it's very nice of you not to be angry about the delay.
Oh, it's worth it. You don't meet a world record every day.
You know, there'll be quite a lot in the newspapers about this.
Oh, dear, yes. Oh, that means my little girl will find out about it, too. Which I can't imagine what she'll think about me.
Look, I'll probably be sent back to London now for reassignment. Would it help if I went to see your daughter?
Oh, would you do that for me? Well, there's no telling what she'll hear, is there?
Well, whatever she hears, I imagine she'll understand.
Oh, she will? Well, frankly, Miss Corder, I wish I did.
Come in, Mr. Scott, come in. Well, I understand you finally got through to Gander.
Yes, Sir John, and it's true, right down to the last blasted detail. Mr. Honey wrecked the plane. Mr. Honey dropped that reindeer right on its belly.
It should interest all you gentlemen that in addition to frantic calls from the press, the ARB, the Treasury, and the Home Office, I also heard from Sir David.
Oh, dear.
It is Sir David's belief that there isn't enough money in the Bank of England to pay for the damage done to British aviation by the implication of the safety of their aircraft. Furthermore, he refuses to fly Mr. Honey back to England.
But Honey must be returned here at once, Sir John, for the inquiry.
Sir David has contacted the RAF. He said they, at least, are equipped to take risks.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Miss Monica Teasdale to see you, Sir John.
Teasdale?
Yes, the film star.
First of all, Miss Teasdale, we're curious as to how you got back here so quickly.
I came back with a crew, gentlemen. Something about having to return to reassignment, so I decided to come along. Now, about Mr. Honey.
Ah, yes. Mr. Honey is expected here tomorrow night. The Army has consented to bring him over in a bomber.
Miss Teasdale, if you can give us any idea of what really happened.
They were going to take off from Montreal, although he told them they shouldn't. And the lever was right there, so he pulled it. You've never seen such a commotion in your life. I guess a thing like that hasn't happened before in the history of the world.
No, fortunately, no. Have you known Mr. Honey long?
No. I met him on the plane. He came to tell me that he thought we were in trouble.
And what did he do? Explain his theory?
He did, and I believed him.
Did you understand it?
Not a word.
Well, then how could you? I mean, after all...
I don't know a thing about mathematics, Sir John. But I know when a man knows what he's talking about. That funny little man is brave and kind and on the level. But they'll throw him to the wolves now, won't they?
The wolves?
They'll say he's a lunatic and let it go at that. Well, that's why I wanted to meet the people he works for. I want to find out if you're going to stand by him. Somebody's got to, you know.
We don't know whether Mr. Honey is right or wrong, but I assure you nothing will be spared to get at the truth. We sincerely hope to find it on the side of Mr. Honey.
Well, I don't think there was much need in my coming here, but I'm glad I did.
We're indebted to you, Miss Teasdale.
Isn't there anything I can do for him? His little girl. I thought that if I went to see her, maybe I could stop by just to see if she's all right.
Oh, I think that would be very nice. She's staying with neighbors, I believe. If you don't mind coming with me, I'll look up the address.
Thank you. Sir John, there's going to be trouble for Mr. Honey, isn't there?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Thank you again, and goodbye.
Well, here he is, Sir John. When he got off the bomber, he went directly
Now, Sir John, I protest. I protest very strongly. The vibration shed's under guard. They refuse to let me through. Now, why has my work been taken out of my hands?
Please sit down, Mr. Honey.
I'm not in the habit of going around wrecking things. You ought to know that.
If you please. The Board of Inquiry has agreed to defer the hearing concerning your conduct in Gander until your test in the shed has reached the 1440-hour mark. The figure you yourself suggested.
That figure was suggested and arrived at by the science of mathematics.
Fact remains that if your test proves your contention, the airline and everyone else will be extremely grateful to you. If it does not, or if we fail to get supporting evidence from Labrador...
Well, how can I look for evidence in Labrador when I'm ordered back here?
We sent someone else, Mr. Honey. Penworthy left yesterday.
Penworthy? Oh, very capable man. I approve.
Thank you. Meanwhile, the Board of Inquiry plans to issue a statement. Something to offset all this ruinous publicity. That yours was the act of an irresponsible and unbalanced mind. They want the supporting opinion of qualified psychologists. In other words, they wish to test you as well as that tail assembly.
To see if I'm insane?
Yes, that's right.
Do you think I'm insane?
No, I don't think so. I'd hate to have them look me over at the moment. You can refuse, you know. That's your privilege.
No, I won't refuse. Let them pry and poke if they want to, and tell them I'll be in my office in the morning if they want to see me.
Thank you.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll go home.
We'll return shortly with Act 3 of No Highway in the Sky. Have you ever wondered how a star is born? Well, my guest tonight is just the girl to tell you. She's the 20th Century Fox starlet, Lux Lovely Virginia McGuire.
Being groomed for stardom is work, Mr. Keeley. After winning a photoplay scholarship, I studied at Pasadena Playhouse. Now I'm learning from the stars out at Fox, like Susan Hayward. You know, Susan plays Jane Froman in 20th Century Fox's new Technicolor musical, With a Song in My Heart.
Yes, and the other wonderful stars are Rory Calhoun, David Wayne, and Thelma Ritter.
You'll see the romantic story of Jane Froman's marriage to the pilot who saved her life.
And how the courageous singer got off her hospital bed to entertain so she could pay for more operations.
Jane Froman recorded 30 top tunes for With a Song in My Heart. Her voice is thrilling.
So is Susan Hayward's sparkling complexion. Susan is devoted to Lux Soap Care with its newfound skin tonic action.
Well, here in Hollywood, we think skin tonic action in Lux Care is the beauty news of the year. It makes complexion so much smoother and fresher.
Skin tonic action actually stimulates moisture within your skin. It's this moisture within that gives your complexion dewy freshness. Yes, it's moisture from within that counteracts dryness, that makes skin look smoother, younger.
Its benefits are really wonderful.
Tests prove Skin Tonic Action brings radiant new softness to any normal skin. Your own skin. So try Lux Toilet Soap Care now. Just cream in the rich lather, rinse warm, splash cold. You'll see an immediate improvement in your complexion.
Mr. Kennedy, I love Lux for my bath, too.
Naturally. The big bath-size cake of Lux is Hollywood's way to all-over loveliness.
To the smoother shoulders, smoother arms, so important with summer's bare fashions.
Thank you, Miss McGuire. Girls, tomorrow, get Hollywood's own fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And this is WDAN in Danville, Illinois, the commercial news station.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlene Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie. Well, Mr. Honey has wandered wearily back to his house, and here another surprise awaits him. Marjorie, the stewardess.
So I thought I'd stay here with Elspeth because, well, we didn't think you'd be back here till tomorrow. She's asleep now.
Well, that's very kind of you, Miss Corder.
She's such a sober little thing, isn't she?
Was she worried about me?
Yes, so was I. Oh, did you see her presents?
Presents?
Miss Teasdale brought them.
Miss Teasdale, is she here, too?
No, but she brought her the loveliest things. Oh, and you should see the compact.
Well, what did she want to do a thing like that for?
I think you'd be surprised.
Now, everything that's happened, it's my own fault. I have no one to blame but myself.
You did think there'd be a crash, didn't you?
Yes, but what I should have done is to offer my hypothesis to Captain Samuelson in an orderly manner. Let him make his own decision. How is anybody going to take my work seriously if I go around doing things like that? They're saying I'm crazy. I don't blame them.
And if you had to do it again, you just let it go ahead and crash?
That's just the point. I probably would have done the same thing over again. I'm evidently quite a weak character, Miss Corder.
Well, I expect you know what you're doing. Well, I'll phone for a taxi and say goodbye, Mr. Honey.
Goodbye?
I could come back in the morning. Would you mind?
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't mind.
I'd like to. I'd like to be here to see how things turn out.
Yes. Yes, Miss Corder. Thank you very much.
Miss Teasdale. Oh, come in, won't you? Oh, Mr. Honey's going to be so disappointed.
Gone? I suppose he couldn't wait to get to Farnsbury this morning to see his playthings again.
He was going to drop Elspeth off at school and then go on over there.
I'd like to hear about it. Any coffee left from breakfast?
Let's go in the kitchen. Oh, watch for the ironing board. I've been doing some pressing.
Yes, I see. Mr. Honey's pants.
Well, I had nothing else to do, and well, it looks as though he wears one suit and goes to sleep in the other.
That's very domestic. You're full of surprises.
Here's your coffee. I hope you like it strong.
Thanks. Well, what's he going to do?
I just don't know.
Funny that a kid like you would bother to see so much in anybody like him.
It's not so funny, really. You get around being a stewardess.
Well, this will take some thinking, won't it? Only now I don't have time for it. I'm leaving tonight for California. The studio's caught up with me. They want to get going.
But what about all the things you talked about? Helping Mr. Honey to find an answer and everything.
I meant it. Don't think I didn't, and I still do. I kind of go for that, Mr. Honey. Maybe it would have been the best chance I'll ever have to be a lot of things I'd like to be. Only I suppose you can't do a thing like this just a little bit. Mixing into other people's lives, I mean. You can start something that maybe you can't finish. What got me was his being so anxious to save me for posterity. Well, I've decided to go back and give posterity another break. It won't hurt to wait a while and see how things work out. Oh, that box I brought, it's a dress for Elspeth. I saw it in the window and it just yelled to belong to her. Tell her I'll write, will you?
Can't you wait long enough to see
No, I don't think so. I might weaken. There's no use making anything of it. That's one thing you learn in my business, how to get off.
I wish you wouldn't go.
You're a nice kid, Marjorie. I have an idea you know what's going on. You might let me know. I get a price on a laboratory or two, just in case. Oh, about Elspeth.
Yes?
Keep on telling her how pretty and sweet she is, will you? It'll do her good.
I will, Monica.
Take care of yourself. And thanks for the coffee.
Oh, good evening. I'm late, I know. I should have let you know.
It's all right, Mr. Honey, except I'm afraid that Elspeth's fallen asleep. What happened?
Oh, several things. I saw the psychiatrist this morning. They showed me a lot of ink blots. And these ink blots were supposed to make me think of tigers and elephants. All they made me think of was ink blots. We discussed that for quite some time.
And then?
And then 2 o'clock came.
2 o'clock?
My vibration tests. The 1,440 hours were up at 2 o'clock. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. My figures clearly indicated that the tail assembly should fail at 2 o'clock, and it didn't.
And now what?
Well, the Board of Inquiry meets in the morning, and I'll stand up and I'll explain my theory, and then I'll sit down and listen to them say that I'm insane. Perhaps I am. I'm not sure, you know. I just think that the truth is only that I've made a mistake somewhere in my work, and I must have time to run it down. But you see, there won't be any time, and I'll just sit there. I'll just sit there, and I won't say a word.
I see. Everything just as it was,
Yes, I'm rather glad it's all over.
But you can't just sit there. If you believe something is right, you have to do it if you want to live with yourself. If you don't, you'll have to pay for it sooner or later, and so will Elspeth.
Elspeth?
Everything is to be just as it was for her, too.
Yes, she was very glad to have it that way. She was very happy.
No, it's as simple as that. Well, I'll be running along, Mr. Honey. It's my last day, you know. I start my job again tomorrow night. Funny if they put me back on reindeers.
No, but you mustn't.
Supposing I did, would you let me? Never mind. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Good night, Mr. Honey.
Elspeth, it's 7 o'clock, dear.
Good morning, Father. Yes, I've been awake for some time. Did the tail fall off?
No, dear, it didn't.
You mustn't worry about it. It will someday.
Elspeth, is something the matter?
No. I was just thinking about it's all being over. Teasdale's gone, and Miss Corder goes tonight, and the newspaper people, and everybody wanting to talk to me at school. That sort of thing isn't very permanent, is it? It's like Christmas. Everybody very nice to everybody for a little while, but then it doesn't last, does it?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Aren't they always nice to you at school?
It's just that they don't talk to me very much as a rule because I'm different. Like my intelligence quotient being too high. Father, I was thinking that maybe if I didn't go to school anymore, I'm sure to learn much more with you because there wouldn't be the other things to think about. Things being impermanent.
Oh, Elspeth, dear, now, please, dear, don't cry. What's the matter, dear? What's the matter?
I have just one thing more to say to this Board of Inquiry.
Yes, Sir David.
I submit that the kindest thing we can say about Theodore Honey is that his mind is unstable, filled with obsessions that can carry him to great extremes. I insist an immediate finding to this effect be issued by this board.
Well, I do anything else.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, Mr. Now, what's your name? Chairman. Mr. Chairman. I've decided to say something. Now, I didn't invent the mathematics that made me believe what I did. And I still believe that there's some truth in my work, test or no test. And when you believe in something, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? If you want to live with yourself. All right, now, well, the first thing I'm going to do is to resign right here and now so the Farnsburg establishment won't get mixed up in this thing. And then, every time a reindeer aircraft is going to take off, and it shouldn't, I'm going out there and I'm going to wreck it. Now, you may put me in jail. But the newspapers wrote a whole lot about me when I wrecked that one in Gander, and they'll write more about me here. And people just won't get on those airplanes. And I'm going to tell you something else. The minute something does happen to one of those airplanes, you're going to have to think of something better to say than anything I've heard out here this afternoon. That's all. Any other statements? That's all. Goodbye. And then Sir David, he said I was crazy, and I got up and I made a few remarks, and then I just walked out and I came home.
Then it's all over?
It's all over. That's all. Thank you for stopping by, Miss Carter. It's very nice of you.
There's few more remarks. What did you tell them, Mr. Honey?
Oh, several things. I told them plenty. I resigned, too.
You didn't?
Resigned. Well, I couldn't just sit there, could I?
But what are you and Elspeth going to live on? Have you any money at all?
Money? Why, I don't know exactly how much. There's a bank book in the drawer there, I think.
You don't know how much money you have?
No, I suppose I should, shouldn't I? But
Less than £4. Just look at this bank book. You haven't made a deposit for months. Well, just what do you do with your money?
Well, I think there's some in the back shelf there. Here. Yes, here, you see? Now, here, there's a box on the desk here. Sometimes I put the checks in that box. You see there?
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Your salary checks, we'll just look at them. January, March, and this one from last November. Well, you have lots of money, Mr. Honey. I shouldn't have worried, should I? You don't need anyone.
Oh. Well, one of these days I'm going to take time out and go down to that bank.
Oh, but you do need someone.
Miss Carter, what seems to be... Now, you're not going to start to cry here now, are you?
I can't go away and leave you. It isn't safe. You've got to have somebody looking after you. I'm going to marry you and live here, whether you have a job or not.
You mean you're going to... Miss Carter, would you care to join me in a glass of sherry?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And so I came back here to say goodbye, Mr. Scott. There's several papers and reports I have should turn over to you.
Very decent of you, Mr. Honey.
Oh, yes, and this is Miss Carter here. She asked me to marry her, and I think I'd better.
He really should, you know.
Well, how do you do? I mean, congratulations.
Now, we can't stay long here. We're picking up my little girl at school, and we're going... What? My test. You're continuing the vibration test. Why?
I don't really know, Mr. Honey. There's been no order.
Mr. Honey!
Oh, that's all right, Sir John, now. It's all right. I haven't wrecked a thing. It's all right.
We've just heard from Penworthy in Labrador. He found the wreckage of that tail assembly.
Oh, well, good for him.
He said it broke off the plane, no question about it. Exactly as you claimed, Mr. Honey.
Is that so? Well, that's very interesting.
Isn't that only half the news? That plane you wrecked in Gander was repaired. They made the flight to Montreal.
Oh, yes, but I still maintain...
A few minutes later, while the plane was being taxed to the hangar, well, I could hardly believe it.
The tail assembly broke in two.
Why, yes. But how did you ever know? Mr. Honey, you have been completely vindicated.
No, I haven't. Not at all. At the end of this shed is a tail assembly that should have collapsed yesterday. I said it would, and I was wrong. As long as that tail assembly remains intact, there's still no positive proof that
Mr. Honey, it happened. There's your positive proof now.
It should have happened yesterday. I've been deplorably inaccurate. Somehow, somewhere, I've made a mistake. Now wait. Just this shed It's warm in here, isn't it? Marjorie, aren't you warm?
Yes.
Aren't you warm,
Yes, I
Marjorie?
am.
Yes, no, you aren't. You're hot. Isn't it hot in here?
Honey,
You're
you're
hot.
not feverish.
Temperature. It's the temperature.
Oh, dear.
Temperature is a variable factor. That plane and gander had been flying in the tropics. This test was in a heated shed. It would have collapsed on schedule if I'd lowered the temperature 40 degrees. Oh, Sir John, I'm a fool. I'm just a fool, Sir.
Are you now? No, Mr. Honey. You're a boffin. Capital B-O-F-F-I-N.
Now, what do you suppose he meant by that?
Mr. Keeley will return with our stars for a curtain call in just a moment. But first, an exciting announcement from the makers of Lux Flakes.
Would you like to know the Hollywood way to beauty and charm? Now you can have the beauty secrets that are used by the stars on and off screen. Beauty secrets that will show you how to make your eyes look larger, brighter, how to make your lips luscious, inviting. Hollywood tricks of makeup, figure allure, complexion care, star bright hair.
All these secrets and more are yours in the new Lux book, Hollywood's Own Secrets of Charm, for just one Lux Flakes box top and 10 cents. Write to Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York.
Just think, a 32-page beauty and charm book containing 143 authentic Hollywood secrets never before printed. Secrets that will help you play a starring role in your own life.
Just send one Lux Flakes box top and 10 cents for each book to Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York. That's Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York. But hurry, the supply is limited. This Lux Flakes offer is good only in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii.
Send for your Lux book, Hollywood's Own Secrets of Charm, tonight. Learn the Hollywood way to beauty and charm and play a starring role in your own life.
Now here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are coming forward to acknowledge your applause. James Stewart and Marlene Dietrich. Well, Marlena, what are you doing these days?
Right now, I'm looking for a baseball game.
Any particular one?
Yes. I've just seen Dan Daly as Dizzy Dean in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Pride of St. Louis. And now I wish to see Mr. Dean pitch.
Well, Dean doesn't pitch anymore, Marlena, but instead, why don't you see Deadline USA starring Humphrey Bogart? And then you can go looking for gangsters.
All right, Jimmy. I shall look for the pictures as soon as I return to New York.
And by the way, don't miss the magnificent new Lever House, which has its formal opening this week.
Oh, isn't that the building I recently saw in a magazine, almost entirely made of glass?
Yes, Jimmy, that's because it has 1,404 windows, but no windowsill. So it looks just a shining block of glass 21 stories high. I have a wonderful view of my New York apartment.
Saturday Night Theatre. The Tower of London, April 1641.
My Lord Strafford, all goes for us. Every corridor unguarded, your own door ajar. Balfour has played his part well.
He did not take the bribe, Captain. You will carry this ring and this letter to the king.
But the way is prepared.
Like the avenue to hell, too smoothly. Where are your men?
In the courtyard below. Lord Newport examines our orders prior to accepting our authority.
March your men out, man, and quickly. It is a trap. I will not leave here falsely. Pym must destroy me openly or not at all.
My lord, there is nothing but shame for me.
I command it! Obey me, sir.
I will take your letter to the king.
Pray God by its means he may at least save his own honor. You must hear what I have written. May it please your sacred majesty, I understand the minds of men are more and more incensed against me, notwithstanding your majesty has declared that in your princely opinion I am not guilty of treason. To call destruction on myself will find no easy consent from flesh and blood, but to set your majesty's conscience at liberty I do most humbly beseech your majesty in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal to pass this bill, though it condemn me.
My lord, no! Do not let them bring you to this.
I am not broken yet. Once I was the most powerful man in all England. While I live, Pym's cause is still in the balance.
While he leads them, you dare not put your trust in Parliament.
I must. It is the law.
But beyond them, and above the law, stands the king. Is that your plan?
He must use my plea more cunningly than that. He stands among traps and snares set all about him by John Pym and that coven of subversion and deceit, the Provident Company.
You knew, and yet you held your hand.
Ever since that bitter truce at Ripon 6 months ago. Had we but crushed those quiet traitors then.
We present Dennis Hawthorne as Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, and Noel Johnson as John Pym in Black Tom Tyrant by Brian Hales. Black Tom Tyrant.
Gentlemen, since there is no other business, I declare this meeting of the Provident Company concluded.
Motion put by the chairman, Lord Say.
And seconded, Mr. Pym.
Seconded by my Lord Warwick. This 27th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1640.
But there are further matters to discuss, other than those of our company.
Do we have news from York?
The treaty has been signed at Ripon between the King's Council and the Scots.
The King has conceded to the power of the Covenant.
And in that strength lies our great opportunity.
Then they have Strafford and the King in a grasp of iron. There is nothing now we cannot do.
Their letters tell us so.
To meet the Scots' demands, the King must have money. Money that only a Parliament may grant. A Parliament that we shall control.
Do not forget the Parliament of May. Barely 3 weeks old when it was stamped out by Strafford's spite.
Neither he nor the King will dare to stop our mouths again. The King summons a Parliament now because he must. He knows the price that must be paid.
No Parliament, no money.
With Leslie's Scottish Redshanks howling at his ears, he has no choice.
But before supply is granted
he must right the wrongs that injure us. That is the rock on which we stand.
Ship money, monopolies, the innovations to religion, he must answer to them all.
It will be your triumph, Mr. Pym.
We shall have all the votes we need. A majority in the Commons is certain.
Not so the House of Lords.
Not for a certainty, that's true.
What is the danger? We can carry the day there, surely.
There is one who can put us all into shadow. One fist that would mould all others to his will.
Black Tom Tyrant.
Strafford.
He has earned the name. The people know and fear it.
He is the King's most powerful servant.
And give him his due. Effective. He brought Ireland to heel as few men ever could.
Backed by a trained army of 8,000 Irish Catholics. Power indeed.
If that army had ever reached Scotland...
There would have been no truce. The Covenanters held in check. The King would have had no need of Parliament. Strafford, the King's right arm, would rule us just as he did Ireland, trampling men's liberties underfoot, crushing all dissent, putting men's consciences ever into charge.
But now at York he commands only a rabble.
And his hands are tied by the terms of armistice.
Even so, through him, and that other evil counsellor, the Papist Archbishop Laud, the King may yet prevent our cause.
While he has Strafford and Laud to buttress him, he has the strength to resist and survive.
Then we must undermine these twin Sampsons.
That is my intent.
And how will you bring them down?
Why? By the law of the land and the will of the people.
Our greatest strength is in the people's discontent.
Then let them demand justice. Cry out for it, in the streets. The law we need is ancient, but to hand.
Impeachment.
Which sets Strafford safely in the Tower. A menace no longer.
That in itself is not enough. If such a man drives the ship of state upon the rocks of tyranny. Where is our answer?
Why, then he pays the penalty. We cannot draw back.
Then the choice is plain. Our cause or his. I put it to you. Strafford must die.
Your Majesty, we concede too much. All we have gained from the Scots is defeat.
Conciliation is but a means to buy time.
Then let us use it wisely. Let us make a stand and no more promises.
Do not scorn them, Strafford. Those same promises divide my enemies.
With the army from Ireland we could yet destroy the Scots and persuade all men to your cause. It is still not too late to act.
A truce has been signed. We are bound to its terms.
So, the Covenanter commissioners now ride in triumph to London.
They go there to negotiate a proper peace.
With the new Parliament, sire, not their rightful king.
I shall be there also.
Your loyal Scot diplomat, Hamilton, suggests I do not travel to London with you.
Hamilton has great respect for you, Strafford. He has only your best interests at heart.
Not so. He reckons me too dangerous as a peacemaker.
Just as does John Pym.
Pym. The people's friend. The noble ox of Parliament. He manipulates them just as he uses the Covenanter victory to create fear and anarchy. In his hands, liberty becomes licensed government by will of the mob.
Yet you shared a common purpose once.
All that is past. Now I admit only the authority of kingship as the keystone of government. Pym would remove that power entirely. But I stand in his path, and he knows it.
Such a challenge must force him to sharp action.
Now, there are limits to what he may do. He dare not curtail me by using the fury of the mobs or by setting an assassin such as Felton at my back. He knows he must use the law if he is to persuade all men, and it is with that he will attempt to cast me down. But he cannot act alone.
Parliament may act, guided by his arguments.
His is not the only hand they will obey. When I speak, they will listen. They can be managed.
There is danger, even so.
I risk all to take all. Or is it your command that I swallow Hamilton's advice and flee shamefully?
It would save your life. For a certainty.
And how greatly would Pym and his sons of Zion rejoice at my retreat! No, I say let him challenge me. He may find instead that it is his life at stake, not mine.
In spite of all opposition, you intend to stay?
That is my wish. Whether as scapegoat or as king's champion, I serve. That is enough.
Then you will ride with me tomorrow to Whitehall.
All will be well, I know. My heart is high. There is no chill of fear in me. But my family here, close by to York, I know they would take delight in seeing me before I journey on to London.
Go to them, gladly.
My apprehension is not for myself.
I know your courage. Let me put your mind at rest. You stand in my favor, that is absolute. By the word of a king, you shall not suffer in life or in fortune, whichever way events may turn from this day on. This ring is my pledge. Take it.
Sire, I accept it humbly.
Go to your estate at Woodhouse. Your health demands that you rest.
Thank you, sire. I shall follow you to Whitehall within the week.
But, Majesty...
Oh, my poor Archbishop, how terrible.
To find yourself flat on your face.
Majesty, it was not the painting that fell, not myself.
A tragedy, even so. But how will Van Dyck ever repair that exquisite nose?
The painting was undamaged, Lady Carlisle. The heavy frame, being recessed, protected the canvas from harmful contact with the floor.
How merciful, an act of providence. Or even, perhaps, an omen.
I am not a superstitious man, but God grant it be no omen.
What a pity you were not present at its downfall. A revelation might have been apparent to you.
What could it have told me, my lady?
Why, it might have cried out, "No bishops," as it fell.
A matter for concern, not laughter, Lady Carlisle.
Your Majesty, do not scold us, Charles. We seek only to uplift my Lord Archbishop and his portrait.
The matter of the portrait is of little consequence, sire. There is news from Westminster and the North.
Oh, Charles, must we talk politics?
Of necessity, my love. My Lord Archbishop, is the news of Strafford?
He will be at Lambeth by nightfall.
No sooner than desired, then. That man! He smells of horses, mud and leather, always. He's not at all amusing, even to discuss.
Then you will excuse us, my love.
Willingly. Come, Lucy. Of course. Has the costumes for the mass displayed for us. Oh, I've got something I want to see.
Strafford's arrival pleases me, but concerning Westminster...
Our prospects of controlling Parliament grow weaker day by day. The Committee of Privileges find only for Pym's faction in the disputed seats.
Strafford should have been here sooner.
He travels as fast as his illness permits, Majesty. Gout and the stone cripple and waste him. Even so, for loyalty alone, he drives himself far beyond what other men find endurable.
But with Parliament already in session...
We need his strength, I know. He will be with us soon.
Pym awaits him, just as eagerly as we do.
The danger is not Strafford's alone. I sense the precipice also. And should one fall, why, both will fall.
My lord, why do we halt? Is your sickness again upon you?
I am well enough, sir.
We can still turn back.
There is no turning back.
My lord?
I look behind us, Captain, to fix a treasure in my mind. The last boundaries of my estate, inherited, built upon, and husbanded by men I am proud to call loyal.
You will return to them in triumph, my lord.
First, we must take Pym by the dewlap and bring him to the dust. That is the only future that I know. Let us ride on, Captain. Swiftly. Hup!
Is there still no news of Strafford?
It seems he remains in the north, my lord say.
Out of wisdom, Pym, or from cowardice?
Well, perhaps, as last summer, he is struck down by his sickness.
God forbid that he should slip from us by that means.
He will come to us yet at Westminster. His pride and his loyalty will make him.
It must be soon, while the mood of the House is with us, unfaltering.
Your speeches have seen to that, Pym. All our grievances truly put.
And a fine trap, neatly laid.
I claimed only the true right of Parliament, to declare the law where it is doubtful, and to provide for the execution of the law where it is clear.
A law that will fit Strafford like a noose.
My lord.
What is it?
Lady Carlisle, my lord.
I couldn't wait on ceremony, Robert. My news is too urgent.
Strafford.
He has arrived and dines with the Archbishop tonight.
At last.
You'll waste no time. Tomorrow he'll take his seat in the Lords.
It is then that we must act, and quickly.
Once started, it will be in my hands.
So, Strafford thinks to confront us boldly, putting himself above the will of the people.
If the Commons are made to kneel to his power, they will not rise so easily again.
Then by noon tomorrow, he must be shown the truth is otherwise.
Thomas, you are in pain. Sit here. Be comfortable and at ease.
I am better now than I was, William, my friend.
The journey from Woodhouse wasn't easy, my Lord Archbishop.
Fortunately, I was well attended by this gentleman, Captain John Smith, my aide and messenger. You may trust him. Such a quality is of value. You are welcome here, my son.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Tell me how it is here in London. Why has Pym not moved against you thus far?
He does not sleep, be certain of that. The ox plods on, but his plowshare bites deep, throwing up hatred and petitions of discontent, feeding imagined grievances, and spreading rumor and disquiet among the people.
Plots and protests, they are old and trusted weapons to Pym.
He employs them to guide opinion just as a riverman uses the currents of a raging stream. In one day alone, we've had word of a Spanish garrison in the Tower of London, Whitehall under siege by Irish mercenaries, and French cavalry landed at Portsmouth. Do you wonder that the city shudders in its sleep?
But these are fantasies.
They are food and drink to the people's rage against the king.
Do you hear them at my gates? Listen. Daily the apprentices bawl obscenities outside this very place. They're totally without respect.
We saw them as we rode in. They did not know our faces.
Thank God for it. They are crude, violent men. They taunt me as the Pope of Lambeth. At times, Thomas, their fury leaves me trembling.
Pym puts you to the test, nothing more. He dare not touch you while I hold power.
I do not easily forget Buckingham, 12 years since. His physician torn to pieces in the street. The great night-long crow of triumph at Buckingham's death. It is the power of the beast given purpose.
Only when men learn to respect power do they prosper.
There is greater danger hidden within Pym's doctrine of the people. Its canker will subvert all authority, not the king's only, but state and church alike.
That is why he must not only be confounded, he must be crushed, and all like him.
But how, Thomas? His strength among the people is so great.
It is founded on falsehoods. So, too, will be the case he mounts against me.
I am his target also.
He must take me first. Apart from all else, he hates me. Not for my cause, but as a man.
My lord, you want Parliament to impeach you?
If they disappoint me, why, I shall demand it. But Pym will spring my trap, do not fear.
Now I see. You are the bait.
The mob are not my judges. They may spit Black Tom Tyrant at my back, but that is useless anger, not accusation. For Pym to succeed, he must act by impeachment.
A case correct in justice and in law.
Giving proof of my so-called treason charge by charge. Nothing less will do to hold men's respect. And he can prove nothing.
But where is the trap in this that will catch John Pym?
Like him, I know the law, and I know Parliament. They will not tolerate misuse. If Pym should fail, the backlash of his ambition will draw a just and fitting punishment onto his own head.
Pym himself impeached in turn?
Yes.
But there has to be proof.
It is there to be discovered by honest inquiry. Pym stands on the razor's edge just as much as I. That is my challenge.
But, my lord, the risk you take is as wild as the toss of a coin.
Then let the game take its course. Time is all I need. Time to persuade and prepare those lords sympathetic to the king and his rightful cause.
Your face is troubled, Charles. Does this melody displease you? Something merrier, perhaps?
I think I would sooner have no music.
Oh, Charles. Do not let that adventurer Strafford depress your spirits.
He must succeed.
Oh, he will ride Parliament as he rides his horses, into the ground.
You believe in him?
I despise the man.
He is a good and trusted servant.
But he is not another Buckingham. No man could be that.
Strafford has my trust, not my affection. I need his strength, nothing more.
And if he did not exist, where would you find a new champion?
I do not choose to think of it. Lord has lately become so aged and uncertain.
I'm here. I'm young, and I have the determination that my king should rule undisputed.
You are my wife, beloved above all else.
Then do not always treat me as a doll to be petted and pampered. I can be strong.
I know it. But for you, Lord and Strafford might have cracked me between them long ago.
You will prevail, Charles, both over them and Pym. For you are a king, God-given and precious to your people. No one will ever deny you that.
It is not enough. If I am to rule, Strafford must challenge Pym and win.
The Commons hate their Black Tom tyrant. He will never persuade them otherwise.
But he can persuade the Lords. He is there now. Pray God that they will listen to him with an open mind.
There are forces here at work, my lords, that must bear examination for the good both of the Commonwealth and the King. Such dark...
Remain here, Smith, while I take my place.
Yes, my lord.
Once I have spoken, you will know how it goes.
I will ride then at once to Whitehall and to the Palace of Lambeth.
Smile, man, you will bear a good report.
My lords,
Lord, listen.
I set before you,
voice.
humbly, and with the knowledge that justice will be done, this document of accusation.
It is Pym. He has
This
forestalled
impeachment,
us.
freely and fully voted on by your brothers, those gentlemen of the House of Commons, names one man as the evil centre of these troubled times. The Earl of Strafford, Lord President of the North, Lord Deputy of Ireland, the King's Chief Minister and most evil counsellor.
He has moved against me like the wind.
His faction has seen you, my lord. They are waving at you to go.
I say, his purposes are set implacably against the good of the people. In their name, I demand that such a monstrous arrogance be brought fully to account.
My Lord Strafford, it is the will of the House that you withdraw.
This is my rightful place, Maxwell. You cannot deny me.
The charge of impeachment has already been laid against you by the House of Commons, my lord. It is now sub judice, and all your rights here are curtailed. You know yourself how the law stands.
My lord, it can't be true. How else can you speak your case?
Only at my trial. Not here and not before. Pym has won this trick.
Not so. You must speak in the streets if needs be.
That cannot be, Captain. Maxwell commands me as Black Rod usher to this house, and he has something yet to say. Finish it, man.
It is my duty not only to sequester you, my lord, but to set you in honourable custody.
No, I'll prevent
No
it.
swords, Captain.
To you, my lord, but to set you in honourable custody.
No, I'll prevent
No
it.
swords, Captain. I must submit to law. Where do you take me, Maxwell?
For this day only, to the confines of my own house, my lord. But thereafter, you will be a prisoner of Parliament, kept at their pleasure in the Tower.
It was a triumph, Mr. Pym. Was it not so, say?
Perfect, both in timing and in strategy.
Strafford in our palm at last.
Did you see his face when Black Rod demanded that he withdraw?
There was a fury in his eyes, not easily forgotten.
Frustrated both by action and by law. Who can blame him?
Be sure he is less arrogant now.
But not yet defeated, my lords, eh?
You are a lawyer, Mr. Glynn. Do you doubt what we have against him?
My lord, what we do not have, we will shortly find.
That will take time.
With Strafford safely sequestered, time is on our side, but we must use it skillfully.
Do not let us forgo our other grievances.
Religion foremost of all.
Then I move Archbishop Laud to be the next impeachment.
Not yet, my Lord Warwick. Let godly men such as Bishops Williams, Prynne, and Burton first be freed.
The city will rejoice at that. Each one is a martyr to Lord's oppression.
And what of Secretary Windybank? Are we to let that self-enriched parasite go only half-examined after all?
No, my lord. Not him nor Lord Keeper Finch. But with Strafford's power curtailed, we have a tool to hand that will serve us equal to impeachment. Fear.
Now they are rid of their protector, what will they do?
They will flee, my lord, like rats from a sinking ship. And that vessel will founder all the more quickly for their leaving of it.
My Lord Strafford.
What's this, Balfour? I made no request for your company.
You've a visitor bringing you books.
John Smith, my lord, your servant, bearing news of your friends.
Small comfort in that. Be quick about your business, sir. We do not measure time lightly here in the tower.
A dour man, my lord.
Sir William Balfour is a man who sees his keepership as a sober matter. He is, even so, a gentleman.
He is too closely related to the Covenanters for my peace of mind.
Perhaps it's just as well that you're a soldier no longer, Captain.
To play the courtier seemed more fitting, to avoid suspicion.
A wise step. You are too loyal for comfort with a sword in your hand.
Should the chance come, my lord, the hand and the sword will be ready.
This is neither the time nor the place. Tell me your news, briefly.
None of it is good, my lord.
I do not expect sweet hallelujahs, man. I asked for information. Speak.
Bishop Williams is released. A great rabble acclaimed him as he rode through the city to the Lords to resume his seat there.
He has a mind to be the new architect of the church, given the chance.
Well, Archbishop Laud sees less danger in him than in the zealots Prynne and Burton.
Are they released also?
Greater crowds than followed Bishop Williams, welcomed them with bouquets of rosemary through the city streets.
Rosemary for remembrance.
Grey-green for liberty, so called, but a badge of hatred against all Catholic souls.
Laud was right. It is a black omen for the days to come.
There is worse. Secretary Windebank, under threat of impeachment, has fled to France.
But his crimes are petty, like the man.
His nephew Reed has deserted with him, protesting that they had only ever obeyed their master's orders.
They blame the king? I would whip such servants through the streets.
The king's servants are pressed from every side, my lord. Even privy councillors are now to be examined for what they know.
But that openly denies the executive privilege of government.
When Parliament asked, the king gave way, my lord.
Then who will dare ever to speak again in council, for fear of being later called to their disadvantage?
The king had little choice. To deny Parliament the right of search would admit cause for deceit. And you were their target.
Why does Pym need such evidence against me? What trick does he next intend?
That is not yet clear. But if there is any to be found, he now has the means to root it out.
There is none. That should have been the only answer.
Parliament is no longer held off so easily, my lord. They are in full cry.
So, the wild hunt is on at last.
That's the fear that haunts many minds, not least my lord Archbishop.
Pym has hoodwinked us all. While we wait boldly for the bludgeon or the knife, he has infected men's souls with a fear that has them cringing at shadows. By this, he will strip the king of all ministers, all loyalties, all friends, paring his power to the bone.
And yet he has not so much as raised a sword in anger.
God forbid he ever has the chance. But it is not yet too late for the Archbishop to run to ground. Seek him out quickly. Get him to Ireland, to my lodge near Dublin. He, above all men, must be made safe.
Evensong in my own chapel. It saddens me, Maxwell, that it may be the last for some time.
It is a concession granted only to a few.
Greatly appreciated.
My masters, the lords, are not spiteful men.
Being with God and my small household of friends for this one brief moment brings peace.
Cling to that moment, then. It will give you strength.
As did the psalm for the day. Did you mark it?
It had less meaning for me than for your own situation.
Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest, O Lord, that thou may give him patience in time of adversity, until the pit be digged up for the ungodly.
They gather them together against the soul of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood.
But the Lord is my refuge.
We must make our journey soon.
Not before sunset, I beg you.
It's already almost dark.
Another mercy for an old man. I would avoid the gazing of the people and what they might call out against me.
The barge that will take us to the tower is moored and waiting.
A few last farewells only remain. I will be with you in moments.
Your Grace, I can grant no more concessions. You must come now.
My Lord Archbishop.
My son, I know your face.
John Smith, Your Grace.
Thomas sent you.
He did, but...
You are too late.
Why is Blackrod here? Have they moved already to impeach you?
The accusations were made this very afternoon, my son. I am not afraid.
Do not submit to them. They have no right.
I perform the command of Parliament, sir. Stand aside.
Obey him, my son. Who knows? I may meet old friends at my new lodgings in the tower.
Give me your blessing, Your Grace. And God go with you.
I grant it, and not for you only. In nomine Patris.
No more, Your Grace. We must go now.
Amen.
What can I do?
Watch my going, and pray for me, my son. Then tell those who should be told.
My lord, farewell.
Come, Your Grace. The barge is waiting.
Maxwell, our way is barred. They will not let me pass.
You are in my charge, and safe. Do not be afraid.
But see how they lie in wait, exulting at my downfall. Wolves, eager to savage the Lamb of God.
The Lord in his mercy save your grace!
Amen. Amen to that.
You see, my Lord Archbishop, there is no violence in wait for you here.
God save your grace. God rest your grace.
Have I so many gentle friends?
They kneel before you all along your path.
Your blessing, my lord.
That they should kneel for me.
Step aboard the barge, Your Grace. Then grant them the blessing that they ask.
Thank you, my son.
Answer them, Your Grace.
The floods have risen, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice.
No ceremony, my lord. Now step aboard. Give us all your blessing. And quickly. The boatmen wait, and we must depart.
Bless us, your children, my lord.
Your Grace.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Enough! Oarsmen, pull away! Pull, I say, for King's Reach and the Tower!
Balfour informed me of Lord's arrest with true Calvinist delight.
It was a cruel trick played on an old man. A week left to Christmas. Surely Pym could have stayed his hand for 7 days.
Not if the move were forced upon him.
But Pym controls his faction totally.
He uses them. I tell you, there has never been a parliament such as this. And if left to grow, it will gnaw at the roots of kingship and government until the whole tree falls. An overturning based on protest and discontent. Its true meaning hidden beneath a turmoil of religion.
Pym attacks the king's powers at every vital issue.
More than that, he seeks to deny his divine prerogative. Pym would make the throne answerable to Parliament alone.
He must dispose of you and all other loyal gentlemen first, my lord.
That will not be easy, and every day here gives me more confidence.
You count 6 weeks in the Tower as a mark of triumph?
Because the articles of impeachment against me are still without form or substance and incomplete.
The committee is still at work.
They do not seek for evidence. They grope.
Pym is cunning enough to fabricate what he cannot find.
Why, then let him. I relish the chance of tearing his coat of falsehoods into tatters. There is nothing he can set against me. Nothing.
My lords, we have Strafford and Laud in the Tower. Lord Keeper Finch is impeached and fled into exile. The Earl of Essex now commands the military and can be trusted by us.
But the royal power is not diminished, it survives.
Lords such as Hertford, Bedford, and Bristol lean ever more closely to the king.
The junto of papist officers about the Queen increases daily, and there is too much talk of overturning.
The Scots and Presbyterians.
Their clumsy extremism must be kept in check. They dismay moderate men.
Their demands are not easily satisfied.
While they threaten to uproot the established church, our cause must suffer in the middle ground, and the king grows stronger.
He already seeks a shrewd Protestant marriage with the House of Orange.
That would produce not only popular goodwill, but gold that could free him from Parliament's purse strings.
We need a bold diversion, an attack.
We have one to hand. Strafford.
Can we proceed against him?
Shortly. And for his trial, we now have a further tool. Evidence that, if placed before Strafford's peers at the correct moment, will ensure his downfall utterly.
New evidence? What is it, man? Show us.
Read this. The passage I have marked.
An army in Ireland you may employ here to reduce this kingdom. Whose words are these?
My Lord Strafford's.
This kingdom? England? Why, then his treachery is proved. He is a dead man.
Wait. Mr. Pym, this is written in your hand. How is this legal evidence? What is its value?
Those words were spoken at the council meeting held on the 5th of May, 1640. The notes, minuted by Secretary Vane, were set aside amongst his personal papers, and there discovered by his son, who brought them, thoughtfully, to me.
Young Vane. However true the item, his procuring of it must be suspect. He is a known fanatic, extravagant in all his beliefs.
Rifling his father's papers hardly sounds a godly action, whatever its purpose.
Its intent was innocent, but I agree with what you say, my lords.
But then, if it is suspect, how can it help us?
First, think how men will see those evil words.
As open treason.
But Strafford had good reason to bring his Irishmen to fight the Scots invaders. That cannot be construed as treason in a time of war.
The note says this kingdom, my lord.
Indeed it does.
But which? Scotland or England?
Either is implied, but I say only one was intended. My lords, it is a known fact that Strafford only narrowly failed to negotiate Spanish troops to aid the king. Where next would he turn but to the army he had raised and trained so well himself in Ireland?
If we allow that, then we have him indeed. An offer to the king to make war on his own subjects.
With the council itself as witness.
They will need reminding.
Oh, we have it here in black and white.
In Mr. Pym's hand only. Why is this?
From consideration of the young man's feelings, my lord. Loyalty to his father's trust set against public duty.
An embarrassing choice, hardly to be admitted publicly.
And by making this copy, the source of betrayal is less easily tracked down.
A generous action, Mr. Pym, and shrewd.
But unacceptable in law. How can such a tarnished truth be used?
By Secretary Vane himself.
Then he knows?
Not yet. But when the time comes, he will not prove difficult to persuade.
He hates Strafford.
Even so, he is bound by the honor of his task, in public at least.
Not so. He is obliged to speak, if we so command.
By what means?
Do you not recall, my lords, that request from Parliament, granted by the king, that all privy councillors be answerable on oath as to whatever has passed in council?
Mr. Pym, I salute your mind. You knew what to look for even then.
So, the source is honourable and the fact is found.
And will be used at the right and proper moment, once Strafford's trial begins. No later than January's end, pray God.
But until then,
we must work to keep Parliament all of one mind, away from the curled lock of Antichrist and bishops.
Bishop Williams, we welcome you.
God's blessing upon both your majesties.
Your petition states that you wish to express concern about the priest John Goodman.
A priest of Rome recently tried under that law of Great Elizabeth that makes it a felony for such a priest to enter this realm.
Tried and found guilty?
but reprieve by the power of mercy that the king my husband holds, Bishop Williams.
Mercy is the just prerogative of kings. It must be used wisely.
You are known as a moderate man, Bishop. Why do you object to mercy?
This priest has broken an ancient and respected law. He must pay.
An ancient and despicable law has been used against him, Bishop Williams. There is a difference.
If a law is at hand and cherished by tradition, it must in the course of time find use. And should one law be denied, then so must all.
Mercy does not deny the law, Bishop. It tempers the law with compassion.
Answer again, Your Grace. Do you deny God's charity?
The city cries out aloud. I only bring its voice as plaintive to your ears.
A voice that demands the overturning of the church. A voice of passion, not of peace. Let that voice be still.
Your Majesty, Parliament asks only this, that the law might take its course unhindered.
They want a priest of Rome to be hanged, nothing more. Oh, Charles, ceci n'est que de la vengeance. Tu ne peux pas permettre cela.
If this be so, Bishop Williams, let Parliament consider the consequences. If this priest be hanged in England, why, we must justly fear reprisals against Englishmen abroad in Catholic dominions. And in taking that advice to Parliament, take this also.
Your Majesty?
It is a petition from Father Goodman himself. It is couched in simple terms.
He begs that his execution still be carried out. He would rather die on the gallows than cause ill feeling between the king and his people.
It is a rare victim that can offer greater mercy than his oppressors, Bishop Williams. I command you, take his petition to the Lords, and let them put the matter to their own conscience.
How then did the Lords accept Goodman's plea?
My lord, they read it and were deeply moved. The wanton vengeance of the Puritan extremists revolted them.
They condemned it.
They have set aside Goodman's death indefinitely.
Then they are prepared to make a stand against the Commons.
The King's act of mercy was resolute and just, urged firmly by the Queen.
Her strength begins to show. Pray God he uses it.
It is she who continues the negotiations which you began for aid from Spain and Holland.
And the marriage bargain with the House of Orange.
The match is all but secure, though William is but 12 to Mary's 9 sweet years.
They may be children yet, but it is a solid Protestant foundation.
But will it affect Pym's hold on Parliament and the people?
Who can yet tell? But his opposition to the crown stands in danger from its own success. Without a common enemy, his factions grow as undisciplined as the rabble in the streets. That is why he needs me, in all honesty, to unite them in a common hatred.
All is prepared at last, then, Mr. Glynn.
9 general accusations of subverting the laws, 28 individual cases of tyranny and injustice, most concerning his rule in Ireland.
And the army question, Article 23.
That is our trump, awaiting only your signal to be played.
Strafford is to be accused before the Lords tomorrow.
He will be sure to ask for time to read and answer to the charges.
Do not oppose that request too strongly. And in the event, give way.
But he will use it to muster up his best defense.
We, too, need the time to remind the people of his evil. By the printed word.
Publish the charges?
Why shouldn't all men know his crimes?
That is a broadsheet that people will enjoy.
Those against him hate him. Even those for him fear his power.
He will be forced to justify himself before all England when trial commences. And he will fare no better than would Judas.
Judas made a different ending.
Strafford will be just as much alone.
Mr. Pym.
My lord, say.
It is tomorrow that Strafford is accused.
It is, my lord.
We are well prepared, my lord.
But you, Mr. Pym, you look uncertain.
We are not dealing with a fool. However strong our case, it is in the balance. And Littleton, the new Lord Keeper presiding at the trial, is loyal both to the King and to Strafford.
We dare not fail now.
I do not intend that we should fail. I merely suggest alternatives, just as deadly.
But there is no further evidence more damning than that we have already.
And if what we have is not enough...
Why then, we must turn yet again to the laws of England, in due course. For now, let Strafford's trial go forward, just as we have planned.
You asked for me, my lord. Can you not sleep?
Work is necessary, Balfour. Sleep is not.
I do not expect to be summoned at this hour to be lectured on the virtues of loyalist endeavour.
And I do not count time when it involves the preservation of my life.
The king's presence at your hearing gives you a needless arrogance, my lord.
Are you dismayed by it, as were Warwick and Say?
It was unwarranted.
But effective, for it cheered loyal souls.
I am not here to argue. What service do you want?
I have certain rights, Balfour, that even you cannot deny.
Name them.
Witnesses. My secretaries from Ireland, Radcliffe and Wandersford. I need their testimony at my trial.
Want away, then. Radcliffe is in custody in Dublin, awaiting his own impeachment.
And so conveniently silenced.
Wandersford also, but more permanently.
What of him?
He is dead, my lord, of a sudden sickness. They say the Irish burden you bequeathed him was too great for him to bear.
I left Ireland in a comfortable and settled state.
While you ruled, perhaps. Now they unite, Catholic and settler alike, in repudiation of the obedience you forced upon them.
They will be brought to heel again once I am free.
Do not hope too soon, my lord. The tide runs against you.
What do you know that I do not?
Pym moves ever more cunningly against you, man. At his hint, Bishop Williams has persuaded all other bishops that a causa sanguinis such as yours should not involve them.
But their vote in the Lords could make the difference between life and death.
They have waived the right both to speak and to vote. They are useless to you.
And so they escape the anger of the commons and the people.
Perhaps they know and fear the mood of the mob more closely than you do.
I am on trial before my peers, not a rabble. I will be heard.
Under a hostile arbiter, such as Lord Arundel.
Lord Keeper Littleton is president of the court.
No longer. Illness keeps him from Westminster. Arundel, as Earl Marshal, will find little in your favour.
I still have truth and honesty on my side, that neither Pym nor fate can remove.
Your truth and honesty will not serve to upend the Puritan power now. It is too late. In 3 months, Pym has taken the king's government apart, like a watch that needs repair.
And when he comes to put it together once again, does he think it will go any the more smoothly?
There is no going back now.
You are wrong. Pym has attempted much, claimed even more, but his cunning work has barely begun.
Do you count impeachment of ministers and judges, abolition of the prerogative courts, and the destruction of royal excesses nothing?
None of it is irreparable. Pym's subversion can still be held in check and reversed. It has to be so.
You are not easily defeated, Strafford.
I have a dream. It will not be denied.
Man, it saddens me that you burn yourself out serving a king who is not fit to rule alone. You're sick, you're exhausted. What glory is there in such thankless ambition?
I have known real power. I have no need of false glory. Halt, blind or lame, I will be found true to my most gracious master.
Then pray God that your master be found worthy equally.
And to that, amen.
There has never been such a trial as this, Mr. Pym. Look at the public benches. There is not a seat spare.
Nor in the galleries.
The gentry there show little pleasure at the din and stench beneath them.
It is there we shall find our greatest sympathy, Mr. Glynn, among the common people.
They bay at Stratford now. See, he arrives.
Get the Black Tom! Bring the tyrant down! Black Tom, tyrant!
How the man has changed.
He's a stooping greybeard, not a tyrant.
Look at him, the poor soul. God help him.
He will win sympathy by his condition.
Let his black record speak for itself. It'll take more than pity to redeem his treason once we have done with him.
Silence! Let the case begin.
From the moment my Lord Strafford took the stand, your grace, the Commons' prosecution faltered. In a week he has taken a clear advantage over Pym.
Was Thomas well, my son?
He seemed an old man. Warmly wrapped, weary of face, but with clear wits and a dignity that drew all men's eyes upon him.
No dread tyrant, then?
Nor the evil bogeyman that Pym would have the mobs believe.
Did the accusations against him ring true?
Pym himself and John Glynn led the attack. Both urged the Lords to treat the indictment as a whole, as an accumulation of acts which together amounted to treason. Few were convinced.
And Thomas's reply?
Clear and masterly. No mysteries, no rhetoric, only facts. The discrepancies he revealed, the doubts he made obvious.
But this Article 23... the threat of using the Irish army.
Well, Secretary Vane was called as witness to Strafford's words.
An army to reduce this kingdom. It can only mean Scotland.
Vane could not be shaken from the phrase, but offered no interpretation as to its meaning.
Words alone are not sufficient.
And yet you frown, your grace.
Did Thomas stand firm? Did he call honest witnesses?
Hamilton, Cottington, and the Bishop of London all deny that my lord had advised in any way the use of the Irish army against England.
Pym cannot be much content with that.
Indeed. He quickly left aside Article 23 and took instead charges of tyranny against the Scots. My lord covered them with doubt easily.
Still it disturbs me. Pym is not one to be put aside so easily.
His prosecution struggles. His witnesses are dubious, his evidence weak and thus distrusted. And few charges remain that cannot be blown away just as easily.
Except Article 23. Tell Thomas to be ever alert, Captain. Pym will return to that sour bone, I am sure of it.
Mr. Pym, look at Strafford. He smiles like a cat toying with a mouse.
Where is the triumph that you promised us?
In 2 weeks, Strafford has disposed of virtually all the specific charges. We do not merely lose ground, we verge upon the precipice.
My lords, our trust rests on Article 23.
That alone gives definite grounds for treason.
It is not yet proven, Mr. Glynn. Vane's evidence is hearsay, only it has no strength in law.
Then we must buttress his words with fact.
A copy of Vane's notes?
At second remove and in your own hand, Pym. Who will believe that?
It will serve our turn.
Pray God that it does. Use it wisely.
That is our purpose. Mr. Glynn, you will lead.
Willingly, Mr. Pym.
Silence! Mr. Glynn, proceed.
My lords, I wish to inform you that I have new evidence to submit regarding Article 23.
My Lord Earl Marshal. You have an objection, my Lord Strafford? No objection, but a request for like permission to call new witnesses, not only in respect of Article 23, but of others, if necessary.
They must not allow him.
They may, Mr. Glynn. Their mood is against us.
Arundel has the power.
He can speak only for the House, not for himself, however friendly.
My Lord, the concession is granted.
Mr. Pym, how can you now prevent his opening all other charges? He will take even greater advantage over you.
Strafford knows our strength and is afraid, my lord say.
We will bind him fast to the article in question, my lord.
I say take care. There is a trap here.
Mr. Glynn, will you continue or withdraw?
I repeat, my lord, I have new evidence to be called on Article 23.
My lords, I have additional evidence on at least 4 earlier charges, and these surely must be heard first.
This is too much. I shall have to withdraw. My lord, I withdraw. I forego the new evidence.
Yes, checked you, man. We're confounded.
Arundel, end it now.
The court stands adjourned, my lord.
We are in retreat. Look at Strafford. Look at the king there in his box. They're laughing, Mr. Pym, laughing at our discomfiture. They know we have failed.
How could we know what devilment Pym would next devise? They were in utter disarray, my lord.
A bill of attainder set before the Commons within the hour. His second line of attack already waiting to be used.
Surely Pym had no thought that the impeachment would end in defeat.
Nor in the form the defeat would take. But he was prepared and we were not.
But you have defeated him once.
I will not be given a second chance. Under impeachment, I must be judged guilty in terms of law. But the passing of attainder needs only a majority who merely think me guilty.
But surely that guilt must be proved.
Not under attainder. It is in the form of a parliamentary bill needing but a majority verdict to decree my guilt by law.
A law that can simply recommend a man to death.
Revenge requires only passion, not proof. They need only to restate the charges of impeachment. Any evidence will pass. The same evidence which they were forced to abandon at Westminster this very morning. A copy of a half-remembered phrase.
Are you allowed no defense?
Attainder is not a trial, man. I have no rights. There is but one question to be put, whether my death is necessary for the good of the state. A simple vote will answer that.
But you still have the right of reply at Westminster to the Lords. The process of impeachment is as yet unfinished.
An open court of appeal. Then I may yet forestall the bill before it is laid before the Lords.
If only we could deal with the Commons as surely.
Oh, there's little hope of that. They would see me destroyed whatever the cost. They will condemn me even if it be only on the suspicion of intent.
This is not justice, but murder.
It is a political expedient, a means to an end. As just and merciful as a dagger in the back.
My lord, must you wait so patiently for your assassin?
Are you offering me the means to escape?
It is not impossible, my lord. A plan has been discussed by loyal friends.
That would be cowardice, if not suicide.
You are denied justice by due process of law. Should the chance of freedom show itself, dare you refuse?
I thank you, Captain Smith. But first, let me state my case for freedom to my peers.
And if they deny you and subscribe to the Bill of Attainder?
Why then, act as you will. I will not refuse freedom then.
Mr. Glynn, am I too late? Has Strafford had his say?
He has spoken for close on 2 hours, my lord, and pauses only.
But why are there no voices raised against him from the crowd?
Caught up by his force of argument, my lord, he calls our theory of treason manufactured. Claims he has committed no treason under existing law and that he acted throughout for the common good.
And Pym does nothing to deny him?
The trial must take its proper course. This is Strafford's last court of appeal, and we are bound to hear him out.
Then he may yet escape our mark.
Your Lordships, I hope I am as clear before you as in good faith I am clear in my own poor judgment. I have ever admired the wisdom of our ancestors, who have so fixed the pillars of the monarchy that each of them keeps due measure and proportion with the other, and have so handsomely tied up the nerves and sinews of the state that the straining of one may bring damage and sorrow to the whole economy. The prerogative of the crown and the propriety of the subject have such mutual relations that this took protection from that foundation and nourishment from this. And as on the lute, if anything be too high or too low wound up, you have lost the harmony
So here, the excess of a prerogative is oppression. Of a pretended liberty in the subject, disorder and anarchy. I claim to have been tried by both obsolete and newly invented laws, and denied all common justice, while my acknowledged enemies are given every liberty to speak against me. What tyranny may follow upon this, if in the face of such injustice you condemn me? These gentlemen tell me they speak in defense of the Commonwealth against my arbitrary laws. Yet I say I speak in defense of the Commonwealth against their arbitrary treason. My lords, do we not live by laws? Are we to be punishable by them before they are made? I beseech you, let us beware of creating new treasons that condemn the subject on doubtful evidence. Let us beware of taking up ancient laws long and wisely forgotten in order to process modern grievances. For we waken those sleeping lions to our own destruction. I tell you, it is my present misfortune, but in the future yours, unless your lordship's wisdom guard against it. The shedding of my blood will but create the precedent for the marking of your own. I have now troubled your lordships a great deal longer than I should have done, were it not for the interest of those pledges that a saint in heaven left me. I would be loath, my lords. Something I should have said, but I see I shall not be able, and therefore I will leave it. Now, I can but submit myself freely to your judgment, whether that righteous judgment shall be life or death. Te Deum laudamus, Te Dominum confitemur. Amen.
He has saved himself, Glyn. What can Pym do now?
My lords, the vote for attainder is passed by the Commons. 204 in favour, 59 against.
We are almost there.
Tomorrow is Good Friday, Mr. Pym. How quickly can the Lords be brought to a decision?
It will take 2 weeks at least.
We must move more speedily than that.
We dare not. Already many lords see our action as too vengeful.
2 weeks. By then, Lord Bedford may well increase the support for the King's new moderation.
You have heard of his plan?
Mr. Pym knows it better from first hand.
It is true. I have been approached. My Lord Bedford presents a bargain against Strafford's life. Lords, such as yourselves, harsh critics, will be offered positions of trust.
And what is offered to you, Mr. Pym?
I should be made Chancellor.
Against Strafford, set free?
Retired and exiled. For myself, I do not trust him, even if it were so.
Out of sight, he would be just as dangerous as at the King's right hand. I have rejected all connection with it.
On the grounds that Strafford must die?
On the more telling point of trust. The King frankly refuses to disband the Irish army, Strafford's own. He can have only one purpose for it in his mind.
Sooner or later, he intends to act from force.
The Lords must be told. It will surely sway their minds against Strafford.
They will hear it from the people. Already savage crowds gather on the waterfront and about the Tower.
They are alive with rumour. Parliament is to be dissolved by force. The army is ripe for mutiny, ever more popish plots.
It will soon be May Day, a tender time for angry men.
Discontent, rumour, riot, they must all be made to play their part.
And I have yet greater means to set the mobs ablaze, my lords.
Lucy, you're most welcome.
Lady Carlisle, what do you bring us so eagerly?
An army plot to occupy London and to seize the Tower.
My lady, do not play with us. Is this fact or fancy?
Within days, the king will send 100 men to reinforce the Tower of London. They will be commanded by an officer fiercely loyal to Lord Strafford, a Captain John Smith. With the Tower under their control, a signal will be given for all loyal officers of the Queen's junto to act and forcibly pacify the people.
That is sedition.
Yet how smoothly it comes together.
It shows to all men the cunning of the king. He speaks moderation, but his true purpose is an act of brutal treachery.
We will prevent him. Balfour must be warned.
Such an act must be crushed without mercy.
But not hastily, my lord. First, we must let it happen.
What?
You cannot mean to ignore their conspiracy.
No, my lady. But now that we know their treachery, why, let us use it to our best advantage.
My Lord Strafford, you asked for me?
You are alone.
I've no need of a bodyguard.
The jailer.
You have a complaint against him?
None. But he is more than discreet. He is absent.
I gave him leave while we talked. Unless you would have him here as witness.
This matter is too personal for witnesses.
This door confines us both. Speak on.
You are a man of sober mind, Balfour, fair and just.
I know my duty.
To king and to commonwealth. Under Pym's rule, you stand to lose both.
Mr. Pym serves the people, however doubtful his practices.
To remove power from the king, he will be forced to remove the king himself. That cannot be acceptable to any man of honor.
I do not accept it.
And only I can prevent it.
You are not a free man, my lord. The Bill of Attainder
is a tool for my destruction, nothing more. It will not save the king.
There is the Lord's vote yet to come.
We both know how slyly that will be corrupted and contrived.
As you are trying to corrupt me, my lord?
I do not seek for myself, Balfour. We both have a king. My freedom can save him. For that reason alone, I bargain for my life.
Few men can set a price on liberty.
£20,000. For that, you need do nothing. Only be absent, step aside, look away, be blind. For once, let duty sleep.
It would insult me to take your gold. What I do for a cause far beyond duty.
Balfour!
Good night, my lord.
The door barely swung to, not closed. Captain Smith, you are here before the hour we named.
My lord, all goes for us. Every corridor unguarded, your own door ajar. Balfour has played his part well.
He did not take the bribe, Captain.
But the way is prepared.
Like the avenue to hell, too smoothly. Where are your men?
In the courtyard below. Lord Newport examines our orders prior to accepting our authority.
March your men out, man, and quickly. It is a trap.
But the plan...
It is betrayed.
Then why are we not prevented?
Because once I leave this chamber, your men will be massacred where they stand, and I will be butchered as would any common felon attempting to escape.
We will fight our way free.
Man, that is what Pym wants.
I will not surrender.
And I will not leave here falsely. Pym must destroy me openly or not at all.
My lord, there is nothing but shame for me.
Your courage is not in question, man. You must leave here boldly, drums beating, pennants flying. Newport will not prevent you while I remain.
It is not manly.
I command it. Obey me, sir.
My lord, what will you have me tell the king?
Give him this ring and the letter I shall write. Tell him to remember the priest Goodman and act accordingly. Perhaps by this means he may at least save his own honor. May it please your sacred majesty, I understand the minds of men are more and more incensed against me, notwithstanding your majesty has declared that, in your princely opinion, I am not guilty of treason, and that you are not satisfied in your conscience to pass the bill. This brings me to a very great strait. There is before me the ruin of my children and my family, hitherto untouched with any foul crime. There are before me the many ills which may befall your sacred person and the whole kingdom, should yourself and Parliament part less satisfied one with the other than is necessary for the preservation both of king and people. There are before me the things most valued, most feared by mortal men, life and death. To say, sir, that there has been no strife in me were to make me less man than God knows my infirmities make me, and to call a destruction upon myself and my young children will find no easy consent from flesh and blood. But to set your majesty's conscience at liberty, I do most humbly beseech your majesty, in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal, to pass this bill.
I do most humbly beseech your majesty, in order to prevent such evils which may happen by your refusal to pass this bill. I am moved by the devotion of his words. But Strafford is not yet condemned.
Your Majesty, he is not afraid of death, should it come to him.
It will not come. I have told the Lords that in no circumstances will I agree to pass the attainder against Strafford's life.
It was an inspired defiance, Charles. There is no higher law than kingly conscience.
The Lords will respect that right.
But, Majesty, will they vote against the attainder, knowing of your determination?
They will follow the royal example, Captain Smith.
Ma'am, if the king's veto conquers all, there is no need...
My word stands, despite Strafford's instrument of release.
A touching reminder of Father Goodman's gentle sacrifice.
My Lord Strafford looks to throw himself on the mercy of the Lords in like fashion, to free the conscience of the king.
It is not necessary, sir. He is under our royal protection.
Your Majesty, forgive me.
The same protection is offered to you, Captain, but only briefly.
Reports concerning the army plots are now being placed before the Commons.
They have sent for various loyal officers. You are one they wish to question.
I am not afraid to face them.
There is too much at stake, Captain. Your presence here is dangerous and undesirable. Like the others, you must withdraw.
But your Majesty...
Sir, you will be commanded.
Do not see it as a retreat. You need to slip from view only for as long as it will take to set Lord Strafford free.
And on the word of a king, he shall be free.
I hear their baying, Balfour. They already know what you've come to tell me.
All London knows, my lord.
By how many did it go against me?
48 lords alone were present.
So few as that?
There were no bishops. 11 voices were set against the attainder.
Just 37 for my execution.
It was a proper vote.
With full liberty of conscience.
The lords were hard put to it even to enter their house. Great mobs choked all the streets about them, crying out rumours of mutiny, invasion, the army plot.
And now they parade here to salute Black Tom Tyrant.
Not all. Many are now congregating at Whitehall, petitioning the king.
Praying humbly that the king should sign my death warrant.
They ask only for justice.
They are wild animals, and their cause is no better. A wolf held by the ears.
They have faith. They have purpose. When the people speak with such a voice, they cannot be denied.
They must be denied, man. Balfour, false democracy is its own canker. It can grow only into a new tyranny, set upon the people by their own blind folly, their so-called liberty of conscience.
You have rejected that conscience and its power. You had done better to have feared it.
I do not fear it, or the death it brings me. I fear only for the consequence. The terror of a nation thrusting itself ever deeper into a quicksand of bloody violence, brother against brother, father, son. But most of all, I fear for the person of the king. For it is he who must pay, be sure of that.
Thank God they can come no closer. Savages, wild animals, berserk.
I am not afraid. Neither must you be, my love.
How can you be so unmoved? They'll be satisfied with nothing less than blood. Oh, pray God our children may be spared.
They want only one victim. Strafford.
Strafford, your strong right arm, as useless now as lord in the Tower. The army plot has failed, my dearest friends and officers are forced to flee. We're in terror of our lives, all because of Strafford.
He is my faithful servant.
He's a millstone. All men hate him. Oh, wash your hands of him and give us peace.
I gave my word.
He released you from it.
How can I in all conscience allow such a sacrifice?
Your judges gave you that answer. If Strafford is guilty, then he must die.
If he is guilty. We both know he is not.
The people and the law say otherwise. Listen to them.
My bishops have yet to give me their response.
You do not need them.
I will not act without them.
Your Majesty, Archbishop Usher and Bishops Jackson and Williams.
Your Graces, enter. Advise me, firmly and without evasion. Usher.
Your Majesty, I have prayed and looked deep into my soul. On this matter there can be only one reply. In no circumstances should a king act against his conscience.
That is my opinion also.
Jackson, that offers no solution.
Majesty, we all understand your anguish. The truth is, you are two men with two consciences, both bitterly at odds.
It is true. I am torn apart. Go on, Bishop Williams.
As a private man, you may think and act one way, but as a king, ruler of your people, you are bound to different judgments.
A private conscience and a public mind.
That is the conflict within you. One or other of those consciences must give way.
My public conscience knows all too well the evils that may result should I transgress the will of my people.
That can only end in bloodshed.
And Strafford's life also.
But as a king, are you not more answerable to the God from whom your power came than the private man within you?
One man's life against the common good, is it as simple as that?
Majesty, Strafford himself knows this. His mind has already submitted itself to God's will.
Charles, set us free from this fear. End it now.
Give me the papers. I will sign.
There are other necessary papers. Majesty, will you accept them also?
Yes, I will sign them all. I tell you, gentlemen, the condition of my Lord Strafford is happier than my own. There. It is done. God give me peace at last.
The king was wrong, Balfour. His conscience, whether man or king, is one and indivisible.
Small matter now. By noon, Strafford will be dead.
And the king must live with that betrayal. He has failed his sacred trust.
May God forgive him, then, as Strafford did.
Strafford sensed, as I did not, where this would end. Never came man to so lost a business. His own words less than a year ago.
He chose the master he would serve.
King who knew not how to be or be made great. There was a time when Thomas and I shared and worked for a great vision. A commonwealth ruled by king and parliament together, balanced and at one. A dream now shattered.
By your own hand, in part.
I sought only to uplift the faith of the established church.
You sought to crush the faith of all true Protestants with your prayer book and your liturgy. You will never understand the conscience of the people, and that of the Scots least of all.
There was room for debate, compromise even. But your covenanters chose violence and rebellion as their persuader.
And what was your way, my Lord Archbishop? The way of Rome, with Star Chamber as inquisition and blind obedience as the price of God's grace. Do you wonder that men of my blood took up arms against your papist oppression?
It was never my purpose to reunite with Rome. All my actions were for the glory of God, our Stuart king, and the church.
And in so doing you have brought down all about you. How do you answer to that charge?
I am haunted by it. Perhaps it is God's will that for my pride, I too shall die.
That is yet to be resolved.
I do not doubt that Mr. Pym will see to it.
Today he has other business in hand.
To watch a forsworn comrade die on Tower Hill.
Pym will be there. It is a purpose he has long worked for.
He will grant me a brief moment of private farewell with Strafford.
No, your grace, he will not.
A last blessing only. The procession starts. It's already too late.
From this window, my Lord Archbishop, quickly.
Is he there? Turn, my son. Turn. Dear God, he sees me.
Give him your blessing.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
He salutes you and goes on like a general marching to victory.
God in his mercy grant him peace, even if men will not.
Well, Mr. Pym, are you satisfied?
Not yet, my lord.
Strafford is going to speak.
Let him. It will be his last.
To those who would listen, I have only this to say. I have served my king in all honor, with no intention other than the joint and individual prosperity of the king and his people. With that grace upon me, I bow to God's will and to my executioner. God save the king.
His head is off!
It is finished with him.
That all end in such a Strafford.
Thank God there was only one.
And stone dead has no fellow. Gentlemen, let us now attend the arranged meeting of our company.
For this meeting of the Provident Company, no minutes will be taken. Instead, I call on Mr. Pym, our secretary, to advise us.
Gentlemen, The Earl of Strafford is dead. At the same time, the Self-Perpetuating Act has been given royal signature. Parliament cannot now be dissolved without its own consent. And by this, we have at last the power to restore the authentic rights of Magna Carta. Let us then consider what further business lies before us.
In Black Tom Tyrant by Brian Hales, the Earl of Strafford was played by Dennis Hawthorne and John Pym by Noel Johnson. Captain John Smith, Terry Malloy, Archbishop William Laud, William Fox, King Charles I, Michael Harbour, and Queen Henrietta Maria, Suvi Dattas. Arnold Peters played Lord Warwick, Gerald Cross, Lord Say, and Alan Devereux, Mr. Glynn. Sir John Balfour was played by John Sampson, Lady Carlisle, Patricia Gallimore, Bishop Williams, Charles Williams, Lord Maxwell, Black Rod, Stephen Hancock, and Lord Arundel, Jack Holloway. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Roger Pine.
Afternoon Theatre presents a play specially written for quadrophony by J.C. W. Brooke. But you can still listen in stereo and mono as usual.
Listen, and I will tell the tale of the knight, the witch, and the dragon. Listen, and you will hear a story of the past of the imagination, where all things are possible. Listen, and you will hear of power and love and sacrifice, and of when the last fingers of myth and legend, sorcery and magic trailed across the earth before the world was certain. Listen, a tournament is taking place.
Steady there. Steady, steady. My lance, Ian.
Sir Knight.
Steady, steady.
May God go with you, Sir Hugh.
May I hit him clean and fair.
Sir Edmund, are you ready?
I am ready.
Sir Hugh, are you ready?
I am ready. Steady,
Then
steady.
my lord the king bids you fight. Fight fair and well. And may victory go to the strongest and most skilled. My Lady Edith will give the word.
Sir Knight, prepare. Sir Knight, begin.
You're at my mercy. You yield? I yield, Sir Knight. My liege, Sir Edmund yields.
My lord the king proclaims Sir Hugh of Monred his champion of knights, foremost warrior in the land.
You did it, Sir Knight. You did it.
Ian, I did it.
You swept him from his charger like a fly. And then your sword. His helmet was dented, all out of shape.
Ian.
When you struck, I thought you would cut his head off, but no. Stopped on the throat. Had him helped.
Ian, my armor. It needs removing.
Oh, yes, Sir Knight, of course.
Oh.
It was such a noble sight, Sir Knight. You were magnificent.
Magnificent. No, I did my business better than he, that is all.
Oh, they say he has a broken rib.
Oh, do they? But he will heal and grow strong, while I get fat and weak. Time marches with him, not me. Hurry with this breastplate, Ian. My belly longs to sag.
I am very proud to be your squire, Sir Knight.
Well, make the most of it while you may.
Sir Knight?
I aim to retire.
Retire? But why? I cannot understand it.
Wait until you reach my age. Wait until you start feeling tired. The breastplate.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, that's better. Now, bring me wine.
Sir Knight.
When I stood there, Sir Edmund at my mercy, the world at my feet, I knew in my heart I would have to retire, follow other dreams. Dreams I've put aside for too long.
Even so, Sir Knight,
Yeah, I have been fighting and jousting for 20 years. This afternoon, I gained my ambition in that direction. Champion knight. Oh, I will revel in it for a few months. The winter, perhaps. But when the spring comes and Sir Edmund and his like start sniffing at my heels... Nope, better I go in my own time, with good grace. There is nothing more pitiful than an old man not accepting it past his prime. Dreams. Dreams. How old are you, lad?
17, Sir Knight.
And what do you dream of?
Oh, lots of things, Sir Knight.
Knighthood, glory, riches...
Yes, indeed, sir.
Women.
In what way, sir?
In what way? I warrant you see women the same as I did at your age, in terms of beauty, objects to be worshipped from afar. But I no longer look for that. All I wish for now is a comfortable matron with ample curves, childbearing curves, a woman who will give me peace and offspring. And if she have some hides of land, I'll not complain. And to tell you true, the land will be the first thing I will inquire about.
I think the Princess Edith is very beautiful, Sir Knight.
Huh?
Very beautiful. I was watching her this afternoon and...
Aha! But like me, you were over 30 paces away. How could you tell her beauty?
It was obvious, Sir Knight.
Obvious, eh? Bit of a shrew, if you ask me.
A shrew?
Bad features, all scrunched up together. Shows a spiteful nature.
Sir Knight.
I pity the man she marries. Cross-eyed, too, I shouldn't wonder.
Sir Knight, her loveliness was so apparent
that you should know when I jest.
Jest?
Of course. More people this afternoon were watching her than me. You don't have romantic thoughts of the princess, do you?
No. No, I just thought it was an observation only.
An observation only. You observe all you want, Ian, but remember, she is out of reach for you, completely unobtainable.
But...
Never let your ambition truly fly that high. Never.
Jane? Jane?
My lady?
Oh, what are you doing?
Turning your bed, my lady.
Oh, Jane, turning beds.
Lead it turning, my lady.
But today, with the grand tourney just over and a feast tonight, how can you think to turn a bed?
I thought it looked a little damp, my lady.
Oh, Jane, you are so beautifully down to earth. Oh, perhaps it's just as well my head is in the sky and my heart is pounding. I can feel it. Tonight, I must look my best.
Oh, dear.
My very best. My blue dress, I think, the one cut low, and my gold chain around my waist and slippers. Yellow slippers.
My lady.
Yes.
My lady, who is it this time?
Keep a secret?
I always have done, my lady.
His name is Ian.
Ian?
The squire of Sir Hugh.
The squire, not even a knight.
He kept looking at me all afternoon. I swear his eyes are blue.
My lady, you did not look at him.
Oh, no. Well, out of the corner of my eye. Otherwise, I was terribly distant and aloof.
I should hope so.
I should think he hardly thought I noticed him. But I did.
My lady.
Oh, do not worry. Nothing will come of it. He is too far beneath me. Oh, but one day, Jane, one day soon, before I marry, I will have an adventure.
Mm.
I have everything, Jane, including boredom. Do not begrudge me a little excitement.
Well, no harm will come of it, I suppose. You have been in love before and fallen out just as quick.
Not with Ian. Ian I will love
And
forever.
each of the others you swore you would love forever.
How did I? Ah, but that is the beauty of love. You always think it will last forever.
I know.
Even when you know in your heart it is only pretense. I wish I had some companions, Jane. Someone of my own age, my own rank.
I wish that too, but... Oh, I will go and prepare your clothes for this evening.
The blue dress, Jane?
The blue dress, my lady, and the yellow slippers.
Tonight I shall dance. Dance with my father's aging courtiers. And they will tread on my dress and catch the hem. But I will not mind. Because tonight, in my imagination, I will be dancing with Ian.
A cozy world, at peace, where war is make-believe and people know their place. A set, defined, established land of order and tranquility, where evil only lies in the past. But listen, that past approaches fast.
Breathe, Scroll, breathe! Let them feel your might!
I hear you have a broken rib, Sir Edmund.
Bruised, badly bruised, not broken.
Oh, I am glad of that.
And I'll be after you again next year, Sir Hugh, never fear.
I know. It's not like the old days. You were young, you would not know. Then no knight could say with certainty he will be here next year.
You talk of the dragon.
And the witch. Haven. Even now that name sends a chill up my spine.
You fought her?
Aye. Well, the dragon, rather. That is where her power lay. And I've the scars to prove it.
There's more valor when the foe is real.
More death, too.
Even so.
Oh, even so nothing. When I rode forth against the dragon 15 years ago, I was one of 50 knights. It took Skrull 20 seconds to wipe us out. 20 seconds! They left me for dead. We were like ants against a lizard. A lizard who spat fire.
Maybe, but we beat them in the end.
Aye, we beat them in the end. Oh, there's my squire. Ian! Ian! Bring us more wine. Oh, Warren, he's been partaking too. He looked a trifle fuddled.
Your wine, sir.
Well, pour it for us.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh,
sorry, sir.
Not on the table, Ian.
Sorry, sir.
What are you looking at, Squire?
I'm trying to see if she has arrived.
She?
He has taken a fancy to the Princess Edith.
Well, I don't blame him.
She is too beautiful to describe. She is like the sun.
Oh, like the sun.
I have composed a lay for her. Would you like to hear it?
He's seen her once from 30 yards.
Her nose, like porcelain, gleams forth from between her shining eyes. It needs some polishing.
Well, her nose?
Poem, sir. I've not composed much.
You have poured our wine, Ian. You may depart.
No, let him stay. I want to hear more.
His foolishness reflects on me. Ian, leave us.
Yes, Sir Knight.
And
Yes?
tell your poem to none else.
No, Sir Knight.
I'll keep the wine away from him in future.
Our nose gleams forth.
He should have happened to him what happened to me when I was... It was a long time ago. A red-haired woman in a tavern. She ripped my back open. Claws like a cat. I lost my virginity, my innocence, and my romantic notions of women in the space of one night.
I never even found her name. Nor have I ever seen her since.
Going to a convent, I expect. A last fling before the doors closed.
Aye, that would explain it. Canker! There's talk of other things. This harping on the past makes me feel my age.
There. How do I look?
You look lovely, my lady.
Yes? Yes, I think I do. Oh, my father sends for me. Enter.
My lady, the king.
Father.
Edith.
My lord.
Sire.
You may leave us, if you please, madam.
Sire.
Father, why have you come to me? I was only now preparing to...
I have something to tell you. It is not easy.
Yes, Father?
I am an austere man. I have sacrificed emotion because I must rule. And that requires cold logic. I love you, child. You are very precious to me.
I know that, Father.
You are my only child. The stability of the country after I'm gone will depend upon you, and that is not a burden to be carried lightly or alone. I have arranged your marriage.
Yes, Father.
Yes. He is of blood royal, the Duke of Senarth.
Senarth.
He will be here in 3 days. The wedding will be announced then and will take place in 3 weeks' time. You will please prepare yourself.
Yes, Father.
Well, I have told you now, Edith, so...
Could you not have told me sooner?
Yes, I could, but nothing was certain until recently. I was afraid, am afraid, that you might not love me when you knew. I wish to retain your affection as long as possible. He is kind and considerate. That is the first thing that I made certain of. I am sorry that I leave you no choice in this matter, Edith, but it is too important an issue to be decided by your heart.
Yes, I know, Father. If you will excuse me, I do not wish to feast tonight. With your permission, I will stay here.
Very well. Good day, daughter.
Father.
Sire.
Married.
My lady, what has happened?
I am to be married.
Oh.
To the Duke of Senarth.
I have heard he is very kind, my lady.
Yes, it would seem so.
And noble.
Yes. Leave me, Jane.
My lady.
I cannot dance tonight, and I do not feel like eating. I have 3 days left of... childhood. 'Tis a sober thought.
You will learn to love him. And not a fleeting passion, either.
Yes, I expect I will. Leave me now, please, Jane. Please.
Yes, my lady.
Oh.
An hour before dawn, just as the first frost of autumn was dusting white in the fields, a shape appeared, high in the sky, nearing. They had traveled far from out of the cold east, but they were not tired, for malignant power needs no rest. The moon was full. The thin, cold light etched vast wings, glittering, golden, claws like steel, cruelly hooked, a tail barbed, dipped in poison, teeth of red, a tongue of fire. On his back, balanced tall and naked, gaunt-faced, eyes hard, was... They circled once and then made some. The witch had returned from the past, and fear settled cold in the hearts of men.
Sir Hugh of Monmouth, my liege.
You sent for me, sire?
Yes. Walk with me a while, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
You are well?
I am, sire.
Yes. I hear Sir Edmund is not so.
He will heal?
Yes. I am glad that you are my champion.
Thank you, sire.
Look at these roses. They have lasted well, but already the frost begins to blight them.
I'm no gardener, sire.
I have something to ask of you, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
Caven and Skrull have returned.
I know that, sire.
You saw them?
I saw them. Skrull seems bigger than before.
It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, directed at me when they flew over the castle. It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, that you must accept.
Aye.
You are my champion, and you know them from old.
Sire.
What is in your mind?
I had hoped my fighting days were over, sire.
If you destroy them, I will not be ungrateful.
If I destroy them, sire, you know you send me to my death.
Yes, do not think that I have not thought on this. I would not lightly send you. This time, Sir Knight, we have no child.
When do you wish me to depart?
Today.
Today?
Rumour is already growing. It must be seen that I act and fast. I would that I could send another, and others I know would gladly take your place, but you are the most fitting.
Sire.
I leave your route to you, and I grant you powers to parley as if you were me. But I will grant the witch no land, or title, or respect. I will not have sorcery in my realm again.
Parley? I parley with nothing.
She must see that I will have no truck with witches. Cleanse this land of her for me, Sir Hugh. I beg you.
I have served you all my life, sire. And where you send me, I will go.
I hope that we will have your courage when it is our turn to face her. May God go with you, Sir Knight.
Sire. Caven and Skrull. God in heaven, it begins again.
We're finished! Let's go! Let's go!
My lord, the king decrees that on this day, Sir Hugh of Monmouth, the king's champion, the foremost warrior in the land, will ride forth to slay the witch, Caven, and the dragon, Skrull.
We will do it! We will slay the witch! We will save you!
Stop waving your hat, Ian. This is serious business we're about.
Sorry, sir, but listen to them cheer.
They cheer only because they lack our place.
Does not your heart lift, Sir Knight?
At what?
By their trust and confidence.
Who needs the trust and confidence of fools? Skrull could burn this moat dry with 2 breaths, had he a mind to.
I wonder if the princess is on the battlements. Yes, there she is.
Do not fear, my lady! We will chase the nasty witch and dragon away!
Do you think she heard me?
All others did.
She's waving. And now she's gone. She waved to me, sir. She waved to me. The Princess Edith waved to me.
She could do little else.
Sir Knight, when we have slain the dragon, do you think the king will knight me?
Perhaps.
Do you think he will grant me land?
Ian.
Knighthood. Land. What honor I might not win.
Ian.
Sir Knight?
You have little idea of what you say. Tell me, last night, did you see them when they flew over?
Indeed not, sir. I must confess that I am not used to wine, Sir Knight.
I did notice. Well, I had been drinking too, and hard. But when we heard the shouts outside and went to see, I could have been drinking water. I was that afraid.
Afraid, Sir Knight?
Skrull measures 50 or more paces from wingtip to wingtip. His tail can flatten a house with one blow. His breath is so fierce that where he breathes, all is blackened and scorched to nothing. He's invulnerable to sword, club, lance, or mace. There is no way to slay him.
Then we must use his strength against himself. Win by stealth.
Ian, he is not an adversary at a wrestling match. The dragon kills. He kills swift and gives no quarter. When he sees us, we will die.
Even so.
And then there is the witch herself. Caven can change into any shape or form. She can make you see what is not there. She can bring down lightning from a clear sky. She could tie us fast with spells so that we are helpless. And like the dragon, she has no pity.
Then how, Sir Knight, was she conquered before?
She had a child.
A child? The witch gave birth?
Yes. It is not generally known. A country must have pride in her fighting men. So it was put about she was defeated by strength of arms, but we were at her mercy. The country was hers for the taking. The dragon was roaming unchecked. She thought the child safe, but it was not so. The king gained custody of her. A girl child. A babe in arms. Innocent. The king threatened to have her skewered with red-hot irons and then quartered. And so Caven left. She was then more mother than witch. So she left. Oh, it is not a pleasant tale. Hardly one of gallantry. There is no honor in it.
What happened to the babe?
She was returned to Caven. It was part of the bargain. I tell you this now, Ian, because I expect us to die. To be snuffed out like a candle when first we meet them. And it is fitting that you should know the truth.
If things are as you say, then why has the king sent us?
You heard them cheering. It gives hope and leaves him time to plan and marshal his forces. But now there is no child. He has no hold on her. Like me, he can see only death. If you wish, Ian, I will release you from your vows to me and you can go home. I would not think that you lacked courage.
That would be small thanks for your concern, Sir Knight. I am bound to you by more than vows. I could not leave you even if you ordered me. Anyway, they must be growing old.
Oh.
We might catch them dozing by a fire, like an old woman and her kitten.
Some kitten.
And if they fight, their bones will creak with age.
Mine creak, too, do not forget.
We'll dance rings round them, Sir Knight.
Hey, my dancing days are over.
Then I will dance, while you creep up and stab him in the rear.
And blunt my sword, no matter what path I hit. No, lad. If we triumph, it will be because of unforeseen circumstances, naught else. But your optimism gives me hope. Come, we must hasten.
My lady, what are you about?
Nothing. A few clothes only to give to the poor.
May I see?
There is no need. I have finished.
Your wardrobe is my concern, my lady.
I tell you, there is nothing here. A few shifts, nothing more.
Then I will have them washed and aired. A few shifts, my lady. These are boys' clothes. A page's. My lady, what are you planning? My lady, please, trust me. Oh, then I must take the clothes to your father.
No.
My lady, I saw you watch Sir Hugh and his squire leave and saw you cry. I know you were fearful of your coming marriage, but, my lady, if you have planned what I think you have planned, then you are being very foolish.
Oh, Jane. I love you. Like a mother. But what I have planned is very little. I intend only leaving the castle for a day, and perhaps the night.
The night?
One night only. A small adventure before I wed. I will take my mare and ride as if for sport. And then, once out of sight, I will become a boy with my hair under a cap. And then I will gallop like the wind. I will gallop south.
South?
Oh, not too far. Just enough to circle beyond the ruined convent of St. Agnes. And at the ruins, I will spend the night.
I see.
And tomorrow I will be back, no longer a boy, back to await my betrothed. What could be more harmless?
The convent ruins, my lady, lie directly on the route Sir Hugh will be taking.
Oh, really?
And he and his squire will doubtless spend the night there.
I only wish to meet them, to join their talk.
My lady.
They are going to die, Jane. They go alone against the dragon. My father sends them as a sacrifice.
Even so, but to satisfy a childish whim.
It is no whim, Jane.
It is.
No, I have planned it down to the smallest detail. Nothing can go wrong. Unless you betray me.
It would not be betrayal.
It would. I mean to go, Jane.
You do not know the squire. If you knew him, if you had spoken with him, even of love, and found it returned, I still would not agree. It is not right for you to do this thing.
It is right. It is very right. Oh, Jane, except with you, have I behaved other than with discretion? Have I not obeyed my father's every wish? I am to marry soon. A man I do not know. I will spend my wedding night with a stranger, and people will say it is right for me to do so. Oh, Jane, although I have never met Ian, I know him better than the Duke. Surely it is as right for me to talk with him innocently without his knowing who I am, as it is for me to bed down with my husband.
No, it is not. My lady, a princess cannot choose, cannot make comparisons. You know that as well as I.
Not even once, Jane. Are the walls around me so very solid?
They are, my lady.
And you are a part of them. Well, I hate them and I hate you.
My lady.
I do. I hate you, Jane.
Child, I love you as if you were my own, but I must do my duty. Now, will you promise me you will not go?
No.
Then I must take these clothes to your father.
I will say you have invented it.
He knows I have no reason to. He knows I love you.
Jane! Oh, stay here.
My lady?
When you were young, did you not do such things?
Well...
And did any harm come from them?
No.
And will any harm come from this?
If people find out...
No one will unless you tell them. It will be safe, Jane, as safe as if I had stayed here.
You would not tell them who you are?
Oh, no.
You would not say you were not a boy?
No. And the disguise would be my chaperone.
Oh, but they might see
it. It will be dark, and firelight jumbles features, you see? I have worked it all out. Oh, say you will let me go, Jane. I know you will. And you will stay here. Say that tomorrow I may ride out early.
No, I will not do that, my lady.
Jane.
I will come with you. I could not let you go alone. You object?
Oh, no, dear Jane, no. I cannot imagine you as a boy.
I will go as I am and be your mother.
My mother?
And as for my safety, my age will see to that. Now, we will need food and blankets. Oh, my darling child. Oh, we have much to do.
Oh, darling Jane, you are so practical.
And now, like a hawk, we must soar, winging high and fast. Beneath us rolls the countryside, unfolding emerald green. Thin brooks meander, fields sit square. Distance lends a toy-like peace. But as we gain height, arching up, a gentle, innocent stain of brown appears, heading south, the Dragon's Root, where all plants wither from his castle, a deadly road to the witch's castle.
Marianne?
Yes, Mother?
Is the chariot room prepared yet?
I think so, Mother.
It must be done by night, for without the pentacle, I have no eyes.
Yes, Mother.
Did you see the cat? Cat? Did you see him run? Astray, I think, but he felt my power and was frightened.
A small black cat with white on his chest.
Yes. I'll not see him again.
I gave him some food this morning. He rubbed up against me and purred.
You are soft, daughter. No fit child to me.
I'm sorry, Mother.
And for you, I break my word.
I did not ask you to.
All this should rightly belong to you. None else.
But I do not like it here. Damp. Cold.
Damp. Cold. If you would but use your powers, child, you could order it as you wished.
I do not like these powers, Mother. They give much for little effort. I gain small satisfaction from them.
You will learn. Once I thought I could try to live a natural life, but men hate what is beyond them. Like the cat. They could sense the difference, so they turned on me. You will learn. Hate breeds hate, and now I hate them back.
It could not always have been so, Mother, for I exist. Did not my father love you? And you him?
Love! Alas, that was all. I had no love for him. It was you I wanted. A daughter. Nothing else. Even I cannot create life without a man. Let me see what you have done. The king will move fast, I know. Men already will be traveling here, and I must be prepared.
But Skrull will frighten them away.
Skrull is my affair, not yours. I'm sorry. The dragon grows in strength. It worries me. Oh, he would do as I require. Doubt not that. Once I unleash him, he will waste this land to dust. But his control is not for unskilled hands. Stay clear of him, daughter, until you decide to use what lies within you.
Is the area large enough, Mother? Have I cleared enough space?
It will do. You may leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
If I think right, the king's men tonight will just be within the borders of my power, and I will stop them.
You will slay them?
Perhaps. Perhaps. I will see how fancy takes me. Leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
More wine, Sir Knight?
No, lad. And you'll not touch it either. Put more wood on the fire.
Yes, sir. Will the witch know where we are, Sir Knight?
She might. Depends if she looks.
What do you mean?
She can spread her power like a spider's web. Sense all that lies within.
Oh.
Think not on it.
No. It grows dark.
Aye.
I begin to think the ruins change shape.
It is the firelight.
They say that when the witch is near, the air freezes.
Aye.
Even in summer or autumn, the air freezes.
Ian.
It is cold now. Do you think the witch...
If she be near, Ian, you will know it.
How?
It gets dark and cold, but too dark to be natural. Too cold to be normal.
But...
It is not that now. Grasp in your mind what you know is real and dwell on nothing else. Or you'll be like a cat that jumps at shadows.
Yes, Sir Knight.
What now?
It is nothing.
Ian?
It is nothing. I thought I saw a rock move.
Then walk over and sit on it. But do not think.
Someone nears.
My shield.
2 horses, I think.
My shield and sword, boy.
Yes, Sir Knight.
You stand to my back. Watch for me there. In spite of the peace, there are still rogues about.
We come in peace, my lord.
It is but a boy.
Keep to your post. Stay there, boy, and state your business.
As you wish, my lord. I am escorting my mother to the king's castle. We are but 2, my lord.
Where have you come from?
Wraxham, my lord.
Wraxham.
My mother is tired with travel, and we both are cold.
Come closer, both of you.
Yes, my lord. Come along, mother. Let me be here. It is not mother.
They're unarmed.
Yes. Take their horses, Ian. Tether them with our own.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Sit down and join us. You're welcome.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
May I offer you food, wine?
Mother?
A little wine.
I am Sir Hugh of Monreth. My squire is called Ian. You are...
My father was John Preen, sir, of Wraxham.
Was?
He's been dead for some years.
Ah. Madam.
Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
And for you,
Edward, sir.
wine?
Oh, no, let me serve myself. It's not fitting that you should wait upon such a lad as I.
Oh.
Thank you. How could I have suspected you rogues when he's so well-mannered?
Oh, he has been well brought up, sir.
I can see that. Oh, take more, lad. You've hardly enough there to fill a thimble.
The bottle is empty, Sir Knight.
Ian, another bottle. And help the lad to wine.
Yes, Sir Knight. Here, let me help you.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
You have no man with you for protection.
No,
we cannot spare them, sir. The harvest is late this year.
Ah, I see. Let us draw closer to the fire. You have many men working for you, lady?
Oh, my mother has no head for figures. We have some land, sir, about 9 hides. A steward assists us with the running.
9 hides, eh?
Well, about 8.5 to be precise, I think.
Even so. And there are more sons, daughters?
I am an only child.
Oh, yes, an only child.
Well, this is timely. New companions help pass the hours more swiftly. Your land, lady, it's all good pasture?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, why not?
Good. Well, your health, widow. Your health.
And your health, too, Sir Knight. May you live long.
May we all live long, lady. Drink, all of you, drink. I feel the future drawing near.
Alone in the pentacle, the witch sat, bat-like, motionless, spinning strands of power, spider-like. Eyes closed, face tense, hands clenched, bird-like. Blackness gathers, pulsating dark, drumming, cold, breaking forth as she opened her green and slitted eyes. Her power spread, a slow black chill creeping over the land, knowing all, knowing.
Oh, it is good to talk like this. Spin tales, even if one exaggerates a bit.
More wine, Sir Knight?
Oh, no, I'll need a clear head on the morrow, and you'll not have some either. He composes poems when he's been drinking.
Oh, sir.
Poems?
Love poems.
Love poems.
They are very poor, and I cannot remember them.
A good thing, too. Romantic nonsense. Do you not think so, lady?
Well, for the young, perhaps it does no harm.
But you and I are too old for that.
It would seem so.
The fire gets low. Ian, more wood.
There's little here, sir. I must gather more.
Oh, I will help you.
Oh, let him go.
Mother.
They'll not be far. The moon is full.
We will bring back armfuls, won't we, lad?
Oh, yes, we will indeed.
You seem pensive, mistress.
I worry about my son.
Yes. Your son. I've been watching him closely.
Oh.
A delicate lad, is he not?
Yes, very delicate.
Small-handed, white-skinned, large-eyed. Hair, I think, longer than he shows.
Well, he has lived a sheltered life.
Very sheltered by the look of him. My squire knows little of young women. He cannot see those subtle signs that tell them apart, particularly if they are disguised in the clothes of a boy. I am not my squire, however. Within 5 minutes of your arrival here, my eyes were open.
It was for safety.
Oh, I thought as much. I only wonder what other lies you've told as truth. But it does not matter, and I will not pry. Except in one thing.
And what is that?
You are unwed.
Oh, yes, I am unwed.
And unspoken for.
That, too.
I will not ask of land. I would not wish to stretch my luck.
I'll be glad that you do not, sir.
You know we go to fight the witch.
Yes, you have said.
Mistress, this is hard to say, for it presumes a lot, but if I return, the witch and the dragon will be dead, and I would wish to settle down. The king will reward me well, I know. I would not need land or dowry or... Mistress, if I return, may I call on you?
You may, Sir Knight. You would be welcome.
I will do my best to do so, then. Storm is gathering. Here, take my cloak until they return with the fuel.
The wood is dry here.
Ah.
I think Sir Hugh has taken a fancy to your mother.
Really? I did not notice.
You're fortunate.
How so?
Oh, come, lad. He is champion knight. Foremost warrior in the land. He could have his pick of noble widows.
Ah. And, you? Could you have your pick of the daughters of those widows?
I had not thought on it. But anyway, my heart is taken.
Oh, who by?
You could not expect me to tell you that.
Was she so very great, then?
Among the greatest in the land.
Oh.
We'll need more wood than this, lad. Look over there.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I have heard the King's castle is very grand.
Oh, it is. Very grand.
And the people there are very clever.
Some are, some aren't. It depends on who you meet.
You have met many?
A few. Being squire to the champion knight does not allow much time.
Tell me, did you meet the princess? Edith, I think she is called.
In passing, a few words, nothing more.
Oh. When was that?
You're very inquisitive.
I am going there. I wish to know how I should behave should I meet the princess. And you, sir, are obviously used to meeting such great people.
Are you playing with me, lad?
No, sir, not I. They say the princess is quite presentable.
Presentable? She is too beautiful to describe.
Oh. Tell me, is she among the greatest in the land?
Of course she isn't. You're astute for one so young.
'Tis the princess that you love.
It is.
Does she love you?
I do not know. I would not let my fancy ride that high.
When you spoke with her in passing, did you not tell her of your love?
No, I did not.
But you intend to when next you meet her in passing.
It is possible. I shall see how I feel. Here, hold your arms out. Let me load you up.
Certainly, sir. Tell me, if the princess were here now in front of you, would you tell her of your love?
We must hurry.
Oh, please, sir, tell me.
All right. I would not.
Why not?
I would be afraid she would do no more than sport with me. And anyway, you know we go to fight the dragon and the witch.
I do.
It is not likely that we will return, and dreams are too precious to throw away. I would not have her use me as a plaything.
I think you think her very cruel.
Thoughtless, rather. And vain, perhaps. Imagine for a moment that you are the princess, boy. Would you not have fun with me?
What was that?
Nothing. The storm gets close.
Oh, it's so cold and dark.
Clouds over the moon.
Clouds, but there are no clouds.
What?
A boy. 2 boys. No, a boy and a girl.
The witch.
Oh, more than a girl.
A girl? You?
Much more than a simple girl. Much more.
What have you done? A girl? Where is she? Ian! Ian! The knight! Over here!
What has happened? Where?
The witch was here! The witch! Haven!
Even so, Sir Hugh. Even so.
What have you done with her? Silence, Ian! Caleb, where is the boy?
Boy? I know of no boy.
Girl, then!
She is in that castle. My lady!
Lady?
She was highborn. The highest.
What? Caleb! Caleb!
Behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb!
Still behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb, let the girl go. She is no concern of yours.
No concern, Sir Knight. Ask my lord, the king.
The king?
Red-hot irons. For his daughter, my red-hot irons will be the dragon's teeth.
His daughter?
Ask the woman. Ask the mother. And then come and fetch her. If you dare, come and fetch her from the dragon's mouth.
Mistress, does the witch say true?
Oh, yes. She was my lady, the Princess Edith.
Princess?
Sir Knight, what can we do? We cannot go back without her.
We will rescue her. I will rescue her.
Do not be foolish, Ian.
But, Sir Knight...
Put your sword away.
But...
Ian!
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, go and see to the horses. Make sure they're well tethered.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, mistress, why did you come here?
She is to marry. She wished... Oh, she has had little excitement. Oh, why did I let her? She twisted me round her finger like a ring.
The king does not know that she came here.
No.
When he finds out, he will have your head for this.
I would have naught else. I would that I could exchange it for her safety. Oh, Sir Knight, we must get her back.
Yes, we must. Though, I see nothing but to go on and hope.
And I must come with you.
No, you must not.
Oh, but...
Women have taken too great a hand in this affair already, madam. 3 leagues from here, I know a family. They will care for you. It is on our road. We will leave you there tomorrow.
But Sir Knight...
The matter is ended.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Mistress, what I said before when we were alone still holds. And you must keep your place. Ian, where the horses undeceived?
Sleeping in the tub.
Oh, child, the Princess Edith.
The princess?
Last night she strayed too near. I reached out and took her. It was easy.
What will you do with her?
Use her, as once the king would have used you. She will be a pawn. I will gain for you what I wish, and then...
And then?
That pawn will never be a queen. Skrull will make sure of that.
Oh, do not do it, Mother. I beg you.
You have no right to beg.
I have every right. You do this in my name, as if for me. Yet I do not want it. You will turn all men against me if you continue. Oh, I cannot leave you, Mother, for I know you love me. But better I were dead than be like you.
Daughter, you know nothing.
I do, Mother. I know what is within me. Clear and still. An ache, a void, a need for love.
You have mine.
More than yours, a different kind. Soon I know I will need a man to love. Soon I know I will want a child. But I do not wish to have to do as you. I want to gain no man's love by sorcery.
You touch me, daughter. But you are wrong.
No, I am not. Oh, please. I plead with you. Give the scheme. Release the girl. Let us leave. We can go away, find another land, and live once more in peace, even if alone.
We cannot.
Why not?
It is not possible.
It is. We could leave today, within the hour.
No, Skrull will not have it so.
Skrull?
Yes. The dragon lies at the center of our being here.
What?
He would have the old days back. He knows not of love or peace. Skrull has the power, Marianne, more so than I. If we had not come here with him, he would have turned on us.
So you aid him?
I had no choice.
My spells may have him mute and sleeping now, but when he wakes, Marianne, believe me, we have no choice but to ride upon his back. No choice, none.
How much further to the witch's castle, Sir Knight?
Less than a league now. Once we top this hill, we should see it.
I have been thinking, Sir Knight, about the princess.
So have I. Damn the girl. She makes our task impossible.
I was thinking why she came to the ruins. Why she would wish to meet us. Maybe she was taken with me, Sir Knight.
Do not flatter yourself. She would have come had it been Sir Edmund and his squire that rode against the dragon.
That I do not see.
We're marked to die, Ian. Last night was our last on earth. She came to share it.
That was kind of her, then.
Had she come as the princess, perhaps, it would have shown concern. But as a boy, it was romantic nonsense and cruel. She was using you, Ian, using both of us to gain a brief and spiteful pleasure.
On the surface, what you say is true, but that cannot be the whole of it. It makes her out a vulture. I prefer to think she was thoughtless, nothing else. Had not Cavan taken her, we would have seen her true concern, I'm sure of it.
You may be right. It does not matter. Only one thing stands clear now. We've got to get her back. That is our first consideration.
How will we attack, Sir Knight?
I do not know. I hope that she will let me prepare. Let me get my armor on and ride properly into battle. I do not want to be crushed like an insect before I've drawn my sword. There's only one thing I know from the past. The witch likes drama, set-piece battles. That would be fitting for champion knight, foremost warrior in the land.
I have been thinking, sir. Let us suppose that the witch and the dragon ride forth for battle. The castle then would be undefended. Could I not circle behind and reach the princess unseen?
Ian, you forget that she sees all. For the princess, there is no safety until the witch is dead, and the dragon too.
But surely, sir, my plan gives some hope.
No more hope than mine, which gives none. Ian, I say again, fortune must take a hand in this affair, and soon, or else all has been lost since we began. Listen.
Witch!
Steady, steady. Oh, it is different. But sorcery all the same. You're ready to defend yourself?
Yes, Sir Knight.
At first, the figure they saw was ghostly, pulsating red, uncertain.
A girl!
Hold your place.
Then it condensed, became solid, real. A girl with softly flowing hair, gentle shape, sweet face, sad, sad.
She faints.
Stay here.
You think it is the witch?
A witch for sure. Who are you, child?
I am Marianne, Sir Knight.
Marianne?
Yes. My mother is Cavan the witch.
The witch's
You're
daughter?
Cavan's daughter.
Yes, oh, please. Might I beg a little water? I do not often use my power, and it makes me weak.
Water? Here is water.
Oh.
Come, take it from my hand.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
I have you now. One move, bitch, and I'll cut your head off.
Sir Knight.
Dismount here and put your dagger to her ribs.
But,
Do it!
But, sir...
And if she move at once, strike home and deep.
Yes, Sir Knight.
If she be what she says, we have something Cavan treasures. We must not let her slip. Hold her fast, Ian.
I have, sir.
And if she is not, she is still a witch and must die. Now, bring her here. Watch her close. Keep your dagger firm. Now, bitch, we may talk. Only no deceit, either by your tongue or witchcraft, or my squire will kill you. Now, what do you want with us?
I come to offer aid, to put my powers at your service.
Do you? You hear that, Ian? The witch's daughter offers aid.
Oh, not against my mother, sir, but against the dragon. My mother I could not harm, but Skrull, I would have him destroyed.
The dragon destroyed? That strikes at the witch. You're not consistent. So, tell the truth about your being here.
Oh, it is as I say. My mother cannot control the dragon now. I would have him dead so that we may depart.
Depart?
Oh, yes. Well, why else should I come here? Why else should I place myself so easily in your power?
'Tis not enough. There must be more.
Oh, no more, Sir Knight, I swear it. Oh, no more. I stake my life on it.
Your life is forfeit anyway.
Oh, please, may I have the water now?
Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Stay close, Ian. I do not trust her yet.
I will not flee.
Even so, why would you help us? Why would you turn against your mother?
Oh, Sir Knight, once you discovered my identity, you called me bitch. You would have slain me, would slay me now, except you think I might be useful. I do not like it so, this hate that men feel for me, although I do no harm. With your help, Sir Knight, I would show that I am human.
Ian, do you believe her?
I do, Sir Knight.
Why?
She is too beautiful to be false.
Beautiful? Ian, beauty means nothing. When will you learn? I do not trust her. I dare not. It is too simple and convenient to be other than Caven's work.
'Tis not so, sir. My mother...
Will pay heavily for you. You will serve to get the princess back.
How so, sir?
We propose an exchange to Caven. Her daughter for the princess.
And if she does not agree?
Then we kill this bitch here.
Sir Knight!
My liege begged me to cleanse this land of sorcery, and we will make a start with her.
But, sir...
And you'll not gainsay me, Ian.
Sir Knight, you read this badly.
I read this badly.
You throw away our only chance.
Speak on.
Things will be as they were before if we get the princess back.
Not so. She will be safe.
How long for? A day, perhaps? You said yourself, defeat Skrull and all else unravels. But that we cannot do unless we trust the maid, so that she can strike when least expected by the witch.
Her beauty makes you eloquent, Ian. And convincing.
Sir, I see it clear the course we have to take.
Perhaps. But I think not you would think the same if she were ugly. Beware, child. He falls in love with any pretty face. Tell me, what are the witch's plans?
My mother, she would kill the princess out of spite.
When?
I do not know. Soon, I think.
How?
By waking the dragon and putting her in his path.
The dragon sleeps?
Yes, but...
Then we have him.
Not so. It is my mother who makes him slumber. It's an artificial sleep that he is in. If you get close, he will wake.
Where does he rest?
Beyond the castle, there is a valley. He lies there. Oh, Sir Knight, if you would put your trust in me, we must move this business swiftly. I must be back before my mother knows that I am gone.
What would you have us do?
I will tell you what no one knows about the dragon. Draw close and listen hard. It is her sorcery that keeps him safe. She coats his scales with power that turns aside all arms. Oh, Sir Knight, you could charge him fair and hit him hard, but you could not touch his skin, not while my mother provides the shield. But take away that defense, and you can slay him like any animal.
I did not know this.
It is the secret of his invulnerability. Now, what I suggest is this. That you confront the dragon, throw all caution aside, and charge. The dragon will be careless, but we will not touch him.
So, you betray me, Marianne.
And give you...
You betray me. The princess wakes. Her last awakening.
Jane! Does anyone hear me?
I hear you, my lady.
Who are you?
Your jailer, my lady.
Let me free. My father
Is the king? I know.
Then let me free. I command it.
On his authority? Oh, that does not run here, my lady. Look at my face, child. It means death for you.
Oh,
even so, my lady, even so.
what do you want with me?
You will see.
Where is Ian and Sir Hugh?
They are plotting. They think to be heroes, but they plot their death. And my daughter, she plots with them. With her help, they force my hand. I can no longer wait to put the king upon the rack. Blame them, child, for what is about to happen.
And what is that?
Your death.
My father will give anything.
Your father is not here. I wish he were.
It is not fitting that I am garbed like this. Bring me a gun, some women's clothes.
You have spirit. That is dignity enough.
I think you jest with me to frighten me. You do not mean it.
I mean it, child. Doubt it
but
not.
I am innocent. I have done nothing.
You carry your father's love. That is guilt enough. The dragon will eat you, child, eat you whole. Then he will destroy your friends. You will have company in death. Never fear.
You're trying to humiliate me. I will not let you. I will not. I'm my father's daughter, the princess. I will not crawl to you.
I despise you. You use emotions as toys, not feelings. You think you are being noble now. You are not. There is no nobility in death. When you feel the dragon's breath, you will scream like that. And that. Fitting bait for the dragon and the knight. When I have placed you as I wish, I will have sport with him again. Your hair strong. A worthy rope to hang them with.
And that is my plan, sir. What do you think of it?
It has many gaps. I do not like it. You pit my skill against the dragon.
You will succeed, Sir Knight. Your lance can pierce him now.
If I get close, perhaps. But it is staking all on a single throw. You can do no more than you have said.
I can open up a path for you through my mother's power so that you can reach the dragon. But my arts will stretch no further.
And for this, you want the witch's life?
If it should come to that.
My oath on it.
It would be enough, Sir Knight.
An oath to break an oath. I must think on all of this. I'm not yet convinced that it is not a trap.
It is no trap, sir.
Stay here, both of you. Ian, if she should seem like leaving, kill her.
Yes, sir.
Do not take long, Sir Knight.
I will not.
I wish to thank you for your defense of me.
It was nothing.
Oh, you went against his authority and corrected him. Oh, that takes courage.
No. He fires quickly, but he sees reason just as fast. I learnt that long since.
Be that as it may, I thank you. Tell me, you said that I was beautiful. Did you mean it?
Why, yes. Every word. You are very lovely, Marianne.
You do not hate me.
No. Why should I?
Seeing who my mother is and what I am.
It makes no difference.
But Sir Hugh...
Sees things in black and white, I think, and he is under stress.
And so are you?
Not so great. I do not carry the responsibility that is his. I have time to look at other things.
Could a man love me, do you think?
Yes. Very deeply. Marianne?
Yes?
Can we speak of love again when this is over?
I would like to, but it will not be possible.
It must be possible.
No.
It must. Just say that you would not turn me aside.
Sir Hugh returned.
Say it, Marianne. You would not turn me aside?
I would not turn you aside. I could not.
I have considered. Your plan is the only one that gives us hope to finish this. I will trust you and spare the witch. We fight as you say.
Good.
Maid, you must return, and fast.
I will, Sir Knight.
Ian, see to my armor.
Yes, Sir Knight.
My mother is here. She watches. All is lost.
Even so, all is lost.
Not so. Come here.
Oh, sir.
We do as I first thought. Cavan? Cavan, answer me, witch.
Sir Hugh of Monrath.
Cavan, I have your daughter cold, my sword upon her neck.
So I see, Sir Knight.
Parley, witch, or I strike.
You think I value a daughter who would betray me?
I know you value her, witch, from 15 years ago. So parley.
What would you have of me?
The princess.
Nothing more?
And your departure.
Only that?
And the dragon's death.
Say on, Sir Knight. Oh, there must be more. My head, perhaps, upon a block.
I swear which, that if it were so, then I would gladly cut it off.
You set a high price. Too high. Sever her neck, Sir Knight. I do not care.
You care, witch. You care. You gave up all before.
A thing I will not do again. So go on, Sir Knight. Why don't you strike?
Curse you, witch. You pushed me too far.
Mother, help me! He will not kill you, and he knows it.
I will, and you can watch.
You must not, sir.
She leaves me no choice.
I will not let you.
Stand clear.
No.
I will cut through you to reach her ear unless you move aside.
Then cut, sir. For if she die, we all die with her. Be not too hasty, sir. Think on what you do.
Cavan, my lowest price is the princess for your daughter.
I thought it would come to that.
Bring her here, Cavan. Bring the princess here.
And if I do not?
Then your daughter dies.
You had better stop him, little squire, for I will not bring the princess here.
She seeks to trick you, Ian. She will barter. Cavan, no more talk. Fetch her to us. Cavan, answer me.
I am thinking, Sir Knight, about the past.
The past?
Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, in a small tavern? Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, with flame red hair?
What of it?
Do you remember a night of love, of passion, 17 years ago?
That is of no concern.
You were a handsome man, Sir Hugh, and gentle. I often thought of it, your gentleness. And your strength. You are very virile, Sir Knight, very virile.
You lie, witch.
Lie? I lay with you, Sir Knight. With you. Watch.
A woman appeared. Tall, stately, red hair, deep-bellied, desirable. Standing, smiling on the grass, strong arms outstretched.
This is how I came to you, Sir Knight. And you did not flinch, not even when I scratched you till you bled.
Does she say true?
She lies.
I do not, Sir Knight, and you know it.
You lie, witch, you lie.
Look upon this body, and then say you know me not.
Which, had I known who you were...
You would have taken your pleasure still.
Even so, it means nothing now. It is in the past and dead.
I think not, Sir Knight. Nothing? The child you threaten, you call nothing?
Child?
Me? She is your daughter, Sir Knight. Your daughter as well as mine.
Mother, is this true?
It is true.
You would not lie to me on this.
I would not. I do not. There is no need. Sir Hugh, you have your daughter cold, your sword upon her neck. You had better strike. Strike hard and deep, for I make no bargains now.
Mother, wait.
You are safe, Marianne. He will not harm you now.
Oh, no, do not leave me, Mother.
We will meet again when they are dead. Time approaches when I must wake the dragon.
The dragon. Mother, do you want the dragon dead? Oh, Mother, do you want the dragon dead?
You know I want him dead. But it cannot be.
It can be, Mother, by force of arms.
Sir Hugh.
If you do not aid the dragon, Sir Hugh can slay him.
And leave me almost helpless.
We can leave, then. There will be nothing to keep us here.
No.
You swore you would not harm her, sir.
Yes, but...
Swear again. She'll agree.
Cavan, if the dragon dies, you can depart in peace. I swear it. Give me chance to kill him, Cavan. Give me one chance.
You would wish me only to stand aloof?
Only that.
Only that? Then I agree. I will take no part in it.
You swear it?
I swear it. On our daughter's life, I swear it.
Good. Now...
Sir Knight, What of the princess?
I will not harm her.
She's safe?
For now. I will not touch her until this is over.
Your word on it.
My word on it.
As ever, it comes down to naked strength and skill. Ian.
Sir?
Prepare my armor. I go to fight the dragon.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Kevin, does the dragon sleep?
He sleeps, but light. If you approach within 100 paces, the Skrull will wake. And I warn you, sir, he will be hungry.
100 paces. I wish it were less. Marianne?
Yes, Father?
Father. We are newly found.
Yes, newly found.
Will you forgive me for what I called you?
I forgive you gladly.
You will give me your blessing before I fight.
I will.
And will you look to Ian as a sister should? For he is like a son to me.
I will look to him, Father.
Your armor, sir.
Then, prepare me. And my steed. For we must do this right.
Skrull was deadly. Make no mistake on it. A monstrous beast of glittering gold, with no compassion, no humanity. He was a killer, cold and clean, a murderous machine of death. Listen. He sleeps as yet, but soon he will awake and kill.
Steady. Steady is Ian. Skrull.
He is so large, Sir Knight.
Now you know why I've always said we were marked for death.
You will kill him, sir.
If I do not, then... Where stands the witch?
She stands on that hill there, sir.
She would watch this. I know, a set-piece confrontation. And Marianne, where is she?
She stands with her, sir.
Then give me my lance and go and join them.
Here, sir.
And Ian.
Sir?
If you think the witch would interfere, then take your sword and strike. You might not kill her, but perhaps it would distract her, or... If I do not kill the dragon, then do your best to slay the witch.
I will, sir.
And as for Marianne, I hope she does not come to harm.
I wish that too, sir.
Well, Ian, we have come far together.
Aye, sir.
My hand?
Sir Hugh, may fortune favor you, sir.
And you too, Ian. Leave me now.
Yes, sir.
Now it must begin. May God ride with us, beast. 100 paces. 100 only. And then we must move with lightning speed.
Balanced finely in his saddle, his visor closed, his lance held level, Sir Hugh of Monreth, champion knight, arrowed silver across the plain. 300. 200. 100. The dragon woke.
The princess is there.
I swore only that you would be safe from me.
Skrull will kill her.
Even so, daughter, even so.
It was a trick. A trick with words.
They would have done the same to me. It is ironic, is it not, that the knight should cause her death?
Mother, did you plan this?
You talked too much of leaving, child. I grew frightened.
I would never have left you, Mother. But I must do so now. If the princess dies, then I do not wish to live.
Marianne!
Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye!
Marianne! Marianne!
Marianne!
She was a shard of amber splintering down. And the dragon saw her, turned his head, and spat out flame.
Marianne!
The witch, bat-like, hawk-like, black, swooped down and landed at the dragon's side.
Skrull! Skrull! Stop! Stop!
The dragon saw her,
Skrull!
lowered his head,
Stop, Skrull!
and bit.
Now. Faster. Faster.
In the eye, Sir Knight! In the eye!
In the eye. God guide my hand.
The lance ran true. 10 feet of gleaming, polished steel slid through his eye into his brain.
Mother.
Marianne, I have brought you water.
Mother.
Let me tell you. You are so burnt.
Oh. But at least we are alive.
I lost my mother 4 years ago. I know your pain.
She thought to love me, and she did. Too much, perhaps. I know that now.
We have all learnt much from this.
Yes.
I thank you for what you did, in my name and my father's. I am to marry soon and will have my own court. I would be honored to have you as my companion and my friend.
Ask me again in a little while. For now, I cannot think.
I will do that, for I need a friend like you.
Here, Sir Knight. I have brought you wine.
Good. But first, take off this breastplate.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Ow! Oh, I swear I will fight no more dragons, boy. He must have thrown me clear by 50 feet. But I spit at him. I spit at him like a pig.
It was a grand sight, Sir Knight.
Land, Ian, land! I will get much from this.
And honor, sir.
Aye. And you will have your share.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Where is the princess?
Well, she is unharmed.
She is almost within your means now, eh, lad?
Even if she is, I will woo another.
And who might that be? The witch's daughter?
Your daughter, too, sir.
I know, Ian. I was not forgetting. You talk of wooing. I know who I will woo and win.
Sir?
Her farm may be imaginary, but she has ample curves and a kindly nature. It'll be enough. Ian, this thing turns out well. It turns out well.
Indeed it does, Sir Knight.
Not even old age can fright me now, after this. Nor death, too. For Skrull was death. And I killed him, boy. I killed him clean.
In our story, the dragon died and did not live again. But our story was set in the imagination. And in our fancy, dragons can always exist. Listen. You can hear them, and hear them forever. Their wing beats echoing across the sky, casting dark shadows in a moonless night.
The Tale of the Knight, the Witch, and the Dragon. The Knight, Sir Hugh of Monreath, was played by Patrick Stewart. The Witch, Caven, by Peggy Page. And the Dragon was created by Peter Howell of the Radiophonic Workshop, who also composed the sound score. The King was played by Anthony Newlands, the Princess Edith by Elizabeth Proud, Sir Edmund by Gavin Campbell, and the Herald was Henry Knowles. Ian, Sir Hugh's page, was played by Marcus Campbell, Jane, the Princess's Gentlewoman, by Sheila Grant, and Marianne, the Witch's Daughter, by Kate Binchy. The King's subjects included Kenneth Shanley and Jonathan Scott, and Scrimp the storyteller was played by Timothy Bateson. The studio managers were David Greenwood, Peter Novis, and Lloyd Silverthorne. The tale of The Knight, the Witch and the Dragon was written by J.C.W. Brooke and directed by Ian Cotterill.
Now on Radio 4, it's time for Saturday Night Theatre.
Now the door is open, now burns the flame of ecstasy. Come with me, your father, into the oneness of the Spirit. Let go your hold on earth. Exercise yours. Now you, our chosen vessel, must drink of the flaming cup.
I am one, and I am all.
I give you the wine of ecstasy, and may it bring you joy in body and in soul.
Give me.
Drink. My friends, our beloved sister is now in ecstasy.
She's not. I've just touched her. She's dead. Cara Queen is dead.
Death in Ecstasy by Niall Marsh, adapted for radio by John Tiedemann, with Peter Howell as Chief Detective Inspector Elaine and Gary Watson as Nigel Bathgate. Death in Ecstasy.
I'm afraid there's no doubt about it, Father Garnet. The lady is dead.
But Dr. Kansas...
Oh, I told you she was dead. I told you. I touched her.
Be quiet, Miss Wade.
This is terrible, terrible. I think the sort of thing could happen in the house of the sacred flame, on the very steps of the holy altar. Oh, it's terrible.
Father Garnet, I really do think you should get rid of the rest of the congregation. I think you should. You should tell them to go.
Wait a minute.
What?
I'd just like to ask you, Doctor, whether this lady died naturally.
Well, I've only had time to establish the fact of death. As to its cause...
But have you any doubt as to the cause of death?
What do you mean, and who are you, anyway?
I just happened to be in the congregation.
But how? This is a private sect. There is a guard on the door. He has strict orders not to admit strangers.
Let's just say the guard lowered his guard and I slipped in out of the rain.
Monstrous.
Look, I'm sorry to be here and I'm sorry to interfere, but I'd just like to say that if there's any suspicion of unnatural death, then I believe no one
Unnatural death? Where'd you get that idea?
Well, I'd say the manner of the lady's death. The mouth, the eyes. I may be wrong, but if there's any doubt, then I don't think any of the principal participants, that's to say, all of you in the vestry here, the six,
In this year, we were 7.
Yes, the 6 of you, and the 2 young, Oh, if you mean Lionel and me, Yes, we're acolytes. We help Father Garnet. Yes. Yes, well, all of you, and Father Garnet, of course. I think you should stay.
I think you're right.
But, Doctor...
No, I'm afraid I must agree with this young man. You can dismiss those out there. The door guard keeps a list of those attending, and should there be any need for witnesses...
Witnesses? Not allowed to leave, unnatural causes. What is all this?
Morris, be
quiet.
quiet.
No, I won't, Jane. That woman had no business to be here. She had no right to the cup. She was evil. I know, Father Garnet, I know.
Shut up, Pringle. Remember where you are.
We know Cara was unhappy and unpopular, but really, Mr. Pringle, there's only a curtain dividing us from those in the temple over there. We don't want them to hear us, do we?
We can soon remedy that. Come, Lionel.
Yes, Father.
Claude.
Yes, Father.
Draw the curtain, support me to the pulpit. We will bless and dismiss the flock. Excuse me whilst I return to my people.
Yes, Father.
Now lead the way.
Yes, Father.
Oh, isn't he marvelous?
Well, Doctor, what is it? Poison?
It looks like it, I'm afraid. Death was instantaneous. We must inform the police.
Is there a telephone?
Yes, there's one through there in Father Garnet's rooms.
His rooms?
Yes, he lives here, behind the altar.
Then shall I make the call? I happen to know a man at the yard. It might be easier.
Yes, by all means, but slip out quietly. We don't want to alarm anyone any further.
Right you are, Doctor.
Will he be all right, Doctor? I'm so worried about him.
Who?
Oh, my Father Garnet, of course. The shock, the strain, this awful thing. I'm sure he'll never be himself again.
And so, my people, I ask you to believe that the choice of the rushing powers of endless space has fallen on our beloved sister in ecstasy, Cara Queen. Meditate upon the word, Unita. Strengthen your souls for the power of the word.
Oh, hello. Could I have a word with Chief Detective Inspector Allain, please?
Speaking.
Oh, it's you. You're in, then?
Of course.
It's Nigel Bathgate speaking.
I know. What's the matter?
Well, I'm speaking from the House of the Sacred Flame in Knocklatcher's Row, not far from my flat.
My division, yes.
A woman died here about 10 minutes ago. I think you better come. It's all very suspicious.
Are you trying to say it's murder?
Well, how should I know?
Why did you ring the yard?
Well, I thought you'd prefer the personal touch.
And you thought I wouldn't be so disapproving of you writing the thing up for one of your beastly newspapers?
How did you guess?
All right, I'll be round in a few moments. Oh, and Bathgate?
Yes?
Keep calm.
I'm calm enough. But you should see the converted on the other side of that door. They're a pretty rum lot, I can tell you.
And Bathgate?
Yes?
Keep your ears open, there's a good fellow. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Keep your ears open. Cheek.
He's kept the congregation quiet. He's kept us quiet. What are we to believe of our precious father?
What are you talking
Oh, you
about?
know well enough, Mrs. Candor. You'd have taken Cara's place if you could have. It's not his fault, it's yours.
Now, Morris...
No, Jenny, I will say it. It's all such a farce. But whatever's behind it, I know it's retribution. I know.
Extremely unusual sort of church, I must say.
Yes, I think the whole thing owes something to early German and Scandinavian culture.
Now, whatever it is, I don't like it. It's a beastly place, and I can't think what brought you into it, Bathgate.
I told you I was bored and saw the sign outside swinging in the rain. I suppose I came in search of adventure.
I suppose that with your habitual naivety, you consider that you found it. Ah, Inspector Fox, I take it you've got all the details of the immediate witnesses?
Yes, sir. And the doorkeeper was good enough to provide a list of those in the congregation.
Good. And you've asked these how many?
9 people, sir.
You've asked them to wait?
Yes, sir. In the vestry, if that's what they call it here. They're a rum crowd, sir.
They'd need to be to get involved in a place like this.
Is it murder?
The lady died of a good strong dose of cyanide, yes. We've got to wait for the autopsy, of course, but our divisional surgeon, Curtis, backed up your opinions, Dr. Casbeck. He also agrees that you did all you could under the circumstances.
I would have tried artificial respiration and so on, but she was dead before I got to her.
Only took a matter of seconds.
The first thing I noticed was the characteristic odor.
That chalice thing stinks of it. Bailey's going over it for fingerprints, though. It's not much help if they all handled it.
No, yes, they passed it round all right. I suppose it must have been the climax of the ceremony when Miss Quain got it. A silver jug holding the wine was handed in turn to each of them, and each poured a little into the cup. The priest gave it to her, she drank, and fell down, dead.
We've looked at the silver jug, and there doesn't seem to be anything odd about it. Still, we'll have the wine in it analyzed. But let's get a clear picture of the routine. As I understand it, Miss Quain was the chosen vessel, and she stood in the middle while the others knelt round her. Garnet gave the cup to one of the acolytes.
Yes, Claude.
Then this Claude person passed his hand over the cup, and up jumped a flame. A drop of methylated spirits, perhaps.
I suppose so.
Then the cup was passed from hand to hand by the kneeling circle of 6, and each took the jug from pretty boy Claude and poured some wine into the cup.
Yes, the idea is that the initiates all symbolize some sort of deity.
So the cup went round the circle, and when it got to the last person, what happened?
He handed it back to the priest.
Oh, it was a man, was it?
Yes, Mr. Ogden, the American gentleman.
And then the priest, Garnet, handed the cup to Miss Quain, and she drank it.
Yes, she drank it, poor thing.
I suppose there's no chance that Miss Quain herself could have dropped anything into the cup.
Oh, no, I'm sure of it. She held the cup by the stem with both hands. It looked so odd that I remember it distinctly.
Yes, Mr. Bathgate's quite right.
Tell me, how is a man like you connected with all this, Dr. Casbeck?
Well, I'm not a member of the sect or anything. I'm just an onlooker, if you like. Garnet's doctrines amused and intrigued me. So did the man himself. He has some strange sort of hold over people. Hypnotism, perhaps.
Where did the money come from? It looks a pretty expensive sort of setup.
Subscriptions, I suppose. Also donations and legacies. Ogden will be able to tell you. He's Grand Warden or something, and I believe he looks after the practical side of things.
And the service tonight, was that ritual a very frequent sort of event?
Oh, no, that's the star turn. It's only held once a month, and the chosen vessel has to do a month's intensive instruction and meditation with the priest.
So Cara Quain spent her last month on Earth largely in Mr. Garnet's company.
I imagine so.
I don't altogether envy her. Well, Dr. Casbeck, you've been most helpful, and I won't keep you any longer. You'll be subpoenaed for the inquest, of course.
Of course. Well, it looks like being an interesting case, Inspector.
Yes, but I don't like the look of it, I must confess. But then we policemen are always supposed to say that, aren't we?
Yes, and you always do.
Well, good night, Dr. Casbeck. There's a constable on duty at the door, but he's been told to let you out.
Good. Well, good night, Mr. Bathgate, and thank you for your sensible assistance.
Think nothing of it, Doctor. All part of the job.
Good night, Inspector.
What about me? Will your tame constable at the door let me go?
If you want to. Oh, but you don't want to, do you?
No.
Then stay. You can take notes, but no releasing the story until I give you the go-ahead.
Okay. What next?
What do you think?
We recapitulate?
Later.
We interview the witnesses.
Precisely. You've got the list, Fox?
Yes, sir, it is.
Uh-huh. I know we're in a place of worship, Fox, but let the first be first.
Father Garnet?
I prefer to call him Mr. Garnet. Yes, Fox, bring in the priest. Let's see if he's got anything to confess.
Pretty good, sir.
What are your impressions, Bartgate, of the names on this list?
That'll be telling.
Well, then tell.
Well, you know what I think about the two acolytes, Lionel and Claude. I see from Fox's notes that Lionel is a dancer in a West End show and Claude is a lady's hairdresser. It's very much in character. They also share the same address. Hothouse plants, the pair of them.
Yes.
Mrs. Candor. Not so candid as her name would suggest, not quite as grand as she liked to appear. Mr. Ogden seems like the original cliched American. A sort of middle-aged gentleman who beams from the advertising pages of transatlantic periodicals. A bit too good to be true, perhaps. Then there's Janie Jenkins. Well, I think she should be taken with Maurice Pringle. I don't know if they're engaged, but they might be. She seems worried about him somehow.
What do you mean?
Well, she seems afraid that he might break out suddenly, do something, say something wild. He's a bit odd, excitable. Not like Miss Wade. Though I suspect she's not quite the little old spinster she appears to be. Quite waspish at times.
Frau Honoré Christophe Jérôme de Ravine?
French.
So it would seem.
A quiet gentleman. Something of a collector, I believe. Closely connected with the deceased. Possibly an affair. Who does that leave us with?
Number one.
Ah, yes. And Father Garnet is certainly interested in number one. He's clever. Clever, but bogus. And as the bard says, he speaks not like a man of God's making.
The Paul, why, what has happened? Inspector...
Chief Detective Inspector Alain.
Alain.
Stay with us, Fox. Mr. Bathgate may need some help with his shorthand.
Very good, sir.
What unseen power has struck down this dear soul in the very moment of spiritual ecstasy?
Cyanide of potassium, we think.
But there's a poison.
One of the deadliest.
Then you mean that murder has been done?
Now, that'll be for a jury to decide. There'll be an inquest, of course. In the meantime, there are one or two questions which I should like to ask you. I needn't remind you that you are not obliged to answer them.
I simply wish to do my duty.
Excellent. How long has the deceased been a member of your congregation?
She first came about 18 months ago, and has since been a regular attendant, finally attaining the highest rank.
Of chosen vessel?
Precisely.
While she was preparing for this, you saw a great deal of Miss Quain. Was she in any way depressed or troubled about anything?
On the contrary. She was in a state of tranquility and joy.
No worries about money?
No. She was what the world calls rich.
What do you call it?
I should call her rich, too, Inspector.
Any unhappy love affair that you know of?
Clara Crane was not concerned with earthly love. She was on the threshold of a new spiritual life.
And she's now crossed that threshold. Mr. Garnet, do you know anything that can throw any light on this matter?
Nothing. Nothing I can think of, that is.
Don't think me impertinent, but how do you support this place? By subscriptions?
My people welcome as a privilege the right to share in the hospitality of the sacred place.
You mean they pay the running expenses?
Yes.
Was Miss Quain a generous supporter?
She was.
Where does the wine you use in the ceremony come from?
Harrods. It is an invalid port.
And do you yourself decant it? I mean, pour it into that silver flagon?
This evening the acolyte made the preparation.
Ah, which acolyte?
Claude. Having filled the flagon, he makes ready the goblet.
You mean he places methylated spirits in the cup?
In tabloid form. It is necessary, but quite holy. It has been blessed at the altar.
Naturally. And how is the flame made to appear as you pass your hands over the cup?
I employ a little capsule.
Really? What does it contain?
I believe the substance is known as zinc ethyl.
Very ingenious. You turn away for a moment as you use it, perhaps.
That is so.
Well, it all seems quite clear now. One more question. Has there, to your knowledge, ever been any form of poison kept on these premises?
No, definitely not.
Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your courtesy in answering so readily. There is just one other thing I must ask of you.
Oh?
I trust you have no objection to being searched. It's pure routine, but something to which I must ask all of you to subject yourselves.
No, I have no objections.
Good. And afterwards, you'll no doubt be glad to change into less ceremonial dress.
Afterwards, I shall avail myself of the opportunity to devote myself to meditation. In that way, in all humility, I believe I may be able to flow to you and help you in your task. You are a very, very receptive vessel.
Only to facts, Mr. Garnet. I receive facts as a spider does flies.
And I'm afraid that I felt so absolutely ghastly. I just had to ask your nice officer if I could come on ahead of the others.
What upset you, Mr. Wheatley?
Oh, you can call me Claude. Lionel, I believe in using Christian names. Got so much more rapport.
What upset you, Mr. Wheatley?
Oh, that appalling old woman.
Whom do you mean?
Why, the Candor female.
What did she say?
She accused me.
Of what?
Of doing something to the wine. Of killing Cara.
And did you?
Of course not. Oh, Cara was a marvellous person. So simpatico. Not like that jealous old cat.
Mrs. Candor?
Oh, yes, she's jealous of everyone. Especially when Father Garnet takes the slightest notice of anybody else. She hated Cara.
Because she and Mr. Garnet saw so much of each other during the last month?
Oh, before that even.
Uh-huh. You were serving the wine tonight?
Yes.
When you got it from Mr. Garnet's room, was it uncorked?
Oh, no, it's always a fresh bottle.
And apart from the methylated tablet, you didn't put anything into the goblet?
No.
And the flagon, when you decanted it, did you put anything else in the wine?
Well, I didn't put any poison in it, if that's what you're hinting.
What else did you put in?
Oh, just something from a little bottle Father Garnet keeps in his cupboard. It has a ceremonial significance. It's always done.
Have you any idea what it is?
No, I've no idea.
I see. Did you notice Miss Quain at all when she took the cup?
Oh, my God, yes. It was appalling. You see, I thought she was in blessed ecstasy. Well, I mean, she was, up to the time she took the cup. But then...
Oh, it was frightful. She gave a gasp, made a horrible face, dropped the cup and fell down with a terrible sort of jerking. Oh, it made me feel quite sick.
Your friend Claude Wheatley's already been made sick just by telling the story.
Oh, Claude's always so sensitive.
Now, tell me, Mr. Smith.
Lionel, Claude and I always believe in using Christian names. It's got so much more rapport.
Tell me, Mr. Smith, did you notice any unusual sort of smell when the wine had been poured?
Smell? Smell?
Unusual smell.
Well, I wouldn't, would I? You see, I'm sensing. What? Swinging my censer. Don't you think our incense is rather divine, Inspector? Father Garnet gets it specially from India. It's sweet. Almond blossom.
Almond. Damn.
Don't you like it?
Very nice. Very useful. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. I think your friend Claude is waiting for you, so after you've been searched, you can take him home.
Searched?
Yes, by the constable over there.
Oh, the tall young one?
Yes. Do you mind?
No, of course not. I don't mind at all.
I don't in the least mind telling you what I think. I think Cara's death was a judgment.
A judgment, Mrs. Candor? But what had she done to deserve such a terrible punishment?
Cara was a very passionate sort of woman. I know that Father Garnet is above all that kind of thing, but, well, in my opinion, Cara was a dreadfully oversexed.
She was a very beautiful woman, I believe.
Well, I could never see it. Monsieur de Ravine went silly over her, but then you know what these foreigners are like. Anyway, Cara doesn't look so pretty now.
No, Mrs. Candor, she doesn't. But then death by poisoning isn't altogether a pretty thing.
Oh, that was a beastly thing for me to say. It's just that I'm so upset. Poor Cara. I don't know how I'm going to get over this. I'm so sensitive, you see. But you, Inspector Allain, you've been so very kind. I always thought police methods would be rather brutal.
I suppose I must congratulate myself on sitting right next to the works for an inside survey of British investigation methods.
This isn't a game, Mr. Ogden. Somebody has died.
If you mean murder, why didn't you say so?
We must wait for the inquest before I can say that quite categorically.
Well, if it is murder, and the trail's not just all that easy, and, hell, we're men of the world, Chief. I've got all the dollars.
Mr. Ogden, I suggest we ignore what I believe you're suggesting.
Only trying to help.
You would help us most by answering our questions. Now tell me, did you notice an unusual smell during the ceremony?
Oh, can't say I did.
Mr. Ogden, you were the last of the 6 initiates to handle the cup before it was passed back to the priest.
That's correct.
And he then handed it to Miss Quain, who drank it and...
And we know what followed, Chief.
Yes. I take it you're a businessman, Mr. Ogden.
I have certain mining interests.
You're also an officer of this sect.
That's all the warden. I've looked after the business side of things since its foundation. I helped found it, if you like, about 2 years ago. I met Father Garnet on the boat coming over to England, and he impressed me right away. By the time we reached Southampton, we'd mapped out a scheme for this church, and within 6 months we were drawing congregations of about 300 souls.
And the money, the financial support, where did that come from?
Well, I dipped in $5,000, I'm proud to say, and the father pulled in the rest with his high-voltage oratory.
But who were the really big subscribers?
Well, De Ravine chipped in at a pretty high level, but Dagmar Candor and poor Cara came out tops with £1,000 each. They seemed somehow ambitious to carry off the generosity stakes. But Cara took a long leap ahead last month.
Oh, how's that?
She deposited 5,000 sterling in bearer bonds in the safe back there beyond the altar. They're there to wait there until $5,000 is raised among the rest of us, and then it's to form a building fund for a new church.
Very generous of her.
He was a very generous and very lovely person.
I understand that Monsieur de Lavine thought so, too.
Oh, he was crazy about her, crazy.
Yet I gather the initiates were supposed to be a cut above mere earthly love.
Yes, well, I guess de Ravine is not altogether cast off the shackles of the body, but get this. Cara was not interested. No, sir. It was the inner mysteries of the spirit that her soul was yearning after. The inner mysteries.
Talk about the inner mysteries of the spirit and so on must sound pretty bogus to you, Inspector.
Just a trifle, Miss Jenkins, I must confess.
But there is something in it, you know. At least I thought so.
Thought?
Now I'm not so sure.
Because of what's just happened?
No. Oh, all this has shown us up in a pretty unattractive light, of course, but it's just... Well, just I've got my doubts about it. In fact, have had my doubts for some time.
How long have you been coming here?
About 6 months. Morris first brought me.
Mr. Pringle?
Yes, we're engaged, you see. Morris was so keen on it. He could talk of nothing else. He's awfully highly strung and, well, sort of vulnerable, so I thought...
You thought you'd keep an eye on him, Miss Jenkins?
Mm.
I'd like you to tell me something that mightn't be easy to answer.
Oh?
Before I arrived, I gather Mr. Pringle said that Mr. Garnett was keeping everyone quiet, that Mrs. Campbell would gladly have taken Miss Quain's place, and that he, your fiancé, knew something which he had to tell. Now, what did he mean by all that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Bathgate heard him, and the others claim to have heard him as well.
Whatever he meant, it has nothing to do with this dreadful thing. I'm sure of it.
You can't say that, Miss Jenkins. Whatever was in that cup poisoned an innocent woman. Now, you must surely see that the interrelationship of all of you is vitally important. There's only one person who can say what has no bearing on the case.
A guilty person, you mean?
I do. If one exists.
All I can say is that Morris hero worshipped Father Garnett. The father seemed to have some sort of hold over him, a hold over his imagination. Well, some of the women, Cara and Mrs. Candor, for instance, seemed so blatantly doting that Morris became suspicious that something rather worldly was going on in the background.
He meant that Mrs. Candor was jealous of Miss Quain and that Garnett had kept it quiet.
Yes, but don't think he meant that Mrs. Candor was so jealous that she... Oh, please don't think that.
I shall keep an open mind, Miss Jenkins, I promise you. After you've been searched, you'll be free to go. We'll call a taxi for you, if you like.
No, I'd rather wait until you've seen Morris, if you don't mind, Inspector. You tell him I'm waiting for him, won't you? He'll only worry otherwise.
And your fiancée said you're not to worry, Mr. Pringle. She'll wait for you.
Poor Janie.
Mr. Pringle, what did you mean by retribution?
What do you mean?
You said earlier that Miss Quain's death was retribution. You also said that Mr. Garnett was keeping something quiet and that you knew something which you would tell to the world.
That's my affair. I refuse to answer.
Very good. Fox.
Sir?
Will you tell Miss Jenkins that Mr. Pringle doesn't wish to make a statement at the moment and there's no need for her to wait, and see that she gets that taxi?
Very good. What do you mean? I'm taking her home.
I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to stay a little longer, Mr. Pringle.
Officials. You win. Well?
Forget about the taxi, Fox.
Very good, sir.
Do you know anything about psychology, Mr. Pringle?
Why?
What are your views on crowd psychology, for instance? What do you think happens when people come under the sway of, shall we say, a magnetic preacher?
What happens to them? They become his slaves.
Will you describe this congregation as Mr. Garnett's slaves?
If you must know, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You say that very strongly.
Of course I do. Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector, you're a detective, aren't you? You must have noticed. Look at my eyes.
Yes, I had noticed, but I wanted you to tell me yourself that you were in the habit of taking drugs. Is this Mr. Garnett's doing?
No. I mean, somebody gets them for him. He gave me a special cigarette, quite mild, really. He said it helped to make one receptive.
No doubt.
And it does. Only
now it's more than mild cigarettes, isn't it?
Stop it.
Isn't it?
Stop it. Janie doesn't know. Please don't tell her, please.
I won't if I can help it. What about the other initiates?
Oh, Cara Quain had begun. The Candor was on it. That's all.
Did you meet here together in Garnett's rooms and smoke your cigarettes?
At first, then Mrs. Candor and Cara came at separate times. Then, when Cara was making her preparations for chosen vessel, she came alone.
I see.
No, you don't. You don't see at all. You don't know. Only I know. I saw them. One afternoon, about 3 weeks ago, I came in to see him. There was no one here in the church. I went to his rooms, opened the door, and there they were. Father Garnett and the chosen vessel. God.
So that is what you meant by retribution.
Have you quite finished, Inspector?
Yes, Miss Jenkins, quite finished. You may both go home now.
Morris, darling, let's go.
Let me alone, Janie.
But, darling, I want you to take me home.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry.
There we are. Take my arm.
I'm all right. All right, now.
Inspector Allain, I could murder you for this.
Oh, my child, don't talk like that, please.
She was murdered, Monsieur Inspector. Whatever the inquest may say, I, Raoul Honoré Christophe Jérôme de Ravigne, know that. My Cara was murdered.
You say my Cara. Am I to understand that between you and Miss Quain...
But yes, I adored her. Many times I asked her to do me the honor of becoming my wife, but she was too devoted to religious life. She was indifferent towards me.
You are religious yourself, though, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
True. This church, its ceremonial, it intrigued me. Besides, I find one must have a faith. It is not in my temperament to be an atheist.
When did you first attend services here?
2 years ago. I was one of the first to come here. I even gave a subscription to help the needs of the church. Oh, not a large amount. I'm not a rich man, you understand. Oh, I collect this and that, objets d'art, paintings, what my small resources permit.
I envy you. Tell me, did Miss Quain have no relations in England? There must be someone.
No, nobody. Cara was an orphan. She was educated on the continent. In fact, it was in France that I first met her, at the house of some friends. And it was I who introduced her to the ceremonies here.
So, apart from her household, there is no one you can think of with whom we should get in touch?
Well, there is a notary.
Her solicitor?
Yes. No, his name. It was Rats. Rats something. Ah, Bon. That is it. Rat is Bon. You know him?
I know of him, certainly. As to the disposition of her estate, Monsieur de Ravine, have you any idea as to how Miss Quain intended leaving things?
We did not talk of these matters. Though I do know this church will be a beneficiary, apart from the £5,000 in bonds already reposed in the safe here. Cara told me once that she had altered her will for that purpose. It was then I heard of this Monsieur Ratisbon.
Look, Monsieur de Ravine, you said earlier that you were convinced that Miss Quain had been murdered.
Yes.
But there is another possibility, an unlikely one, I confess. Suicide?
Ah, no, impossible. Why should dear Cara wish to die? She was beautiful, happy, in the prime of her life, and she was loved.
And she was not poor.
As you say, she was not poor.
As you know, Inspector, rich people are not always to be envied. And Cara was rich. Of course, she was generous too, very generous, but she was not popular.
And why was she not popular, do you think?
Well, I think there was a certain amount of jealousy.
On whose part?
If I give you names, you might get suspicious and think all sorts of things.
Jealousy is not invariably followed by homicide, Miss Wade.
Precisely. That's just what I've been saying.
Mrs. Kander tells me that Miss Quain didn't have a very striking personality.
Oh, that's not true, and it's very naughty of Dagmar to speak like that. It's not as though Father Garnet gave her any encouragement. She's too noble and too pure even to guess.
To guess what, Miss Wade?
Oh, no,
To guess what?
Well, I don't believe what they say. Dagmar Kander is very wicked to speak the way she does.
Where was Mrs. Kander kneeling when you passed the cup to each other during the ceremony?
She was first, and she passed the chalice to Monsieur de Ravine.
Was there anything unusual in the way she handled the cup?
No, not really. She poured in rather a lot of wine and was a little bit careless.
Yeah.
She left a trickle on the rim. I noticed because Monsieur wiped it away with a spotless pocket handkerchief.
He passed the cup to you, and you...
I passed it to Mr. Pringle. I almost had to hold it for him. He was shaking so much. Janie was next to him, and she simply had to take it from him, or you'd have dropped it.
Then Miss Jenkins passed the cup to Mr. Ogden, and he returned it to the priest?
Yes. And he gave it to Cara, who drank the wine. She was in ecstasy. For a moment, I thought she was going to dance.
Dance?
Oh, yes, it's happened before, you know.
Oh. Well, I don't think I need to keep you any longer, Miss Wade. There's just one other thing I must ask you.
Yes?
That's if you would mind being searched. I'm afraid it's necessary.
Oh, then I can go.
Naturally.
Good. You see, Inspector, I've had something on my mind all evening.
Oh?
I can't remember whether or not I turned the electric heater off at home. Could be very dangerous.
Well, you will soon find out, Miss Wade.
Yes. Good night, Inspector. And thank you for being so very, very courteous.
Good night, Miss Wade.
Good night.
Phew. As you say, Bathgate. Phew. Well, that's the lot. A most unsavory case.
Murder most foul.
And this one is most foul.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it, Fox?
I think Bailey has found what you were looking for. None of the personal searches revealed anything.
Where was it?
Up in the chancel. It had been ground into the carpet by someone's heel.
Let's see.
It's in this little box.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's it, sure enough. Well done, Brer Fox.
What is it?
Cigarette paper. Doubled over and gummed into a tiny tube.
But it's red. Is it drenched in someone's life blood?
Been dyed with red ink. I should think it smells. It's wet. It's a clue. It's definitely a clue.
If it's wet, do you mean it's only just been dipped in red ink? Oh, wait a bit.
What's our little bud unfolding?
It's wet with wine.
4 marks for fully flowering.
You mean the murderer dropped the paper into the cup?
Just that.
Purposely?
Well, if he wanted to murder somebody, it is unlikely that he would have done it accidentally.
Yes.
Not so difficult as it sounds. The murderer drops the paper in and the powder falls out.
That's a bit risky, sir. I mean, the paper would float. Any of the others could see it floating. How would the murderer know it would be safe?
It's risky, but not impossible. As Mr. Bathgate told us, there's only the one torch alight. Where they were kneeling, they'd be very much in the shadow. And remember, they hold the cup fairly high. They're unlikely to actually look into it. All the same, you're right, Fox. How would the murderer know it would be safe? I rather think that's the crux of the whole case. The murderer is taking a risk, unless...
Yes, unless?
No, it's pure conjecture. When the analysts find traces of cyanide, then we can start talking. Meanwhile, I'd like to have a look at Mr. Garnett's little bottle.
What? You're after the invalid port, I might have guessed.
Don't be an ass, Basket. A little bottle of magic that Claude added to the wine to make them all more receptive. What is Garnet, Fox?
Well, he returned to his little dwelling behind the altar, as he called it. He said he wished to meditate.
Well, he'll have a nasty jolt when we suddenly appear to him.
Hallelujah. Glory, glory. Hallelujah. Glory.
Quiet, Barthwaite.
Glory. Hallelujah.
Garnet, he was as sober as a judge a moment ago. Now he's tight as a Lord. What do you get later with that?
You have exceeded your duty, Chief. Exceeded your duty. Never mind. Can't we say Bo and get together now?
Bo?
Yeah, well, that's the way Ogden talks when he talks.
Oh, yes, Mr. Garnet?
Let's get together river. The beautiful, beautiful river. I ran a revivalist joint down in Michigan. Oh, way back. They were swell, real swell.
Was Mr. Ogden with you in Michigan?
Am I? He thinks I'm the sandfly's goddess. He is saturated in holy simplicity.
When did you meet Mr. Ogden?
Crossing Atlantic. He's all right. Saturated in simplicity.
So it would appear.
Listen, Chief, you got me all wrong. I never do the thing little Kara is likely. No, sir.
This state, anything's likely.
Be quiet.
Sir. Look, if we get together, I'll talk.
What with?
The stuff that speaks all languages. What's it worth for you to lay off this outfit?
What's it worth to you?
Well, it's your squeak.
You're bluffing. You haven't got 2 pennies to rub together.
I got stacks of it. Stacks of it.
So you say.
So I say, and what I say, so I say. If you don't believe me, here are the keys. Look for yourself.
Thanks, I will. And where do I look?
Look on the box and desk. Another to that, the safe. Safe's best. Safe is. Safe.
He's out for the count. What did you do?
Aha.
No, sir. You dumped the gentleman.
Not I. He's merely tight. Filled with the spirit. His own spirit.
But he's only drunk 1 glass of brandy whilst we've been here. I saw him pour it. He was perfectly all right when we came in.
This.
And what's that?
A little bottle of magic that Master Claude doctored the wine with.
And what is it?
Proof spirit. Overproof is like it now.
Pure alcohol?
Something of the sort. Have to be analysed. Of course, it seems to work, though. Garnet just turned away, and I slipped into his drink, which fortunately knocked back at 1 gulp. Hence the instant effect.
Why, you beastly old Borgia.
Stop talking, Bathgate. Can't you see I'm detecting? What's out at the back, Fox?
Just Garnet's bedroom and the usual offices.
And the back door?
Oh, it's a bit odd. Before you Mickey Finn the father there, he said it was always locked.
Invariable was the word he used.
Well, sir, it was open. Funny.
Very funny. Now, you go through the wastepaper basket and the ashtrays and grate and so on. I'll tackle the desk with these keys Garnet so kindly provided.
What would you like me to do?
Why don't you lug the guts into the neighbour room?
What, put this old fraud to bed?
That's it. You can manage, can you? Fox and I have work on hand.
Very well. Fireman's lift for you, you horrid heavy old man.
From his fair and unpolluted breast may violets spring.
Pinks and roses, more like. The bedroom's like a whore's boudoir.
We wouldn't know, would we, Fox?
You don't want me to undress the unpleasant old blob, do you?
No, just cover him up and leave him out to breathe.
Ah, now this is interesting.
Found something?
Possibly. 2 torn bits of paper in the grate. Badly charred. Writing in green pencil. Block capitals. Pretty hard to decipher.
Say, have I missed something? Do I smell a clue?
Sir, this is to warn blank, blank, blank with Mrs. C.A.
Mrs. Candor.
It could equally well be Miss Cara. The middle bit of the Miss or Mrs. is torn.
That's all there is on this fragment. The other bit's even less communicative. Put the bits away tenderly, Fox, and let's brood over it.
What has the chief inspector found?
Just letters.
Juicy.
Odious.
From women?
All of them.
Oh.
Any from the deceased, sir?
Quite a few. They're all a mixture of mystical gibberish and hysterical adulation. Look at this one. Pages of the stuff. Look.
This must have been the one she sent with the bonds that Ogden mentioned. With this you will find a parcel. It contains the bonds I spoke of, £5,000. Oh, hateful to speak of money, but...
Well spoken, Fox. The bonds. Ogden said they should be in the safe, so let us see. Bank book. Check from Mr. Ogden, £20.
How he gets the money out of the gentleman beats me.
Extraordinary, isn't it? But he does, he does. Ah, this brown paper package looks more like it. To the Reverend Father Jasper Garnett in Miss Quain's hand.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
Of course. Good heavens.
Well?
I wish Mr. Garnett were not so sound asleep.
Why?
I should like him to have a look at this.
Right. But it's all cut-up bits of newspaper.
Yes, it is.
So you've got the motive.
Possibly.
Garnett has pinched the bonds.
Ah, don't jump to conclusions. Somebody's pinched them. We'd better get fingerprints on this lot, Fox.
Very good, sir.
Can I have copy on all this? It'll be front-page stuff. I'm eyewitness to a murder.
All right, it's your story, but no mention of the bearer bonds, and I'd like to see the rest of it before you send it in.
There's something else, sir.
Yes, Fox, what is it?
This. I found it in the cigarette box on the sideboard. Looks like the page from a pocket diary. Today's day and date on the top of the page. But see what's written on it.
Must see you. Terrible discovery after service tonight. Written in pencils. Miss Quain's handwriting, that's certain. Fox, did you notice whether there was a small diary among the deceased's effects?
Yes, sir, in her handbag.
Let's have a look at it, then.
Yes, sir.
It looks as if Miss Quain had found out about the missing bonds and wanted to have it out with the reverend gentleman tonight.
How had she found out?
Well, maybe she came in earlier this afternoon when old Garnett was out, found the safe door open and had a peep inside.
Maybe, but it sounds a bit careless of him to have left the safe open, don't you think?
Yes, sir, here's the diary. Today's page has been torn out. Looks as though she tore it today as well. The diary's scribbled in up to the present date.
However, I don't think Mr. Garnett has read that note.
No, sir?
No, if he has, then I don't think he's a murderer.
Why not?
Because he'd have destroyed it. I don't think he knew it was there.
That could follow, sir. There were only Turkish cigarettes in that particular box, and there are no corresponding butt-ins anywhere around.
So the box probably hasn't even been opened. Good. Anything else, Fox?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. The place has been gone over very thoroughly.
Then we better pack up here for tonight. You've got all the bits and pieces for the lab safely stowed away.
Yes, sir.
Then you better put all that stuff back in the safe and lock it up. I'll hang on to the keys for the time being.
Quite sure, sir.
Let's see if we can tell from Mr. Garnett's book.
He's got enough of them. You know, that's one of the best things I ever got from Cambridge, learning about a chap from his books.
Cambridge, that accounts for it.
Accounts for what?
Your style, Barkett, your style.
And yours smacks entirely of the other place.
I'm glad you've noticed it.
How could anyone fail to?
The grape and thorn together bind my brows. Delight and torment is my double me.
You see?
And that's a sample of Jasper Garnett's style from this slim volume of verses. Entitled Eros on Calvary and Other Poems.
How inexpressibly beastly.
Yes, isn't it?
The Quran, spiritual experiences of a fakir, from Bolton to Hitler, the soul of the lotus bud.
No Kama Sutra.
That's a point. I wonder if, like certain eminent Victorians, the more salacious stuff lies concealed behind the works on theology. I believe Thackeray...
You're right, Barkett, you're right. Let's have a look. Here we are. Several dusty volumes covered in the telltale brown paper. Oh, yes, a nasty secret hoard.
Petronius, yes, very nasty. Hey, let's have a look.
Odd.
What is?
This one. Doesn't fit. Abley's Curiosities of Chemistry, published New York, 1865, by Gassop and Houghton.
Let me see.
There. But do that again, Bartlett.
Do what again?
Close the book and let it just fall open as you did then.
Very well. There.
You see? The same page, damn it.
But I don't...
But look at the heading.
A simple but little-known method of making sodium cyanide.
You see that, Fox?
I heard, sir. Seems a bit of a coincidence, doesn't it, sir?
I wonder if coincidence is quite the right word.
Hey, you must listen to this. It says here that you can make sodium cyanide from wool and washing soda by heating them up in a retort or something. It goes on... It is perhaps a fortunate circumstance that this simple recipe is not generally known. The tyro is advised to avoid the experiment as it is attended by a certain amount of danger. So deadly is the poison thus produced. Quadirat demonstrandum, I'd have thought.
Well, don't leap to any conclusions now, Bathgate.
Well, I hope to find these books. I suggested
Even
the theory.
so, it doesn't give you the right to conjecture.
Well, you do it all the time.
Only when I forget myself. Facts are what count. And to return to facts, Fox.
Sir?
Can you see anything odd about these books?
Well, the chemical book has a newer brown paper cover than the others have.
Yeah?
And the others are stained. And they smell, too. Can't quite place the smell, though it's definitely familiar.
Take the cover off Curiosities. No stain on the red binding either. Well, there we are. You better have this gone over for fingerprints too, Fox.
But, Elaine, this is the most important thing we've found so far. I mean, if the pathologist definitely finds cyanide, and if Garnet has this book...
I know. Extraordinarily careless of him to leave it there, don't you think? I mean, he could surely have hidden his recipe book better than that. And the same thing goes for the note.
But you said he never found that.
Well, if that's so, why did you think it necessary to kill her?
Well, Miss Queen may have rung up or something.
She may, but wouldn't she have mentioned it in her note if she had?
Possibly.
Look, Bartgate, they all had the opportunity to commit the murder.
But some had a better opportunity than others. For instance, Garnet.
And they could all have had a motive.
Yes, that's true. Jealousy, passion, religious
mania. Oh, come on, it's bedtime. You're even leading me into conjecture.
What do we do about him, sir?
About who?
The sleeping parson.
We leave him.
Oh, we can't.
Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. I can't wait to see him open the surprise packet in the safe.
Nor can I. I can, can't I?
What?
See him open it.
If you're on your own, very good and very quiet.
What time?
Well, I don't particularly want to confront him when he's suffering from the remorseful hangover I'm bound to have given him. No, we'll start the day by going to Miss Quain's house.
We?
Naturally, I include you. Meet me at the Chateau Caine, demain matin, à bonne heure.
It's all very French, isn't it? All this gilt and Louis XV. I must say the pictures look a bit out of place.
Impressionists, also French, remember?
Genuine?
I presume so.
Must be worth a small fortune.
To somebody?
Done any good sleuthing since I saw you last night?
A few reports from the specialists, most of them blank. Just routine stuff.
I'm told it's the routine stuff that pays off in the end.
Then they told you true, Bartgate. They told you true.
What about here?
Well, it's a large establishment, as you see. The servants haven't come up with anything of interest. There's just the housekeeper and the chauffeur left.
You mean you've actually been interviewing before I got here?
Well, I said I'd start à bonne heure, and that means early.
But what about clues? Surely there must be something.
Nothing spectacular. A lot of letters from de Ravine. Letters of the heart.
May I?
No, you may not. You've seen quite enough already. Besides, there's only one that has any bearing on the case.
Yes.
He warns her off her role as chosen vessel and implies that she is risking her life if she goes through with it.
Does that imply that he'd take her life if she did carry on with the game?
He doesn't say that. He asks her to destroy the letter and all the others he wrote, but she was a woman and, of course, didn't.
Suspicious.
Then there's the blotter on her desk.
There's always the blotting pad.
Don't be facetious.
What you detectives will do when we all use ballpoints, I can't imagine. Did you hold it up to a mirror and read a full confession? Or was it in code?
It was in French. A letter, several pages, smudged and unreadable. And an address.
But of course you could read that.
Actually, no. We could make out one or two words there, and by comparing these with Miss Quain's address book, we deduced that she'd written to a certain Comtesse de Bassac.
Deduction?
Oh, just elementary stuff, my dear Barclay.
And?
That's it. Fox and his many men are now going through the place with a fine tooth comb. Oh, where is that woman?
Who?
The housekeeper. I kept her till last because they said she'd been in a state of shock as a result of her mistress's death. The old family retainer type, by all accounts. Yeah. This must be she. Now, look, Bartgate, you sit down in that wing chair over there. With a bit of luck, she won't see you.
What?
We don't want to alarm the lady unnecessarily.
Well, really?
Come in.
Sir?
Oh, I'm sorry about all this, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
I quite understand.
How are you feeling?
Recovered, thank you. I put my trust in the Lord.
Very wise. Oh, do sit down. Now, you are Miss Edith Hebborn, I'm right?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been with Miss Quain?
Nearly all her life. She was just 3 months old when I first took her. I became her nanny.
And when she grew up?
I became her housekeeper.
Tell me about her childhood, her family.
Her father, Colonel Quain, died in India before she was born. The mistress returned to England and died within a year.
A tragic beginning.
And a tragic end, sir.
Yes. What happened to you and the baby?
We went to France and stayed with the mistress's aunt. She died when Miss Cara was 17.
And then?
We went to live in Paris. Miss Cara liked it. She had friends there.
And was Monsieur de Ravine one of these friends?
He was.
Did you think he is a suitable friendship?
I did, until recently.
Why did you change your opinion?
It was after we came to London. Monsieur de Ravine came over soon afterwards. He said that London appealed to him, though we knew it was Miss Cara that did the appealing. And then he changed.
How?
It was that newfangled religion that did it. Religion. A lot of wicked claptrap.
The House of the Sacred Flame.
Sacred? Heathen humbug. It changed Miss Cara, too. Changed her whole nature. I'll never forgive him for introducing her to that place. Although I'm strictly chapel myself, I brought her up as a good Anglican. It's what her parents would have wished.
Quite right of you, Nanny. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, don't worry, sir. I've always been Nanny, ever since she could talk.
I'm sure you have.
You see, there was nothing I could do. I just had to stand by and watch her turn her back on the Lord and go down the way of damnation. And when she said she was to become a chosen leader, I almost wished she'd died when she was an innocent child.
That's rather a hard thing to say, Nanny.
Well, I feel hard when I think of my poor lamb cut off in the midst of her silly wickedness with heathen words on her lips. And the goings on there. She thought I didn't know, but I knew. I knew.
How did you know?
I heard things. When they came here, that Mrs. Candor, she was the worst. But she doesn't come here anymore.
Oh, why?
She and the mistress had words about a month ago. Accusations about Mr. Garnet. Jealous she was.
Mr. Garnet himself?
Him? Ha! He's a limb of Satan speaking from the heart of hell's hottest fire.
Yes. What did Miss Quain do yesterday, before the ceremony?
Well, the morning she spent in what was called meditation. Then she asked for the car at 2:00, and Wilson took her to the church. She was back by 3. She seemed very upset when she got home and went straight to her room.
One other question. What did you do last evening when Miss Quain was out?
I went for a walk.
In all that rain?
I'd wanted to go to chapel later, but I was that worried I followed her up to the hall. I think I meant to stand up for the Lord in the midst of his enemies.
And when you got there?
The door was shut. But I couldn't rest till I knew if she was actually going through with it. I walked round the block to the back of the building. There was a door. It was slightly open. So
you walked in?
Yes. I felt I had to.
What did you see there?
Them. Kneeling and chanting. Possessed they were. There were torches and pagan music. Worse than the followers of Baal they were. Lost in darkness. I wanted to cry out. I wanted to, but I couldn't find my voice. Something broke in me. I had to go.
But did you actually see Miss Quain take the cup?
No. I was spared that. But she wasn't, was she? She wasn't spared.
But she could have been, couldn't she? When did you write to Mr. Garnet to warn him off, Miss Curran?
You know that.
Yes.
Last Friday. We should have got it on Saturday.
And you went to the hall partly to see if he'd taken heed of your warning?
Yes.
Well, I think that'll be all. Thank you, Nanny.
Thank you, sir. I feel as it was all my fault. Poor lost soul.
God sits in judgment, Nanny, and I'm sure that he will judge wisely and happily.
I hope so.
So we can account for the torn note in the grate. What about that for an attack of religious fervor?
It's healthier than the other kind.
She sounded like someone I once heard at Speaker's Corner. Fire, brimstone, and certain death.
Death, maybe, but not murder.
Mm-hmm. What makes you so sure?
Remember the 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. She'd never break that.
It's a pity Father Garnet and his flock don't hold to that as well.
It's a pity everybody doesn't. Enough of moralizing. There's work to be done. I must have a word with the chauffeur and then on to her solicitor, old Ratisbon.
Right.
Wrong.
What?
Ratisbon is very correct and would not appreciate your company.
Oh.
But he's a nice old Dickensian fusspot. Even though at times he does give me the idea he's a good actor slightly overdoing his part.
I can guess what has brought you, Chief Inspector. I suppose there's no doubt about it being a case of homicide?
None, I'm afraid, Mr. Ratisbon. It's a bizarre case.
Bizarre? It's most regrettable.
Have Miss Quain's affairs always been in your hands, sir?
Oh, yes. Colonel Quain, her father, old family clients. Charming fellow.
And had you seen Miss Quain recently?
5 weeks ago tomorrow. In fact, she came in order to change the terms of her will.
I imagined as much. Can you tell me anything about that? Anything relevant, that is?
It's extremely distasteful to discuss the client's affairs.
But in this case, necessary.
Well, I concur. So I shall lay the whole matter before you. She informed me she wished to draw up a new will, but the terms she proposed astounded me. Astounded me. The previous will had been a very proper and sensible disposition of her considerable fortune. Several large sums to various charities, annuities to her servants, various legacies. The residuary legatee was a third cousin in France, a relation of her mother's, a boy whom she had never seen. It was all perfectly proper.
And the new will?
Oh, dear. This is really very painful. Well, she wished to increase the annuity to her former nanny. Her house and its contents she wished to leave to Monsieur de Ravine. But then, there was a considerable legacy to Father Jasper Garnet, and the rest of her very considerable fortune, every penny of it, she would leave to the House of the Sacred Flame, making Father Garnet the sole trustee.
Yes, Mr. Ratisbon, I appreciate your concern.
I was horrified. Horrified. So I made inquiries about Father Garnet, and what I discovered did not reassure me. In fact, I overstepped the limits of legal propriety by repeatedly urging her to reconsider. But she refused. She simply would not listen to reason. She was most excitable, intolerant of any suggestion. If I wouldn't draw up her will for her, she said, she would get a form from a stationer's and fill it in herself.
I see.
So I complied, but with a very heavy heart, Inspector.
Now, there was obviously no more that you could do, sir.
The religious organization will become more than wealthy, and Mr. Garnet will be a fairly rich man.
Damn him.
Forgive my intrusion, but is it your personal opinion that events will enable him to enjoy his gain?
He'll need every penny before I've done with him.
A very cryptic answer.
Yours was a very leading question.
I agree, and not entirely proper.
What was my reply? Tell me, is there no chance of contesting the will? I mean, suppose, for instance, Garnet had been giving her drugs.
If you find any evidence to that effect, I would be most grateful if you would call on me again.
Certainly. Well, I won't take up any more of your valuable time, and I myself have an appointment with Mr. Garnet and his initiates.
The suspects in the case?
I suppose you could call them that.
Well, for the sake of my client, may I wish you luck. I hope you catch Father Garnet by the heels.
At the moment, I'm rather more interested in catching the look on his face when he opens a certain package.
Robbed! I've been robbed!
Oh, yeah?
The bonds they got.
Is that so? You must think we're pretty simple, Father Garnet.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Has the money disappeared?
Dear me, no, Miss Wade. It's just disguised yourself as the evening newspaper.
But who has done this?
I swear I never touched the safe.
Nor did I.
Which of you has done this thing?
I suggest, Father, that you yourself are best situated to answer that question. You have always kept the keys since poor Cara made her gift.
How dare you suggest such a thing, Monsieur de Ravine? How dare
Quiet, my child.
Look at him, Janie. Look, all of you. To the pure, all things are pure.
Morris.
Just a minute.
Forgive us, Inspector. We forget ourselves.
Since no one is prepared to volunteer any positive information about the missing bonds, I have another exhibit I wish to bring to your notice. The book, if you please, Fox.
Here we are, sir.
Now, does anybody know anything about this?
What is it, Miss Jenkins? I can't see.
It's Aberley's Curiosities of Chemistry.
Hey, why?
Yes,
why?
Mr. Ogden?
Why, nothing, Chief, except I'm curious to know where you located that book.
Does anybody else know anything about this book?
Yes, I do.
Well, Mr. Garnet?
This volume appeared in my shelves some weeks ago. It is not mine, and I do not know whence it came.
When did you first discover it?
I do not remember.
It was there 3 weeks ago, wasn't it, Lionel?
Yes, Claude, it was.
How do you know?
Because I saw it.
We both saw it.
But it was at the back of the shelf behind some other books.
I know. I put them there myself a week before I found it. A marvellous book.
Marvellous books. We've read them all.
And did you read this one?
Oh, no, it looked too boring.
Ever so dull.
I don't understand. Why is such a fuss being made about this book?
Because it is a treatise on poisons. Cara was poisoned. Find the owner of that book, and there's the murderer.
Not necessarily, Mr. Pringle, but it would help us in our investigations. Well, any offers? Then on to the next item, Fox.
Item, 1 cigarette box. Benares ware, containing cigarettes. Turkish.
Put it on the table, Fox. This is your property, Mr. Garnet.
Yes.
Will you open it?
What's this, a conjuring trick?
I'm not a magician. Don't you agree, Mr. Garnet?
But this notice, hers, her handwriting.
Read out the message, Fox.
Must see you. Terrible discovery. After service.
When was this put here?
Yesterday afternoon between 2 and 3 o'clock. You haven't seen the note before?
No.
And you didn't see Miss Quayne when she called?
No.
Father Garnet was my guest to lunch yesterday. He left me shortly before 3.
Did any of you see Miss Quayne here yesterday?
Oh, yes, I did. About 2:45. I was here doing my meditation.
Why did you say nothing of this before, Miss Wade?
Because you didn't ask me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's any need for me to keep you any longer. The meeting is adjourned.
With your permission, Inspector, I will lead my people in a short prayer. We'll pray for the power of light to enlighten your darkness.
Yes, there are 1 or 2 dark corners. I must confess, any help will be welcome.
Then come, dear people.
Yes,
Lord.
Must we, Janie?
Yes, Morris, if only to show
Miss
solidarity.
Wade, would you mind staying behind for a moment? There are just 1 or 2 things I wish to clear up.
Certainly.
Inspector.
Later, Mr. Ogden, later.
Oh, well. Good all.
It really was very naughty of you to conceal information, Miss Wade.
Well, I wasn't doing that, was I?
Now, tell us what you can.
Well, you know, Inspector, I've been thinking, if the bonds were stolen, perhaps they were stolen yesterday afternoon. And perhaps that's what Cara meant when she said she would tell Father Garnet about it.
You heard her say that?
Yesterday afternoon, when I was meditating. I overheard her. She was in the father's room, and the door must have been open.
Who was she talking to?
Oh, I couldn't hear. The other person was mumbling. But Cara was shouting. She was very distracted when she came out. I didn't notice her go in, you see. I must have arrived after her.
And she left at 2:45,
That's right.
Can you repeat exactly what you overheard Miss Quain say?
She said, I don't believe you're speaking the truth. And I shall tell Father Garnet what you've done. Couldn't have been the father to whom she was speaking, or she wouldn't have said that, would she?
Miss Wade, have you mentioned this to anyone else?
No, I don't think so.
Then I implore you not to. Do you understand?
Really, I can't say that I do.
Miss Wade, to please a poor policeman, please promise.
Very well, I promise. I must say, it's a pity a gentleman like you has come down to this sort of work. You have what my dear mamma would have called...
Oh, sorry.
It's all right, Mr. Ogden. Miss Wade was just going. You will have to tell me some other time what your dear mamma said. Fox, will you see Miss Wade gets a taxi?
But I don't want one.
Yes, you do, Miss Wade. I'll see you out.
I've forgotten all about you, Bathgate.
We also serve you now. Besides, you told me to promise to keep quiet.
And see you keep that promise.
Anything to oblige a poor policeman.
Why all sudden politeness?
I want to have a word with Miss Jenkins.
Well, I promise not to tell Angela, just to oblige a poor newspaper man. Thank you, Miss Wade.
Good afternoon, Inspector. And I'm sorry to have got it all so confused.
Not at all. You were very helpful.
Was she?
What?
Helpful.
No, she was hopelessly muddled. Still, we had to humor her.
Well, you don't have to humor me. Do you know why I want to word with you?
I imagine you want to own up.
What do you mean? Confession?
No, just to the book on chemistry. We'd have found out sooner or later.
How'd you guess it was mine?
Well, we know you're something of an engineer by profession, and then the book is an American publication.
Well, you're right. But you know, I didn't miss it from my shelves until last night. I looked for it to check up on something after Cara had been poisoned, and the book was gone.
When did you see it last?
At a party I gave 4 weeks ago. I showed it to Ravine, since he collects old books, but he didn't seem that interested.
And that was the last time?
Well, it might have been there when young Claude came to collect some books Garnet had lent me.
Books in brown paper covers?
Why, yes. Classics. And boy, what classics.
And your book, did it have a paper cover?
Well, it didn't need one, did it? Not a book on chemistry. No, it stood there in its honest red binding.
And you saw it when Claude came?
Well, I think so, but I just can't remember for sure.
Mr. Ogden, why did you suggest just now that Mr. Garnet had taken those bonds?
I'm not saying anything.
Well, that's up to you. Just how many of you are there in all this with Garnet?
I'm not in on any homicide racket with anyone. I'll get that straight.
Now, there are more rackets than murder, you know.
What are you aiming at?
Meredith, you're essentially a businessman, and one who would like to see a more tangible return of your money than a dose of spiritual uplift.
Maybe.
In short, I want to know how you stand as regards the finances of this affair.
What makes you think I look upon this as a business venture?
I think you're a shrewd man, Mr. Ogden.
All right. Well, Garnet and I are both in this on a percentage basis.
Were there any other shareholders?
Only to Ravine. He chipped in to the tune of £500.
How did it work?
Like any other company. I'm the biggest shareholder. Garnet is paid a salary and draws 20% of the profits.
By the way, did you know Mr. Garnet is a fellow countryman of yours?
Never.
In a sense, he told me so himself.
And he piled up one more to his total.
And I suppose you don't know about the drugs either.
What's that? You trying to say that he's peddling dope?
To the best of my belief, yes.
Now, look, Chief, as God's my witness, I would never have touched this concern if... Oh, heck, what's the use?
The innocent are perfectly safe as long as they stick to the truth, Mr. Ogden. I'm sure it'll come out what the Australians call J-Kaloo.
I wouldn't know what the Australians say. I've never been down under.
Have any of the others? Garnet, for instance?
Well, I wouldn't know. But let's hope you find your man.
Oh, you can trust us, Mr. Ogden. The British police are probably the most trustable in the world.
So I've heard.
Well, thank you. Inspector Fox and I must leave you now. I'm afraid we have to get back to the yard. Even we have our office work to do.
I'm afraid the in-trade got a bit overloaded in the last 24 hours, sir.
Well, unload it then, Brer Fox.
A long report from the fingerprint people, but it all adds up to a blank. Then there's this letter from Mr. Ratisbon, the solicitor, sent round by special messenger. Had as much sealing wax on it as Magna Carta.
Let's see. Would you believe it?
Yes, sir, in this case, anything.
Ratisbon writes that after we called, he opened his post and in it discovered a letter from Miss Quain enclosing a new will. She must have written it after her return from the hall. She even put the time on top of the form, 3:30 p.m.
What were the changes, sir?
The legacies to her staff at Doravine are the same, but she's changed the legacy to the sect. The lion's share, in fact. Everything goes to Father Garnet himself.
But why?
In her letter to Ratisbon, she said she had made a terrible discovery, that Garnet was the victim of an unholy plot, and that she would explain.
Which she never did.
So it looks as if the interview Cara Quayne had that afternoon at 2:45 led directly to the alteration of her will.
And that whoever was discovered there, doing something terrible, taking the bonds perhaps, decided there and then that he had to kill her.
Not necessarily. Besides, it would take more than a few hours to prepare the poison. That's if they follow the book.
But the motive?
Oh, I think it was to keep Miss Quayne quiet, all right, but I think her death was premeditated. What? The book.
Oh, yes, sir. Here we are, sir.
Now, how did Mrs. Beaton do it? Equal the book.
Oh, yes, sir. Here we are, sir.
Now, how did Mrs. Beaton do it? Equal weight of wool and dry washing soda and iron filings. Cook red hot for 3 to 4 hours. Cool. Add water and boil for several more hours, and it goes on. Real Three Witches stuff. You really must want to kill someone very badly to go through all that.
But it could be done without laboratory equipment.
A good point, Fox. A house-to-house campaign is indicated. Mr. Bathgate shall help us do it. We'll make him work for the privileges we're allowing him.
Hello?
If you're not alone, say hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
That's right. Now, answer simply and lovingly. Is Miss Jenkins with you?
Yes, and Pringle.
Look, pretend I'm Angela and answer who is Pringle.
He's just a friend, darling. And Miss Jenkins.
I know.
Now, there's no need to be jealous, Angela, my love. They're engaged, just like us.
Now, listen, have you all got friendly?
Of course we have.
Good. Now, can you get yourself invited to either or both of their flats?
But, darling, I did all that ages ago.
You mean you already have been to their flats?
Don't be silly, Angela, my sweet. I'm not a fast worker. We're all going to a show, then on to dinner. But first, I've got to take Mr. Pringle and Miss Jenkins back to their places to change.
Well, see, they both ask you in.
Oh, that goes without saying, my sweet. Why don't you join us? Where are you?
At the yard.
Yarborough. Long distance, a very expensive call. Is there anything I can do for you in London?
Now, listen carefully. When you get to their flats, I want you to keep your eyes open.
Naturally, darling. But must it be pink, my sweet?
Now, don't be too clever, Bathgate. Pay attention. When you're there, I want you to observe certain things. Now, this is what I want you to look out for.
It's a nice place, Miss Jenkins.
A bit cramped, I'm afraid. Did Morris help you to a drink?
Of course
Yes,
I did.
thanks.
Will you have one?
No, thanks, Morris. I'm all ready.
And very attractive you look, too. If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Pringle.
You can say what you like. I'm going to have another drink.
Do you think I could have another one, too?
Oh, of course.
I'd like ice in it this time, if there is any.
Yes, in the kitchen. I'll get you some.
No, don't bother. I'll get it. You know, other people's kitchens fascinate me. I'm just nosy.
But it's no
I
trouble.
insist. It's through here, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, you shouldn't have any more, darling. The cigarettes are bad enough. Don't drink too much as
Oh,
well.
for God's sake, don't start nagging.
It's just that I'm afraid you'll say something.
About Sunday afternoon.
Yes, partly. We must stick to what we've said.
That's my pigeon, but can I trust you?
Of course you can. You know that. But you must give up those filthy
Shut up,
cigarettes.
Janie. I will, but not yet.
Shh, he'll hear
As
you.
the man on the Titanic said, I asked for ice, but this is ridiculous. Your refrigerator seems somewhat overproductive.
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
You don't seem quite so well provided for in the cookery department.
No, I eat out most of the time.
Eh?
Just boil the odd egg or two on a gas ring out there.
That's very sensible. I'd always eat out if I could. What about you, Mr. Pringle?
Oh, Morris leads a lazy life. He has one of those overheated service flats. All the food's sent up from the restaurant. Doesn't even have a kitchen.
It's very wise. I say, is that the time? If we're going to make the theatre before curtain up, we really should knock our drinks back and get over to Mr. Pringle's place so that he can get changed.
I don't want to change.
Morris.
Where I'm taking you for dinner, they're pretty formal. I mean, you needn't put on a black tie if you don't want to, but you must wear some sort of tie, I'm afraid. That is something upon which they insist.
I'm glad you insisted on Morris's coming back here to change. He's got so slipshod lately. You know why he is as he is, I suppose.
Yes, I think so.
It's not only cigarettes now. It's got worse than that. He's taking the stuff in the bedroom now. I know he is. When he comes back, you'll see. He's like a stranger.
How did it start?
Father Garnet is responsible. But Morris is innocent of all this. Cara's death. I know he's innocent.
Well, how can you be so sure?
He He knows something which he won't tell. He made me promise not to tell anyone either.
Oh, then break your promise.
I can't.
Not even to help Morris. He needs help.
I know.
Also, he himself could be in danger.
But surely the police don't suspect him.
I wasn't thinking of the police. Do you remember the Unicorn Theatre case?
Oh, vaguely.
There was a man in that who knew something he wouldn't tell. He was killed.
Yes, I see.
So, for his own safety, I think Morris should tell.
But he won't tell. He'll never tell.
Then you must.
All right. But quickly, in case he comes back. That afternoon, the day of the murder, Morris went back to the House of the Sacred Flame.
But you said he was with you all day.
He told me to say that. He wasn't. I mean, he was until after lunch. Then we had a row, a dreadful row, about the drugs and so on. I told him about Cara, that she was taking them, that she and Father Garnet, what they were, what they did. He was angry, furious. He said he'd go right away and get some more of the stuff, a big shot of it. And he went. I couldn't stop him.
What time was all this?
Oh, he left my flat about 2:30.
And when did he come back?
Early evening. He came to pick me up to go to the service. He behaved as though nothing had happened.
Oh, you should have told all this to Inspector Allain a lot earlier. It would have saved the police a great deal of trouble.
And made trouble for Morris. Oh, you don't know what he can be like. He frightens me sometimes. I'm frightened now.
Now that you tell me?
Yes.
Oh, he need never know. Inspector Allain is very human and very discreet.
Then you'll tell him?
Of course. It's what you wanted, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Well, you two, what have you both been burbling about while I was getting dressed?
About you, good looking.
Well, we must put a stop to all that, mustn't we? I'll stop it with a kiss.
Now, don't be silly, darling.
Oh, sorry, Janie. I lost my head. I sometimes do lose my head, you know.
Come on now, Morris. We mustn't be late for Mr. Bathgate's party.
Party! Yes, I feel like a party. An all-night party.
Just theatre and dinner, I'm afraid. I don't think we should make it too late. After all, it's the inquest tomorrow morning.
The inquest? Yes, I'd quite forgotten.
What'll happen, Mr. Bathgate?
Oh, I expect there'll be a quick show and then an adjournment.
An adjournment? For what?
For Chief Detective Inspector Allain to earn his wages, of course.
A very satisfactory result, Foxkin. I wish all coroners could be as quick and understanding as that one.
We're certainly having to work for our money this time, sir.
You've been doing all the hard slog since the inquest, Fox. I've merely been sitting back here at my desk musing and trying to fit the facts together. What new facts are there?
Well, Sergeant Bailey and I visited Miss Wade's apartment. More of a room, really, sort of private hotel. All meals taken in the restaurant. Then we went to Lionel and Claude's flat. Studio, I think you would call it. There's a sort of gallery where they sleep. No bathroom or kitchen of their own either. They share these with two other gentlemen who have a flat on the ground floor. Sergeant Bailey had some pretty strong comments about it all, I can tell you.
We are more tolerant, aren't we, Fox?
Oh, yes, sir.
And Mrs. Cantor?
Well, she lives in a sort of hothouse. Plants and radiators everywhere. Terrible gurgling they make. A woman, Rita, said she's half dopey most of the time. She said that Mrs. Cantor's cat had a better sense of decency than its mistress.
A very jealous lady, Fox. Beware of jealousy.
It's often a very strong motive, sir.
Says gain.
Yes, sir. And that brings me to Monsieur de Ravine here.
Leading statement, Fox. What leads you to that?
Well, I got the impression, sir, from visiting the Monsieur's flat, that his circumstances were, well, how can one best put it, somewhat straitened.
Well, I didn't feel there was any shortage of money there, Fox.
It depends what you're used to, doesn't it, sir? The Monsieur lives in quite a grand style. I just thought that he was perhaps finding it difficult to carry on living in that style to which he felt he was accustomed.
What gave you that impression? Oh, Fox, dear Valpine Fox, have you been out on your own detecting again?
Well, one can't help noticing things, sir. The staff supported my conclusions.
Staff?
Oh, yes, sir. It's a large flat, a mansion flat, centrally heated throughout. Ravine's got a butler and his wife who live in the kitchen wing. The master never goes out there, apparently. Very old-fashioned in his ways. There's a maid who lives in and a lady woman who cleans.
I see what you mean about style. If he's hard up, then Cara's legacy will be extremely useful. Her pictures alone will fetch a pretty penny in the sale room.
I don't think he'll sell them, sir.
No?
No, sir. He said he will keep them as a memento of his Poor Carter.
You saw him, then?
Yes, sir. He, received me in his study.
So he knew the terms of Miss Quain's will, that he was a principal beneficiary?
Yes, but he was, I think, talking about the earlier will, not the one she wrote up that afternoon.
Well, they're both the same from his point of view. What else did you learn?
That Miss Quain's friend, the Countess de Barsac, is his sister.
Oh.
And that she's in a private hospital in the south of France and can't be disturbed.
Yes, I know that, but my friends at the Charité are probably disturbing her at this very moment. I'm waiting for their telegram.
He also remembered seeing the chemistry book that night at Ogden's party. Garnet saw it there, too, he says. He spilt some whiskey near it and picked the book up. Ogden then came over and asked its value.
Whiskey?
The smell, sir. The familiar smell.
Well, it might be familiar to you, Brer Fox. What are you talking about?
Those other books. The priest's dirty books. That's what they smelled of. Whiskey.
You always had a good nose, Fox.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I think you're on the right scent.
I think so, too, sir.
Well, enough of self-congratulation. Whom else have we to visit?
Well, Mr. Barcade has dealt very creditably with Miss Jenkins and Mr. Pringle.
Yes, I must get the truth out of that young man, if only for his own good.
That just leaves the American gentleman. There was no reply from his flat when I went round earlier.
Then we'll both call in on Mr. Ogden on my way to see young Pringle. I want to survey the scene of that party where the beastly chemistry book made its first public appearance.
Perhaps you gentlemen would like to wait in the sitting room until Mr. Ogden gets back. It shouldn't be long.
Thank you, Miss...
Elsie. Everyone calls me Elsie.
I'm sure they do. Fox.
Yes. Elsie, could you tell me where the bathroom is?
If it's the lavatory you want, it's down the corridor just past the kitchen.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'll find it.
You look after Mr. Ogden, do you?
Yes, I does for him and cooks when he's in. He's a very easy gentleman. But this is an old-fashioned flat and there's lots of hard work. Humping the coals up and down is the worst of it, and the dust it makes. I know an open fire is nice and friendly, but it makes a lot of work. I've got a nice electric heater myself down in the basement where I live with my mother. My dad, when he was alive, owned the whole house, and we lived in it all. But then the neighbourhood went up in the world, so Mum and I went down.
Yes. Elsie, I wonder if you can help us. You see, my friend and I are policemen.
Is it the murder? The murder at that church where Mr. Ogden goes?
It's nothing quite as dramatic as that, I'm afraid.
Oh.
We're looking for a valuable book that Mr. Ogden has lost. Do you remember it? It's a big red book.
Yes, it used to be on that shelf, but I haven't seen it for some time.
Since when?
Oh, I couldn't say, sir.
Do you remember that night about 3 or 4 weeks ago when there was a big party here?
Yes, my mother and I helped.
Was it here then?
I think so. But no, the next day it had gone. Oh, yes, I remember now. I did the tidying up and I dusted extra special because Mum and I were off on our holiday the next day and Mr. Ogden was to do for himself. There was a gap on the shelf, so I thought the book had been lent to someone.
And do you remember 5 books in brown paper covers?
Oh, yes. Not very nice books from what I could make out. They were piled on the side there. On the night of the party, someone spilled some drink near them. A French gentleman, I think. The mark's still there.
And what happened to them?
Sometime later, after we got back from Margate, that soft youth from the church came for them. 6 of them there were.
6 books?
Yes, I know, because they just fitted into his briefcase.
I see.
Didn't look as though he had the strength to carry them all, poor thing. Oh, you found it all right, did you, Sergeant?
Detective Inspector, Elsie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, all mod cons, thank you, miss.
It is modern, you know. At least the kitchen is.
I know, I went in there first.
Oh.
By mistake. Very up-to-date saucepans and all that.
5XO, the pots are. Sort of glass. I'm afraid of breaking one of them, though heaven knows it's hard enough. Do you know Mr. Ogden managed to smash one whilst I was on holiday? He got a new one and hoped I wouldn't notice it. Well, I never mentioned it. You know what men are. I expected he would be embarrassed. He's been so clumsy. He even ruined the poker. Looked as though someone had chewed it. You wouldn't have thought it possible. No, men need looking after. That's what my mum always says. Oh, would she be livid with me not offering you a cup of tea? Would you like...
No, thank you, Elsie. We won't wait any longer for Mr. Ogden. Inspector Fox has to go and talk to Claude Weekly, the boy who collected those books back from here, haven't you, Fox?
Sure. Oh, yes.
And I have to go and have a few words with an even more unfortunate young man. You've been very helpful, Elsie.
I am sorry about the tea. I really am. You won't mention it to my mother if you see her, will you?
Who told you all this? I want to know who told you.
We found out, Mr. Pringle. After all, we are supposed to be detectives.
Detectives?
You know quite well that we can arrest you on the grounds of receiving prohibited drugs. If it comes to that, what will you then do about your supplies of heroin?
It's a lie.
The facts are here, Pringle, in your flat. You need treatment, and we can help you. But first, you must help us.
What do you want to know?
You went to Father Garner's room that Sunday afternoon, Lady Cara Quain. At the precise time when you were there, she was overheard having a row with somebody. Now, she said, I shall tell Father Garnet what you have done. To whom did she say that?
It wasn't to me.
Then you did overhear it?
Yes.
Was it to Mr. de Ravine?
I won't tell you.
To Mr. Ogden, then?
I won't tell you.
You had gone there to get more heroin?
No comment.
Is it Mr. Garnet who supplies you with the drug?
Garnet didn't kill Miss Quain, I can tell you that much, and neither did I.
But you may be an accessory before the fact, and if you've taken Miss Jenkins into your confidence, you made her an accessory after the fact. You are both liable to arrest.
Look, Jane has got nothing to do with it.
That'll be for a court of law to decide, won't it? Unless you tell me the truth. Well? All right, I'll help you. You went to Garnet's to collect some more of your filthy drug. It was kept in the bedroom. Whilst you were there, someone came into the sitting room from the hall. They opened the safe. You saw them, but were afraid to come out. And then Clara Quain came in and caught whoever it was red-handed with the bond. They had a row. She left, and you tiptoed out through the back door, leaving it unlocked. Now, why didn't you tackle the intruder? It was either because it was someone to whom you were deeply attached, or someone who had a very strong hold over you. Of course, it's possible you no longer have either a sense of responsibility or any human feelings left whatsoever.
I tell you, I have. I do have feelings.
Then prove it. Who are you trying to protect?
Look, give me time. Time. I must think things out.
I'll give you until tomorrow. And Pringle,
what?
You won't try anything silly, will you? It won't do anyone any good. You do understand, don't you?
Well, is everything all right? Are all the suspects there in El Garnet's room?
Yes, we'll just give them a moment to settle down. Fox.
Sir?
Is the eavesdropper fixed?
Yes, sir. Eavesdropper? What do you mean?
We've installed a microphone in Garnet's room with a small loudspeaker over there.
So you've bugged the Reverend Father. Going a bit far, isn't it?
I always like a dramatic close to my cases. It casts a spurious but acceptable glamour over the more squalid aspects of my profession.
I must remember that.
You wrote it about my solution of the O'Callaghan case, remember?
Now, gentlemen, ladies.
I think we should be quiet, sir.
Be quiet, Bathgate.
Voice of America, loud, clear, and too good to be true.
Quiet,
Bathgate.
Right. Now, we thought this should be a regular meeting in order to sort out one or two things in the light of recent events.
I cannot really see the necessity.
No, you wouldn't. The house of the Sacred Flame, as well as being a church, is also a business concern. And I would like to see it wound up in a business-like manner.
Business concern.
Wound up?
That's right. I'm the largest shareholder, and I want to pull out. To this end, my lawyers have drawn up this document, of which you each have a copy on the table.
But this is monstrous. You can't do this. No, Mr. Ogden, you can't.
Oh, well, I can, and it's all quite legal. The profits of this outfit belong to me, Ravine, and Garnet, in that order.
And the bonds, they're also the property of the principal shareholders?
That'll be so, but the bonds are not here. They've been lifted, haven't they, Mr. Garnet?
And do you think whoever took those bonds also murdered my poor Cara?
Indeed I do, and those Richie cops think so, too.
But I
That's
don't
you.
see.
Don't you? Oh, don't you, Father Garnet? Who had my book on poisons hidden in his shelves? Who had control of the safe keys? Who kidded Carr into leaving him a fortune?
She left the manor to the temple, not to me.
How the blazes do you know that?
You know it, too. I told you.
But she did leave you personally a large sum of money as well.
Yes, she did. And Monsieur de Ravine as well. She left him her house, her big
I
house.
do not wish to discuss that.
He wouldn't.
But, Mr. Ogden, you seem to make out a strong argument against this priest.
Father Garnet, a murderer. Oh, this is nonsense.
Listen, you girl.
Shut up! No, I won't.
Right, that's our cue to get crashed. Come on, all of you.
All of you, let's go. I know what happened that Sunday afternoon.
What are you talking about, Pringle? You're a dope.
Nothing. For about the first time in 6 months, I'm not under the influence of drugs. And let's make no bones about it. Half of us are soaked in the stuff. Dagmar, Cara, me, pretty Tweedledum and little Tweedledee.
Oh, really?
It's a lie. It's true. Father Garnet dishes out the stuff and we take it. He gets it via Paris from an agent here in London. He doesn't know who the agent is, but I do.
Is all this really necessary?
Yes, it is. You see, I came here that Sunday afternoon. I was in the bedroom when I heard the safe door open. I looked through and saw who it was. It was...
Sit down!
No!
Sit down, shut up!
If you don't shut up yourself, I'll make you!
Yeah, you and who else?
Me.
Why, you?
You can't escape, Mr. Ogden. The building is surrounded. You're under arrest.
You can't do this. I'm an American citizen.
Are you?
What do you mean?
It's not what the Australian police tell me. Who is S.J. Samuels? Convicted 2 years for the sale of prohibited drugs.
Never heard of him. I was born in Michigan.
Then Australia may congratulate herself. Have him taken away, Fox.
Yes, sir. I demand to see my attorney. You haven't heard the last from me.
Of course we haven't. I look forward to hearing a lot more when you're in the witness box. The charge is, of course, murder.
So much for your accusations against the innocent, Mr. Ogden.
I wouldn't be too pleased with yourself if I were you, Garnet. You're under arrest, too.
No. Quiet, my children, quiet. Why?
The sale and distribution of prohibited drugs is also a serious charge, and that is precisely what we're charging you with, even though you may be an American citizen.
This is a conspirator. This man, whom I have taken to my bosom, is a viper.
Oh, can it? Now, take them away, both of them. They make me sick.
Come on, gentlemen. There's a nice black van waiting outside for the
I'm sorry about the interruption, Mr. Pringle, but Mr. Ogden was carrying a gun, and we thought you ought to be allowed to finish your story.
Oh, Morris.
Let Mr. Pringle continue, Miss Jenkins.
Well, Cara came in and asked Ogden what he was doing at the bonds from the safe. He didn't answer, but spoke quite calmly about the drugs. He said he owned the whole racket, and that if she did anything or said anything, he would stop the supplies. She was hooked, and he knew it. So was I. I was in the same boat, you see. If I told anyone, I wouldn't be able to get any supplies either. He had us both.
He could have killed you, too.
You've been very brave and very helpful, and we'll see you get treatment.
Oh, thank you.
Now, all of you. I think you should return to your homes. We'll be in touch, I'm afraid, as the court will need to call you as witnesses. In the meantime, I suggest that you put this place and all its associations right out of your minds.
Oh, nonsense, officer. I shall continue to attend the ceremonies.
I'm afraid there will be no ceremonies.
No ceremonies. What shall I do?
I'm sorry, Miss Wade.
Now, come along, Ernestine. I'll see you home.
Oh, yes, Dagmar. Good night, officer.
Now, come along. Take my arm.
Thank you, Inspector. And I'm sure my Cara would like to thank you as well.
I understand.
I shall always blame myself. I introduced her to this place. I am responsible.
No, monsieur. Only one man is responsible for your Cara's death, and he will be made to pay for it.
But before heaven, I am the guilty one. I will always feel it. Good night.
Morris and I will see you home, Raoul, won't we?
Yes, darling. If you say so.
Good night, then.
Good night.
Well. Oh? What do you two want?
Oh, we just want to say how simply marvelous we think you've been.
Yes, wonderful.
Oh, Mr. Ogden.
So vulgar.
Well, I can't say that I exactly encourage hero worship.
But we do.
Oh, yes, we do.
You don't think we could have a photograph?
Well, you'll have to cut one out of Mr. Bathgate's beastly newspaper.
Oh, but they make you look so awful.
I really am rather awful, but Mr. Bathgate will see what his press photographer can do, won't you, Bathgate?
Vanity of vanity.
Yes, I know one preacher who's not going to say that for some time. Good night, the pair of you.
Good night, Inspector.
Well,
so,
after the storm
come the calm revelations.
I feared as much. What do you want to know?
Everything I don't know already. What made you first suspect Ogden?
His position.
His what?
His placing when the cup was handed round. He was the last person to handle it before it was returned to the priest, and Cara drank it. Would have been too risky for any of the others to have dropped the poison in the chalice.
Well, Ogden took a risk as well.
Yes, and it nearly came off. Then there was an extremely intelligent remark that you made that Sunday evening.
Which one was that?
Well, you said that Ogden's Americanese was too good to be true, and it was. When you said good-o, I smelt a rat, and I followed up a hunch.
Oh, cliché, thy name is Alley.
Well, yes, it is a question of style. You see, good-o is essentially Australian, and Ogden's style was altogether much too large. I suspected he was acting a part, and my cable to Australia proved me correct.
What about the book?
Well, Ogden planted it by giving it to Master Claude along with the pornographic classics. I thought at the time it was a bit too obvious for Garnet to have left it lying around. That's it. He'd done the murder. I think that Ogden got the idea of trying to pin the blame on the priest that night at the party when Ravine accidentally drew attention to the poison book. Likewise, the disappearance of the bonds. Only Garnet kept the key. He didn't know that Ogden had already had an impression made of it, and so the evidence would naturally be against him.
Then the bonds weren't the real motive.
They were only part of it. Ogden was in it for a far bigger stake than £5,000. He knew that Cara was leaving almost her entire fortune to the Sacred Flame Limited, and he was the biggest shareholder. There's a lot of money. I think the idea was born as soon as he knew about the changed will, and Cara's discovery of him with the bonds clinched matters for last Sunday.
And most of that's dangerous conjecture. What other facts are there?
Well, only Garnet or Ogden could have concocted a local brew of cyanide at their own homes. If you discount Miss Jenkins and her gas ring, none of the others had access to a kitchen. Elsie pointed out Ogden's broken cooking pot and noticed the chewed-up poker.
Poker?
That's where he got his iron filings.
Oh.
I mean, he wouldn't have wanted to have gone to the chemist. We could too easily check on a thing like that.
Yeah.
Then there's the letter Cara wrote to her friend, the Comtesse de Barsac.
You got it?
Well, I haven't, but the French police have. Because the Comtesse was in hospital, she didn't open the letter. It as good as tells the whole story about Ogden and the bonds and threatening to stop the supply of drugs. All in all, it's a pretty straightforward case.
It might seem so now, but it didn't at the beginning. Garnet's legacy. Will he still get all Miss Crane's fortune?
Not if Mr. Rattlesman can help it. I suspect a remote French cousin might find himself a very wealthy young man.
Let's hope so. Garnett's the nastier sample of the two, in my opinion.
Maybe, but at least he stopped short of murder.
Yeah. What'll happen to this place? The House of the Sacred Flame.
This? Oh, it'll close. But there'll be other places like it before long. Tonight we slam the door on this particular bit of hocus-pocus. Yet you can be sure that tomorrow somebody else will start a new quack sideshow for the credulous.
Death in Ecstasy by Niall Marsh was adapted for radio by John Tiedemann. Peter Howell played the part of Chief Detective Inspector Elaine, and Gary Watson that of
Eden End, a play by J.B. Priestley, which was first performed at the Duchess Theatre in 1934. This Saturday Night Theatre radio version was first broadcast in 1974 as a tribute to Priestley on his 80th birthday, and features the cast of a then recent National Theatre production. The play reflects an Edwardian age of innocence just before the outbreak of the First World War. It's 1912, and Dr. Kirby, an elderly Yorkshire GP, is confronted with a complicated family reunion at a time when he sees England and himself coming to the end of an era. Writing in the Radio Times in 1935, the journalist Ivor Brown wrote, "Eden End, a village among the fells, was perhaps too wet to be paradise, but it was paradise compared with the England of 1914 to 18, and the end of its secure tranquillity was close." Joan Plowright, Leslie Sands and Geoffrey Palmer star in Eden End.
I'm getting it, Sarah. I'm getting it.
You've been at it long enough.
Now, just listen. What do you think of that?
Sounds like proper playing. Almost.
Not so much of the almost. What more do you want?
Well, I'm not saying you're not doing very well with it, but you'll never shape at it like Miss Stella. Never in all your born days you won't.
Do you know how many times you said that?
For playing and singing and such like.
She was wonderful, I know. Well, I'm wonderful too.
You're a right untidy lad.
Oh, I'm not a lad.
Bother I've had with your clothes.
Did you do anything to my blue shirt?
Aye, it's mended. And two more besides, and two of the doctors.
When I'm in Africa, Sarah, black women wash my clothes.
I remember seeing 4 black women once at Martinborough Fair. Black as your boots they were, and fuzzy hair.
Where I work, when I go away, there are thousands and thousands of people like that, and I'm the boss. And then when I come home on leave, you call me a lad.
These women kept rubbing their teeth with bits of stick, I remember.
Oh.
I fancy it was the same year you went and fell into the duck pond just outside Martinborough. You were only a little lad and you had your best sailor suit on.
What would you do if you saw a hippopotamus?
I don't know what they are. I've no time to be bothering with such little things now.
Good old Sarah.
You get on with your piano playing and frame a bit better. Oh, there you are, Miss Lillian. What about Gregson's order?
All right, I'll look after that. What's that awful row?
That's the waltz from Gypsy Love.
It sounds a mess.
That's because I can't play it properly.
That's obvious.
You ought to hear it as they do it. Gertie Miller and Robert McCalis.
Wonderful.
Oh, you know, somehow it completely carried me away. Was rot, I suppose.
Of course it's rot.
Yes, but just think. Oh, you might listen, Lillian. Hang it all, I'm not always here to tell you things, and I listen to you.
Go on, then.
Just think of it. Back from Africa, London. First night on leave, a jolly good dinner with 2 other chaps in the company. Then dailies, lights, and everybody in the stalls dressed. Stunning girls, the band playing, and then Gertie Miller, and everything. Oh, do you know, Lillian, I felt quite extraordinary. Very nearly cried.
Did you?
Oh, I didn't really cry, you know. But I nearly did. Well, I felt like it.
That's the only bit you haven't told me 20 times already.
Sorry, didn't know I'd been boring you.
You haven't. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't like to walk into the village to give an order to Gregson's, would you?
No, thanks.
Oh, then I suppose I'll have to go. Soon.
Don't you ever get tired of reading?
Yes.
Well, you always are reading.
No, I'm not. I spend most of the day looking after this house and Dad. And you when you're at home.
Yes, but the minute you've done, you begin reading. What's that?
Wells's new book. Marriage.
You never seem to stop reading H.G. Wells. I don't know how you can stick him. I can't. He doesn't seem to like anything. It always makes me feel so uncomfortable. What's the point of reading if it makes you feel uncomfortable? It's bad enough in real life.
That's stupid.
Why is it stupid? Geoffrey Farrant was saying just the same thing the other day.
What? Don't be absurd. Did Geoffrey really say that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, it doesn't matter in the least.
Is Geoffrey coming around tonight?
I don't know, he might.
Good old Geoffrey. By Jove, when I was a kid about 14, I used to think he was marvellous.
Yes, I know.
That was when he was mad on Stella. Oh, he was my hero, all right. Regular soldier, captain, wounded in the Boer War. I used to follow him around like a little dog. Oh, I must have been a nuisance when he wanted to be alone with Stella. She used to tease him and say he came round just to be a hero to me. Well, that's a long time ago. Nearly 10 years. I say...
Well?
You see a lot of Geoffrey these days. Does he ever talk about Stella?
No, why should he? Give me a cigarette.
What for? You don't smoke.
Well, I do if I want to. Give me one, please.
Oh, all right, Christabel Pankhurst. And mind you don't make yourself sick.
And why should I? I'm better at not being sick than you are. When you admit yourself you're always seasick.
That's different. Besides, just you try going through the Bay of Biscay in winter, as I've done 4 times now.
And then there was the time that we both went on the swings at Martinborough Fair, and you were horribly sick and I wasn't.
You see? Take it easy. What if Dad comes marching in, eh?
He won't mind. Mother would have minded, but Dad won't.
One of our chaps in Nigeria told me his father wouldn't let him do anything. Terribly strict. That's why he cleared out.
Lucky chap.
Oh, you know, when I came home and saw the telephone brand new, I thought I'd be able to have a lot of fun with it, but I haven't. There's nobody to ring up in this place.
Who were you ringing up yesterday?
You were listening.
I wasn't. I happened to hear your voice when I was in the hall putting some things away. Who was it?
Just somebody I know.
A girl, obviously. You're keeping her very dark, aren't you?
I don't know her very well, and anyhow, she lives miles away, the other side of Martinborough. Never mind about her.
Oh, I'm not minding. It's just that I suspect that she's a barmaid, and that's why you can get her on the telephone.
You know, Lillian, one thing puzzles
me. And
if
she's a barmaid on the telephone and the other side of Martinborough, then she's probably at that big pub at the crossroads near Denley Dean, the White Hart.
Will you listen?
You really like her, Wilfred. Or do you just think being sweet on a barmaid is very manly and West African?
I'm trying to say something important.
What is it?
Oh, you don't really want to know. You'll only laugh.
Well, I mightn't. Tell me.
Well, it's difficult to explain, but... Well, I feel as if I'm being done in the eye.
You probably are.
No. You see, when I'm out there in Africa, well, I think of Eden End here, home, and you, and Dad and everything. I long for leave. And when at last it comes, well, of course, it's absolutely ripping, but then, when I've been here a week or
two... It all
two...
begins to look dull, doesn't it?
Well, not quite as bad as that.
Yes, it is. Don't sound so apologetic. I don't blame you.
Oh, anyhow, it isn't what I expected. And then I begin to think about Nigeria again. Oh, and I begin to feel it won't be bad getting back there. Now I know that once I am back there, I'll be longing to be on leave again, and this place will seem all different. I've got into a sort of life where I'm never in the right place at the right time.
Poor Wilfred. You were just like that when you were at school.
Yes, I know. And I thought it would be different when I left school and grew up. Well, perhaps it will later on.
Perhaps it will. You've plenty of time.
Things can't stay like this. When I've more money, I shall have more fun on leave. And it'll be more amusing out there when I'm promoted. It's 1912 now. Well, in 3 or 4 years' time, say 1916, I may have a district of my own.
Could I come out and see you then?
Oh, you might. Depends where I'm sent, really.
You may be married by then.
Oh, I don't really suppose so. 3 or 4 years isn't really a long time. Oh, hurry up, 1916. Sounds a nice, ripe sort of year, doesn't it? 1916. Oh, I'll go.
Thank you.
I didn't want to put this down to open the door because I'm not so good at stooping as I was, giving me palpitations. And I've been stooping enough.
What have you been doing?
I've been up in the back garret summing up these old clothes for the doctor. He wants to give them away. And look what I found.
What is it?
Don't you remember? It's the very dress Miss Stella wore that time she acted at the town hall at Martinborough, and they all clapped us along. And she came back and told her poor mother she was going on the stage for a living, and we had such a do, all shouting and bawling and crying. Don't you remember it?
I do. Yes, I do now.
I should think so, too. I helped her to make it, and right bonny she looked in it. I found it behind some boxes in the back garret. I fancy your mother threw it there. Moths has been at it a bit, but I'm thinking it'd clean and mend.
What for? It's quite useless.
How do you know? We might send it to her. She might be glad of it for her acting.
You're cracked, Sarah.
What's there to laugh at, I'd like to know?
Nothing. Only we couldn't send it to Stella, even if it would be useful. We don't know where she is.
Well, isn't she out? You know, where is it? That big place.
Timbuktu.
Not Timbuktu, neither, you daft lad. It's where she said there was all eucalyptus.
Australia. But that was 3 years ago. We haven't heard anything from her since.
Is it 3 years since we heard last?
Yes, and she's been away now more than 8 years.
I didn't think it was so long. I'm getting old, I forget. I'm dreaming half my time.
Well, I do remember. It was pretty, and I believe I was jealous because I hadn't one like it.
Ah, you were. You were a jealous little madam in them days, let me tell you. See, I sewed these sequins on for her myself. It was all a secret. She used to sneak into the study to try it on. Only seems like yesterday. Oh, well, I must sort these out.
Oh, here, I'll take them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, your father's in. He called at Gregson's.
Oh, good.
That one's answering now, daft thing. Got to wait on the machine. That's what we're coming to.
All right, Lillian, I'll answer it.
It'll never get me waiting on it. It can ring its head up.
Hello? Yes? Yes, Dr. Kirby here. Oh, is that you, William? She's what? I see. Well, what do you expect? Any pains? No, I thought not. Well, just keep her warm and don't worry. Nothing new, you know. It's all happened before. That's right. You let me know. Oh, William, just keep out of the Eden Moor Hotel for a night or two, will you? Huh? That's it. You're not in a fit state of mind to do yourself any good in the bar of the Eden... Look, it's all right. Don't worry. William Sugden worrying about his wife. She'll be all right, stronger than he is. But it just shows you, Lillian, how useful a telephone is here. Now, that little chat across the wires has saved William or me a useless journey. It's a pity we didn't have it years ago. We're too old-fashioned round here. Out of date.
You don't think you're out of date, do you?
Me? Years out of date. I've just been trying to understand what some of these young fellas are writing now in the medical journals. Too clever for me. Too 1912 altogether. But I could probably give him points when it comes to dealing with William Sugden and his wife. Hello, Wilfred. What have you been doing in there?
Helping Sarah to sort out some old clothes for you.
Good. They can do with some of them down in the village. Lloyd George is going to give them 9pence for fourpence soon, with me thrown in. But in the meantime, we'll give them some old clothes to be going on with.
Oh, would you like to hear my gramophone, Dad?
No, thank you, no. I've got to get back to the surgery. But if I was staying, I'd just as soon not hear your gramophone. I've got to listen to too many patients to want to hear mechanical music. If it is music.
We ought to have a billiard table here. If I got more chance to play, I believe I should be good at billiards. I made a break of 27 when I played at the club at Atchison.
Isn't it ridiculous that you should go to all these places while I have to stay here?
No, I don't see that.
But I used to be much more adventurous than you. Much keener on exploring and wild places. I'll bet I've read far more about Africa than you have.
What's that? Reading about it. I've been.
Do you know what I'd rather have done than anything else in the whole world?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather have gone with Captain Scott to the South Pole. And if he lectures about it when he gets back, I shall go. I don't care where it is.
Well, you can't be so jolly adventurous as you call it, else you'd have cleared out. Well, after all, Stella did.
Yes, Stella did, and what happened then? Mother died. I had to come home to look after the house and father. Well, it's easy enough to do what Stella did. Just clear out and do what you want to do.
Yes, but she knew what she wanted to do.
Perhaps I did, too.
What about a good old row on the gramophone, eh?
Oh, must you?
Yes, I must. I should take this back with me. You know, these things are getting awfully good. I say, shall we dance? Come on, Lillian.
Well, no, just a minute.
Start with the right thing.
How was it now? Just a minute.
Start with the right thing.
Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow, 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 quick, quick, slow. Just a minute. Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow, 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 quick, quick, slow, slow, slow.
Stella! Oh, it's Wilfred. All grown up and a moustache. And Lillian, all grown up too. Oh, here, let me take this damned hat off. Oh, Lillian, darling, you're not at all what I expected you to look like. And yet you're completely Lillian and just right. Oh, isn't it odd? Everything's just the same, only smaller. It's Miss Stella. Why, Miss Stella. Oh, Sarah. Oh, my precious, precious, lovely old Sarah. I can't talk. And I can't. Well, you haven't altered a bit, look. Oh, but I have, Sarah. I'm old. Yes, old. I shall never see 30 again, and my hair's turning grey. Oh, it is. I pulled 3 grey hairs out yesterday. Where's Dad? Is he all right?
Yes, he'll be in the surgery.
Oh, shall I tell him?
No, don't disturb him. We'll give him a surprise. Is he just the same?
Well, of course he is.
Of course. There isn't any of course about it. Oh, Wilfred, that just shows how young you are in spite of that moustache. People change. Everything changes. Does he still watch birds and collect 18th century engravings?
Yes, Dad hasn't changed at all.
Oh, thank God.
Why didn't you tell us you were coming?
Oh, my dear, I couldn't. I didn't know. And I couldn't just write. I think I was afraid to. Either I had to stay away altogether or come with a rush, just like this. Don't you understand?
Yes. You'd been away so long.
So long. And to so many places.
Oh, where have you been, Stella?
Oh, where haven't I been? All over England, then out east, then Australia. Well, I wrote to you from there. Ah, you did, love. I was nearly dying of homesickness when I wrote that letter. You can't imagine what it's like.
Oh, I can. I'm in Nigeria now. Got a job with the British West African Development Company. I'm on leave.
Africa. And on leave. Oh, Wilfred, it's incredible. It seems only yesterday since you were a fat little schoolboy. Oh, I'm sorry, but it does. I didn't really believe in that moustache. Somehow I thought of you just sticking it on for fun.
I'm 24. I've been 4 years with the British West African.
Well, isn't that wonderful? Well, after Australia, I went to America. I've travelled thousands of miles. I seem to have lived in railway trains with cinders in my eyes and a headache for centuries. None of it real, like a long, stupid dream. But now I'm home. Well, you can't imagine what it means.
Aren't you famished, love? Can't I get you something?
No, thank you, not just now, Sarah. You know, it's all just as I remembered it, only smaller. All the time I've been away, it's been shrinking and shrinking, like life. Oh, there's the China Castle, still there, not broken.
No.
Well, all sorts of things can get broken. People can get broken, but a thing like this can go on and on. I remember I used to wonder what was happening inside it. Tiny little people all made of china.
You used to tell me stories about that castle.
Tell me about people. The Mowbrays, the Oldroyds, the Burtons, everybody. My old admirer, Geoffrey Farrant. What's happened to him?
He's still here. His father died.
Is he married? Do you ever see him?
He's not married.
And we often see him. He's a great pal of Lillian's now.
Where are your things?
My trunk's in the hall. I got a trap from the station, but I didn't know the man who brought me. I didn't recognize anybody at the station either.
Would you like a cigarette?
No, thank you. But Eden Moor and Eden End looked just the same. I didn't seem to have been away at all. I might only have been to Martinborough for the day. Mm-hmm. You were still at school, Wilfred. You just left, Lillian, and you'd 2 long flats. And Dad and Mother. Was it awful, Lillian, about Mother?
Yes, for a long time. But it's 6 years ago, you know. She wasn't ill for long, but she'd a lot of pain. It was Dad I was sorry for.
Oh, Miss Stella, love.
Such a silly thing happened in the train.
The man sitting opposite me, he looked like Winston Churchill, only fatter. Carefully unpacked a lot of sandwiches on the seat, then stood up for something and then sat down again on the sandwiches. There was another woman in the compartment, and we suddenly laughed and laughed. And the man laughed too. Well, they were very eggy sandwiches. Well, something so silly.
Do you remember the time when a little man with a very funny face, well, what was his name now? Flockton.
Oh, yes.
We started giggling and then had to go outside in turns.
Yes, Mr.
to laugh.
Flockton. And it was much worse for me because I was so much older and I had to be polite. Then the time when Aunt Mary brought that new bum flower.
Oh, yes. And the time when the young man called something came to see you and dropped the tea tray.
And the time we all went to the Mowbrays for a party on the wrong day.
And the snow was so big we had to stay, and they were so cross, and we were so cross, and all the chimneys.
And I drove a huge ornament and put the pieces in the coal scuttle.
I was thinking about all those things on the train coming up. I've got millions of questions to ask.
Oh, so have we, haven't we, Lillian?
I suppose you'd like your old room, wouldn't you?
I'd love it if it's free.
Well, it's full of odds and ends at the moment.
I'll get it ready, Miss Lillian.
No, I'll do it. Wilfred can give me a hand. There may be some furniture to move.
Rather.
Oh, can't I do anything?
No, you're tired. Besides, you don't know where things are now. Dad'll be in a minute. You wait here.
Oh, you know, Stella, when you were home, I was only a kid and didn't bother about the theatre. But I saw Gypsy Love at Daly's a few weeks ago, and now I'm very keen. Oh, you've got to tell me all about it.
All right, I'll tell you miles and miles of it.
Oh, good. Oh, I expect you've had a marvellous time, haven't you?
Well, mixed, you know.
Oh, you'll find it pretty dull here.
I shan't. It's heavenly. Even though you have been in Africa and come on leave, you can't imagine what it means to me to come back home again. It's real. Everything's real again.
I'm going to give Lillian a hand with your room, then I'll come down and ask you thousands of questions. I say, you don't really think this moustache looks silly, do you?
Oh, Wilfred, it's a grand moustache, and you look a real African adventurer with it. It's tremendously exciting to be a sister to such a moustache. In a year or two, it's going to be a terrific heartbreaker.
You're pulling my leg. You always did, you know.
Well, isn't it nice that I'm starting all over again?
Yes. Go, Stella.
I think Wilfred's grown up to be a very nice young man, don't you, Sarah?
Oh, Master Wilfred's all right. But he's only a bit of a lad for all his big talk. Miss Lillian's different. She's properly grown up. Always was a bit old-fashioned, never gave herself away. There are times now, and dang me, you'd think she was 50 to hear her talk. Not that she talks much.
I don't suppose poor Lillian's had a very easy time all these years I've been away. She's sort of sunk into herself. She's on her guard somehow, almost as if I were a stranger. Well, perhaps I am a stranger, Sarah, but I don't feel like one to myself. Only Stella Kirby, back home again in Eden End.
Look what I found, not an hour since. It might have been waiting for you to come home. Look.
Why, it's the one I wore ages ago in that show at the town hall in Martinborough. The one you and I made, Sarah.
I know it is. I was going to clean and mend it. Moths has been at it a bit.
Yeah, the moths has been at us all, Sarah, darling. But I never thought I'd see this costume again. Oh, the excitement there was here about it, do you remember?
I should think I do.
I thought I was a real actress the night I put this on.
Well, they clapped you enough.
More than some people have clapped me since. That was the night. The belle and leading juvenile of the Martinborough Amateur Dramatic Society. And fat old Mr. Burton gave me a box of chocolates, do you remember?
Aye, and he'd have given a lot more besides chocolates if you'd let him, that chap would. I've heard tales of him since. I'm thankful to have seen this day, love. I've prayed to be spared to see you come home.
I'm sorry I've been so long.
You didn't forget me?
No, never, never. All over the world, and in the oddest places, I've thought about you, and longed to see you again. You needn't pray any more. I've come home.
You were always a bonny piece. You were a grand baby. Fine little lass, and a bonny young woman when you grew up.
Bless you for those kind words.
But there are lines in that face that weren't there when I last saw it.
Well, I'm getting on. And all those years I've been away haven't been easy.
No, I can see as much. You've had your troubles, haven't you? Nay, you can tell me, even if you never tell another soul. I'll say naught.
Yes, I've had my troubles.
Disappointments? Yes, a fair share. Didn't they treat you well on the stage, love? Nearly as well as I deserved, I suppose. But this is our secret, Sarah. I wasn't the great actress I thought I was going to be. I wasn't bad. I'm not bad. But somehow, I've never been able to do what I thought I could do. Something gets in the way. I feel it all inside, but it doesn't come out right. I've disappointed myself. I think even Mother would have been sorry for me if she'd known. Oh. I don't say I've had wonderful chances, but I have had chances, and somehow I've missed them. I think I came nearer to being a really good actress than I'd have all this pathetic thing than I've ever done since. Oh, love. It's all gone wrong, Sarah. My work and my life. I'm a dismal failure. Don't worry, don't worry. There's plenty of time. You're young. No, I'm not. I think I heard the doctor. Oh, Dad mustn't see me like this. And he mustn't know. He won't from me. Nobody will. I'll see if he's there. Oh, there's a visitor in there for you, sir.
Visitor? Well, I'm not expecting any. Is it Stella?
Oh, yes, Father. Oh, Dad, you're just the same, only a little greyer, that's all.
Oh, no, I'm a lot older. And you're older, too, you know. I'm not going to flatter you, even if you are a famous actress. You look a bit tired, but then I expect you are after your journey. Where did you come from?
London. I got the 11 o'clock to Martinborough.
Good old 11 o'clock. Why didn't you let us know? What? We'd have had the fatted calf ready for
I couldn't. I came... Well, it was an impulse. I'm still impulsive, you know.
We thought you'd forgotten us.
I've never forgotten you. How could I? But I've been out of England so much, touring, working hard. My plans always seemed so confused. It was difficult to write.
Yes, I can understand that. Though in a quiet corner like this, we're apt to forget what the hustling and bustling world, your world, is like. Oh. You know, Stella, I've been thinking a lot just lately.
Yes, Father.
Something happened that made me start thinking.
What?
You might call it taking stock. Thinking about life, my life, your life. You know, I've come to the conclusion that you were right and your mother and I were wrong.
No,
That's
Dad.
all right. It's all old history now. We can talk about it frankly and freely. And you're a grown-up woman, not a bit of a girl. You were right to do what you did. Now, I'm not saying you didn't cause any pain.
I did, I know.
But that wasn't your fault. That's life. Life can't move on without inflicting pain. We can't even come into the world without somebody being hurt, as well I know. I'll be lucky if I don't see a bit more of that late on tonight. The great cosmic processes have a habit of reaching a climax round here just when I've got comfortably off to sleep.
Poor Dad. Who is it this time?
Mrs. Sugden.
Sugden?
Oh, I think she's since your time. Well, I reckon I've done my duty by Mrs. Sugden and her like in this neighbourhood for nearly 40 years.
I know you have, and I'm sure they still worship you.
No, not they. I only wish they'd pay a bit more attention and then pay a few more bills. But I'm not complaining. I've had a good life here. Your mother and I were happy with all the friends we wanted, and this has been a real home. Well, even to you it was, once.
Do you think I could forget it?
And then, besides my work and my family, I had my little hobbies, my birds. And by the way, don't let anybody tell you that you can't see a needle-tailed swift in this country, because I saw one myself only this last summer. A needle-tailed swift. Eh? No mistake about it.
No, I won't let anybody tell me, Dad. I'll put them in their place at once.
That's right. There's as much clap-clap talked about birds now as there is about anything. Do you know, only the other day...
Oh, no, Dad, you can't go on about birds now. You were just going to tell me something important, something serious.
Well, this is serious.
Yes, I know, and I'd love to hear it, but that will do another time, and perhaps this other thing won't.
That's true. This is something I wouldn't say to the younger children. What I was going to say was... Well, Looking back on my life, it's been a reasonably good one.
And you wouldn't change it?
That's where you're wrong. I would.
Dad!
There was a time when I had to make a choice.
Between this and another kind of life?
Yes. I wasn't always a plodding old GP, years behind the times. Oh, no. Once I was thought to be a very clever young man. I had a brilliant career as a student. Well, then I had to make a choice between settling down here quietly and comfortably or taking a risk in London. I might have failed there. On the other hand, I might have been successful. Men who walked the hospitals when I did, men who hadn't the reputation I had, have been very successful. Now, some of them, I could give you their names, have been knighted and so forth. They're rich and famous.
Oh, what's that?
Mere vulgar rewards, if you like. They've lived, Stella, as I haven't lived. But as you, I'm glad to say, are living. Oh, no, you were right to cut and run when you did, and looking back now, when it's all nearly ended...
Oh, don't talk like that, Father. You're not old yet.
I say, looking back, when it's all nearly ended, I wish now that I'd had the same sort of courage.
It's not courage.
I won't envy my distinguished colleagues, but I can envy you. And I do. You made a bolt for the main road. You're doing what you always wanted to do, and you've made a success of it. You've gone all over the world, been applauded and admired everywhere, given pleasure to thousands upon
Dad,
thousands.
please stop.
What's the matter? Hey, I never knew actresses suffered from such modesty.
It isn't that.
What is it then?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it's hearing you say these things.
Don't try and be kind to me. It's the truth. You know it.
Well, I suppose it's embarrassing.
I can talk to you properly. I see you now as a grown-up person.
Thank you, Dad.
Oh, well, it's not easy for a parent, I suppose I ought to see Lillian and Wilfred as grown-up people now, too. But I can't. Not only because they're younger than you, but because there hasn't been the same break. I ought to be frank with them, but it's difficult.
You can be frank with me, then?
Oh, yes. I find that quite easy.
Then what did you mean when you said, looking back now when it's all nearly ended? You're not really old,
I'm not young.
Oh, is that all?
No. No, I'm afraid it isn't. There's something I can tell you that I can't tell the other two. Well, you can stand it and they can't. You're older. You have your profession. You're enjoying life. You've really done with us. Now, what does that mean?
Oh, nothing. Oh, Dad, does this mean that there's something wrong with you? That you're ill?
Take it easy, Stella. I'm afraid it does. One advantage of being in my profession is that you get to know what's happening inside you. I had a very nasty bout of influenza a few years ago, and I did a very silly thing, a sort of thing I've warned hundreds of people against doing. I got up and started work again far too early. So, I landed myself with a bad heart.
Well, what's wrong with it?
All sorts of things. It's worse than my old bike. But you might describe the trouble shortly as a valvular lesion with inefficient compensation.
Oh, Dad, what does that mean?
I do what I can about it, of course. I don't work as hard as I used to, though it's not easy to rest here. And I give myself digitalis and other things. I get along.
It's serious, then?
It's no joke at all. In fact, I'm very glad you've come to see us now.
Dad.
Easy, Stella. It seems shabby trick landing you with this and the minute you arrive, but I just thought you might notice something, and so I'm telling you, quite frankly, so that you won't discuss it with Lillian and Wilfred. It's our little secret, eh? Not much of a one, I know, but there you are.
I won't say a word.
That's right. You see, they haven't settled down to their lives yet as you have to yours. In fact, sometimes I'm a bit worried about Lillian. I'm not grumbling about myself, I've had a good run. Though I would like to live long enough to see this country settling down a bit better.
Oh, bother the country. I don't care about that. It's you.
Yes. This has been a very unsettling and worrying year so far. 2 big strikes, Ulster arming for rebellion, young women being forcibly fed in jail, and all this health insurance business. And everybody rushing about at 30 and 40 miles an hour. No, up in the air as well as on the road. There's not much sunset calm about things. Still, in a year or 2 we might have settled down again. I like to think so.
I hope so, for your sake.
Now then, look, that's enough about me. And it's dismal stuff. I've got to hear all about your triumph.
Yeah?
Been all over the place, haven't you?
Yes, all over, like a crazy parcel.
And enjoyed it, eh? Constant change, excitement, applause, eh? Don't let it spoil you.
I'll try not to, Dad, unless I'm spoilt already.
Not a sign of it. Yes, sir. I was against you leaving home and going on the stage, but chiefly, I think, for your mother's sake. I believe it does girls good to go out into the world.
Sometimes.
I've never said anything to her, and of course I've been very glad to have her here, but I've often thought Lillian's been at home too long. Huh? She might have done a lot better for herself if she'd followed your example and found something she wanted to do away from home. Don't tell her that.
No, I won't. But she probably stayed simply because I went, for your sake.
Oh, no. No, I don't think so. I never asked her to... No, Lillian likes being at home. A lot of girls do, of course. It's quite natural. Must be nearly supper time. Where is Lillian?
I ought to be doing something.
Nonsense. You're a guest. The work here's easy, and we've plenty to do it. Lillian and old Sarah, and a woman from the village comes in every day now, and... Yeah, Lillian, I was just wondering about supper. Stella must be hungry.
It'll be ready in about 10 minutes.
Good. And I'll be ready for it.
Your room's ready now if you want to go up.
Thanks, Lillian.
And Wilfred's taken your trunk upstairs.
I suppose I ought to go up. I'm probably filthy, but I've been too excited to care.
You look all right.
Oh, we old travellers know all sorts of dodges.
Well, what's the matter?
You know, you're different.
Well, naturally. It's such a long time since you saw me last.
Are you happy?
Well, I don't know. Don't you think that's rather a silly question?
Is it?
Well, I think so. Most of the time, one isn't either happy or unhappy.
Like you now?
Like me now.
But there's something about you that I don't understand. Well, why bother? Oh, my dear, I want to bother. You talk as if we were strangers.
Well, aren't we? We haven't set eyes on one another for years.
No, but I've been thinking about you all the time.
Well, even if you have, that's not enough. I'd only just left school when you went away. I'm quite different.
I see that.
We'll get to know one another again, perhaps. Only don't force it.
Well, that's not meant for a snub, I hope.
No. Tell me something.
Yes, anything.
You're married, aren't you?
Yes. How did you know?
I saw the mark of the ring on your finger.
I probably would have told you all about it later, but please, Lillian, don't say anything yet.
What happened?
I married 3 years ago in Australia. He was an actor in the same company. After first year, it didn't work very well, and we've separated now.
Where is he?
A week ago, I couldn't have told you. We separated in America. But 3 days ago, I called at my agent's in town, and I saw him there. We have the same agent. It was strange.
What's his name?
Charles Appleby. Oh, he's not famous or anything, just a goodish actor. Very nice family. He can be quite charming at times. We were very happy together for a little while.
And now you're separated?
Yes. Yes, I'm not really Stella Kirby anymore, but Mrs. Charles Appleby, not living with her husband.